Chapter 1. The Concubine. This winter, the snowfall has been particularly heavy, and the accumulation in the courtyard is profound. The servants are struggling to keep up the narrow path they had just cleared is quickly covered again by a delicate layer of snow. Not far from the study, Shen Hao walks slowly along the corridor, unaccompanied by a maid. As she passes through an archway, she overhears the idle chatter of the maids behind the corridor wall. The young master has finally brought Miss Lin back, but what a pity that what was once a match made in heaven can now only allow her to be a concubine. But the young mistress one maid replies with a tone of derision. How can she, the daughter of a traitor, dare to occupy the position of the legitimate wife? One must not speak so lightly. The young mistress is quite admirable, and her father and brother both perished in battle, which counts for what? Had it not been for her father's misjudgment of military intelligence, our great Zhou's 100,000 soldiers would not have perished at the borders. Our young master is just too kind-hearted. Even when the Shen family has fallen so low, he still took in a frail woman like her. Outside, the snow continues to swirl, carrying a biting chill that seeps into one's bones. Shen Hao feels her heart grow even colder, forcing a bitter smile. It turns out that even the servants were already aware of Jiang Linzhi's intention to take a concubine, while she, the legitimate wife, was only informed this very morning. Rumors had long circulated in the capital that Jiang Linzhi, the deputy minister of rights, had been childhood sweethearts with Lin Qingli, the daughter of his mentor. Their union seemed destined, yet 4 years ago, Lin's father was embroiled in a corruption scandal, resulting in his execution, with all female relatives exiled. Thanks to Jiang Linzhi's efforts, the Lin family was vindicated this past summer, and he hastily brought Lin Qingli back. She had heard countless times from her mother-in-law and the maids about how Lin Qingli was a paragon of virtue and talent, and how, had she not intervened, they would have been an enviable couple. They spoke of Jiang Linzhi's deep affections for Lin Qingli, suggesting that marrying her, a Shen family daughter, was merely an act of benevolence. It became clear that everything had not been without signs. No wonder the servants had recently regarded her with such evasive eyes, and no wonder Jiang Linzhi had been avoiding her, claiming to be overwhelmed with official duties, having not returned to the main residence for over 10 days. It has been nearly 10 days since Lin Qingli entered the capital. Shen Hao didn't wish to listen any further. She had come today solely to seek an answer from Jiang Linzhi. As she rounded the corridor, several maids turned pale upon seeing her. Young mistress, they stammered, kneeling down without having the chance to plead for mercy, as her lavish gown brushed against their outstretched fingers while she made her way to the study. Jiang Linzhi typically disliked having anyone attend to him closely. He was alone in the study. Upon seeing Shen Hao enter, he looked up and smiled at her. You braved such heavy snow to come here, are you cold? Seeing the smile on his face, Shen Hao felt a tightening in her chest. The man who had married her during the Shen family's misfortunes had treated her with such care, responding to her every need, embodying the essence of a husband. Yet now, she found herself unable to harbor any hatred. He seemed to have done nothing wrong, except for the fact that his heart belonged to another woman, a truth that existed long before her arrival. She simply wished to ask Jiang Linzhi if, over these past 3 years, he ever felt weary of feigning concern and warmth, and whether he ever felt wronged sharing a bed with her. All these years, suppressing the bitterness within her heart, Shen Hao offered him a faint smile. That I heard you brought Miss Lin back. The smile that had just begun to form on Jiang Linzhi's lips faltered momentarily, the warmth in his gaze gradually dissipating. After a brief pause, he replied, Who has been gossiping with you? Shen Hao feigned ignorance to his earlier expression and walked directly to the desk. Since you found her, how do you intend to settle her? Jiang Linzhi averted his gaze. I intend to take her as a concubine. Shen Hao noted his choice of words not as a desire, but as a decision, leaving her with no room for negotiation, merely informing her. Seeing her countenance darken, Jiang Linzhi remained silent for a moment before gently explaining. Qingli has been adrift for too long. I wish to provide her with a place to call home. Her gentle nature will not disturb your position as the mistress of the Jiang family. Even though she had prepared herself for this, Shen Hao felt a sharp pang from his words. Having lost her mother at a young age, and with her father and brother perishing at the borders when she was 17, the Shen family had been reduced to just her stepmother, and her younger sister. Before her marriage, her stepmother repeatedly cautioned her that the Jiang family was one of the four great families, having shown kindness to the Shen family in times of need. Moreover, after marriage, a woman's status changed, and with no one to support her, she must endure when necessary. Born of a military family, she had once ridden fiercely into battle. Yet since her marriage, she had strived to bear it all, nearly forgetting her true self. The vast Jiang residence threatened to suffocate her, and Shen Yu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "What if I refuse?" Jiang Linzhi was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her rejection. In his eyes, she was typically gentle, always agreeable, and this marked the first time she had so resolutely opposed him. He sighed. "You are not unreasonable. There is no rule in the Jiang family against taking concubines I need." "All right, I understand." Shen Yu interrupted him, slowly nodding, her hands clenching unconsciously beneath her sleeves. She knew what he required to alleviate the emperor's concerns. He intended to marry the daughter of General Shen, who had fallen in battle, to comfort the soldiers. The Jiang family needed to ensure the continuation of their lineage, and the one capable of bearing their heirs could never be her. Since the following year of their marriage, she had discovered that her meals and confections contained musk, rendering her infertile. Lost in thought, she found Jiang Linzhi standing before her, adjusting the collar of her white cloak. "I will have someone escort you back. It's quite cold, and you shouldn't wander outside. Take care not to catch a chill," he said gently. Shen Yu lifted her gaze, her eyes scanning his face. Jiang Linzhi possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his features exquisite and refined. It was precisely this deceptively charming face that had left her entranced for so many years. He played the role of the perfect husband so convincingly, showering her with warmth and concern. In moments of vulnerability, one often misinterprets a hand extended in kindness as a lifelong support. She had once yielded to the warmth he provided, but now everything felt painfully ironic. "There's no need, it's only a short distance," Shen Yu replied with a smile, but as she turned away, a single tear fell, glistening briefly before vanishing into the snow-white fox. Fur, quilt, in this world, there was no one to rely on. Ultimately, she was left with only herself. The journey, originally a mere cup of tea's distance, stretched out before her, elongated to the point where it seemed she could glimpse the entirety of her life within its span. She gazed upwards, and the small patch of sky was so glaringly tainted by snow, revealing a desolate and scarred landscape amidst the vast whiteness. This winter was particularly frigid, more so than the biting winds and snowstorms of Yanliang Pass. Had her martial prowess not been rendered useless, and had Bin Shao still been by her side, she might have mounted it and raced towards Yanliang Pass, to the resting place of her father and brothers, rather than languishing alone in this world, devoid of even a single soul to converse with. But now cough. Shen Yu raised her hand, pressing her fist against her lips as she coughed several times. Yet her current frail body, incapable of even wielding a sword, was far from the battlefield. "Sister." As footsteps approached, Shen Yu turned to see a young woman standing beside her, flanked by two maidservants. The woman's beauty was striking, with delicate brows framing a pair of clear, shimmering eyes that sparkled with an endearing charm. Although Shen Yu had never encountered Lin Qingli, an instinctive recognition informed her that this was indeed the person she sought. Chapter 2. The drowning. She referred to herself as sister, yet she was clearly of the same age as Jiang Linzhi, even slightly older than Shen Yu. The winds and sands of the exiled lands had not aged her. Her cheeks were flushed, suggesting that, despite her exile, she had been well protected by Jiang Linzhi and had not endured much hardship. A smile danced upon the woman's lips as she said, "Sister, I am Lin Qingli. I wonder if you have heard of me?" Shen Yu nodded and continued down the corridor, responding politely, "Does Miss Lin have something to discuss?" Lin Qingli quickened her pace to match Shen Yu's, saying, "I am aware that you have reservations about Linzhi allowing me into his home. But this is the greatest concession I can offer." "You? A concession?" Shen Yu replied with a faint smile, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Internally, she scoffed. Observing that this was indeed the Lin Qingli Jiang Linzhi had described as gentle and amiable, truly, love can blind one's judgment. Indeed, Lin Qingli lifted her chin slightly, pride evident on her face. "My father died unjustly, but now the truth is revealed. His Majesty, in an effort to placate the Lin family, initially intended to arrange a marriage. You must understand that such an arrangement cannot be for a concubine." Shen Yu maintained her smile, however. Jiang Linzhi already has a legitimate wife. You should know that such a marriage cannot be bestowed upon him. Lin Qingli's complexion drained of color, and as she saw Shen Yu moving further away, she hurried to catch up. Your father and brothers were laid to rest at Yinliang Pass alongside 10,000 valiant soldiers of the Great Zhou. You ought to realize how fortunate you are to be alive. Marrying Linzhi would only burden him and turn him into a laughingstock at court. Shen Yu retorted sharply. The matter concerning my father and brothers remains unresolved. His Majesty has yet to comment, so it is not your place to interfere. Though she harbored no ill will towards Lin Qingli, having also lost loved ones, Shen Yu could empathize with her pain. However, she could not tolerate any insult to her own family. Her strides were long, forcing Lin Qingli to almost jog to keep pace. That is His Majesty's benevolence. Merely granting your father and brothers a modicum of dignity, a sinner remains a sinner. Their 2 lives cannot begin to repay the lives of my 10,000 soldiers. Suddenly, Shen Yu halted, slowly turning her head. Her piercing gaze caused Lin Qingli to catch her breath and instinctively take a step back. In a hushed whisper, Lin Qingli stammered. What do you intend to do? Shen Yu regarded her coldly, and as she advanced, Lin Qingli felt the weight of her presence forcing her to retreat repeatedly. How can this be? Lin Qingli thought, having heard from the household servants that Jiang Linzhi's wife was known for her kindness. Initially skeptical, she had secretly observed Shen Yu over the past few days and found her indeed gracious, even disregarding the gossip of the servants. Lin Qingli had always believed Shen Yu to be meek and easily bullied, yet now that fierce gaze seemed capable of devouring her whole. Why do you look at me with such eyes? Lin Qingli stuttered. Everyone in Shijing knows your father acted recklessly. And there are rumors of his collusion with the Shijua. Only to be with a sharp crack, Lin Qingli turned her head away. Miss. 2 exclamations rang out simultaneously from the maidservants. Caught off guard, Lin Qingli covered her face, incredulous as she gazed at Shen Yu before her. She had known that Shen Yu was raised among soldiers and was no ordinary woman, but she had never anticipated that Shen Yu would strike her directly. You dare to strike. Shen Yu seized her by the throat and pressed her against the wall, stifling her remaining words. With a cold gaze, Shen Yu inquired, Have I been too patient, allowing you all to forget who I am? I am the daughter of General Shen Zhongyan, the sister of General Shen Zhao. I have fought on the battlefield, slain enemies, and severed the heads of the Shijua people. Should I hear you speak ill of my family again, I will have your tongue severed. Therefore, it would be wise for you to restrain your words. With each utterance, Lin Qingli's fear deepened. She was unable to speak. Her face flushed, while 2 maidservants nearby fidgeted anxiously but dared not intervene. Shen Yu abruptly released her grip, casting a glance at the gasping Lin Qingli, who clutched her throat. You may certainly go to Jiang Lian to lodge a complaint. Do not think that even if you have not yet entered the door. Once you do, it is only natural for the mistress to discipline a concubine. She shook her sleeves and moved forward, her right hand lacking strength, causing her sleeve to tremble slightly. It had been 3 years, never had she felt such exhilaration in reclaiming her true self. The wind and snow seemed to intensify. Under the corridor, the wind swirled the snowflakes, dancing over the frozen surface of the lake. Lin Qingli held her throat, her eyes fixed on Shen Yu's retreating figure, rage nearly erupting within her. How dare she? This was her rightful place. Yet this woman had usurped it and now dared to flaunt the title of mistress before her. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Before Shen Yu could turn to glance, she felt a tremendous force propel her out of the corridor. As her body was thrust outward, she instinctively reached out, her right hand grasping at nothing, while her left seized an arm. The 2 of them tumbled out of the pavilion, crashing onto the ice and sliding a distance before coming to a halt. Shen Yu lay on her back upon the ice, the impact causing her shoulder blades to ache, while the woman beside her cried out in pain, and the 2 maidservants on the shore called out for their mistress. Lin Qingli rolled over and attempted to flee towards the bank. With her movement, Shen Yu distinctly heard the cracking sound of the ice beneath her, fissures spreading like parched earth below her. Don't move, Shen Yu managed to shout, but the ground suddenly gave way beneath her, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped her. The icy waters of the lake pierced her body like a blade, and as she gasped, the water surged into her mouth and nose, leaving her breathless. Help! Miss Lin has fallen into the water. Shen Yu could not swim. Grasping for something to hold on to, she clutched the fractured ice, only to be kicked in the chest by the flailing Lin Qingli. Ever since her martial arts had been rendered useless, she had developed a severe aversion to the cold. Dressed heavily for winter, wrapped in a thick cloak, her body grew increasingly heavy as it soaked up the water. It is said that in the moments of returning to silence, the last sense to fade is hearing. She heard cries for help from the shore, yet none were meant for her. She also heard the tumultuous waters, clamoring to pull her into darkness. She seemed to see Jiang Linzhi rushing towards her, leaping into the water and swimming her way. She reached out her hand towards him, only to witness that hand, which had once styled her hair and traced her brows, grasping Lin Qingli's flailing form beside her. He had not chosen her. Shen Yu watched in despair as the silhouettes of the two gradually receded, her hand still extended forward. The rampant wind and snow seemed to have halted, and cheers erupted from the shore. She observed the flustered expression in Jiang Linzhi's eyes as he looked at Lin Qingli, and the indifference that washed over his face when he turned back to glance at her. Suddenly, she realized that perhaps her fall into the water was not a mere coincidence. Had she perished earlier, Lin Qingli would be properly supported. In that instant, a surge of resentment flooded through her. No, she could not allow them to fulfill their desires. Yet, her body had long since succumbed to fatigue, sinking deeper into darkness. Her fervent unwillingness and fury were utterly submerged by the frigid lake waters. At the brink of losing consciousness, it seemed as though a sigh echoed through the darkness. Remember, do not tread this path of soul-destroying allure again. Chapter 3 Rebirth. A gentle creak signaled the opening of the door, footsteps measured and soft, indicative of a skilled practitioner. Lying upon the bed was a young maiden, around 16 or 17 years of age, her features strikingly beautiful. Yet, at this moment, her brow was furrowed, breaths coming in rapid succession, and her chest heaved violently, a clear indication that she had experienced a distressing nightmare. The maid cautiously extended her hand towards the figure on the bed, but before her fingers could make contact, the young woman suddenly rolled over, her movements swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the maid found herself grasped by the throat and pinned against the bed. "Miss," the maid gasped, her eyes wide with shock, her complexion turning crimson from the lack of air. Upon recognizing her maid's face, Shen Yu abruptly released her grip, uncertainty coloring her voice. Greenherb? Greenherb was one of her closest attendants. Years ago, when she journeyed to the front lines to recover the remains of her father and brothers, she had encountered a band of rogues. In that dire moment, her martial prowess was rendered useless, and both Greenherb and Red Curls had perished before her eyes to save her. Shen Yu stared blankly at the bed curtains. Was this merely a dream? If it were a dream, it was far too vivid. Yet if it were not, the notion of rebirth was a concept she had never fathomed. The maid, named Greenherb, rubbed her neck and inquired, "Miss, did you have a nightmare?" Shen Yu continued to breathe heavily, cold sweat nearly soaking her back. Just moments ago, she could still feel the bone-chilling coldness of the lake and the sensation of suffocation. "What are you doing here?" Greenherb wrung a clean cloth to wipe away the sweat from Shen Yu's brow. "You have finally cooled down. You have been in a deep slumber for 3 days. And even the court physician was summoned to examine you." Shen Yu gazed around, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. This was her boudoir. Though she had never truly resided here for an extended period, every blade of grass, every piece of furniture and arrangement had been personally curated by her elder brother. A dressing table stood by the window, and Shen Yu brushed aside Greenherb's outstretched hand, rushing to the mirror. The reflection revealed a young woman with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her countenance exuding a vigor uncommon among ordinary maidens. The pallor that had once marked her face during her time with the Jiang family was absent, as was the despondency that had occasionally flickered in her gaze. Looking at her own reflection, Shen Yu could not help but smile. Heaven had truly bestowed a miracle upon her. She had been reborn, with Greenherb still by her side. What of her father and brother? Grasping Greenherb tightly, Shen Yu pressed, "What year and month is it now?" Greenherb, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, replied, Today is the 6th day of the 9th month in the 17th year of Tongxiu. The 17th year of Tongxiu. The 6th day of the 9th month." Shen Yu mentally repeated the date. In her previous life, her father and brother had departed for battle on the 10th day of the same month in the same year. She remembered it vividly. She had intended to accompany them. But her maternal grandmother had planned to arrive in the capital shortly thereafter to discuss her future engagement, and no amount of tantrums could persuade her father to allow her to join. Little did she know, within a month, she would receive news not only of her grandmother's arrival, but also of her father and brother's demise at Yanliang Pass. Now, they were still alive. This was splendid news. All was not yet lost. And where are my father and brother? Shen Yu hastily donned her outer garments. A teasing smile danced upon Greenherb's lips as she replied, "The general and the young master are in the front hall receiving guests. The Jiang family has come to propose a marriage." Shen Yu had only heard the first half of the sentence before stepping outside, but upon hearing the latter part, she abruptly halted, turning back in astonishment. Who are you talking about? Which Jiang family? Which Jiang family indeed? Lu Yao replied with a smile. It is the Jiang official you encountered last time you returned to the capital, at Hongfeng Mountain in the suburbs. Shen Yu's heart suddenly constricted, and the image of Jiang Linzhi grasping Lin Qingli's hand as they departed from the lake flashed before her eyes. As if she had just emerged from a winter's icy lake, her body trembling uncontrollably. Sensing her discomfort, Lu Yao hurriedly supported her and reached out to feel her forehead. You don't have a fever. Is there something else bothering you, miss? It's nothing. I am quite well now, Shen Yu replied, regaining her composure. After saying this, she proceeded to the front hall, pondering that her first encounter with Jiang Linzhi had indeed taken place at Hongfeng Mountain, though at that time he had not noticed her. The graceful young man, with his elegant demeanor, was a stark contrast to the rugged soldiers she had encountered at the border, marking her first youthful infatuation. Later, when the Shen family fell into misfortune, the youth had offered her his hand, only for that very hand to pull her into the abyss. Are you not happy, miss? Lu Yao inquired from behind. No, but did you not express a desire to meet Jiang official just a few days ago? Shen Yu replied solemnly. It was merely a fleeting fancy. Let us not speak of it again. Lu Yao shrank her neck, reluctant to speak further. Shen Yu was typically amiable, but her tone just now bore an unmistakable authority. As they approached the front hall, familiar voices from her father reached her ears. The Jiang family has always produced civil officials. My daughter has grown up with me on horseback, her spirit untamed, always reveling in wielding swords and guns. Shen Zhongyan took a sip of tea and continued, she claims to be a horse of the grasslands. A girl raised in a grand mansion cannot be easily contained. She is quite a handful. Though it sounded like a slight, there was an unmistakable pride woven through his words. Through the window slats. Upon seeing her father and brother in the hall, Shen Yu felt a sudden warmth in her eyes. This was no dream. Her mother had passed away early, but both Shen Zhongyan and Shen Zhao had cared for her deeply, unwilling to leave her alone in Shengjing. They had taken her to the border while she was still in swaddling clothes. Though Shen Zhongyan later remarried, and many children suffered under the stepmother's harshness, he remained concerned for her and kept her close, sending her to her maternal grandmother's home in Luozhou during wartime. The woman in the hall was mostly obscured by a pillar, making it difficult to discern her identity, but as soon as she spoke, Shen Yu recognized the voice of Jiang Linzhi's mother. General Shen, you jest. Ever since my son chanced upon Miss Shen at Dazhao Temple, he has expressed that he wishes to marry a woman of such fortitude as her, who does not yield to men. Thus, today I come to propose. Jiang Foreign, the mother of Shen Yu's former husband, had never shown her kindness since her marriage into the Jiang family. And Shen Yu had never heard her speak in such a gentle tone. Typically, her words were either laced with mockery or scorn. However, in her previous life, Shen Yu and Jiang Linzhi had been wed by imperial decree, and Jiang Foreign had never come to propose. Moreover, she had never even visited Dazhao Temple, rendering this claim utterly absurd. In her previous life, Madame Jiang was undeniably dissatisfied with her, and Jiang Linzhi harbored deep affections for Lin Qingli. Marrying her was a royal decree that could not be disobeyed. How could it be that in this life, he would willingly allow his mother to come forth to propose? Is it possible that with the chance to live again, everything has become muddled? The conversation in the hall continued. Shen Zhongyan remarked, Madame Jiang is so forthright. Thus, I shall not beat around the bush. My daughter is now 17. Although she has reached the age for courtship, she is quite spirited and stubborn, I fear. Madame Jiang replied with a smile, I understand the general's intent. However, while engagement is one matter, we can choose an auspicious day for marriage once Miss Shen turns 18. I see no harm in finalizing their engagement now, as it would not cause any delays. Chapter 4. The proposal. Madame Jiang's words left Shen Zhongyan somewhat hesitant. Residing at the border for an extended period, he had limited time in Xinjiang, yet he had heard whispers of certain matters within the capital. Jiang Linzhi, now holding the esteemed position of third-rank Minister of Rights, possessed a promising future, had it not been for his mentor's involvement in a corruption scandal last year, which cast a slight shadow upon him. His rise might have astonished all in the capital. Although Shen Zhongyan paid little heed to ranks, he had crossed paths with Jiang Linzhi in their shared service to the court. Jiang Linzhi was a remarkable young man, characterized by his courteous demeanor and humility, making him a suitable match for his daughter, Ayu. Noticing Shen Zhongyan's lingering doubts, Madame Jiang smiled gently, maintaining a poised composure. As a woman, though not born of a military lineage, I share similar parental concerns. My husband often expresses the hope that if we have a son, he should possess both literary prowess to stabilize the realm and martial skills to defend it. However, for a daughter, our only wish is for her to lead a peaceful and prosperous life. At that moment, Shen Zhongyan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, reminiscent of words once spoken by his late wife. Silence enveloped the room. Xin Yu, observing her father's expression, sensed a slight softening of his stance. Leaning by the window, she resolved never to tread the same path as in her previous life, rather than marry Jiang Linzhi and become a pair of resentful partners. Ultimately meeting her demise within the Jiang household, she would prefer a solitary existence. Without Jiang Linzhi, her father would surely find her another match. Presently, she had more pressing matters to attend to, and the prospect of marriage held no allure for her. She needed to devise a strategy to extinguish her father's intentions entirely. Seeing that matters were progressing in her favor, Madame Jiang felt a surge of joy and prepared to stoke the flames further. While her affection for Shen Yu was not profound, the recent execution of Lord Lin had led to the exile of all his family members aged 6 and above, including Lin Qingli, 2 years prior. Now, Jiang Linzhi had reached his 20s, and every mention of a marriage proposal was met with firm refusal. She feared Jiang Linzhi's heart was still tethered to Lin Qingli, and just when she felt anxious, Jiang Linzhi had proactively expressed a desire to wed Miss Shen. Though not her ideal choice for a daughter-in-law, it was certainly preferable to none at all. Moreover, General Shen was at the pinnacle of his career, with rumors suggesting his son, Shen Hao, was destined to marry a princess. By lineage, the match could be considered equitable. Shall we not finalize this arrangement? Madame Jiang suggested. Shen Zhongyan remained uncertain, about to voice his thoughts when Shen Hao, who had been silently contemplating, interjected. Father, I believe it prudent to first inquire about Au's own feelings on the matter. The mere thought of his daughter reacting without a word made Shen Zhongyan uneasy, fearing chaos would ensue within their home. Marriage ought to follow the dictates of parents and the words of matchmakers, Madame Jiang remarked with a smile, exuding confidence. However, it wouldn't hurt to ask, why not summon Miss Shen? It would be an opportune moment for me to meet her as well. Many young ladies in the capital aspire to wed Jiang Linzhi. I doubt Shen Yu would refuse. Shen Zhongyan considered this approach to be viable and replied solemnly. However, my daughter has been unwell these past few days and had a fever at noon, so it may not be. Father, a clear voice suddenly rang from the doorway. The assembly turned in the direction of the sound. Upon their first encounter, Madame Jiang was momentarily taken aback. The lady at the entrance donned a flowing azure gown, intricately embroidered with delicate patterns resembling drifting clouds. Adorning her hair was a simple yet elegant white jade hairpin, which, rather than appearing plain, accentuated her exquisite features even further. Shen Yu, having left the capital at a young age, seldom made appearances there whenever she returned. The delicate young ladies of society found it difficult to relate to her. Whispers among the capital's elite often labeled her as plain and coarse, a woman who spent her days among soldiers. To her surprise, her beauty was striking, and even in the capital, it would be hard to find a lady who could outshine her. No wonder, Madame Jiang mused. It was only 2 days prior that Jiang Linzhi had ventured out and returned, urging her to propose. Father, elder brother, Shen Yu called out once more. Have you forgotten to greet us? Shen Zhongyan chuckled, waving at her and introducing her to Madame Jiang. This is my youngest daughter, Shen Yu. Shen Yu stood at the doorway and offered a slight bow. Greetings, madam. Good, Madame Jiang said, her eyes roaming over Shen Yu with increasing delight. Jiang Linzhi was already handsome, and with Shen Yu beside him, one could only wonder how beautiful their offspring might be. We were just discussing your marriage, Shen Zhongyan remarked. Shen Yu nodded, taking 2 steps forward, only to notice the sudden stiffness in Madame Jiang's expression as she pointed with trembling fingers. This. Shen Yu approached with a slight limp, innocently explaining, I sustained an injury on the battlefield, and now I walk with a slight limp. Shen Zhongyan's beard quivered as he attempted to speak, but before he could utter a word, Shen Zhao tugged at his sleeve, stifling a laugh and shaking his head. Madame Jiang was rendered speechless, her thoughts racing. Thankfully, they had not rushed into a decision. After all, a limping daughter-in-law would reflect poorly on the Jiang family. No wonder Shen Zhongyan had kept her from meeting guests. It turned out she was a cripple. Shen Yu deliberately limped closer to Madame Jiang, allowing her to observe more closely. I walk slowly, I just overheard the discussion about my marriage with my father. I can provide my answer now. Madame Jiang hastily responded. Oh, there's no need to rush. She nervously fidgeted with her handkerchief, her smile awkward. It seems General Shen is reluctant to see you married off so soon. I can understand. Madam, do not heed my father's wishes, Shen Yu interjected, affectionately linking her arm with Madame Jiang's. My father wishes to keep me at home. But I am already 17, and Jiang Gongzi is 3 years my senior. I believe it is a fitting match. Madame Jiang thought to herself, what could possibly be fitting? This limping girl seemed far too eager for marriage. Which refined young lady in the capital would not blush at the mention of marriage? Yet Shen Yu displayed a boldness that could only be described as reckless. No, a reckless woman. Such a beautiful face wasted. Indeed, the harsh winds of the border could not nurture a proper lady of high birth, rendering her inferior even to those of lesser means. Madame Jiang attempted to withdraw her hand with a smile, but Shen Yu's grip was too strong, preventing her escape and causing her discomfort instead. Madame Jiang, seizing the moment, playfully tapped her hand a few times and chuckled dryly, saying, General Shen has spent most of his years at the frontier. The time he can spend in your company is naturally limited, and he must be reluctant to part with you for several more years. Shen Yu blinked, countering, That's not the case. I frequently visit the border and cross paths with my father often. She directly refuted Madame Jiang's reasoning. Madame Jiang awkwardly glanced at Shen Zhongyan, only to find him unexpectedly nodding in agreement. Having navigated the realm of politics for many years, he should certainly be perceptive enough to recognize such subtle sentiments from Madame Jiang. Shen Yu's maneuver was indeed a test of Madame Jiang's stance. Yet feigning a limp was excessive. If word spread that Shen Zhongyan's daughter was a cripple who would dare to propose marriage in the future, little did he know that Shen Yu harbored such thoughts. Having encountered unworthy suitors in her past life, she believed that remaining unmarried in this life would be for the best. Chapter 5. The Lame One with a Smile, Shen Yu remarked, moreover, upon observing the lady's countenance. She possesses a kind and benevolent demeanor, resembling a warm-hearted matron. Once I marry into the family, I am certain we shall coexist harmoniously, and we could often venture out for shopping together. Shopping. The mere mention of this word conjured a vivid image in Madame Jiang's mind, her escorting a lame person, with onlookers pointing and whispering. How would she ever hold her head high among the other ladies thereafter? No, no, this marriage must not proceed. Madame Jiang raised her hand to her forehead, frowning as she said, The wind outside is quite strong today. Perhaps it has stirred something in my head, for I suddenly feel a throbbing pain. The maid behind her understood and was about to step forward. Allow me, Shen Yu interjected, rolling up her sleeves. Do not be deceived by my limp, for I possess exceptional skills in massage. I once treated Ben Xiao's headache. Ben Xiao? Who is that? Madame Jiang inquired casually. Shen Zhao coughed discreetly, suppressing a smile as he replied, Ben Xiao is my younger sister's beloved horse. Madame Jiang's brows twitched in irritation. She could scarcely believe that Shen Yu dared to compare herself to a horse. Observing the situation, Shen Zhongyan, fearing Shen Yu's antics might lead to an undesirable conclusion, cautiously asked, So, shall we finalize this marriage? Not so fast, Madame Jiang interjected hastily, her arm firmly grasped by Shen Yu, who was tugging at her painfully. I have yet to discuss this matter with my husband. Today, I merely came to voice my concerns, and I must consult him before proceeding any further. Madame Jiang concocted numerous excuses, deploying her persuasive talents until her throat grew dry. At long last, upon seeing Shen Zhongyan nod, she quickly departed with her maid in tow. Madam, don't rush off. I have yet to showcase my talents. I am quite adept at lifting large jars. Shen Yu called after her. Madame Jiang hurriedly replied, No need. Please stay. As she glanced back, she saw Shen Yu, limping yet animatedly pursuing her. How could she run so swiftly despite her limp? Fearing being caught, Madame Jiang quickened her pace, disregarding her elegance. As she crossed the threshold, she stumbled and fell to the ground, with her maids on either side hastily lifting her as if they were aiding her escape. Finally exiting the general's residence, Madame Jiang felt as though she had lost half her life. Watching the distance grow between them, Shen Yu gradually ceased her smile. In her previous life, her father and brother had departed for battle on the 10th day of the 9th month. The days were few, and she must prevent them from going to the frontier this time. She needed to devise a plan quickly. As she contemplated, she made her way back. Upon reaching the entrance, she witnessed Shen Zhongyan suddenly slam his hand on the table, causing the teacups to jump. This is utterly ridiculous. If this had occurred in her past life, Shen Yu would have been struck with terror. Yet, having been granted a second chance. She found herself yearning for her father's fierce anger. Shen Zhongyan pointed at her, berating, "Do you realize that if news of your lameness spreads, who would dare propose to you in the future? I suggest you abandon all thoughts of marriage and resign yourself to being an old maid." "Perhaps that is for the best," Shen Yu murmured softly. "I just wish to remain by my father's side as an old spinster." The adept in martial arts possesses keen hearing, and this remark did not escape the notice of Shen Zhongyan. The statement left Shen Zhongyan at a loss for a retort. He glanced around and picked up an object to feign an attempt to strike her. Shen Yu hurriedly took refuge behind Shen Zhao, peeking out to exclaim, "Elder brother, father intends to punish me." Shen Zhao chuckled and advised, "I suggest you promptly admit your fault." "Father, I was wrong," she confessed, suddenly embraced. Shen Zhongyan found the remainder of his words lodged in his throat. Shen Yu clung to her father, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort in hearing her father's scolding and seeing her brother. Since Shen Yu turned 12, she had grown distant, yet now, in this moment, Shen Zhongyan felt his heart soften, and with a deep sigh, he declared, "This cannot continue." Shen Yu nodded vigorously, lifting her gaze to see her brother Shen Zhao, and released her father to wrap her arms around her brother's arm. Shen Zhao lowered his eyes, stroking her head, and teased, "Where did you learn such a tactic? It places you in a position of invulnerability." Shen Yu looked up, blinking innocently. "I learned it without a teacher." Between the main hall and the side hall stood a black lacquered screen adorned with sunflower patterns, and beaded curtains hung in the corridor. Madame Shen observed everything in the hall with a stern countenance before departing. As she walked through the covered walkway, she remarked, "You see, we are but outsiders. They are a proper family of 3. Shen Zhongyan's first wife was the legitimate daughter of the Liu family, a prominent merchant clan from Hezhou, whose influence spanned across the entire Zhou dynasty. She was his second wife, as his first had passed away, and in an effort to win him over, the Marquis of Cheng'an had married off a distant cousin of his wife to Shen Zhongyan, who is now Madame Shen. Although Shen Zhongyan treated her with a semblance of respect, the affection that develops between long-standing partners was absent, leaving their coexistence somewhat strained. With rare occasions of seeing each other over the span of a year and a half, the title of general's wife inevitably bred resentment. Shen Yan followed her mother silently, her head bowed. Madame Shen glanced back and said with indifference, "At least you should show your face before your father, otherwise Shen Zhongyan might forget that he has another daughter." Shen Yan bit her lip and replied, "Father hasn't forgotten. He spoke to me at length yesterday." Madame Shen scoffed. "Did you not see how Shen Yu presented herself before your father? You shrink away, and with your demeanor, how could you ever compete with Shen Yu?" Madame Shen's words vexed Shen Yan, who rarely spoke up in rebuttal. "I do not wish to compete with my sister. She treats me well and always shares her good fortune with me." "Shares with you?" Madame Shen waved her hand to dismiss the servants. "Of course. She gives you what she doesn't want. When did she ever not pick first from what the Hezhou merchants brought? Anything left over is what you receive. That is my sister's maternal family, not mine. The gifts were never intended for me." Madame Shen's frustration bubbled over. Had she not been constrained by her status as the general's wife, she would have pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Yan. Noticing several servants in the courtyard, she could only storm off in silence. "Miss, shall we return?" a maid inquired. Shen Yan stood in place for a moment, gazing towards the main hall, her eyes tinged with melancholy. "Let us return," she replied. Chapter 6. Unwed Madame Jiang left in high spirits, yet returned with a heavy heart. Upon entering, she inquired, "Has Linzhi returned?" The doorman replied, "Madam, the young master has been back for some time. He instructed me to inform you as soon as you arrived." With a furrowed brow, Madame Jiang dismissed the need for any announcement, declaring, "I shall seek him myself." Jiang Linzhi cherished solitude, his study situated on the northern edge of a tranquil lake within the Jiang estate. When Madame Jiang found him, he stood by the water's edge, gazing into the depths, his expression contemplative. The chill of late autumn enveloped him, clad only in a thin azure robe, which added an air of melancholy to his demeanor. Initially intent on reprimanding him, Madame Jiang's resolve softened, and she summoned a servant to fetch him a cloak. Hearing footsteps behind him, Linzhi turned, "Mother, today." "I know what you wish to ask," Madame Jiang interjected. "Let me be direct. That Shen Yu cannot enter our Jiang household." Linzhi's brows knitted in confusion. "Why?" Madame Jiang's frustration surged as she questioned, "Why did you not inform me beforehand that she is a cripple?" A thunderous realization struck Linzhi. "A cripple? Impossible. How can it be impossible?" Madame Jiang retorted indignantly. "She limps on one leg, reportedly injured on the battlefield. I ask you, what manner of young lady spends her days wielding weapons? She scrutinized him. Surely you were not unaware? That girl must have deceived you. Shen Yu is eager to marry. Yet she has pushed me to the threshold, causing me to stumble. Xinjiang is replete with talented and beautiful young ladies. Do not rush. I shall ensure you meet worthy candidates. As Madame Jiang continued her soliloquy, she finally noticed Linzhi had become lost in thought. Linzhi? He withdrew his gaze. I understand. Observing his reaction, Madame Jiang felt slightly reassured and handed him the cloak, scolding a servant before departing. As she passed through the moon gate, she glanced back to see Linzhi still standing by the lake. Shaking her head, she muttered, What ails him? He has stood there for days. He has gazed upon this lake for decades. What is so captivating? The bustling city of Xinjiang, unencumbered by curfews at this hour, was alive with vendors and pedestrians under the moonlit sky. It appeared a year of peace. Yet no one could foresee the impending invasion by the Western Zhou army just 2 days hence. The eastern part of the city was lined with residences adorned with green tiles and brick facades, the general's mansion among them, though it lacked extravagance. As the second watch struck, a carriage halted at the rear gate of the general's estate. As the vehicle steadied, Shen Yu prepared to disembark when the driver cautioned, Miss, please wait. He then called into the shadows, Who goes there? Lifting the curtain, Shen Yu peered out to see another carriage stationed by the back gate, its horse growing restless from the wait. 2 figures sat upon the carriage's edge. The shorter of the 2 alighted and, standing beside the vehicle, bowed slightly. Is this the carriage of Miss Shen from General Shen's household? In the dim light of the back gate, 2 lanterns swayed precariously in the wind. Indeed, Shen Yu inquired. What brings you to me? Miss Shen, please hold on. The young servant turned and lifted the curtain, revealing a tall young man descending from the carriage. Shen Yu was all too familiar with his figure. To her astonishment, on the 3rd day of her rebirth, she encountered Jiang Linzhi. Her heart raced, and her hand instinctively reached for the dagger hidden within her soft boots. Miss, what are you doing? Liao exclaimed, startled by Shen Yu's actions. Taken aback, Shen Yu quickly withdrew her hand, and in that brief moment, Jiang Linzhi had already approached. She instinctively wanted to evade him, uncertain whether she might inadvertently draw her knife and harm Jiang Linzhi. After all, killing an official of the court was a grave offense, and she could not ascertain whether he had played a role in her demise. As Jiang Linzhi reached the side of the carriage, he addressed her, Miss Shen. Liao raised her eyebrows at Shen Yu, whispering, It's Jiang. Shen Yu promptly covered Liao's mouth and pushed her into the carriage, feigning ignorance of the man before her. Who are you? She asked. Jiang Linzhi remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, his eyes reddened under the dim light. At last, he had seen her again. In his previous life, he had witnessed her demise before his very eyes. The lantern at the courtyard entrance had long since extinguished, and every time he passed by, darkness enveloped him, only to realize that for those years, she had stood there daily, lantern in hand, awaiting his return. Reflecting on this, Jiang Linzhi painfully closed his eyes. The anguish of his past life, akin to a heart torn asunder, had not diminished in this life. He understood far too late that some individuals are only truly cherished once lost. He longed to call her you once more, yet now he could not. But surely, it was still early, was it not? Earlier than their fateful encounter in their previous lives. Noticing her gaze still fixed upon him, Jiang Linzhi smiled softly, Miss Shen. My surname is Jiang, my given name is Ji, courtesy name. Oh, Shen Yu interjected, a renowned courtesan, what an honor. The expression of Jiang Linzhi's attendant turned grave. My lord, not necessary. Jiang Linzhi raised his hand to interrupt. My mother visited 2 days prior to propose a marriage. Miss Shen, you must be aware of this matter. Shen Yu replied nonchalantly, Of course, I am aware. At that time, Lady Jiang fled the general's residence, indicating her profound regret regarding the proposal. Jiang Linzhi raised his gaze. The light at the entrance was dim, illuminating only half of Shen Yu's profile. The beauty, under the lantern's glow, appeared even more radiant, enhancing her already striking features. He had never seen her in such a light. Even the strands of hair dancing in the wind exuded vitality, though a hint of hostility lingered in her eyes. Jiang Linzhi furrowed his brow. Indeed, rumors had circulated in the capital over the past few days, claiming that the eldest daughter of the Shun general's household had a limp. This information was likely disseminated by his mother, and her animosity towards him was understandable. He owed her a sincere apology. On behalf of my mother, I extend my apologies regarding the rumors about Miss Shen, he stated. Shen Yu replied with feigned politeness, Your Excellency, you exaggerate. I have not taken this matter to heart. Jiang Lian's relaxed slightly. You may call me by my given name, Lian's. Apologies, but we are not familiar. Does the esteemed gentleman have any other matters to discuss? Jiang Linzhi nodded, expressing his intent. I have come today to convey that, regardless of my parents' opinions, I wish to marry you. Shen Yu felt a stir within her heart, suddenly recalling his resolute demeanor when he initially sought to take a concubine. Would you marry me even if I were a cripple? She inquired. Jiang Linzhi, maintaining his composure, took a step closer, his handsome visage illuminated under the light. He gazed unwaveringly at Shen Yu's face and affirmed, even if you were a cripple, I would still marry you. Shen Yu met his gaze. His countenance remained unchanged, elegant and distinguished. Yet this man, and this face no longer stirred any emotions within her heart. What of your childhood companion, Miss Lin? Jiang Linzhi momentarily faltered before responding. My relationship with her. Shen Yu interjected, I have heard that when the Lin family was exiled to Chongzhou, you, Sir Jiang, rode for dozens of miles to bid them farewell. Jiang Linzhi's expression darkened slightly. As Shen Yu gracefully exited the carriage, Jiang Linzhi instinctively reached out to assist her. But she deftly evaded his hand and landed softly, exhibiting no sign of any impediment. Jiang Linzhi, perceptive as ever, quickly deduced that her lameness was likely feigned. Shen Yu raised her voice, declaring, I have something to say to you, my lord. I will not marry you. She reiterated earnestly, even if I were a cripple. Chapter 7. Just as she was about to step through the back door of the general's residence, Jiang Linzhi called out to her. Why? Shen Yu had already placed one foot inside when she paused at his words. Standing a few steps higher, she looked down at him. Because I already have someone I like. Is that reason sufficient? Who? Jiang Linzhi pressed closer, unwilling to relent. Shen Yu had no one she truly liked. A moment of hesitation would reveal her deception. The Lord of the Moon, she declared, and with a resounding slam, shut the door. The sound startled the servant, who thought to himself that Miss Shen certainly had a fiery temper, yet she seemed perfectly able-bodied, moving quite swiftly. Jiang Linzhi gazed at the closed door for a while, a slight smile playing on his lips. She likely did not know this so-called Lord of the Moon. She probably heard the name merely in passing, yet dared to use it to brush him off. It all depended on whether he chose to believe her. The servant, observing Jiang Linzhi's expression, was puzzled by his lord's inexplicable smile at the lantern. Could it be that he had lost his wits, finding joy even in rejection? My lord, if Miss Shen does not marry, the servant's voice trailed off, growing fainter. She will marry, Jiang Linzhi asserted confidently as he turned to walk toward the alley. She will surely marry me. She can only marry me. With several masters of the household stationed at the borders, the number of maids and servants in the general's residence was already scant. At this hour, most of the staff had retired for the night. Shen Yu and Leviao chose a less traveled path, skillfully making their way into the courtyard without obstruction. Leviao had been murmuring quietly along the way. Miss, have you ever met the Lord of the Moon? Is he not more handsome than Sir Jiang? I have heard that the Lord of the Moon embodies the essence of a clear breeze and a serene moonlit night. Is that true? Miss? Shen Yu replied sternly. Silence. Leviao fell silent. The Lord of the Moon was none other than Xie Yun, the crown prince of Bailan, whose courtesy name was Tingzhou. The title of Lord of the Moon, it was said, originated from the imagery of a boat longing to embrace the moon, gazing at the clear sky in the evening. In her past life, Shen Yu had never seen Xie Yun in person. She only remembered that he had taken up arms at the tender age of 14, leading a campaign that drove the northern Rome people back hundreds of miles, earning him the fearsome reputation of a god of death on the battlefield. Regrettably, he was later injured in combat, losing his martial prowess, a fate not dissimilar to her own. Following a shift in imperial power, the new emperor, wary of Bailan, had conspired to have them assassinated outside the Qingtian Gate. Thus, a generation of heroes met an untimely demise, leaving one to ponder the tragedy of it all. Miss, don't keep quiet. Say something, Leviao urged in desperation. Shen Yu snapped back to reality and quietly remarked, consider this. If he is indeed as ethereal as they say, what does he rely upon on the battlefield? Is it his charm that bewilders the enemy? Leviao suddenly understood. Ah, but I have heard such tales. It's said that enemy soldiers have been so entranced by the crown prince that they forgot to draw their swords upon seeing him. Shen Yu, having experienced the battlefield firsthand, knew that life and death hung in the balance in an instant. Who could afford to be distracted to the point of disregarding their very lives? Such tales were for those who wished to believe them, but she certainly did not. The notion of being rendered speechless by Xie Yun held a modicum of plausibility. Yet surely not all rumors are devoid of truth, especially since he no longer fought on the battlefield. Lavio remarked thoughtfully. Shen Yu pondered for a moment, finding some truth in the words spoken. Many years ago, he had suffered severe injuries on the battlefield, reportedly from a poisoned arrow, and since then, he had never returned to the front lines. With the North being prosperous, the young gentlemen there were all quite cultured. It was possible that he had chosen a different path after his retirement. The lights in the courtyard had dimmed considerably, and the two had stealthily slipped out. Upon returning, Shen Yu gently called out, "Hong Qiao." Having spent the entire night masquerading as a young lady, Hong Qiao quickly turned over in bed, lifted the curtain, and emerged. "You're finally back. The eldest young master came by earlier, but I managed to deflect him. Did anything slip?" "No," replied Hong Qiao. Shen Yu removed her hairpins and ornaments, tossing them onto the dressing table, and from her sleeve pocket, she retrieved a small packet of medicinal powder, sitting before the vanity. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Linzhi had either taken the wrong medicine or been struck by lightning. He had already deviated from the course of the past life, and she wondered if her father and brother would follow the same path to the battlefield. If her memory served her correctly, the urgent report of the invasion by the Jueshi army was to be submitted to the Ministry of War on the 9th day of the 9th month, with the cabinet deciding on the commanding general. On the 11th day, her father and brother would enter the palace and leave the capital for Yanliang Pass that very day. As long as she could prevent them from entering the palace, the cabinet would naturally deliberate on appointing another general. The situation was pressing, and His Majesty would not delay. Once the imperial decree was issued, her father and brother would be safe. The following day was the Double Ninth Festival. They were originally supposed to ascend heights, worship ancestors, and enjoy chrysanthemums, but the general's residence had closed its doors to guests, instead inviting 2 doctors from the largest medical establishment in the capital to their home. It was unclear what had afflicted this family, as 3 had suddenly fallen ill: General Shen, the young general, and the rumored lame young lady of the Shen family. Illness had struck like a landslide, leaving all 3 bedridden. Shen Yu lay in bed, having vomited 5 or 6 times that day, feeling utterly weak and drained. As if half her life force had been sapped away. Surely, her father and brother were faring no better. "Miss, wake up. Something has happened." Shen Yu groggily opened her eyes, feeling even weaker than the previous day. "What is it?" Hong Qiao squatted by the bedside, wiping the sweat from her neck with a handkerchief, her face etched with urgency. "The general has entered the palace." "What?" Shen Yu sprang from the bed, only to find her legs give way beneath her. Hadn't her father been too ill to attend court? He could hardly walk yesterday. Lu Yao, frowning, added, "Someone from the palace has arrived again, this time with a royal physician. We don't know what has transpired over there, but it has been quite noisy." And then the general left. Shen Yu hastily threw off the covers and attempted to stand, only to feel her legs weaken again. "How long has he been gone?" Lu Yao supported her arm. "He has only been gone for a short while. We should be able to catch up," Shen Yu instructed. "Hong Qiao, you ride ahead to intercept him and say it's from me. Also, prepare a carriage." She realized her oversight. She had thought that as long as she could prevent her father from entering the palace, there would be room for maneuver. The court was not devoid of capable generals. As long as another general received the emperor's decree, they would have more time to investigate the matter. Yet, she had still underestimated Shen Zhongyan. The Shen family has served in the military for generations, yet they have never held any noble titles. It was through his valiant efforts on the battlefield that Shen Zhongyan ascended to the rank of general, steadily climbing up from the sea of corpses. His feelings for the border are far deeper than for Xinjiang. When war breaks out, he cannot merely rise from his bed. He must make his way to the front lines. As dawn broke, the carriage sped forth, arriving at the palace gates, but Shen Zhongyan was nowhere to be found. Instead, the anxious Hong Qiao, who had been dispatched to pursue him, awaited there. "Did you fail to catch up?" Shen Yu inquired, lifting the curtain of the carriage. Hong Qiao's cheeks flushed, having galloped tirelessly and drenched in sweat. Though she had indeed caught up and conveyed the necessary words, she was utterly unable to detain him. A sense of heaviness settled in Shen Yu's heart as she pondered a solution, when suddenly the sound of hoofbeats echoed nearby. Chapter 8. Kneeling down as Jiang Linzhi dismounted from his carriage, he spotted Shen Yu at the palace gate. He had heard of her illness the previous day. The few medicinal herbs he had sent to her home were returned. To his surprise, he encountered her here. "Miss Shen." Shen Yu turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. Jiang Linzhi, adorned in his peacock-patterned official robe, approached her. Lord Jiang. Jiang Linzhi scrutinized her countenance, noting her pallor, which indicated she was indeed quite ill. Her small face lacked any color, reminiscent of the times she had languished in sickness. What brings you here, Miss Shen? He inquired. Shen Yu remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Linzhi discerned the reason and asked, Has General Shen already entered the palace? An urgent report had arrived last night, prompting the Ministry of Revenue officials to hastily calculate military expenses and logistical supplies. He himself had endured a sleepless night, returning home only at dawn to change into his official attire for court. With the ongoing border conflicts, he recalled how Shen Zhongyan and Shen Zhao had perished at the frontier in a past life. Hearing of their grave illness yesterday, he had harbored doubts about their motives for feigning sickness to evade battle, but now it seemed otherwise. Shen Yu nodded, still silent. Noticing her grave expression, Jiang Linzhi pondered briefly and reassured her, There is no need for concern. General Shen will return shortly. Yes, shortly, she echoed, but upon his return, he must hastily journey to the border again, and when he comes back, it may be as a lifeless corpse. Shen Yu appeared to foresee the tragic repetition of past events. Realizing that time was running short for the court assembly, Jiang Linzhi glanced at the palace gate and then back at her, feeling a pang of empathy. Is there any way I can assist you? Shen Yu's thoughts shifted. It seemed that fate was unyielding, and she could only make the best of a dire situation. However, some matters were too sensitive to disclose to outsiders, as speaking could potentially give others leverage against her. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yu bit her lip and said, Please, Lord Jiang, convey a message on my behalf. I am no longer able to endure. Given Shen Zhongyan's fondness for her, this reason might suffice to delay him. Jiang Linzhi examined her closely, his eyes filled with confusion. Relay it as such, Lord Jiang, Shen Yu instructed. Why? Because I cannot allow my father to go to Yanliang Pass at this time. Jiang Linzhi's heart jolted at her response. Why? Shen Yu shook her head. No reason. Simply relay it as I have stated. Jiang Linzhi exhaled, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. He offered her a faint smile. Rest assured, I shall convey your message. The day had fully dawned, the sun inching higher in the sky. The heavy palace gates creaked open, allowing officials to emerge one after another. Shen Zhongyan, in frail health, lagged behind, his gait slow. Accompanying him were a few colleagues, along with Jiang Linzhi. As Shen Yu glanced over, Jiang Linzhi happened to meet her gaze and subtly shook his head. She had anticipated such an outcome. On the return journey to the general's residence, father and daughter shared a carriage, yet throughout the ride, Shen Zhongyan remained silent. Upon entering the estate, he led Shen Yu directly to the ancestral hall. Inside the hall, incense wafted through the air, and dozens of spirit tablets were arranged. Shen Zhongyan's gaze swept across them before he queried in a low voice, Did you administer the medicine? Initially, he found the matter suspicious, and after hearing the words conveyed by Hong Qiao this morning, he began to harbor doubts. Shen Yu's lips moved slightly, and she responded gently with a sound of affirmation. Why? I do not wish for you and brother to go to battle. Kneel. Shen Zhongyan suddenly shouted sternly. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Shen Zhao beheld the sight of Shen Yu, pale-faced, collapsing to the ground. The sound of her knees striking the floor was painfully audible. Father. As Shen Zhao began to speak, Shen Zhongyan raised his hand to silence him, instructing Shen Yu. Repeat what you have just said while facing the ancestral tablets. Shen Yu gritted her teeth, lifted her head, and declared solemnly, I do not want you and brother to go to battle, hence I administered medicine to your meals. Ah, you? Shen Zhao looked at her in astonishment. No, father. There must be a misunderstanding. The urgent report only arrived last night. You could not have foreseen this and acted in advance. Shen Zhongyan replied. Let her speak for herself. I feared that you and brother might not return from this battle, so I preemptively poisoned your food. Her complexion was ashen, yet her eyes were bloodshot, brimming with tears. Shen Zhongyan questioned further, And why did you not spare yourself? Shen Yu replied, If only the two of you were to fall ill, I feared others might suspect you were feigning sickness to evade battle. If more were affected, it would be different. Shen Zhongyan snorted derisively. You have certainly considered this thoroughly, even enlisting several physicians from the Huachuntang, all because of a mere dream. It was not merely a dream. Shen Yu, still kneeling, turned to face Shen Zhongyan, lifting her head to plead, Father, please do not go. I have never asked you for anything, but this time I implore you, do not leave me alone. Very well, Shen Zhongyan responded. Then tell me what shall become of the people at the border? If father does not go, naturally another general will take his place. Time did not linger for her to devise a solution. She found herself devoid of alternatives. Shen Zhongyan shook his head, disappointment flickering in his gaze as he regarded her. The Shen family had never produced those who feared for their own lives. Did other generals not have wives and children? Moreover, tell me who can take your place? He continued, the Shao family's army guards the Red River, and the border of Chongzhou is frequently troubled by nomads from the north. The generals along the southern front have not returned home for 3 years. Tell me, who will step in? Who shall resist the Jueshi people beyond Yanliang Pass? Do you truly believe every place is as peaceful as Xinjing? That tranquility is earned through the blood and iron of the soldiers. It is not a matter of fearing death, but rather an inability to disregard the well-being of the populace. As soldiers, their very essence is intertwined with the land of the Great Zhou. What if they were to charge into battle, facing bloodshed? What if they were to return home in shrouds? Each general, prior to their expedition, had long been prepared for the possibility of never returning. Tears welled in Shen Yu's eyes. She understood her father's mindset all too well, rendering her unable to voice her thoughts. Even if she did, he would resolutely march to the front lines. The notion of her father and brother perishing in battle, only to end up in disgrace, was a thought that caused her heart to ache unbearably. Shen Zhongyan gazed down at her. She is his proud daughter, a natural talent for martial arts. Her innate qualities surpassing even those of Shen Zhao by a few degrees. Alas, she is but a girl. Had she been a boy, the Shen family would undoubtedly have produced another general, one even more distinguished than he. Regrettably, the Great Zhou has never witnessed a female general. He sighed, raising his hand to stroke her head. Ah, you, even if what you say is true, I cannot retreat. You have fought alongside me on the battlefield, stronger than many men in Shangjing. You have witnessed the brutality of war. Those words should not have escaped your lips. Shen Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. In her previous life, she would never have uttered such things, but having endured the anguish of losing her nearest and dearest, she desires nothing more than for them to live well, even if it costs her own life. Shen Zhongyan, still ailing, found it increasingly difficult to stand. Yet he remained upright, gazing at the array of memorial tablets. You kneel here and reflect. Do not rise without my command. Shen Zhao remained in place, waiting for Shen Zhongyan's silhouette to vanish at the doorway before squatting down before Shen Yu, producing a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Still sniffling, are we? Shen Yu lowered her head, feeling certain that her father was deeply disappointed in her. Child, look at me. Shen Yu lifted her gaze, hearing him solemnly declare. He will never be disappointed in you. You are his pride, and you are my pride as well. Chapter 9 Concealment. Shen Yu felt a sudden heaviness in her eyes. Fixating intently on Shen Zhao, he, in turn, perceived the reluctance reflected in her gaze and sought to reassure her. Everything will be fine. Your brother is invincible in battle. Come, give me a smile. Shen Yu pressed her lips together, attempting to force a smile that turned out to be more grotesque than a frown. Forget the smile. It looks dreadful, Shen Zhao said, reaching to pull her up. Just kneel for a while, and it doesn't matter. Father won't know. Shen Yu shook her head, freeing herself from his grasp, and continued to kneel. When do we depart? In a couple of days, Shen Zhao replied with a smile. Who told you to administer that medicine? My legs are still weak. How can I ride like this? Shen Yu sniffled. You're so feeble. It's no wonder you haven't found a wife yet. With a feigned gesture of reproach, Shen Zhao pinched her cheek lightly. Is it that I cannot find one? I simply have no time to search. Nonsense, Shen Yu retorted, pushing his hand away. The third daughter of the Yu family fancies you, I know. Shen Zhao admonished. Do not tarnish the young lady's reputation. Shen Yu shifted her knees. The unyielding floor was unkind, and kneeling was indeed painful. It's true. Don't think I'm unaware. She sent you delicacies, and you rejected them, only to sneak a glance at her later. Are you not embarrassed? You wouldn't understand. Shen Zhao replied, nonchalantly sitting on the ground and pulling her down beside him. Consider our father, who returns only once a year. Do you think mother lacks grievances? I do not wish to delay someone else's daughter. Perhaps she would welcome being delayed by you. Shen Yu turned her head to look at him, unable to articulate her feelings, her heart feeling tightly constricted, lacking any space to breathe. She recalled that the third daughter of the Yu family was named Yu Wanqiu, who had once come to assist her on her wedding day and wept at her banquet. They shared an unspoken understanding, both aware of the tears shed for whom. At least until her death, Yu Wanqiu had not married, and she was a year older than Shen Yu. Miss Yu is exceptionally kind. I wish for her to become my sister-in-law. I know, Shen Zhao replied. Shen Yu grasped Shen Zhao's hand tightly. This time, we will march together and return together. and then you will seek her out. Shen Zhao's eyes flickered, and he turned to gaze at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. All right. He stood to depart. Brother. Shen Yu called. Shen Zhao turned back, asking, what is it? Gathering her courage, Shen Yu inquired, do you believe in reincarnation? Shen Zhao furrowed his brow. Reincarnation? Yes. Shen Yu nodded. It feels as if I have lived again, and all the regrets of my past life can still be rectified. Shen Zhao squatted before her, brushing his fingers against her forehead. Have you been feverish these past few days? What nonsense are you speaking? You don't believe me? Shen Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. I do, Shen Zhao chuckled. How could I not? Now, enough of this fanciful thinking. Shen Yu felt her heart sink. Indeed, no one would believe such an extraordinary occurrence. Though Shen Zhao verbally affirmed his belief, his eyes conveyed an entirely different message. Shen Yu remained kneeling until the sun sank in the west, with the glow of dusk gradually obscured. Only then did her maid enter to light the lamps, after which she brought in the food and set a small table before her. The general remarked that in the pitch black of night, even the ancestors could not see the young lady kneeling, so it was unnecessary to continue, yet she must still kneel during the daylight hours. Such were the words of Shen Zhongyan, who, although genuinely concerned that the night chill might cause her harm, chose to offer a rather nonsensical excuse. Seated on the ground, Shen Yu slowly straightened her legs, a tingling and piercing pain spreading from her knees, rendering her immobile for quite some time. Are my father and brother doing any better? She inquired. The maid responded affirmatively. They are indeed improved, but they require a couple more days of rest. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Yu accepted the chopsticks and began to eat. That night, she endured a makeshift lodging in the ancestral hall, and the following day, she was not released from kneeling until darkness fell again. Green medicine and red xiao came to assist her. Shen Yu found herself unable to stand, her legs too stiff to straighten. The two maids supported her on either side, escorting her back and preparing a medicinal soup to soothe her. Upon lifting her pant leg, they discovered her knees swollen and red, with some areas exhibiting bruising. Seeing this, Green medicine felt a pang of sympathy, unable to suppress her tears as she lamented. The general truly has a heart of stone. Look at the state of your knees. If you keep this up, your legs will be rendered useless. Shen Yu winced in pain, exclaiming, please refrain from cursing me. They won't be useless. Red Xiao scolded, whom can you blame? You overindulged in medicine, collapsed yourself, and in consequence, had to endure a session of kneeling. With a sudden burst of action, Red Xiao pressed a warm cloth onto Shen Yu's legs, leaving her no time for further protest. The sensation of the medicated cloth was excruciating, a combination of numbness, itchiness, and sharp pain. Shen Yu grasped the blanket, enduring the discomfort for a while before finally speaking. You could have at least warned me in advance. The pain was still relentless. The two maids had been chosen by her, having served her loyally for many years, and she had never regarded them as mere servants, leading to a rather impertinent attitude. They are set to depart tomorrow morning, correct? She asked. It's actually the day after tomorrow, Red Xiao replied. Shen Yu was puzzled. So late? Red Xiao took the cloth from Green medicine, explaining, the Emperor has dispatched an additional 20,000 elite cavalry. The general has ordered the main army to set out ahead, and they will catch up with us in due time. Nodding in understanding, Shen Yu conceded that it made sense. After treating her legs, she directed the two maids to gather her clothing, all while seated on her bed, dictating her needs. Surely we need not bring that. By October, it is nearly snowing beyond the pass. This fabric is too precious. A durable cloak will suffice, something resistant to wear and dirt. The two young maids busily organized her belongings, and once everything was collected and she was settled in for the night, they finally left the room. As they stepped outside, Green medicine whispered, I didn't dare say a word earlier, fearing that if the young lady found out, she might strike me down. Green medicine was known for her straightforwardness, and once she began to lie, she would stammer. Red Xiao retorted, just keep quiet. If you dare tell her, the general will deal with you first. Green medicine pulled in her neck, then I shall prioritize my safety. Shen Yu lay in bed all day, only managing to rise and move about the following afternoon. Tomorrow she will depart from Beijing. Currently, her mobility is hindered, and she cannot afford to delay their progress. She must rise and move about to recuperate. While she was walking within the room, she suddenly heard a commotion outside in the courtyard. Chapter 10. Detained as Shen Yu gently leaned against the wall to open the door, she beheld Shen Yin standing at the entrance, accompanied by her personal maid who held a food box in her hand. Am I not allowed to see my elder sister? Shen Yin inquired. I beg your pardon. Second miss, Hong Xiao replied, but the general has instructed that no visitors are to be admitted these days. Shen Yan's expression darkened momentarily, but her eyes suddenly caught sight of Shen Yu, who had opened the door. Elder sister. Shen Yu beckoned her inside. Come in. Shen Yan hesitated, glancing at the obstructive Hong Xiao and Lu Yao, still somewhat wary. Do not mind them, Shen Yu said lightly. If they dare to hinder you again, I shall have them clean the stables. With the obstacle removed, Shen Yan smiled and moved closer, taking Shen Yu's arm as she seated herself. Is your leg feeling better? She inquired. It's manageable, Shen Yu replied. Shen Yan signaled for her maid to set down the food box and began to unveil the delicate pastries within. Do you have a taste? As Shen Yu picked up one of the pastries, ready to take a bite, she glanced up to find Lu Yao and Hong Xiao standing at the door, their eyes fixed upon her as if they were affixed there. Do you both wish to eat? She asked. Both Lu Yao and Hong Xiao shook their heads in unison. Then why do you linger there like sentinels? The door is wide open and it's rather chilly. You may leave now. With that, both maids retreated, closing the door behind them, leaving only Shen Yu and Shen Yan in the room. Though they were sisters, their emotional bond paled in comparison to that shared with Shen Zhao. They had not grown up together. One was proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while the other excelled in martial skills, leaving them with little common ground. Throughout the years, their conversations had been few and far between, often reduced to trivial topics. Your hairpin looks lovely today, Shen Yu remarked. Shen Yan touched her hair at the temples and replied, This was a gift from you. Oh, was it? Shen Yu said, somewhat taken aback. Shen Yan nodded, extending her wrist adorned with an exquisite jade bracelet of considerable value. This too was a gift from elder sister. You have given me so many gifts that I cannot possibly remember them all. However, I can recall quite clearly the few items I used that you bestowed upon me. Though the general's residence did not boast the thousands of servants found in noble households, it still commanded a semblance of dignity. The family may have been small, yet the servants numbered in the hundreds. Shen Zhongyan entrusted all military honors and rewards to Madame Shen, who, unversed in household management, could only maintain an appearance of prosperity. With merely the rental income from a few shops and properties, Shen Yan could scarcely afford to acquire any decent jewelry in private. In contrast, Shen Yu was different. Her mother had passed away early, and grandmother Lu doted on her as her sole granddaughter, showering her with gold, silver, and fine silks. Yet, she had little interest in adornments, believing that such trinkets might hinder her martial training, as any slight movement could send her ornaments flying. After a few forced exchanges, Shen Yu found herself at a loss for words, continually stuffing her mouth with pastries. These are delightful. Where did you procure them? She asked. Shen Yan's gaze flickered slightly as she softly replied, They were sent by Lord Jiang for you to enjoy. Just then, a pastry lodged itself in Shen Yu's throat. In her previous life, Jiang Linzhi felt as though she had been poisoned through her meals, a memory that still lingers vividly in her mind, causing an immediate urge to expel everything she had just consumed. Shen Yu lost her appetite, discarding the half-eaten pastry onto the table, and absent-mindedly brushed the crumbs from her fingers, stating, I had instructed the gatekeeper not to accept anything from him. You ought to refrain from delivering messages on his behalf in the future. Shen Yan, casting a furtive glance at her elder sister, pondered aloud. Is it that you harbor no feelings for him? To which Shen Yu replied, I have no affection for him. Hence there is no need for him to squander any more of his time. Shen Yan pressed her lips together, acknowledging the sentiment with a silent understanding. The two fell into a stifling silence, and sensing the awkwardness in the air, Shen Yan stood to leave. However, pausing at the doorway, she hesitated for a moment before revealing, Father and elder brother departed 2 days ago. Shen Yu turned to her in shock. Shen Yan continued. Father specifically instructed me not to inform you. They set off after you were punished to kneel for an hour that day. Why would you tell me? Shen Yu inquired. Because I knew you would want to know, Shen Yan replied. With the situation at the border growing dire, Shen Zhongyan and his son were unable to rest. Understanding his daughter well, Shen Zhongyan was aware that she would wish to accompany them. Consequently, in an unprecedented move, he made her kneel for 2 days, intending to confine Shen Yu to their home. Once the conflict commenced, it could last anywhere from several months to a couple of years, and Shen Yu, being of a certain age, was still a girl who could not afford to waste her youth on the front lines. As soon as Shen Yan departed, Shen Yu summoned her 2 maids. Green Medicine entered the room and immediately noticed a bundle on the table, which she had collected for Shen Yu the previous day. Red Xiao sensed something was amiss and timidly called out. Mississippi. Shen Yu looked up, asking, Did father mention when he would depart? Red Xiao replied, tomorrow. What time? At the hour of the rabbit. With a resounding clap, Shen Yu struck the table, exclaiming, tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit. Are you departing, or am I? Father has been gone for 3 days, and you kept this from me until now. Green Medicine exchanged glances with Red Xiao, her legs giving way as she knelt, tugging at Red Xiao's sleeve so that both knelt at the doorway. Shen Yu, feeling exasperated, commanded, bring my horse. Green Medicine stood to comply but was pulled back by Red Xiao. Red Xiao raised her head, stating, the general has a message for you. Speak. I know. Green Medicine began. Naively, the general said, that stubborn girl is determined to follow. If we cannot stop her, tell her to stay in Shijing. This is a military order, miss. These are the exact words of the general. With such derogatory terms being used, Shen Yu could hardly remain oblivious to the source of the message. Green Medicine mimicked Shen Zhong'an's tone, which made Shen Yu chuckle in exasperation. Shen Yu replied coldly, I am not enlisted. Military orders do not bind me. In my father's absence, I hold the greatest authority here. Whoever brings my horse shall accompany me. Mississippi. All right then, Green Medicine interjected. Before Red Xiao could finish her thought, Green Medicine dashed away in a flurry. The biting wind howled as the sentry atop the watchtower battled drowsiness, keenly observing the rustling of the grass around him. Rubbing his hands together, he muttered, it's freezing cold. I dare say it might snow soon. Another soldier was utterly exhausted, crouching partially to shield himself from the wind. You keep watch for a moment, pay close attention. We shall switch shifts soon. The soldier lay sprawled over the railing of the watchtower, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the area beyond the camp. All right, for 1 hour, then it will be my turn. Wait, what was that? The crouching soldier, sensing a change in tone, quickly rose. What is it? The previous soldier rubbed his eyes and looked again, yet saw nothing amiss. Perhaps I was mistaken. There was merely a shadow. I thought it was a person, but it vanished in an instant. People do not disappear so swiftly. In the darkness of night, those assigned to the watchtower possessed keen vision and hearing. The surprise had invigorated the soldier, who too leaned over the watchtower to scrutinize the surroundings. Shen Yu lay hidden behind the parapet, patiently waiting for a full incense stick's duration before stealthily slipping into the camp under the cover of night. Soldiers patrolled the grounds during the night. She took refuge in a spot sheltered from the wind beside the tents, resting until morning when she mingled with the soldiers during their morning drills. Chapter 11. Camp. A formidable army of 100,000 encamped on the southern slopes of Black Sparrow Mountain, and less than 100 miles ahead lay Yin-Yang Pass. Led by Shen Zhong'an, the troops stood as a formidable shield, interposing themselves between the Western Zhou people and the citizens within the pass. Shen Yu trailed behind the procession, and the group eventually reached a temporary drill ground, where they came to a halt in a spacious area. Shen Yu, tall and striking among women, appeared less conspicuous in the midst of a throng of men. The soldier in front towered above her by half a head, glancing back at her once. Then again after a brief moment. Shen Yu touched her face. She had deliberately darkened her complexion and thickened her eyebrows to appear more rugged upon infiltrating the ranks. The soldier turned back for a third time, and Shen Yu's hand, which hung at her side, was poised to strike. In this crowded setting, should he call out her name, her true identity would be compromised. The moment he moved or spoke, she would have no choice but to incapacitate him. The man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her for some time before pointing his finger. You are that mountain cannon, aren't you? Shen Yu replied. You mountain cannon. Your whole family is a mountain cannon. Yet with a smile, she said, yes, that's me. Have you been assigned to our unit? He inquired. Shen Yu nodded. Why are you standing back there? Come forward, he urged, pulling her closer and taking her previous position. The camp bustled with a multitude of soldiers. Each year, lives were lost in battle, and each year new recruits were called forth. After every campaign, formations were reorganized, and the fallen were replaced. It was common for someone to be seen one day and gone the next, making it difficult to remember faces. Just days prior, they had clashed with the Western Zhou, suffering thousands of casualties, while the enemy endured even greater losses. Following Shen Zhong'an's orders, they pursued the enemy for 10 miles before establishing camp. Even the most battle-weary men found their spirits lifted after such a confrontation. The drill ground echoed with shouts as soldiers assembled to account for their numbers. When the name Yang Bang was called, a voice from behind boomed, "Present." The shout was deafening, nearly rupturing Shen Yu's eardrum. She rubbed her ears and noticed a figure mounted on a majestic steed, trotting steadily between the ranks. Shen Zhao's piercing gaze swept across the throng of soldiers. At this distance, he appeared indistinct, yet knowing he could not see her, Shen Yu instinctively lowered her head to hide. If Shen Zhao were to discover her, he would undoubtedly have her bound and sent back to Shengjing. Shen Zhao halted atop a high platform, leaning towards his adjutant to exchange a few words. The adjutant nodded, and soon after, Shen Zhao descended from the platform. Shen Yu's gaze remained fixed on him, so absorbed that she failed to notice the movement of the ranks until a man behind her nudged her, whispering, "Hurry, keep moving." He added with a grumble, "How can you be so frail? One gust of wind could topple you. What made you decide to enlist?" As the ranks shifted, Shen Yu absent-mindedly replied, "We can't afford food at home. If I don't join the army, I'll starve." Yang Bang responded, "That is quite similar to my situation. My entire family is gone, leaving me alone. I figured it would be better to take to the battlefield and take down a few Western Jew, even if I perish. I'd at least drag a few of those barbarians down with me." In the brief moment of conversation, Shen Yu lost sight of Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao hurriedly rode his horse to the main tent, dismounted, and entered the canvas enclosure, where a light flickered even in the bright daylight. He took a seat and remarked, "It seems snow is on the way." Shen Zhongan inquired, "Isn't the supply convoy already 10 days overdue?" 11 days, Shen Zhao replied, sipping on the last of the hot tea, a rather lackluster brew of aged leaves that nonetheless provided a much-needed boost. His brow furrowed tightly. He was perplexed by the incompetence of the supply team. "I checked this morning, and we have enough provisions to last only 2 more days." The adage "the army marches on its stomach" had been a guiding principle since their departure from Xinjiang, and although the first batch of supplies had arrived on time, subsequent shipments had been unaccountably delayed. Shen Zhongan frowned, fearing mishaps on the road. "If the snow begins to fall, the paths for our horses will become treacherous. Send a contingent to retrieve the supplies and dispatch a scout to investigate." Shen Zhao cast aside his riding whip. "I have managed to procure another batch of grain from the Ganzhou prefecture, which should arrive by tomorrow. However, this is the final shipment. This year has not been bountiful, and their granaries are nearly empty. They must also reserve some for spring planting. The grain borrowed will only sustain us for an additional 5 days." Ganzhou Prefecture, situated within Yinjiang Pass, is the largest city near the border, and if their reserves are limited, ordinary families will undoubtedly face dire straits. Shen Zhongan sighed, hoping the supply team would arrive soon. Shen Zhao felt an unsettling anxiety over the past few days. "General, we must prepare for contingencies. If we cannot force the Shijiuet to retreat within 7 days and our supplies do not arrive, we shall be in a precarious position." Although they were father and son, they addressed each other by rank in the military. "What are your thoughts?" Shen Zhongan asked. Today's drills were minimal, primarily focused on counting personnel, with the entire army taking a rest. As the formation dispersed, Yang Bang pulled Shen Yu by the shoulder towards their tent. "Our tent is rather sparse. With the 2 brothers lost recently, there are now only 7 of us, including you." He lifted the tent flap. Inside sat 4 or 5 men. Fortunate it was winter, as everyone remained shod despite the chill. Shen Yu recalled a visit during the sweltering summer, where soldiers had stripped to the waist and gone barefoot. A sense so overwhelming it could bring one to tears. Yang Bang introduced the men. "This is Yu Dazue, this is a Hu, and this is..." After completing the introductions, he patted Shen Yu's shoulder. "This one is Shan Quan." "Who gave you that nickname?" Yu Dazue inquired, his mouth as large as his name suggested. Shen Yu was equally curious as to why Yang Bang had chosen such a moniker for him. "What about your belongings?" Yang Bang asked. Shen Yu's bundle lay hidden beneath a nearby tent, filled with everyday items. Retrieving it would be inconvenient, and she did not intend to linger long. After 5 days, once the impending battle had concluded, she would depart. "I have nothing of significance," she replied. Ahu scrutinized her. "You are so thin. Can you wield a sword?" Shen Yu met his gaze defiantly. "I could manage just fine against you." As Judah chuckled, his laughter only widened his already expansive mouth, revealing all 32 of his gleaming teeth, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yang Bang gestured, urging him to temper his mirth, lest the newcomer be frightened away. Yang Bang, a well-meaning individual, even went so far as to assist Shen Yu in acquiring a blanket and an outfit. Chapter 12. The Obstruction. As night fell, the tent was filled with the intermittent sounds of snoring. Shen Yu was unable to sleep, her mind repeatedly contemplating the events of her previous life. In her memory, the urgent reports from Shengjing unfolded as follows. On the 27th of October, Shen Zhao led a surprise attack on the Western Jew camp and became trapped. Shen Zhongan, commanding the remaining soldiers, went forth to rescue him. Despite the exhortations of the supervising general, Shen Zhongan pressed on, falling into a trap, resulting in the annihilation of an entire army of 100,000 at the gates. The military report was vague, and the precise happenings at the front were shrouded in mystery, for out of the 100,000 soldiers, only a handful survived. She had found the situation perplexing in her past life. She knew her father well, a man of utmost caution, and to describe him as reckless was indeed inappropriate. However, she had remained uninformed due to her seclusion, only learning some details after marrying Jiang Linzhi. It was evident that there had been treachery during that battle. Such a loss of life, 100,000 valiant soldiers, meant that someone had to bear the blame, and regardless of any ambiguities, Shen Hao had become the prime suspect. During the day, Shen Yu took the initiative to assist in delivering items between the tents, seizing the opportunity to familiarize herself with the layout of the camp. Aside from the heavily guarded granary, she noticed no unusual activity elsewhere. Presently, she found no signs of defeat in their circumstances. The situation at Yanliang Pass left her feeling like a headless fly, wandering aimlessly, hoping to uncover any potential clues while secretly slipping out of the camp to meet a few individuals in the city. As night deepened, the temperature plummeted. An biting northern wind swept through, as if it carried daggers, causing her cheeks to sting. A gallant steed galloped swiftly towards the camp, a scout riding furiously. As he approached the camp's entrance, he raised his command token, hastily reporting the news. The sentinels inspected the token and allowed him entry. The scout did not dismount, racing directly to the main tent. "General, urgent report." Shen Hao, restless in his sleep, turned at the sound and entered. Upon the scout's arrival, he knelt and conveyed, "General, the supply convoy has been completely annihilated. We have not seen any sign of the baggage train." Shen Hao's expression darkened as he threw on a cloak and commanded, "Summon Shen Hao to my tent." Shen Hao had just risen from his bed, and the messenger dared not speak of the matter until he entered the tent and heard Shen Hao recount the situation. Shen Hao stated, "The supply convoy was small. It appears they were ambushed by mountain bandits." Shen Hao shook his head. The convoy had no provisions to carry. Bandits would not undertake such a thankless task. "It is likely someone has framed them." The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the ominous signals in the other's eyes. Shen Hao rubbed his face vigorously to awaken himself, declaring, "We must act swiftly before our reserves are depleted. We may have to resort to the second plan." Shen Hao nodded, convening the generals that very night to discuss their strategy. In the evening, Yang Bang retreated into his tent. The wind sliced through him like a blade. He would prefer the snow to fall instead. Yuda spoke up, "Snowfall is out of the question. Troops are being mobilized over there, which likely means something is afoot." Shen Yu had been attentively observing the movements of the military camp, yet she had failed to notice any signs of troop deployment. Today marked the 25th, which was indeed 2 days earlier than in her previous life. She seized Yudazuei by the collar, demanding, "What did you say? How do you know?" Startled, Yudazuei cautioned her to keep quiet, revealing that a fellow townsman stationed at the vanguard camp had mentioned it during a previous encounter. Shen Yu refrained from further questioning and lifted the tent flap to step outside. Yudazuei called after her, "Make sure you don't spill this secret." Shen Yu stood still in the wind for a moment, the chill invigorating her senses. She realized that she could not remain passive, regardless of whether events unfolded as anticipated. She needed to alert Shen Hao in advance. As Shen Hao exited the main tent and headed towards his own, he pondered the strategies for the impending battle. Approaching his tent, he casually glanced around, but after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly froze, his gaze fixed in disbelief at a particular direction. As dusk fell, the figure 5 meters away was nearly indistinguishable. Shen Hao retrieved a torch from the entrance and advanced towards the shadowy figure, his expression darkening with each step. By the time he reached the individual, his face was as grimy as the bottom of a pot. He took a few deep breaths, then raised his hand from the hilt of his sword, pointing at the person and commanding, "Get in here." Shen Yu, head bowed and looking dejected, trailed behind Shen Hao into the tent. Upon entering, Shen Hao discarded his sword onto the table and turned to face Shen Yu, exclaiming, "You've got some nerve. Haven't you? Wearing military garb, where did you steal it?" "It was taken from a deserter," Shen Yu replied softly. Shen Hao strode over, wiping the grime from her face with his sleeve, scolding, "Look at what you've done to yourself." Shen Yu winced from the roughness, pushing his hand away and solemnly stating, "Brother, before you scold me, I have something far more pressing to discuss." Understanding her well, Shen Hao recognized her capricious nature but also her seriousness in critical matters. "What is it? Are you planning to launch a surprise attack on the Shijue camp tonight?" Shen Zhao's expression darkened instantly as he scrutinized her for a long moment before asking, "How did you come by this information?" "I don't have time to explain." Shen Yu replied urgently, "But tonight is not feasible." Shen Zhao pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Time does not wait for us. We can no longer afford to delay against the Shijue. Snow is imminent, and our war horses are ill-suited for the cold. The Shijue fight with greater prowess in the snow." And he left the sentence unfinished. Shen Yu stepped closer. "Is it due to the supplies running low?" Shen Zhao looked up, and Shen Yu disregarded the confusion in his eyes as she continued. "I have been observing the camp's movements for several days, and the follow-up supplies have yet to arrive." Shen Zhao replied heavily, "Aside from the first batch, the subsequent provisions were borrowed from the Guangzhou government. There are no surplus supplies left in the city." Shen Yu nodded and inquired, "How long can the supplies last?" 2 days, he replied. Shen Yu suggested, "There are several small towns within Guangzhou. And to the south lies Chengdu Prefecture. We could transport provisions from there." "You speak so lightly of it," Shen Zhao remarked, as he replenished water in the kettle atop the stove in the tent. "But where will the grain come from?" "The grain from Guangzhou Prefecture was borrowed against a promissory note. They understand the principle that the loss of the lips means the teeth grow cold. So it was imperative to lend. However, should we change to another city, they may not extend us the same courtesy. Furthermore, within the territory of Chengdu Prefecture, there are no granaries to support such a massive expenditure. We will not borrow from the government." Shen Yu's eyes sparkled like jewels illuminated by the firelight. "The Lu family business spans the entire Great Zhou, including numerous rice shops. We could request a loan from my maternal grandmother in Hezhou." Shen Zhao's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again swiftly. He shook his head and remarked, "There is no time. Even if we set off for Hezhou immediately, it would take at least 10 days. Adding the requisition of grain, we would need over half a month. We simply cannot endure that long. 5 days. We only need to hold on for 5 more days." Shen Yu stated, "I dispatched green medicine to Hezhou several days ago, riding my steed Beshao. I anticipate he will arrive within 4 or 5 days. I have also made arrangements for Hong Qiao. She has already taken my token and set off ahead to Chengdu Prefecture to begin preparations for grain supplies. Once the grain from Chengdu arrives, it will suffice to sustain us for a few more days, after which the supplies from Hezhou will follow." Upon hearing her mention that green medicine had departed for Hezhou, a look of suspicion crossed Shen Zhao's face. "How did you come to know of this in advance?" Chapter 13. The raid before Shen Zhao. Shen Yu felt no need for concealment, for he was one of the few individuals she trusted most in this world. It was only upon my arrival at the military camp that I became aware of the logistical issues, compelling me to seek alternative solutions. "I recall having mentioned to you that I had a dream." Shen Zhao nodded. Shen Yu continued, saying, "Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I regard it as a warning." "What did you dream?" Shen Zhao inquired. Shen Yu replied, "You, with 10,000 light cavalry, launched a surprise attack on the southern camp of the Shijue and found yourselves ensnared. Father rallied the troops to rescue you, but to no avail. The battle at Yinliang Pass resulted in a devastating defeat for the Great Zhou, and after the fall of Guangzhou, the populace was slaughtered." Shen Zhao inhaled sharply, for he had indeed dispatched 10,000 light cavalry today, waiting for nightfall to set forth. If this were mere coincidence, it would be an extraordinary one. The kettle on the stove began to boil, the sound of bubbling water resonating incessantly. Shen Zhao took a breath, still struggling to accept the reality. "In your dream, Father and I fought until the very last moment," Shen Yu said with difficulty, her voice trembling. Shen Zhao remained silent, fixated on the kettle's commotion as he pondered. He then heard Shen Yu say, "It is about to snow." Only then did Shen Zhao lift the kettle, turn the cup that had been inverted on the table, and pour a cup of hot water for Shen Yu. The climate west of Yinliang Pass is significantly colder. Historically, the Shijue people would refrain from invading during winter, retreating before the snowfall. "We should have some time left." Shen Yu shook her head, asserting, "They will not retreat." "Why do you say that?" Shen Zhao asked, puzzled. Holding the warm cup, Shen Yu felt the heat in her hands and replied, "Because this year, the Shijue have suffered from drought. They are counting on seizing provisions from within the pass this winter. Otherwise, they would have to slaughter cattle and war horses to survive, which would be devastating for them." Shen Zhao offered a wry smile, remarking, "Little do they know that even the front lines are on the verge of starvation. There is no surplus grain for them to plunder." However, Shen Zhao shifted his tone, noting that a contingent of Shijue soldiers, approximately 2,000 to 3,000 strong, had been observed retreating, led by Boda. Shen Yu searched her mind for the scant memories of that battle. Boda had not retreated, for records indicated his presence during the sacking of the city. He must be lying in wait somewhere. preparing for action. What about the map? She suddenly asked. Shen Hao set down the cup, unfurling a map and indicating the Shijue are currently encamped here, while Boda has retreated from this location. Shen Yu tapped the map, her apprehension growing. Boda had likely not departed at all. As the evening drum sounded for the first time, Shen Hao listened intently and suddenly remarked, "We were scheduled to depart at the hour of the dog." Shen Yu replied, "I have a plan, though it is a risky maneuver, and I cannot guarantee success." "Speak," Shen Hao urged. As the second round of the evening drum resonated, Shen Hao emerged from the main tent, leading 10,000 light cavalry into the night. They were not bound for the originally planned southern camp of the Shijue, but instead headed north, circumventing the Shima River, which sliced through Heek Mountain. Indeed, they had established their encampment here, Shen Hao stated, his expression grave. The Shijue had extended their battle line considerably by navigating around Heek Mountain. They could directly reach the northern side of Yinyang Pass. It appeared that Boda intended to lead his 2,000 soldiers in a surprise assault on the flank of Yinyang Pass. It seems they are preparing to launch a pincer attack, striking from the front while ambushing the rear. Before dawn breaks, when soldiers are at their most fatigued, the camp is eerily quiet. The sentry, wrapped in a cotton coat, dozes atop the watchtower, occasionally opening his eyes to scan the surroundings before succumbing once more to slumber. The night wind howls like a wolf's cry, masking the sounds of rustling dry grass beneath. Shen Yu lies flat against the ground, her form blending seamlessly into the shadows. Alongside her companion, Kong Qing, who is equally camouflaged by the night. Kong Qing, the deputy commander under Shen Hao, had been repeatedly instructed to ensure Shen Yu's survival. As long as she lived, so would he. Shen Zhao's 10,000 troops are stationed 5 miles away, while he holds the rear guard. Shen Yu, with merely 200 elite soldiers, infiltrates the encampment of 10,000. Even if she could take on 100 foes single-handedly, discovery would mean certain death. Yet Shen Hao could not restrain her, allowing her to follow like a stubborn burr. Exchanging a glance, Kong Qing gestured behind him. The patrolling soldiers, sheltered from the wind at the back of the tents, were unsuspecting as someone swiftly covered their mouths and swiftly cut their throats. Unaware of the pain until the chill of death enveloped them. This method was replicated at various locations, with soldiers caught unawares, some even collapsing into their own urine. Shen Yu exhaled white mist, her hands stained crimson with blood, wiping them on her pant leg as she whispered, "Which direction is the supplies?" Kong Qing gestured towards their path, indicating she should wait outside the camp, when the signal was given in a quarter of an hour. She was to expect the general's men. Shen Yu did not respond, swiftly slipping away towards the supply depot. Kong Qing, feeling helpless, recognized that if he could not rein her in, he had no chance. Thus, he reluctantly followed. Upon reaching a certain point, Shen Yu raised her hand to signal a halt, twisting her body to hide behind a tent. Kong Qing, puzzled, remained in place, awaiting her cue. After listening intently for a moment, Shen Yu suddenly whispered, "Something is amiss, it's too quiet." Her observation alerted Kong Qing, who realized that the expected chorus of snoring had been replaced by the sound of the wind. The western camp was deserted. Where had those 20,000 soldiers gone? Shen Yu quickly assessed the situation, recognizing that the enemy had only 2 potential paths. 1, to launch a night assault on the northern gate of Yinyang Pass, or 2, to regroup at the southern camp of Shijue, concentrating their forces for a frontal assault. The more she contemplated, the more alarmed she became. For either scenario hinged upon a critical assumption that the Shijue forces were aware of tonight's ambush. If Shen Hao were to strike at the southern camp, he would undoubtedly fall into a trap, and the Shijue could simultaneously assault the northern gate, executing a coordinated pincer maneuver. It would then depend on whether Shen Zhongan chose to rescue his son or defend Yinyang Pass. Either choice would place him in a precarious position, severely weakening their forces. Kong Qing, equally quick to comprehend, solemnly uttered, "We have a spy among us." Shen Yu nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. As they spoke, she began to retreat in the opposite direction. Kong Qing seized her arm, asking, "Where are you going?" "We must ascertain their destination to formulate our next move." "You stay here." The young lady is unpredictable, leaving Kong Qing with a throbbing headache. Shen Yu made her way out of the camp, only to return along the same path a quarter of an hour later. The end of October brought a biting chill. Yet beads of perspiration had already formed on Shen Yu's brow. Speaking with remarkable speed, she noted that the horse dung on the northern path was still fresh, indicating that they were likely attempting a surprise attack from both flanks. "I will remain here with 20 men. You take the rest and cut off their retreat on the horse path. ensuring they cannot regroup. Just as she spoke, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by 2 brief bird calls. Chapter 14. The return. Shen Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. My brother had also discerned the crux of the matter. I set fire to their supplies. You go sever their route. Once the task is accomplished, send me a signal. When the beacon is lit, they will undoubtedly retreat. And my brother can take advantage of the opportunity for a counterattack. Kong Qing felt a surge of apprehension. The young lady's mind raced with remarkable speed. If it were not for the invigorating night breeze, it would be challenging to keep pace with her. He rose but then crouched again. Perhaps I should stay behind while you sever their route. There are still over 2,000 men in the western camp. It is too perilous. Go quickly, Shen Yu urged, pushing him away. Why are you being so overly cautious? Once he departed, Shen Yu leaned against the shadows to rest, her mind suddenly illuminated. This lifetime would surely not mirror her past, with 100,000 soldiers and both her father and brother still alive. The people within the gates would be able to live in peace and prosperity. Half an hour later, the sound of the watchman echoed through the wind. Shen Yu stretched her limbs, signaling the remaining 10 or so individuals to stealthily approach the granary. The night remained shrouded in darkness, as thick clouds loomed low, obscuring even the stars above. Shen Hao gazed towards the western camp, where the smoke signals had yet to rise. Growing impatient, he unconsciously fidgeted with his thumb on the hilt of his sword. If there is no smoke in another quarter of an hour, I shall launch the assault. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, scouts galloped back. The smoke has ignited. Attack. 10,000 elite cavalry sprang into action, heading towards the northern camp of the western Jew. The sounds of battle echoed within the camp. Upon arrival, Shen Hao beheld Shen Yu drawing her sword, a cascade of blood droplets trailing behind. She caught sight of him and proclaimed, "Brother, there are only 2,000 men left in the camp. You should lead your troops to flank their rear." Amidst the roaring flames, Shen Hao loosed an arrow, striking down an enemy soldier. "I will leave you 2,000 men." "Only 1,000. I insisted on 2,000. Before she could retort, Shen Hao had already issued his command, departing with 2,000 of his men. The camp was filled with the stench of blood, as the elite cavalry accounted for their numbers, capturing 300 soldiers from the western Jew. When Shen Hao reached the southern camp, dawn was just breaking. He led 8,000 soldiers to encircle from the rear right side, while Shen Zhongyan pressed from the front. The situation shifted from one of encirclement to one of being encircled. Despite the previous heavy casualties inflicted upon the western Jew, their numbers were still greater than anticipated. Even in this encircling formation, they did not hold a significant advantage, and the western Jew troops had not suffered considerable losses. Shen Zhongyan extended his hand into the wind, the biting northern breeze coursing between his fingers. Frowning as he surveyed the battlefield, he deliberated before issuing the command, "Retreat." The army withdrew, and as they were halfway through, a flurry of snow began to fall. Fortunately, they had departed in good time. The deputy commander, riding alongside Shen Zhongyan, exclaimed excitedly, "It has been ages since I fought such a thrilling battle." The western Jew thought we would launch a surprise attack on the southern camp. But upon hearing that the northern camp was ablaze, they rushed back for reinforcement. "For the first time, we have outmaneuvered the western Jew," Shen Zhongyan replied. "It is snowing now." This battle was not easily won. The western Jew did not incur heavy losses, and their core strength remains intact. Once they regroup, they may strike again. We must not let our guard down. The deputy commander nodded in agreement. Shen Hao entered the camp with a furrowed brow and immediately inquired, "Has another team returned?" The soldier on guard replied, "No." Shen Hao gazed towards the north, her brow deeply knitted. The western Jew northern camp housed only a little over 2,000 troops. It was unlikely that Shen Yu could be delayed for so long unless the path was still open, and the raiding western Jew forces had returned in time to trap her there. The more she pondered, the more alarmed she became. She addressed the soldiers who had just returned to the camp for rest. "Relay my command. Assemble 30,000 troops at once to accompany me to the western Jew northern camp." Before Shen Zhongyan could return to his tent, he heard her call out urgently and quickly turned back, asking, "What are you planning to do?" Shen Hao, her throat constricted, rode up beside him, her complexion pale. You only left 2,000 behind at the western Jew northern camp, and she has yet to return." "What? When did she arrive?" Shen Zhongyan nearly choked on his words, pointing at Shen Hao with the reins, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He was the first to mount his horse, cracking the whip against the steed's hindquarters, yet paused once more when he reached the main gate. The snow fell heavily, transforming the world into a vast expanse of white in an instant. Standing in the snow, Shen Zhongyan faced a dilemma. On one side was his beloved daughter, and on the other, the call of duty. To advance at this moment could very well lead to an ambush by the Western Zhu forces, who could strike from both sides in the blizzard. He was not merely a father, but a general responsible for the lives of countless soldiers. The weight of his decision was unbearable. "Relay my command. The entire army shall rest," he declared. "General!" Shen Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Shen Zhongyan raised his hand to silence her further protests. He could not bear the thought. But he could not gamble the lives of 10,000 men for his own selfish desires. Shen Hao understood his thoughts, fell silent for a moment, and then suddenly raised her whip, galloping out of the camp. Her father could forsake you, but she could not. She was her brother's sister, having followed him since she learned to speak. Back then, when she was still too small to wield a sword, she clamored to train in martial arts with him. With her eyes reddened, Shen Hao resolved to rescue her sister, even if it meant going alone. "Stop him!" Shen Zhongyan bellowed. The heavy gates were shut tight. Soldiers pushed against the barricade to secure the entrance. "Stand aside, or I shall strike you down as well," Shen Hao shouted at the soldiers blocking the door. Shen Zhongyan, taken aback, replied, "How dare you point your weapon at your own people? Someone disarm him." The two sides were at a stalemate when suddenly a soldier from the watchtower blew a whistle, shouting, "A troop approaches." The wind and snow howled, swirling the flakes chaotically. Visibility from the watchtower was obscured, but as the figures drew nearer, it became clear they were allies. Shen Yu, blinded by the snow, felt her legs numbing from the cold as the wheels creaked through the snow. The line of troops, approximately 200 meters long, drew closer to the main camp. "It's our cavalry," a soldier cried from the watchtower. "Open the gates." Shen Hao did not wait for the soldiers to act, but rushed to open the heavy barricade. As soon as she created a narrow opening, she squeezed through. She dashed across the snow and finally spotted a familiar figure amidst the white. Shen Yu, exhausted, approached on horseback, lowering her head with a smile. "Brother, I have brought you something wonderful." Shen Zhao's eyes were red-rimmed, reminiscent of her childhood when she would eagerly present any treasures she found before him. Shen Zhao extended his hand to catch her. Feeling her entire body was as cold as ice. He hastily unfastened his cloak and enveloped her within it, holding her tightly, rendered speechless by a sense of dread. The fear that she might not return, that she could become ensnared in a deadly struggle, gnawed at him. Shen Yu entered the camp, followed closely by dozens of supply carts pushed by Western captives, with elite cavalry escorting them on either side. Wrapped in the cloak, Shen Yu sat by the fire in the main tent, cradling a cup of hot tea, yet her senses were dulled. The snow on her body melted away, only serving to intensify the chill. Shen Zhongyan gazed at her in silence, several times on the verge of speaking, but upon seeing her pitiable state, found himself unable to utter a word of reproach. Chapter 15. The spy Shen Zhao and Kong Qing knelt within the tent. "Rise," Shen Zhongyan instructed Kong Qing. Glancing at Shen Zhao, who remained kneeling, Kong Qing hesitated to stand. Shen Zhongyan's deputy interjected. "This time, we faced danger yet emerged unscathed. Not only did we catch the Western Zhu off guard, but we also managed to transport back a substantial portion of provisions to the northern camp, which balances our successes and failures." Shen Zhongyan turned his gaze to Shen Zhao, urging, "Speak for yourself." However, Shen Yu quickly interjected, "I came of my own accord. Going to the northern camp was my suggestion." "Silence," Shen Zhongyan reprimanded. Shen Yu pursed her lips, casting Shen Zhao a look that implored for her own salvation. "Xiao Gu, please go and account for the supplies. I have matters to discuss with these two siblings," Shen Zhongyan instructed his deputy, aware that the remaining discussion pertained to family affairs. The deputy respectfully complied and exited the tent. As he stepped outside, a soldier announced that the water was boiled and had been brought to Shen Zhao's tent. Shen Yu, who hadn't bathed properly since entering the camp, could only sneak a quick wipe while the others were asleep. Now, having returned from battle, the dried blood clung uncomfortably to her skin. She eagerly looked towards Shen Zhongyan, waiting for him to speak. Shen Zhongyan averted his gaze and waved his hand, saying, "Zhao, take your sister to your tent. After she washes up, she can return. I have something to say." Once outside, Shen Yu circled to the back of Shen Zhao's tent, squatting beneath it and rummaging for some time until she unearthed a bundle, which she patted in relief. Shen Zhao chuckled, shaking her head in a blend of exasperation and amusement at her sister's unchanged habit of hoarding, reminiscent of a little mouse. As a child, she had hidden food, and now it was unclear what treasure she had concealed. Shen Yu lifted the bundle, declaring, "My clothes and silver notes are all inside." Shen Zhao accompanied her to the tent entrance, saying, "You may go wash now. I'll keep watch for you." Soak your feet in warm water before washing. Having traversed only a short distance, both sisters found themselves dusted with a layer of white snow. Standing at the tent's entrance, a soldier provided an umbrella for Shen Hao. Life in the military camp was far less accommodating than at home. A simple wash was a luxury. Nevertheless, a modest wooden tub had been procured, just large enough for her to squeeze into. As her chilled feet submerged in the water, Xinyu could not suppress a contented sigh of relief. After nearly half an hour, with the water nearly cold, she finally emerged, feeling rejuvenated. The grime had washed away, revealing her porcelain-white face framed within a large cloak. Her damp hair still loosely gathered atop her head. Shen Hao observed her a few times, noting that she finally appeared more pleasing to the eye, albeit thinner. "How could I not be thin?" she complained as they walked side by side to the main tent. "You left me behind. I rushed in a panic without a guide, unable to enter the city. I had to sleep in trees and dilapidated temples, subsisting on dry rations." Shen Hao held the umbrella as they walked together into the main tent, where a group had already gathered around the sand table, several deputy commanders appearing weary and red-eyed. After Shen Hao finished directing them, he sat down with a commanding presence and said, "You recount in detail the events that transpired at the northern camp of the Western Jew." Xinyu proceeded to narrate the occurrences that had unfolded. As the northern winds blew, I set fire to the southern side of the granary. The flames were drawn towards the tents by the wind, and though the blaze appeared fierce, it consumed little of the grain, as we managed to transport most of it back, leaving only what we could not carry to be engulfed in flames. Kongqing severed their horse path from the rear, preventing any pursuit. The grain carts were excessively heavy, and the treacherous winds and snow made the journey arduous, which accounted for our delayed return. Shen Zhongyan gently patted her shoulder, akin to a father's silent approval. He couldn't help but ponder why she was not a boy. If she were, she could fight alongside him on the battlefield, sparing him this heartache. Just earlier, Chao Gu had assessed the grain supplies, and with what you brought back, it would last at most 2 days. When would we receive additional supplies from Chengdu? It is likely to take another 4 or 5 days, Xinyu replied. Shen Zhongyan fell into contemplative silence. Shen Hao remarked, "There are spies within the army. The news of last night's ambush is already known among several generals. Yet we cannot ascertain the perpetrator. It is feared that the Shijua people are aware of our grain shortage and will launch a full-scale attack once we run out in 3 days." Shen Zhongyan nodded, having sent 3 military reports regarding the grain situation, but Shenyang has yet to respond. It is untenable to remain in idle anticipation. I have discussed with the generals and decided to break camp at dawn, retreating to Yanjing Pass, where we must endure these days of dwindling supplies. Xinyu exited the tent first, but when Shen Hao returned, he noticed her absence. "Where is she?" Shen Hao lifted the curtain and stepped outside. A soldier replied. She said she would return to rest, and that if the general needed her, he could send someone to fetch her. After some time, Shen Hao finally located Xinyu's tent. Just as he approached the entrance, a burly man emerged, saluting immediately upon seeing Shen Hao. "General." Shen Hao nodded, opening his mouth but unsure how to inquire about Xinyu's alias in the army. He settled for asking, "Where is she?" Yang Bang inquired. "Who?" "Your new recruit in the tent." "Oh," Yang Bang suddenly realized. "You mean Shan Power? She just went into sleep." Shen Zhao's brows twitched. "Splendid, Shan Power." He entered the tent and spotted her nestled in the corner of the shared bedding, his eyebrows twitching uncontrollably. "Shan Power." Shen Hao gritted his teeth and called out. The figure in the corner remained still. The few others in the tent dared not breathe, except for Yu Dezui, who spoke up, saying she had just returned this morning, having gone to assist another unit, and had just fallen asleep. Shen Hao abruptly turned, startled by the loud voice, and marched forward to pull Xinyu from the bedding. "Shan Power, come with me." Xinyu, still drowsy, followed behind, listening to Shen Zhao's reprimands. "You ought to behave as a lady," he softened his tone. "What kind of situation is it to be sharing a large bedding space with a group of men?" Xinyu, half awake, replied, "I was in my corner, and besides, I had my own blanket. In times of urgency, I have nearly become one of the men." Shen Hao tugged at her hair playfully and led her back to his tent, where he pulled a cloth curtain to separate them. "From today onward, you shall rest here." Chapter 16. Predicament. The snow fell heavily beyond the pass, and far away in Shijing, a flurry of snowflakes descended like goose feathers. Jiang Linzhi departed from the Ministry of Revenue, his carriage traversing Zhangbao Street. The slippery roads and throngs of pedestrians hindered the progress of the carriage, which eventually came to a complete halt. His attendant, Gao Jin, lifted the curtain and remarked, "My lord, it seems we may be delayed for a while. Fortunately, Sanwei Tower is nearby. Would you like to take a moment's respite there?" Jiang Linzhi leaned out to observe the scene. Noticing a horse from an unknown owner standing frozen in the middle of the road, unyielding to the whip, thereby blocking the path of passing vehicles, he decided to alight from the carriage and, as he stepped into Sanwei Tower, chanced upon a young waiter delivering dishes to a table, one of which held a small plate of pineapple pastries. Jiang Linzhi paused briefly, then followed the waiter upstairs to a vacant seat. "Are those pineapple pastries still fresh?" he inquired. The waiter smiled and replied, "Your Excellency is in luck. They are freshly made. Shall I bring you a portion?" Jiang Linzhi instructed. "Please pack them carefully in a food box, and if you have any osmanthus sugar steamed chestnut cakes or pine nut and lily pastries, include some of those as well." The waiter nodded eagerly and soon returned with an exquisite wooden food box. Jiang Linzhi lifted the lid and silently regarded the delicacies within. In the past, Shen Hao had taken medicine throughout the year and had a penchant for sweets, with their home always stocked with her favorite treats. He sampled a piece from the box, only to find it overwhelmingly sweet. He was not fond of sugary confections. Perhaps it was due to the hardships endured by you that she yearned for such sweetness. "You are swift of foot. Deliver this food box to the General's residence," he instructed. Gao Jin understood whom it was intended for and felt a twinge of displeasure, yet complied without delay. He frequently delivered provisions and clothing to the General's residence, yet Miss Shen never appeared in person. It was always the second Miss Shen who conveyed messages, maintaining an air of considerable dignity. Upon Gao Jin's return, the road had cleared. Jiang Linzhi inquired, "Was it still the second Miss who came out to receive the items today? Has she reported any improvement in her sister's condition?" Gao Jin replied, "Yes. The second Miss mentioned that the elder Mrs. Health has improved significantly, though she is reluctant to venture outside. However, today the second Miss brought a message for you." Jiang Linzhi raised his gaze. "What message?" Gao Jin relayed. "She requests that no more items be sent, as she wishes to inquire if you have any news regarding Yinyang Pass." Jiang Linzhi furrowed his brow. Tomorrow marked the 27th of October, the day Shen Zhongyan would face defeat. In a few days' time, Shen Yu would go to collect her father and brother's remains, and it was during that journey that misfortune would befall her. He had to prevent her from undertaking this perilous trip. At the very least, she must be in good health, for he wished to accompany her for many years to come. Outside the pass, the wind and snow raged violently, having collapsed several tents overnight, yet fortunately, those beneath them were unharmed. By morning, the army had commenced breaking camp to retreat within the pass. Shen Yu had darkened her face and eyebrows once more, trailing behind Shen Zhao. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "General, Supervisor Liang is missing." Shen Zhao's expression turned grave. What transpired? The soldier explained. The guards at the camp gate reported that at first light, Lord Liang departed with his troops towards Yinyang Pass. Shen Zhao waved his hand and set off in pursuit, hoping to retrieve what had been lost. The military supervisor was akin to the banner of Xinjing within the army. Yet Liang Jianfang had done nothing since entering the camp, spending his days ensconced in his tent, indulging in fine food and drink. In recent days, with military provisions running low, he had voiced his complaints several times. Such a cowardly creature, who feared for his life, was of no use to the army. This location lay over 100 miles from Yinyang Pass, and marching through the snow would yield at most 50 miles in a day. What little rations remained could only sustain them until they reached the pass, with no guarantees for resupply. They would likely endure days of hunger before they could withstand this battle. On the evening of the second day, the snow finally ceased. Outside Yinyang Pass, the terrain lay flat, and the brown city walls stood resilient against the white expanse. Shen Yu let out a sigh of relief. The army would at last be able to enter the pass before dusk. Tonight, the troops could rest, and everyone would have the chance for a good night's sleep. But the days of hunger were still ahead. Two scouts, having ventured forth, galloped back from the direction of Yinyang Pass. Dismounting, one knelt and reported, "General, the gates of Yinyang Pass are tightly shut. I have presented the signal, yet the guards refuse to open." Shen Zhongyan tightened his grip on the reins and nodded towards Shen Zhao, and together they advanced with a contingent of soldiers. Shen Yu felt a deep unease. They had successfully evaded the deadly battle of her past life, yet this inexplicable panic weighed heavily on her heart. After advancing 2 more miles, a report came in. They would establish camp here, less than 5 miles from the city gate. Only 5 miles remained, yet they would not enter the city, leading to a flurry of speculation among the troops. Shen Yu urged her horse forward, and soon overheard Shen Zhongyan cursing vehemently. Tell Liang Jianfang to open the gate. Liang Jianfang, standing atop the city wall, replied in a booming voice, General Shen, it is not that I refuse to open the gate, but the emperor commanded that we must achieve victory in this battle. Now that both sides are locked in a stalemate, how can our troops afford to retreat? Shen Zhongyan was instantly enraged, but before he could speak, the vice-general erupted in a tirade. You miserable wretch. Our supplies have run dry, and you leave me fighting a losing battle at the front, while you cowards cower in the city, feasting and drinking. Are you trying to drive us to our deaths? We have no provisions left, and if the Western Jew attack us now, we will meet our doom. If the front collapses, do you think you can hide behind these walls and escape? Bold words. Liang Jianfang thundered from the city wall, as the military supervisor. I can have you detained for inciting discord. Come down and try. The Vice-General Chao Gu roared back. If you don't come out, you are nothing but a coward. The insults continued to fly at the city gates, yet the entrance remained resolutely closed. As darkness fell, the camp ignited with numerous bonfires. Shen Zhongyan stood atop a small mound, gazing at the faint flicker of torches atop the Yanliang Pass gate. On the first day, the army faced starvation, and the gates remained shut. On the second day, the soldiers, now gaunt from hunger, could only rest and conserve their strength as much as possible. On the third day, the gates still did not budge. Shen Zhao lifted the tent flap and found Shen Yu sitting in silence upon that mound. What scheme is Liang Jianfang plotting? Shen Yu inquired once he had settled beside her. Shen Zhao pulled a withered blade of grass, pondering the dire situation that could lead to our demise. Entangled in the power struggles of several factions within the capital, it was highly plausible that we might become expendable pawns in their internal conflicts. Or perhaps Liang Jianfang was an infiltrator from the west, just as Shen Yu was about to inquire further. Shen Zhao shushed her and produced a paper pouch from his cloak, presenting it to her as if it were a treasure. You must be hungry, he said. Shen Yu stared blankly at the corn bun, and Shen Zhao urged her again, eat. She accepted it and broke it in half, but Shen Zhao declined. If you do not eat, neither will I, she stated. Shen Zhao smiled softly, took a bite of the corn bun, and only then did Shen Yu begin to eat. The flavor was far from delightful. It was cold, hard, and somewhat dry, the coarse texture scraping against her throat as she swallowed. The two finished their meal amidst the night and the biting wind. Tomorrow, I will send a small team with you, with Kong Qing accompanying you. You shall head north to the fief of the Northern King, and then make your way back to the capital by a detour. Shen Yu remained silent, understanding that this was tantamount to discussing the arrangements for the aftermath. No, I have tried so hard. Why can I not prevent this tragedy? In the past 2 days, they had come to an undeniable realization. If they were to fail in this battle, it would not be a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity. From the moment they departed from Xinjing, it had been a trap. Someone desired their downfall, their defeat. Yet, she remained merely a mortal. While she might find a way to evade the impending battle, she could not shield herself from the treachery lurking behind them. As one could never predict where the next betrayal would strike, Shen Yu turned her face away. I will not leave. Listen to your brother, Shen Zhao advised gently. Shen Yu resolutely replied, we will attack the city tomorrow. The garrison within has fewer than 10,000 troops. Capturing Yanliang Pass should pose no issue. Shen Zhao chuckled bitterly. Are we to raise our swords against our own? They are not our own, he exclaimed. But the common people are, Shen Zhao said, his gaze inexplicably serene. Once we assault the city, we will be labeled as rebels. Then we shall take the army and flank them, Shen Yu retorted, her mind racing with thoughts. Spilling forth unfiltered, Shen Zhao countered, you acknowledge that the garrison is fewer than 10,000. If we flank them, the Westerners could rush directly to Yanliang Pass. What will become of the hundreds of thousands of citizens within the walls? Chapter 17 Farewell. The snow-covered ground crunched beneath their feet as both turned to see Shen Zhongyan trudging towards them, his steps uneven in the deep snow. What are you two doing here? He inquired. Just sharing some bread, Shen Yu replied. A knowing smile crossed Shen Zhongyan's face as he reached into his chest and pulled out a piece of bread to offer her. Food was scarce. A single bowl of thin porridge and a piece of bread were all that a soldier could expect. Both her father and brother intended to reserve the best for her. Shen Yu could no longer contain her emotions, her eyes reddening as she said, I just ate. I can't eat anymore. The army had already run out of provisions, and merely having something to fill their stomachs was a stroke of luck. There was no hope for a proper meal. Shen Zhongyan kicked Shen Zhao lightly, prompting him to shift aside, and he settled between them, pressing the bread into Shen Yu's hand. Eat. Tomorrow we will slaughter a horse. The soldiers must have a hearty meal to regain their spirits for battle. The decision to slaughter the horse was a final, irrevocable step. A meal that would cost the lives of countless young men. Silence enveloped them as the biting wind howled across the hills, carrying their thoughts to distant places. Shen Hao opened his arms, embracing the two children as he gazed into the horizon. Beyond Heiqiao Mountain lies the land of the Central Plains. The Great Zhou has stood here for centuries, and beneath our feet, countless heroic bones lie buried. I once pondered what would become of your mother if one day I were to die far from home. She departed so early, asking me to bury her in the flattest land of Heiqiao Mountain. She said that if that day ever came, I could follow the river to reunite with her. Shen Yu felt a pang in her heart. In her past life, she had never reached the border and had never heard her father speak such parting words. She had rushed thousands of miles from Xinjiang to lay her father and brother's shattered remains to rest in the family grave. She feared not death, rather. She harbored a deep-seated resentment. Heroes should die valiantly on the battlefield, not be trapped and perish ignobly in such a manner. Shen Hao's expression remained composed as he patted their shoulders before rising to leave. Father, Shen Yu began. Shen Hao understood what she wished to say, raising his hand to silence her. The wind carried his heavy voice. To die in literary admonition, to die in battle. This is the destiny of a soldier. The winter beyond the pass was bitterly cold. Shen Hao looked skyward, knowing he could not leave. Once they departed, the Shijue would march directly to Yinzhuang Pass, where hundreds of thousands of citizens awaited walls forged from their fallen bodies for protection. Thus, this battle could not be lost, nor could they retreat. Yet his daughter was not a soldier. She had a long journey ahead, and he could not allow her youthful life to be sacrificed here. Trampled into the ground by Shijue's warhorses. As they watched Shen Hao depart, Shen Hao unfastened the pouch at his waist and handed it to her. Shen Yu took it, inhaling its contents with a smile. It was liquor, just a little to warm you up, but don't overindulge, Shen Hao cautioned. She took a sip. The fiery liquid scorched her throat, warming her body. She returned the pouch to him, but Shen Hao shook his head, gazing towards the camp. Please convey a message to her for me. To whom? Shen Yu tilted her head in curiosity. Shen Hao's gaze softened as he looked towards Xinjiang. Tell her not to wait for me. Shen Yu understood whom she referred to, her eyes reddening in an instant. I cannot convey this message. You must tell her yourself. Shen Hao chuckled softly. Forget it. It is best not to say anything to her. In time, she will forget. Shen Yu shook her head. How could one forget? A person who has been etched into one's very bones cannot be easily dismissed. Miss Yu never married until her death. She turned to gaze at Shen Hao's face, her focus gradually fading. She shook her head, her vision becoming increasingly disoriented. You and the wine. Before she could finish her thought, Shen Hao gently pressed her head onto his shoulder. You, do not seek revenge. Just move forward and live your life. Both brother and parents are watching over you. After saying this, he looked down at her. The young girl had already succumbed to slumber against him. He hoisted her onto his back and began to walk silently towards the southern part of the camp, retracing the path he had once carried her upon. Crisp sounds crackled underfoot. The road ahead must be traveled alone. 3 miles south of the camp, a small contingent of soldiers stood in formation. Shen Hao led the way. As Shen Hao approached, he dismounted and took the slumbering Shen Yu into his arms. The heavy snowfall had long ceased, and the snow-covered ground glimmered with a silvery hue under the moonlight. They exchanged silent farewells, no words spoken, save for the sound of footsteps and the rustle of armor, accompanied by the horses' labored breaths. After settling Shen Yu, the two mounted their steeds. Shen Hao raised his whip, pointing in a direction as he instructed Kong Qing. Continue in this direction to reach the fief of the northern Lin King. Kong Qing knelt before him. General, I entrust her to you. Shen Hao replied earnestly. Protect her well. This is my final military order to you. Kong Qing's expression turned solemn, his eyes a deep crimson. Yes, this subordinate will obey. Let us go, urged Shen Hao. He turned his horse slowly, hearing the distant sound of hooves fading behind him. He longed for one last glimpse of his daughter, but ultimately could not bring himself to look back. It matters not whether I see or not. The outcome remains the same. Gatherings and partings are destined. We shall meet again in due time. The sound of hooves echoed in her ears, gradually rousing her from the jostling. Shen Yu slowly opened her eyes to darkness, her body still languid. She attempted to move her arms, and the person before her seemed to sense her awakening, swiftly pulling back the cloak that covered her head. Miss, she recognized Kong Qing's voice, and the blinding light compelled her to shut her eyes once more. Where am I? Kong Qing gazed ahead. We have traveled north for 100 miles. With half a day's journey more, we shall cross the river and then... Let me down, Shen Yu interjected, now fully aware of her surroundings. She noted that there were approximately 10 others accompanying them. She and Kong Qing shared a mount, likely to prevent her from falling during her unconsciousness. Kong Qing had secured her to his back. The horse continued its northward trek, and Kong Qing did not change their course. Shen Yu struggled slightly, only to discover her limbs were restrained. Sensing her intentions, Kong Qing stated, "Miss, I am under the general's orders to escort you back to Shengjing." Shen Yu declared sternly, "I shall not return to the capital. My father and brother remain beyond the Yinliang Pass. Do you expect me to abandon them and flee?" Kong Qing fell silent. "Are you intent on being a coward?" "We are not cowards. If we are not cowards, then follow me back to battle." Suddenly, Kong Qing reined in his horse and dismounted, standing at the side. "My lady, we cannot go back. Liang Jianfang has sealed the city, and supplies cannot be transported out. The soldiers outside cannot return. This is a deadlock." "And what of it?" Shen Yu replied resolutely. "Would you prefer to survive in shame for the rest of your life, or valiantly slay a few Shijua men and die with honor?" Kong Qing fell silent, yet the unwillingness on his face betrayed his thoughts. Shen Yu continued, "To die on the battlefield for one's country is noble. There is no need for a horse's hide to wrap around my corpse. This was the first verse my father taught me. If I do not retreat, I shall witness the descendants drive back the Shijua." Kong Qing's eyes widened in fury as he raised his head and declared, "We will not retreat." "Then unbind the pressure point for me." Kong Qing gazed at her face. Struggling internally, after a moment, he shook his head. "As long as I am a soldier under the general, I must follow his orders. After escorting you back to the capital, I shall join them." Shen Yu, exasperated, retorted, "Very well, you refuse to release it." Kong Qing looked at her in confusion. But after a moment, he suddenly comprehended her intentions. "My lady, you mustn't." As the words left his lips, blood had already seeped from the corner of Shen Yu's mouth. "Will you unbind me?" she threatened. Forcing one's internal energy to break through a pressure point is a perilous act, and in severe cases, it could lead to the loss of martial prowess. Kong Qing felt as if an invisible blade was at his throat, and he had no choice but to swiftly unbind her pressure point. In the next moment, Shen Yu seized the reins and turned her horse around. "I must return. This is a path of no return. You may choose to leave or join me in fighting back." The soldiers tightened their grips on the reins. "We shall advance and retreat together with you, my lady. So shall I. Let us at least slay a few Shijua men." Kong Qing took a deep breath and grasped the reins, mounting another horse. Chapter 18. The Qingyan Guard. The cacophony of slaughter resounded through the Yinliang Pass. As the sounds of galloping hooves, anguished cries, and the clash of steel shattered the air, nearly reaching the heavens, soldiers from the Great Zhou, starved for days, summoned their last vestiges of strength to wield their blades against the iron hooves and bloodied knives of the Shijua invaders. This was not merely a battle. It was a meticulously orchestrated encirclement and massacre. Shen Yu led a contingent of warriors into the fray, deftly snatching a long knife from a Shijua soldier's grasp. With a swift motion, she cleaved down upon her adversary, only to hear Kong Qing's urgent warning from behind. "Miss, be cautious. We must locate the general." Shen Yu's vision was clouded with crimson, having already carved a path through the haze of battle. Her blade, now stained, was discarded for a fresh one, as her arms moved instinctively, severing the heads of countless Shijua foes. Outnumbered and overpowered, the Great Zhou soldiers began their retreat towards the Yinliang Pass, their morale waning. Shen Yu delivered a fierce kick to an Shijua soldier's chest, using the momentum to vault onto her steed. Mid-air, her blade twirled in her grip, and she swiftly dispatched another soldier with a clean stroke to the throat. This seamless sequence of actions unfolded in the blink of an eye. With a firm slap of her sword against the horse's flank, the steed reared up and charged into the throng, while she lay low upon its back, periodically claiming another life as she fought valiantly. Yet, the Great Zhou continued to falter, and the imposing walls of Yinliang Pass loomed just a mile behind them, with the gates tightly sealed, offering no sanctuary. As the specter of death drew nearer, fear began to engulf the soldiers. Some rushed towards the gates, frantically pounding against the heavy wood, pleading for entrance, but the gates remained unyielding. The Shijua forces relentlessly tightened their grip, and with less than 20,000 beleaguered soldiers remaining, the Great Zhou faced impending annihilation. The timid among them could no longer suppress their sobs, their cries carried away by the chilling wind, resonating with a profound desolation. Shen Yu wiped the blood from her blade and glanced around in a moment of respite. Yet her father and brother remained elusive. The Shijua launched a full-scale assault. A tide of dark iron armor surging towards the gates, threatening to flatten the very ground beneath them. Despair mirrored in every soldier's gaze, mingled with a reckless determination. They resolved to take down a few more of the Shijua, to die with purpose, to embrace the end with fervor. Kill. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Shen Yu. Her strength waned, and her strikes no longer severed heads cleanly. One soldier fell, blood gushing from his neck as he slumped sideways. She felt utterly drained, and after severing another's arm, her blade stood point down against the earth. She had lost count of the weapons broken and lives claimed. Her palms bore wounds, hastily bound with strips of cloth. Her thoughts spiraled into turmoil. Where were her father and brother? This was not how it was meant to be. Her rebirth was not intended for her to relive past agonies. But who would come to her aid, to grasp her hand, and pull her back from the brink? She longed for their survival above all else. At last, her strength ebbed away, and she sank to one knee. The instant her knee touched the ground, the earth trembled as if responding to her despair. Shen Yu supported herself against the ground, her palms sinking into the sanguine mire. Yet she could still perceive the vibrations beneath her hand, growing ever more pronounced. Reinforcements. Indeed, reinforcements. She lifted her gaze to behold a tide of black armor surging forth from the south, crashing upon the sky like tumultuous waves, each crest of snow rising higher than the last. The earth trembled as the battalion of black armor rushed in, spreading its wings to envelop the Shijua people within its grasp. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It is the Qingyun Guard from Balin. A thunderous sound erupted as the long-closed city gates finally groaned open. Countless soldiers clad in black surged forth through the gaping gates, forming a trifold encirclement. The tide of battle had abruptly turned. Yes, it was not yet time to resign to fate. Shen Yu, drawing strength from an unknown source, rose with the aid of her blade. Slowly, she unraveled the bindings around her hand, and as one of the Shijua warriors attempted a stealthy assault, she swiftly drew her dagger, leaving a crimson mark across his face, causing his towering figure to crash to the ground. Casting aside her blade, she executed a swift kick, sending a long knife flying, which instantly pierced the chest of another Shijua warrior. She seized another weapon, plunging back into the fray. The city gates loomed high into the clouds, a deep azure battle standard fluttering at their apex, adorned with a delicate azure cloud. Xie Tingzhou gazed down from the battlements, squinting against the wind, which only served to accentuate the aloofness of his brow and eyes. The vice commander stood silently beside him, his expression so grim it seemed one could wring water from it. How ruthless! 100,000 troops were trapped beyond the pass, their stomachs empty, rendered into lambs awaiting slaughter by the Shijua, who treated the soldiers of Dezhou as livestock, men who had once braved the mountain of blades alongside Shen Zhong'an. The vice commander, Chang Hong, leaned over the parapet, craning his neck to observe intently. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "By heavens, what a young hero! Among Shen Zhong'an's ranks, there exists such a remarkable figure. His blade is wielded with such finesse." Xie Tingzhou followed his gaze, the elevated vantage point providing a clear view of the battlefield. And it took little time to identify the individual in question. Indeed, amidst the throng of soldiers, this figure stood out. Blood flowing from his blade as he felled foes with every 3 steps, cutting through the enemy ranks like a razor-sharp instrument, cleaving through the Shijua with unyielding force. This warrior stood amidst the chaos, wielding a blade in each hand. As an enemy's long knife descended, he blocked with his left hand, while his right swiftly executed a lethal stroke, severing an opponent's throat in an instant. Blood gushed forth, drenching him as if he had emerged from a pool of blood in hell. When his long knife dulled from the fray, he simply exchanged it for another, never pausing in his relentless assault. Xie Tingzhou's camp also had skilled fighters, yet none possessed the same reckless abandon as this man. Chapter 19. Death in battle. The Western Zhou army retreated step by step under the relentless assault of the Qingyun Guard. Observing the inevitable defeat, Boda commanded his remaining soldiers to withdraw beyond the pass. Chang Hung clasped his hands in salute and inquired, "Your Highness, shall we pursue them in victory?" Xie Tingzhou gazed at the direction of the Western Zhou's retreat and replied calmly, "Order Ji Wu to pursue for 30 miles, forcing them across the Shima River first." Chang Hang accepted the command and descended from the city wall. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed once more atop the battlements. Xie Tingzhou slightly turned his head to see the guard, Shifeng, with a hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ascend the wall with an imposing demeanor. "Your Highness." Shifeng knelt on one knee. Xie Tingzhou lowered his gaze, adjusting his sleeves, and asked, "Where is Liang Jianfang?" Shifeng stated, as the Western Zhou approached. He fled with his men. He has just returned and is now confined in a prisoner cart. Bring him up, Xie Tingzhou commanded. Liang Jianfang was brought before the wall, along with his 2 attendants. The wind howled fiercely atop the battlements, and Liang Jianfang was forced to the ground by Xie Tingzhou's guards. Before him lay the dark hem of a robe adorned with subtle cloud patterns, swaying gently in the wind. Trembling uncontrollably, Liang Jianfang reached out to grasp Xie Tingzhou's garment, but was swiftly kicked by a guard, sending him sprawling face first into the ground, blood streaming from his face. Your Highness, I am a court official, Liang Jianfang shrieked, trembling in fear. A court official? Xie Tingzhou raised his arm and gestured outward, saying, let him see for himself. The guards dragged Liang Jianfang and held him precariously over the battlement's edge, his body half suspended outside the wall. The front lines had long since retreated, leaving behind a land soaked in blood, where crimson streams traced patterns in the snow, and thousands of bodies lay in disarray, extending into the distance. The scene was utterly horrific. Were one to awaken from a dream to witness such a sight, they might question whether they had entered the depths of hell itself. Yet this was reality, a hell of Liang Jianfang's own making, crafted within the confines of his closed doors. The lifeless eyes of the corpses below seemed to gaze back at him, as if demanding retribution. Liang Jianfang's throat emitted a terrified scream, his head shaking in denial. Yet he was gripped firmly by the hair from behind. Xie Tingzhou slowly raised his hand, revealing long, flawless fingers from his sleeve. The sound of a blade being drawn rang out. Xie Tingzhou pressed the sword's edge against Liang Jianfang's chin, compelling him to look towards the distant scene. Do not lower your head. Observe closely. This realm of torment is all a result of your actions as a court official, he murmured. Liang Jianfang pleaded. It is not me, not me. Your Highness, please spare my life. Xie Tingzhou let out a light chuckle, his gaze shifting to the guard kneeling beside Liang Jianfang. The intensity of his stare caused the guard to break into a cold sweat. Your Highness, we are merely following orders. I have a family to care for. The guard's eyes widened in horror as he caught sight of his own lifeless body sprawled on the ground, its head rolling a few times before finally coming to rest. Along with the scent of blood in the air, a faint odor of urine wafted through the wind. As the guard released his grip, Liang Jianfang crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. Xie Tingzhou cast a disdainful glance at Liang Jianfang and taunted. Do you think I dare to execute you on the spot? He tossed his sword to sheathing, while a nearby guard offered him a clean handkerchief. Addressing him as Your Highness, Xie Tingzhou accepted it, lowered his gaze, and instructed, keep a close watch on him. There are many in Shijing who wish for his demise. Shen Yu searched through the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, turning over body after body, each moment a torment, fearing that the next instant would reveal the faces of her father or brother. Among the deceased, she recognized familiar faces, the young man who delivered meals, the patrolling soldiers, and the comrades who had once raided the northern camp of Shijue with her. Some had their limbs severed, others were disemboweled, and some were trampled beyond recognition by iron hoofs. Outside Yin-Yang Pass, the cold wind howled relentlessly, and she clenched her teeth to hold back tears. Her nails already torn and bloodied, yet she continued her desperate search. At last, after turning over a body riddled with arrows, she could no longer suppress the sobs rising from her throat. Father! She clung tightly to the corpse, which was pierced with arrows, leaving no inch unscathed. Her father, the towering mountain in her heart, had collapsed once more, this time right before her eyes. Shen Yu held on to Shun Zhong'an's lifeless body, its coldness mirroring the chill in her heart. She longed to embrace her father's broad shoulders, but they were covered in arrows, transforming him into a human porcupine. The body had no blood left to shed. Removing the arrows only revealed gaping wounds. As she pulled out the last arrow, Shen Yu fiercely embraced Shun Zhong'an once more. The grievances and injustices she had harbored surged forth like a tide, overwhelming her with despair. They had fought valiantly for their lives, yet some regarded them as mere insects. They charged into battle, risking everything, only to end up on the execution grounds of the Shijue, having not even enjoyed a proper meal. Treachery reigned, and the loyal were slaughtered. The inner workings of the great Zhou had long since rotted beyond repair. With vengeance unfulfilled, anger, hatred, and resentment intertwined into an unbreakable bond that ensnared her tightly, her sobs carried away by the wind. The soldiers were clearing the battlefield, bringing back the barely breathing wounded for treatment. At the Gan Prefecture training ground, people came and went, with injured soldiers being brought in and the lifeless being carried out. Xie Tingzhou stood before the tent, listening intently as the commanders reported on the battle. Following your highness's orders, we pursued for 30 miles, inflicting thousands of casualties upon the Shijue. Once we crossed the Shima River, we were on Shijue territory. We held our position by the river for several hours, confirming that the Shijue would not turn back before allowing the main force to withdraw. Commander Han Jiwu had just returned from the battlefield, still clad in his armor, the scent of blood clinging to him as he rode back. Han Jiwu dared not approach Xie Tingzhou too closely. It was a well-known fact that the young master had a touch of obsessive cleanliness. The garrison of Ganzhou consists of inept soldiers, having previously relied on Shen Hao to defend the banks of the Shima River. Now, with Shen Hao's forces nearly annihilated, if our Qingyun Guard were to withdraw, Ganzhou would surely face dire consequences. Xie Tingzhou observed the soldiers passing by and remarked, "The Western Jew has suffered significant losses and will likely struggle to regroup in the near future. This winter will not see any renewed offensives, granting us time to allow Xinjiang to reconstruct its defenses." Reflecting on the brutality of this battle, Han Jiwu could not help but curse vehemently. Those wretched scoundrels do not regard our soldiers as human beings. Xie Tingzhou remained silent as more wounded soldiers were brought in one after another. Wait a moment," called out a voice, loud and commanding. It was Xie Tingzhou's deputy, Chang Hong. He halted two soldiers carrying a stretcher, bent down to examine the injured man, and felt for his pulse. He is on the brink of death. What has happened here? Is this man gravely wounded? Author's note: in this narrative, rebirth does not equate to invincibility. It is not a tale of mere triumph. A Yao must grow through repeated adversities. The story I wish to unfold is far more intricate than the simple act of saving her family. Ayao's mission is significantly weightier. She will encounter a companion who walks alongside her, together bearing the burdens of the world. Many may question the significance of her rebirth if her father cannot be saved. However, Ayao's purpose transcends this singular concern. The events of the past are intricately linked to the unfolding plot, and there is a reason for General Shen's demise. It is impossible to satisfy every reader's preferences. If you find enjoyment in this tale, it is a fortunate connection. If this narrative does not resonate with you, feel free to abandon it. Chapter 20. Becoming a father. The soldier carrying the stretcher responded, "General, the injuries are not severe. It appears he has merely succumbed to the cold." As he spoke, Xie Tingzhou and Han Jiwu approached. "Your Highness," Chang Hong saluted respectfully. Xie Tingzhou nodded slightly and inquired about the individual on the stretcher. "Do you recognize him?" The person on the stretcher was covered in blood, rendering his features indistinguishable. Even his eyelashes were matted together. Chang Hong replied, "Not precisely acquainted, but this is the fierce fighter I saw earlier on the female wall. His skills are quite impressive." Han Jiwu, seldom hearing Chang Hong praise anyone, grew curious and scrutinized Shun Yu on the stretcher, shaking his head. "He appears too frail. His physique leaves much to be desired. You should have witnessed the scene." Chang Hong recounted with enthusiasm. He wielded dual blades. He pressed his hand against Shun Yu's neck and asked, "How did he end up in such a state?" The soldier explained, "It seems he was searching for someone on the battlefield all night. This morning, when we went to survey the area, we found him clutching a corpse, nearly frozen to death himself. It took considerable effort to pry him away." Chang Hong shook his head in sympathy. "That sounds truly tragic. He must have been a devoted comrade." "It is General Shen's body," the soldier stated solemnly. Both Chang Hang and Han Jiwu turned to Xie Tingzhou, with Han Jiwu asking, "Where is General Shen's body?" After a brief exchange between the soldier and his companion, another stretcher was brought forth, this time draped with a white cloth. Chang Hung reached out to lift the cloth, but was immediately halted by Xie Tingzhou, who, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head. "I mean no disrespect towards General Shen. I merely wish to confirm." Xie Tingzhou maintained a stern demeanor. "We must treat the remains of this national pillar with the utmost respect. Even in death, he should not be displayed indiscriminately." The morning air was heavy with suppressed emotions, and the expressions of those present were far from cheerful. Chang Heng beckoned the soldiers, carry him inside and ensure he receives proper treatment. "I have taken a liking to this lad. Once he recovers, I shall recruit him into my camp." The soldiers promptly complied, preparing to transport the stretcher for medical attention, when suddenly, everyone stood frozen in shock. The bloodied hand on the stretcher had somehow latched onto Xie Tingzhou's sleeve. The young master, who typically valued cleanliness, was visibly distressed. Chang Hong, valuing talent, worried that Xie Tingzhou might unsheath his sword in anger and hastily reached out to pull the hand away, urging, "Your Highness, this is a promising martial artist. It would be a pity to lose him. Xie Tingzhou remained silent. Chang Heng tugged at Shen Yu's hand. Bewildered by the strength of someone who had lost consciousness, yet clung so tenaciously to the sleeve. "What are you dawdling for?" Chang Heng exclaimed. "Hurry and pull him away." The soldiers rushed forward to assist, grasping Shen Yu's hand, attempting to pry each finger free. Alas, such slender fingers, if we break them. How will he wield a sword in the future? The soldiers found themselves in a dilemma, unable to proceed with force or restraint. The person on the stretcher suddenly stirred, tightening their grip on the sleeve. Their cracked lips moved slightly, emitting a barely audible whisper, "Father." The onlookers froze in astonishment. Chang Heng widened his eyes. "Your Highness, this lad is calling you father." Xie Tingzhou cast a glance at Chang Heng. "I can hear you." Chang Heng and Han Jiwu stifled their laughter. The heir had not yet married, yet here he was, prematurely assuming the role of a father, and such a large child at that. This boy certainly had an eye for choosing, directly picking the heir of his family. Xie Tingzhou lowered his gaze, noticing the hand gripping his sleeve with considerable force, the fingertips leaving a mark of pale blue. The person lay on the stretcher, their head weakly tilted to one side, their neck so slender that a gentle twist could easily snap it. "Don't go," Shen Yu murmured again. Xie Tingzhou furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of impatience. Realizing the situation was amiss, Chang Heng exclaimed, "Your Highness." With a sudden crack, the sleeve was severed in two. Xie Tingzhou sheathed his blade, slightly raising his eyelids. "What? Nothing at all." Chang Heng, still trembling from the shock, patted his chest and chuckled, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that it wasn't his hand that was cut. Xie Tingzhou swept away, and Chang Heng nudged Jiwu's shoulder, whispering, "Is this the legendary severed sleeve?" Han Jiwu shot him a glare. "If you wish to remain alive, you might want to refrain from saying that." Shen Yu was delirious from fever. In her dreams, she oscillated between memories of her past life and visions of her father, shot to death like a hedgehog. "Where is my brother? Where is Shen Zhao? Has he found Kongqing?" The wind at Yanliang Pass seemed less frigid, yet the sky was dark, resembling dark red blood descending from the horizon. Shen Yu trudged through the snow, each step feeling as though a force was pulling her downward. Looking down, she saw the ground soaked in blood, with countless hands struggling within it. It felt as though she could not move any longer. Suddenly, from afar, a familiar voice drifted through the wind. "Do not lower your head. Look ahead." "Father," Shen Yu called out, staggering towards the direction of the voice. The figure in the distance drew closer. Atop the towering city walls stood Shen Zhonghan, braving the wind. He reached out to her. "Come up and take a look." "Do you see anything?" Shen Yu gazed into the distance, and it was a sea of corpses. Shen Zhonghan shook his head. "My girl, you are looking in the wrong direction. Turn back." Shen Yu turned to look inside the city. "Dear child, you did not return to save me. You came to save the thousands of citizens within the walls. You see, history has not repeated itself. You have altered the original trajectory. You have bought us time. Yanliang Pass has not fallen, and Ganzhou City has not been massacred. This is the significance of your existence." Shen Yu shook her head vigorously. "But I only want to save you, and my brother. I want you both to live." Shen Zhonghan smiled. "Your mother is waiting for me. She has waited far too long. Then you all wait for me. I shall come too." Shen Zhonghan shook his head. "You have more important matters to attend to. You can save more people. Do you understand?" The figure gradually faded, and Shen Yu desperately moved forward, but could not grasp even a corner of his garment. "Father." Shen Yu awakened with trembling, each breath feeling like a dagger slicing through her chest. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she refrained from opening them. Sensing the presence of others in the room, something warm and fragrant with the potent scent of medicine approached her lips. Upon opening her eyes, she startled the young apothecary who was administering the medicine. The bowl clattered to the ground, and the apothecary gazed at Shen Yu with astonishment, exclaiming, "You are awake." Turning her head, Shen Yu noticed that the apothecary had risen, and shortly thereafter, an elderly physician entered the tent. The moment the doctor stepped inside, he grasped her hand to take her pulse, then instructed the apothecary to fetch another bowl of decocted medicine. There were too many injured to be attended to. Leaving the military doctors overwhelmed, the physicians had been hastily summoned from the city. This individual had received special care from General Chang, and it was imperative to preserve her life. Initially, it seemed impossible for her to ingest any medicine, yet unexpectedly, she had awakened on her own. Chapter 21. Shiyu, where am I? As Shen Yu opened her mouth to speak, she realized her voice was as faint as a mosquito's, her throat parched and hoarse. "It is a field hospital," the old doctor informed her, stating that she had been carried off the battlefield. Shen Yu paused momentarily. attempting to rise, but collapsing back onto the bed. "Do not move," the doctor cautioned. Shen Yu gasped, "What about?" "No, what of General Shen's body?" The doctor reassured her, "You need not worry. His Highness the Heir has arranged for General Shen's wake, which is currently held in the tent." A breath of relief escaped Shen Yu, though she soon realized that something in her grasp felt amiss. Clutched in her hand was a piece of torn silk adorned with cloud patterns, the edge remarkably clean, as if severed by a sharp blade. "What is this?" she inquired. At that moment, a young apprentice entered with medicine and replied, "We are uncertain. You were holding it when you were brought in, and we could not pry it from your grip." 5 days after that fateful battle, having undergone several days of treatment, Shen Yu finally managed to rise from her bed. It was said that 3,000 soldiers had been wounded in that conflict, many of whom succumbed to their injuries, with corpses being removed from the field hospital daily. The apprentice could not stop Shen Yu as she ventured beyond the tent, searching the entire hospital but finding no trace of Shen Zhao and Kong Qing. She understood that the most likely outcome was that they had perished, perhaps buried beneath the dead or so mangled that they were unrecognizable. Yet, she dared not entertain such thoughts. As long as she had not found their bodies, she would cling to the belief that Shen Zhao still lived. Her search, however, bore some fruit. Within the field hospital, she encountered the injured Yu Dazue and Yang Bang. Yu Dazue had sustained minor injuries, while Yang Bang was gravely wounded, bearing several deep cuts but miraculously clinging to life. "That damn Boda!" Yu Dazue spat vehemently. "The heir should have marched forth, scorched their lands, and slaughtered their kin." "Mind your tongue," Yang Bang, lying weakly on his bed, retorted. "Your life was spared by the heir. Do not presume to command others on how to act." Shen Yu hung her head, feeling utterly dispirited. It was indeed wise for the army to refrain from further assaults. Advancing westward would only lead to greater hardships. Silence enveloped the room until, after a while, the low sound of weeping began to permeate the tent. Yu Dazue wiped his face and lamented. "Ahu and the others are gone." I watched helplessly as the Western Jew people severed his head, wailing. His words served as a catalyst. And soon the tent was filled with the sound of collective sobbing. These were valiant men, who had faced death on the battlefield without shedding tears. Yet under such harrowing circumstances, they could not restrain their grief. Shen Yu pushed herself up slowly. She had felt an overwhelming sense of oppression in recent days. Plagued by self-doubt and waking from nightmares repeatedly, the vengeance for her father and brother remained unavenged, while the instigator roamed free, living in comfort. How could they rest in peace? She could no longer bear to listen to such despondent words, fearing they would drive her to madness. She longed for someone to guide her forward, as her father had done in her dreams. Upon exiting the field hospital, she noticed that night had fallen. She wandered aimlessly until she realized she had arrived outside the tent where her father's body lay. The winter chill of Yinliang Pass was biting, and corpses remained intact for many days. In her previous life, she traveled a great distance from Xinjiang to pay her respects. In this life, she wishes to honor her father's last wish by burying him beyond the frontier. Following the course of the Shima River downstream, her parents would finally be reunited. Soldiers stood guard before the tent, preventing her entry. Thus, she lifted her garment and knelt before the entrance. "Father, I shall keep vigil for you," she whispered softly in her heart. The light from the tiger tent remained aglow until the second evening drum sounded. Several vice-generals exited Xie Tingzhou's tent one after another after concluding their discussions. Chong Hang lingered behind, stating, "Those worthless fellows in Xinjiang vanished during the battle. Yet now that it has ended, they are rushing back with urgency." Xie Tingzhou pressed his fingers against his brow, inquiring about the movements of the Liu family in Luozhou. Shifeng replied, "The Liu family previously sent supplies, but Liang Jiefeng barred their entry outside the city. Now that the provisions have been brought into the city, the head of the Liu family has not arrived, yet their representatives expressed a desire to meet His Highness." Chongheng interjected, "How can His Highness meet with mere merchants at their whim?" Xie Tingzhou shot him a stern glance. "If it were not for Liang Jiefeng sealing the city, the merchants you speak of could have saved tens of thousands of soldiers." Realizing his slip of the tongue, Chongheng lowered his head, silenced by embarrassment. Suddenly, the tent flaps were drawn aside, and Han Jiwu poked his head in. "Old Chong, someone is looking for you outside." Chongheng saluted Xie Tingzhou and stepped out, where muffled voices could be heard. "General, the person you instructed us to watch is truly restless. He has just managed to stand and has already wandered around the wounded soldiers' camp during the day, kneeling out here in this frigid weather. He is bound to fall ill." Chongheng spoke while exhaling warmth into the cold air. "Is that fellow unwell? Why kneel if he is fine?" The doctor explained. "He is General Shen's soldier, kneeling before General Shen's spirit tent. Such loyalty. He must be a personal guard. Then? Well, what do you think?" The tent flaps lifted once more, and Shifeng held them aside as Xie Tingzhou emerged, striding directly toward Shinzhong's spirit tent. Chang Heng hurried to keep pace, insisting that this matter should be resolved by his subordinates, not burden his highness. Xie Tingzhou responded coolly, "There are too many uncertainties in this battle. If he is indeed General Shen's personal guard, he should possess some vital information." Torches flickered at the tent entrance, sparks scattering wildly in the wind. The slender figure knelt on the ground, facing the tent, utterly motionless. Xie Tingzhou approached, lowering his gaze to the person on the ground. "What is your name?" Xinyu lifted her head, her first glimpse of Xie Tingzhou's visage. What a countenance it was, against a backdrop of ink-like hues. The brilliance of his eyes was tempered by a cool curve at the corners, where an excess would render him too flamboyant and a deficiency too frigid. Beneath such a picturesque exterior lay an allure that could intoxicate. Indeed, Xie Tingzhou was as stunning as the rumors suggested. Yet Xinyu had no time to admire his features at that moment. Upon seeing Xie Tingzhou, she suddenly grasped the intricacies at play. She needed to position herself at the center of power, otherwise, her own strength would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. This individual before her was undoubtedly the most accessible path forward. "Shiryu," she stated, "I am called Shiryu." In her formative years, she traversed the military landscape with great difficulty as a woman, adopting the pseudonym Shiyu. "Shiyu," Xie Tingzhou repeated, the two syllables spilling from his thin lips. Imbued with a certain elegance, he turned his gaze toward the tent and inquired, "Why do you kneel before him?" Xinyu gritted her teeth and replied, "I am a soldier under General Shen, and it is my duty to see his end." "Is he one of his personal guards?" Xie Tingzhou pondered how to respond to this query. Shinzhong's personal guards had been recorded, and none were as youthful as she. However, if she were merely an ordinary soldier, her worth would diminish. "I am a personal guard of Major General Shen Hao." Xie Tingzhou inclined his head slightly and commanded, "Bring him here, for I have questions to pose." Chapter 22. Temptation. Outside the walls to the north, the night sky was painted crimson by the glow of flames, and the acrid scent of charred remnants wafted through the air. Following Xie Tingzhou was a royal guard, accompanied by two generals clad in soft armor. Xinyu had heard tales of the formidable deputy generals by the side of the northern prince, Xie Tingzhou, and she surmised that these two were indeed they. Xinyu was ushered into the tent, with the two deputy generals remaining outside, leaving only Xie Tingzhou and a royal guard within. "Lift your head." Xie Tingzhou's voice was frigid. Slowly, Xinyu raised her gaze, locking eyes with Xie Tingzhou. His stare was penetrating, as if capable of dissecting her very essence. Yet, Xinyu did not flinch, maintaining her focus, for she understood that any hint of trepidation would diminish the weight of her words in Xie Tingzhou's ears. Xie Tingzhou appraised her. She was petite, her frame and visage delicate, her skin somewhat dusky, yet her eyes were strikingly beautiful. Without her armor, she appeared far more fragile than he had anticipated. This thought caught him off guard. He was astonished to find himself using the term fragile to describe a soldier capable of severing the heads of the Shijue with a single strike. If this could be deemed fragile, then there were scarcely a handful of brave souls left in the army. Recollecting his thoughts, he inquired, "On October 25th, Shinzhongin launched a surprise attack on the northern camp of Shijue, and the southern camp was unable to provide timely support. Why did you not pursue the advantage?" "Because it snowed," Xinyu replied. "The soldiers of the Great Zhou are ill-equipped for combat in the snow and had no choice but to retreat to the camp." Xie Tingzhou took a seat, resting his arm on the armrest, and continued his questioning. "Did Shinzhongin not detect any traitors within the ranks?" "He did," Xinyu stated. "Which is why the plan was altered at the last moment before the assault on the southern camp was to take place." "And you were involved?" "I accompanied the Major General in the surprise attack on the northern camp, igniting their supplies. After vanquishing the enemy, the Major General proceeded to support the old general at the southern camp, while I, along with 2,000 light cavalry, was tasked with transporting a portion of the supplies back." Xie Tingzhou nodded slowly. This aligned with the information he had gathered. His inquiries served merely as a means to gauge the veracity of the words spoken by this individual known as Shiyu. "Who do you suspect as the traitor?" Xinyu shook her head. "I am uncertain, or perhaps I am unsure if Liang Jianfeng is the sole traitor." Xie Tingzhou's gaze dipped, settling on her hands, which hung at her sides, clenched into tight fists, the knuckles paling. "Liang Jianfeng is already in my custody, to be detained in the capital for inquiry once the matters in Ganzhou are resolved. Do you have any further reports to make?" Xinyu lowered her eyes to the ground. "General Shen has sent several urgent dispatches to Xinjing, yet we have received no response." She was cautious with her words, unsure whether the person before her was friend or foe. Xie Tingzhou remarked, "This matter involves too many parties. Whether the dispatch reached Xinjing is one thing, But if it did, it is another matter entirely as to who may have suppressed it within the Ministry of War. His slender fingers twirled a black jade ring, contrasting beautifully with his fair skin. He leaned in slightly, casting a shadow over Shen Hao in the flickering light. "You do not trust me," he said, his gaze fixed on her, not as a question, but a statement. "Indeed," she conceded, acknowledging the truth in his words. "She has indeed lost her trust in him. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that she no longer knows who is worthy of her trust." Xie Tingzhou arrived with impeccable timing, marching northward from the northern frontier, even in a state of light travel. Such a hasty advance necessitates a departure at least 10 days prior to ensure arrival at the critical moment. In her past life, Xie Tingzhou and the Qingyan guards reached their destination only after the city of Guangzhou had fallen and been ravaged for several days. The question remains, how could he possess such foresight this time? Is he perhaps a part of this intricate web? Xie Tingzhou's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, endowed with an extraordinary discernment. To confront such an individual, the most unwise course of action would be to engage in a self-deceptive game of wits. "Your Highness," Shen Hao remarked calmly, "I have no allies, thus I cannot afford to trust anyone lightly." Xie Tingzhou leaned back, a faint curve to his lips suggesting that his leverage was far greater than hers, and that she had far less to lose than he did. Shen Hao pressed her lips together. Indeed, what was there left to lose? His words nearly bewitched her. Xie Tingzhou resembled a languid eagle, cornering his prey but refraining from launching a fierce attack. "Before matters in Guangzhou are resolved, you have ample time to ponder," he stated, his voice steady. The utterance of that name sent a shiver through Shen Hao's heart. She truly felt like prey ensnared in his grasp. As he patiently watched her willingly step deeper into the trap. "Go on," Xie Tingzhou commanded before she could respond. Shen Hao stood and stepped outside, her gaze inadvertently flickering over a peculiar coat rack within the tent, causing her pace to falter. Draped over the rack was a dark outer robe, its hem embroidered with shadowy cloud patterns, notably missing a sleeve. She discreetly pinched her own sleeve, pondering whether that piece of fabric had once belonged to Xie Tingzhou. But how had it come to be in her possession? Xie Tingzhou glanced up, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Are you curious why the garment is missing a sleeve? Yet I am more intrigued as to why you refer to me as father." She called him father? When did that happen? Shen Hao stared at him in shock, only to find his smile broadening. When he smiled, his demeanor softened significantly. He, who was usually so sharp and aloof, appeared almost rakish and carefree in that moment. As Shen Hao exited, the smile on Xie Tingzhou's face faded, and he dispatched someone to follow her. As he surely possessed some insider information. "Shifeng, you are to follow the command," he instructed. "Yes, Your Highness." Outside the tent, 2 campfires crackled, with several soldiers gathered around, enjoying roasted potatoes. Upon seeing Shen Hao, Chang Heng waved her over. Come here, come here." Shen Hao approached, and Chang Heng tossed a steaming potato her way, which she hastily caught, wrapping it in her sleeve. Chang Heng scrutinized her from head to toe. "Where on earth did you acquire such skills?" "I learned them while being near the young general," Shen Hao replied. "Come, sit," Chang Heng said, taking a bite of his potato and grimacing from the heat. "Your life was saved by me. Report to me once you're done." Nearby soldiers teased. "General Chang is already trying to recruit talent at such an early hour? What do you know?" Chang Heng retorted, shoving the teasing soldier playfully. "I am simply appreciating talent. Understand?" He turned his head to glance at Shen Hao, suddenly reaching out to clasp her shoulder and give it a gentle pat. "TSK, you're too thin. You ought to nourish yourself better. Would you like me to grill some meat for you?" Shen Hao stiffened entirely, discreetly shifting half a step to the side. If General Chang can still stomach barbecued meat, he may indulge himself, but I cannot partake. Upon her utterance, the appetite of everyone present swiftly dissipated. There were far too many corpses that needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, once winter passed and the weather warmed, the risk of disease would escalate. Some bodies were buried on the spot, while those that could not be buried were burned. Some soldiers and Shijue people lay frozen together and were compelled to be incinerated as well. The blaze raged for several days without extinguishing, and throughout these days, a lingering scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Chapter 23. Assassination. The flickering flames of the campfire cast a warm glow upon Shen Hao's cheeks. After finishing her potato, she rose and made her way back to the tiger tent. A soldier announced, "Your Highness, sure you request an audience." Xie Tingzhou was about to loosen his garments, but, upon hearing this, fastened his belt again. "What is it?" Shen Hao called from outside the tent. "General Shen's children are not by his side. I wish to keep vigil for General Shen." "Granted." To preserve the body, the tent was devoid of a charcoal basin, leaving it as frigid as an ice cellar. Tears had long since dried. She could not cry. She knelt in the tent throughout the night, and before dawn broke, stealthily slipped out. The snow in Yinliang Pass ceased for a few days only to begin falling again. Just days prior, the atmosphere was one of somber desolation. But now the streets had resumed their pre-war appearance. The dark guards trailed closely behind Shen Hao, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too near as she wound through the alleyways. Upon reaching a fork in the road, she vanished in the blink of an eye. Shen Hao continued to walk for quite some time, before lightly springing into the backyard of a house. Inside, someone awaited her. Upon seeing Shen Hao, Hong Xiao and LV Yao knelt before her in unison. "Miss, I have failed in my duty. Please punish me." Hong Xiao and LV Yao split their efforts. One heading to Luozhou to deliver news while the other went to Ganzhou Prefecture to gather supplies, yet ultimately arrived too late. With tear-filled eyes, Shen Hao replied, "You have both done admirably." Hong Xiao sobbed, "If only I had been quicker in delivering the provisions, the general and the others." Shen Hao understood the futility of this notion. No matter how early they arrived, they would not have been allowed entry into the city. Hong Xiao wiped her tears. "What does the miss intend to do now?" Shen Hao responded, "This conflict harbors too many uncertainties. It is certainly not a matter that a mere supervising officer can influence. Liang Jiefang must have others backing him, and I am determined to unearth them." Her eyes glinted with a fierce resolve, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld her. "We will follow you, miss," the two declared in unison. Shen Hao shook her head. "I am currently within the army of the North Lin heir, Xie Tingzhou. Soon, he will escort Liang Jianfang to the capital, and I must find a way to remain by his side." "What are your instructions, miss?" Hong Xiao inquired. Shen Hao stated, "My brother borrowed grain from Ganzhou City. You must return it on my behalf." Hong Xiao protested, "Why should we repay it? The general and the young master fight valiantly at the front lines to safeguard Yinliang Pass and protect the people within, yet they shut the gates and force people to starve." Shen Hao understood this sentiment all too well. But she did not wish for Shen Hao to bear any debts on his journey. Even if they were to leave, it must be done with integrity and clarity. "I wish for him to depart unencumbered," she remarked, causing both Hong Xiao and LV Yao's eyes to glisten with tears. The young general, so noble and distinguished, had met with such a tragic fate. Having snuck out, Shen Hao's time was limited. After conveying her instructions, she turned to return. The pervasive gloom had settled upon the hearts of every soldier in the camp, yet within the city, an entirely different scene unfolded. The common folk busied themselves with their immediate concerns, ensuring their households remained orderly and free from hunger, indifferent to the larger implications of state and nation. The streets were alive with bustling pedestrians and the clamorous cries of vendors, each corner resonating with the vibrancy of life. The tea stall was filled with patrons engaged in fervent discussions about the recent battle at Yinliang Pass. An elderly man lamented, "It was truly horrific. You couldn't even see the horizon for the bodies strewn about. I heard that the supervising general and the provincial officials have already been captured by the northern prince." He scoffed. "What do you still call them officials? They are but fools with their heads barely secured." As Shen Hao approached and ordered a bowl of tea, she interjected during their idle chatter, "Isn't there still a garrison commander in Ganzhou? Why is he safe behind closed doors?" The old man scrutinized her for a moment. "You must be an outsider, aren't you?" Shen Hao replied, "Indeed, I have come to retrieve the bodies of my father and elder brother." The onlookers regarded her with sympathetic glances. The elderly man, now seated beside her with his tea, whispered, "The garrison commander is no ordinary man. His sister is wed to a cousin of the northern prince. He is well connected, so how could the prince possibly move against him? He is one of their own." Shen Hao tightened her grip on the tea bowl, realizing the depth of information this old man possessed. He shook his head. "I am merely a vegetable vendor, supplying the provincial office with produce, and thus have heard some gossip. But the fact that the garrison commander is related to the northern prince is not mere hearsay. He himself spoke of it in the flower house, and it has long circulated in Ganzhou." As dusk fell, the camp was illuminated by flickering bonfires. An undercover agent reported to Xie Tingzhou about the lost individuals. When a guard arrived with news, "Your Highness, the garrison commander requests an audience." Xie Tingzhou set aside his belongings, thinking, "Just as well, I intended to seek him out as well." A procession entered the city, flanked by 2 columns of mounted guards, escorting a carriage that halted at a modest courtyard. The guard lifted the curtain. "Your Highness, we have arrived." Stepping out of the carriage, Xie Tingzhou surveyed the surroundings. The courtyard was secluded, with low walls typical of an ordinary household. He chuckled, "This is indeed quite shabby." Hu Xingwang went to great lengths to find a humble abode to feign integrity. It must have been quite a challenge. The guards lowered their heads, well aware that such laughter often foreshadowed misfortune for someone. Though the courtyard was lit, the main gate remained firmly shut. The guard knocked, but after several attempts, there was no response. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Something is amiss, Xie Tingzhou commanded. Break down the door. The gate was kicked open, and the guards, well trained, surged inside. The courtyard contained 4 rooms, 2 on each side, and the guards swiftly conducted a search, emerging shortly thereafter. Your Highness, there are still signs of life. In the western side room, Hu Xingwang was bound to a chair. Xie Tingzhou cast a disdainful glance and turned away. Someone is meddling in my affairs, Xie Fing remarked. The perpetrator cannot have gone far. I shall dispatch men to pursue. No need, Xie Tingzhou interrupted. They will not be caught. With a gurgle, Hu Xingwang coughed up blood and attempted to speak. Ignoring him, Xie Tingzhou inquired, is the garrison already under your command? It is all in order, Xie Fing replied. Then there is no need for a rescue, Xie Tingzhou concluded. This implies a deliberate choice to neither save nor kill Hu Xingwang, allowing him to linger in agony until death claims him. Your Highness, here lies a signed confession. The document is laid upon the table, weighed down by a bloody dagger. The guard presented it to Xie Tingzhou, who refrained from accepting it, his gaze swiftly scanning its contents. It was Hu Xingwang's confession, wherein he candidly divulged how he was coerced by Liang Jianfang to close the city during wartime, while also detailing the embezzlement and the subsequent destination of the ill-gotten gains over the years. After perusing the document, Xie Tingzhou instructed, put it away. It will be of use when we reach the capital. The guards subsequently discovered several corpses scattered around the courtyard, presumably the remnants of Hu Xingwang's protectors. During the return journey, Xie Fing rode alongside. Your Highness, that person is quite formidable. Nearly all of Hu Xingwang's men met their end by a single strike, indicating there were no ordinary foes. Leaning against the carriage wall, Xie Tingzhou feigned slumber, contemplating that they could either be enemies or allies. The methods employed were somewhat extreme, yet they at least demonstrated an awareness of the need for contingency. One must be eliminated, yet the confession must remain. It appears this individual possesses a keen intellect, Xie Fing solemnly remarked. Could it be a wandering knight from the Jianghu? Xie Tingzhou half opened his eyes and chuckled softly. The ways of Jianghu knights are not so reckless. Xie Fing nodded in agreement. Xie Tingzhou continued. Hu Xingwang was left in such a state that if there were no personal vendetta, such brutality would be improbable. If it is indeed a matter of vengeance, the scope is too vast, making it difficult to ascertain the target. Chapter 24. Seeking trouble as dawn broke. The guards reported that another death had occurred overnight. The body of the Gan Prefecture's deputy was found hanging from the city wall, accompanied by a confession. Xie Tingzhou, still in bed, rested his head on his hand as he listened to the report. I recalled that aside from Hu Xingwang, everyone else had been detained, Xie Feng remarked. Indeed, Hu Xingwang has yet to be apprehended due to the transfer of the garrison troops, but this matter has far-reaching implications, involving numerous individuals. The deputy, not privy to any confidential matters, is held in the county government as prison. Xie Tingzhou's expression shifted. The individual was skilled, and though the management of the government prison was lax, extracting a living person from there was no simple feat. Seated nearby, Chang Hung could not restrain himself from interjecting. Your Highness, how do you know he was taken out alive and not after death? It would be much easier to transport a corpse. Xie Tingzhou shot him a glance. With a confession in hand, could he have been coerced within the prison? Chang Heng's expression transformed to one of realization. But since there is a confession, it rules out the possibility of a fellow conspirator silencing him. He added, keep a close watch on Liang Jianfang. He is of utmost importance. No matter what, he must not come to harm. As long as he remains, there will be countless restless souls in Shengjing. Xie Tingzhou rose, accepting the cloak Xie Feng handed him, his gaze settling on the outer robe hanging on the coat rack, which was missing its sleeves. He paused momentarily, turning to ask, where is Xie Yu? Xie Yu? Xie Feng was momentarily taken aback before recalling who Xie Yu was. He is not a person of critical importance, so I did not pay attention. I instructed the shadow guards to keep watch, and I shall send someone to inquire forthwith. After a brief interval, the shadow guards reported. He remains within General Shen's morning tent. He has not left? Not at all, the shadow guard replied. Aside from briefly entering the city yesterday and losing track of him for merely 2 hours, he has not left the morning tent except for using the restroom. Xie Tingzhou pondered this, and Chang Hung inquired, do you suspect him, Your Highness? Xie Tingzhou remained silent. donning his cloak before striding directly to the morning tent. The guards at the entrance noticed his approach and prepared to salute from a distance. Xie Tingzhou waved his hand to halt them, pausing for a moment before lifting the curtain and entering. Shen Yu was kneeling before the coffin, and upon hearing footsteps, turned to see him. "Your Highness." The tent was devoid of a brazier for warmth, rendering it even colder than the outside air. Xie Tingzhou received a stick of incense from Shifeng and bowed before the coffin, then turned his attention to Shen Yu. "Since you are keeping vigil for General Shen, you should also offer a stick of incense." Shen Yu glanced up. She was no notable figure, and it was hardly her place to have Xie Tingzhou's guards attend to her. Having knelt for too long, her blood flow was restricted, and she struggled to shift her legs, a look of pain evident on her face. After paying her respects, she returned to her kneeling position. Xie Tingzhou regarded her intently for a moment before pausing at the entrance. "Chang Heng admires your skills and wishes to recruit you. The physician invested considerable effort to save you. Do not squander his goodwill." Shen Yu did not lift her gaze, fixating instead on his boots. "Xie Gongzi is concerned." After watching Xie Tingzhou exit the tent, Shen Yu finally collapsed onto the ground. For reasons unknown, Xie Tingzhou always instilled a sense of oppression in her when his cold, indifferent gaze locked onto a person. It felt as though he could effortlessly see through them. Shifeng followed Xie Tingzhou outside, waiting until they were at a distance before speaking. "Your Highness, it appears this individual is not suspicious." The act of offering incense was merely to observe Shiyu's reaction. All her actions were entirely reasonable, from the discomfort of kneeling for too long to the expressions that revealed themselves as she stretched. Xie Tingzhou smiled faintly. "Did you not notice his shoes?" "Shoes?" Shifeng had indeed overlooked that detail. Xie Tingzhou continued walking, noting that the soles of his shoes bore traces of substances not belonging to the camp. At that moment, Shifeng wished to turn back and scrutinize what exactly those foreign substances were. The following day, a guard reported that the Liu family had returned the grain borrowed by Shen Hao from Guangzhou and had quietly departed for home. Despite previously expressing a desire to meet the heir of Balin, the body could not remain unburied for long. After several days of mourning by Shen Yu in front of the spirit tablet, Xie Tingzhou arranged for a contingent to escort the remains to the capital. Although burying at the frontier had been Shen Zhongmen's last wish, she could neither stop it nor hinder it now. The military had recently conducted a count, revealing approximately 10,000 deserters. It was imperative that Shen Zhongmen's body be transported back to Xinjiang, for the dead must be honored with their remains, lest there be doubts and criticisms. Those who sacrificed themselves at the border could not bear the stigma of being labeled as deserters. As the sun rose high in the sky, it was once again time for the midday meal. Chang Heng had not arranged for Shen Yu's placement, so she returned to the wounded soldiers' camp to assist a few soldiers in distributing the rations. Life in the military was arduous, and it was rare to enjoy a meal with meat. Today's meal was reportedly a treat from the prince himself, who had personally contributed to reward the soldiers. Shen Yu and Yu Dazue arrived neither too early nor too late, and a considerable line had already formed for the rations. Just as they were about to reach the front, several burly soldiers brushed past, roughly bumping into her shoulder and pushing them back without a second thought. As Shen Yu prepared to speak, a soldier grasped her arm to stop her and whispered, "These fellows are under General Chang." Shen Yu looked up to see the man in front turning back, casting her a disdainful glance. "What are you staring at, kid?" The man scrutinized Shen Yu from head to toe. The military camp housed all sorts of individuals, and Shen Yu had encountered many ruffians, thus she chose to ignore him. The man then turned fully, crossing his arms and demanding, "What are you looking at? Are you deaf?" His companion assessed Shen Yu and remarked, "She is from the wounded soldiers' camp, probably got her ears blown out in battle." Laughter erupted among the group. The man scoffed, spitting out a few words. Shen Yu raised her head and calmly replied, "Repeat that." With an air of arrogance, the man responded, "Kid, don't act tough. After suffering a defeat, you should know your place." "Say it again." Shen Yu articulated each word deliberately. The man chuckled, "I said your Shen family army is a bunch of useless fools, and we had to come all the way from Balin to rescue you. If you're not fools," before he could finish, he suddenly clutched his nose and staggered back a couple of steps. Blood trickled from between his fingers. Shen Yu retracted her fist and calmly stated, "Mind your words." The man spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, challenging, "You dare strike me?" With that, he swiftly drew the blade from his waist, and chaos erupted in an instant. Chapter 25 Provocation. The man, blood streaming from his nose and consumed by anger, raised his knife and swung it towards Shen Yu. She swiftly pushed aside the burly Yu Dazue behind her and tilted her body to evade the attack, but the man pressed forward once more. The cook, sensing the escalating tension, attempted to intervene, yet was deterred by the glint of the blade, opting instead to shout from a safe distance. "Everyone, remain calm. Let us discuss this rationally." The individual who had previously conversed with the man quickly blocked his knife, exclaiming, "2C. Put down the weapon." 2C hesitated for a moment, contemplating another strike, but someone seized the opportunity to embrace him and whispered a few words in his ear. As 2C listened, his expression shifted dramatically, his fury gradually tempering, only to morph into malice as he turned to Xinyu. "You struck me today. Kneel and bow your head to me, and I shall consider this matter forgotten." 2C was tall, and Xinyu, lifting her chin, replied, "Or perhaps you should bow to me, and I shall pretend those words were never uttered." Her demeanor exuded defiance, and 2C's previously subdued rage threatened to resurface. But a reminder from those nearby ultimately restrained him. "You young one, this military camp is no place for someone of your frail stature to survive. One must possess skill to earn respect here." Yudazue, craning his neck from behind Xinyu, shouted, "He has slain hundreds of Shijue people on the battlefield. Can you match that?" 2C had heard of him, though only through rumors, originating from a bandit background. Tales circulated in the army that he commanded thousands of brothers in the mountains, though such numbers were grossly exaggerated, revealing how easily rumors can distort reality. Moreover, scrutinizing the slender limbs before him, it was evident that this was not the physique of someone capable of dispatching hundreds in battle. Rather, it appeared he would be more likely pursued by such a multitude. 2C sheathed his knife, looking down on Xinyu with disdain. "Anyone can boast, in the military. One must rely on strength. Do you dare to compete with me? Why would I not?" Xinyu's gaze burned with determination, showing no signs of retreat. 2C sneered. "Very well, I shall not take advantage of you. Let us compete after you have had your fill. At the appropriate hour, we shall meet on the training ground." With that, 2C and his companions departed, neglecting even to collect their rations. After retrieving the food and distributing it, it took nearly half an hour before they could finally eat, and the meat pies had long since cooled. Gathered within the tent, Yudazue offered his meat pie to Xinyu, quietly urging, "Do eat more. We have a match this afternoon." Yang Bang, leaning against the wall and sipping meat soup, inquired, "What kind of match?" Yudazue recounted the events briefly. "I should never have engaged with him," he lamented. "Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought you out for a challenge." "What should you have said?" Yang Bang asked. Yudazue replied, "I intended to intimidate him, hoping he would retreat, but little did I know he would not be deterred." Yudazue, having only heard rumors, had never witnessed Xinyu in action. Yet he could not shake the belief that the one capable of slaying 300 was certainly not her. Observing her delicate limbs and petite face, he thought that a single punch could easily crush her. He harbored regrets, had it not been for his own bravado in uttering that statement. 2C likely would not have sought a duel with Shen Hao. He had unwittingly entangled himself in a precarious situation. "That 2C's arms are thicker than your thighs. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider the match?" Yudazue suggested. Yang Bang countered. "Such words only serve to diminish the spirit of others. I have faith in Shen Hao." At that moment, Xinyu was momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp who Shen Hao was. Yudazue wore a troubled expression, advising, "If the situation becomes untenable, simply concede. Losing is not disgraceful. Your life is far more valuable." "What nonsense are you speaking?" Yang Bang retorted. "What flaw does Shen Hao possess?" He then scrutinized Xinyu, uncertainly adding, "Aside from perhaps being a tad frail." As the hour approached, Xinyu arrived fashionably late. Yudazue insisted on accompanying her for moral support, while even Yang Bang hobbled along with the aid of a cane. The training ground was already bustling with a considerable crowd, encircling the arena in layers. Xinyu maintained her composure, while Yudazue murmured from behind, "I made no announcement. How could so many have gathered? Just because you remained silent, does that mean the other party will as well?" Yang Bang shot back. Before the contest had even commenced, 2C was already confident of his victory. After all, such displays of prowess were best shared with a larger audience, and word had spread throughout the military camp by noon. As they approached, the throng parted to allow a passage. Yudazue and Yang Bang trailed behind Xinyu, flanked by imposing figures on either side, creating an overwhelming presence. Yudazue could not help but swallow hard, exclaiming, "What kind of sustenance does the Northland Prince provide these men? They all appear so robust." Xinyu replied calmly, "The Northland King exercises strict control. The standards for military service are inherently high. Those who serve under the esteemed Prince Xie are the cream of the crop." As she spoke, Xinyu halted before the arena. 2C stood atop the platform, casting a disdainful glance downward at her, mockingly stating, "Arriving so late, I thought you were too frightened to show up." "Not at all," Xinyu replied. There is no need for warm-up, thus, early arrival is unnecessary. 2C's expression shifted, implying that his own early arrival was merely for warming up. He snorted derisively. You're courting disaster. No matter how much you prepare at the last moment, it will be futile. If you kneel and admit defeat now, I might allow you some leniency later, so you want to lose too embarrassingly. Shen Yu lowered her gaze, adjusting her arm bindings, and stated, I have no habit of hurling insults prior to a fight. In essence, she implied that there was no need for preamble. Let the contest commence. A suppressed ripple of laughter arose from the crowd. 2C remained silent, grateful that most attendees hailed from the Northland Qingyan Guard, who were there merely for the spectacle and could not afford to lose face. The laughter soon subsided. Shall we begin? How would you like to proceed? Shen Yu inquired. Lifting her gaze, 2C replied, If I were to decide, some might accuse me of bullying you. I shall not take advantage of you. You may propose the terms. As Shen Yu stepped forward, her sleeve was unexpectedly seized. She turned to find Yang Bang, one hand on his cane and the other grasping her arm, whispering urgently. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider the match. Shen Yu was taken aback, remarking, Did you not say that one should not undermine their own authority to elevate another's ambition? Yang Bang cast a glance at 2C and replied, I was unaware that you intended to compare yourself with someone of such caliber. Just look at his physique. His temples are slightly bulging, a sign of a seasoned individual. I am no different, Shen Yu asserted. Yang Bang surveyed her, his expression and gaze conveying unmistakable sentiments. Shen Yu patted him reassuringly on the shoulder, saying, Do not worry. I shall not bring shame. She stepped forward, her demeanor calm and self-assured, surveying the array of weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, as well as cudgels, staves, whips, and hammers. I'm somewhat versed in all of them. You may choose, she declared. A murmur rippled through the crowd, and soon, a multitude began to voice their disapproval. Such a bold statement was unprecedented. Even the most skilled guards besides Xie Tingzhou would not dare to utter such audacious claims. Chapter 26. The Tournament. Upon hearing this remark, 2C could not suppress a derisive smile. Youngster, you have spoken too soon. The one bringing shame upon themselves is you. Yudazue touched his own face, saying, Yet I cannot shake the feeling that the one standing on the platform is her, and the one who should feel ashamed is I. That implies you share both glory and disgrace with Shen Hao, Yang Bang remarked. Yudazue responded, I can accept the glory, but as for disgrace, let's forego that. In truth, Shen Yu had not boasted. Her claim of having only a superficial understanding was indeed modest. From a young age, she had followed Shen Zhongyan, who was surrounded by martial generals, each skilled with different weapons. Her restless spirit compelled her to experiment with everything. In the past, when Shen Zhongyan remarked on her indecisive nature, she would fervently argue that one could not discern the most suitable weapon without trying each one. Meanwhile, Chang Hang and Han Jiwu were in the tiger tent, deliberating important matters with Xie Tingzhou. The warmth from the fire within the tent rendered them drowsy. Yet the atmosphere remained solemn. The previous day, an imperial edict from Xinjing had arrived at Yin-Yang Pass, commending the Northern Qingyan Guard and ordering the heir, Xie Tingzhou, to escort a notorious criminal to the capital post-haste. Han Jiwu's expression darkened. The old emperor has undoubtedly grown suspicious. The summons for his highness to enter the capital likely bodes ill for us. Leaning back in his chair, Xie Tingzhou fell into deep contemplation. First, the removal of Shen Zhongyan, followed by the downfall of the northern forces. Only someone of high status and power could orchestrate such a scheme. Currently, Xinjing was dominated by the four great families, and the players involved were none other than them. A prominent tree draws the wind. Extremes inevitably invite backlash. Historically, emperors have always feared regional lords amassing power and troops. 5 years prior, Xie Tingzhou's decisive battle had revealed the might of the northern forces to the emperor. The northern realm was too formidable, instilling trepidation in the reigning Li family. Thus, Xie Tingzhou opted for a strategic retreat, allowing the northern forces to cultivate their strength and remain dormant for several years, achieving a certain equilibrium with Xinjing. However, this delicate balance was shattered at Yinliang Pass. At that moment, Yinliang Pass was in peril, leaving Xie Tingzhou with only two choices: either abandon Yinliang Pass to preserve strength for a more stable future, or dispatch troops to rescue it. Ultimately, his decision was clear. He chose to save countless lives, yet in doing so, he cast the northern realm into a precarious situation. Chang Heng pondered aloud. Could this be connected to the Shen family? Han Jiwu shook his head, responding, Shen Zhongyan has never sought aid from the northern forces. Yet his father-in-law has been conspicuously amassing grain. It is difficult not to perceive that as a signal of trouble at Yinliang Pass. Moreover, the outcome we face is evident. we have arrived. The two debated heatedly until Xie Tingzhou interjected. The ultimate result is that Shen Hao perished in battle. He too is a player in this game. At that moment, someone sought an audience, specifically for Chang Hong. After a brief absence, he returned to inform Xie Tingzhou. Your Highness, there has been an incident at the training grounds. I must go investigate. What has transpired? Xie Tingzhou inquired. Chang Hong replied. 2C, ensure you have clashed in a duel at the training grounds. I need to check on it lest 2C injures someone too severely. I rather like that lad, assure you. Xie Tingzhou smiled faintly, suggesting that he should remind Xiyu not to strike too forcefully. Chang Hong dismissed this notion. Confident in 2C, his capable subordinate, who could easily handle 100 foes on the battlefield, although Xiyu was formidable. He doubted she could gain the upper hand against 2C. Don't believe me? Xie Tingzhou remarked, setting down his teacup and rising to observe. On the arena, 2C had selected his weapon. Renowned for his prowess with a sword, he sought to achieve victory with a different weapon to further showcase his skill. 2C regarded the slender Xiyu with disdain, twirling his spear to create a glimmering arc in the air, driving the spear but into the ground with a resounding thud. The spectators erupted in applause. His initial stance was impressive. 2C felt a sense of pride, confident that his second-best weapon would easily subdue the likes of Xiyu. Have you made your choice? He inquired. Shen Yu scanned the weapon rack, slowly approaching it and finally resting her fingertip on a bare white wax rod. This one will do, she declared, effortlessly pulling out the rod. 2C's expression darkened amidst the murmurs of the crowd. The wax rod, made from white waxwood, was as pure as jade, strong yet flexible, ideal for crafting spears. Yet, he chose a spear while she selected a simple, unadorned rod, which felt like an affront to him. Are you certain about your selection? 2C warned, his tone grave. In a duel, do not blame me for striking too hard. I return your words unaltered. Shen Yu replied. Just as her words fell, she gripped the wax rod and with a swift motion, a gust of wind accompanied its arc in the air. The initial strike was powerful, prompting 2C to retreat quickly to avoid a direct confrontation, as the rod appeared poised to strike the ground. The young girl executed a close-in maneuver, her palm sliding from the tail to the head of the rod, performing a flourish. 2C's pupils constricted as the realization struck him. He had underestimated her. The clash of weapons reverberated, sending a shock through 2C's arm. Although he was robust and his strength comparable to Xiyu's, he was mistaken. He witnessed the wax rod slip from her grasp upon impact, the lack of control allowing it to soar skyward, flipping in the air before losing its momentum. With deftness, she caught the rod, pivoting gracefully for another strike. The crowd erupted in cheers. 2C, still reeling from the previous impact, found himself unprepared for the follow-up. This time, he sidestepped to avoid Xiyu's thrust. As they both unleashed rapid attacks, one with brute force, the other with agility, Yudazue, unable to close his mouth since the duel began, stared in astonishment at Xiyu. Although he was unable to discern the intricacies of the techniques, it was evident that Xiyu was gaining the upper hand, her movements nimble and fluid. The sounds of their weapons colliding echoing vibrantly. Pinch me, Yudazue urged. Yet, Yang Bang remained engrossed in the unfolding spectacle, ignoring him completely. Yuda's hand reached out and pinched Yang Bang's arm. Ah, why did you pinch me? Yang Bang exclaimed. I'm not dreaming. Yuda replied. Is this truly the mountain cannon? Is it really the mountain cannon? He asked once more, excitement coursing through him as he embraced Yang Bang's shoulders. It truly is the mountain cannon we know. Chapter 27. Arrogant Xie Tingzhou and Chang Hang, along with a few others, stood upon a high platform at the training ground, their keen eyes capturing every intricate move on the stage below. The youth moved like a dragon, executing thrusts, strikes, and feints with precision, all the while pressing Tuasi under relentless attack. Chang Heng leaned against the railing, marveling aloud. I told you, this lad possesses remarkable skill. It was worth all my efforts to rescue his life. Han Jiwu, eyes unwavering, chimed in. Who was it that claimed he couldn't defeat Tuasi? Chang Heng adamantly denied it. Did I say that? Did I? I merely suggested Tuasi not to strike too hard. We are all comrades here. Look at that. These are my two great generals. They are still your soldiers, Han Jiwu retorted. Xiyu is, after all, still in the infirmary. One day, they will all be mine. Chang Heng proclaimed with pride. Meanwhile, Tuasi's face was flushed, barely managing to withstand each attack, fully aware that his opponent was merely toying with him, waiting for him to concede. In the military, a man may perish in battle but must never retreat. Losing is insignificant. But bowing in surrender signifies the loss of one's last shred of valor. As the spectators continued to watch, their expressions gradually grew serious. It was evident to all that, despite countless opportunities to defeat Tuasi, Xie Yu had chosen to dance around him, teasing him playfully. Xie Tingzhou remarked. The youth is full of vigor, yet he must temper his temperament. After a pause, he turned to Chang Heng and asked, Can you rein him in? Your Highness underestimates me. There is no soldier I cannot discipline, Chang Heng replied confidently, slapping the railing. Xie Tingzhou's gaze fell upon the arena. 95 moves, 96 moves. 99 moves, precisely 100. On the stage, with a gasp of astonishment, Shen Yu disarmed Tuasi, her white wax staff poised at his throat. A mere inch away. Cheers erupted from the crowd, mingled with a resounding, Well done, Shen Hao. Shen Yu retorted, Shen Hao, you rascal, I owe you nothing. The youth stood against the wind, hair flowing like ribbons. Tuasi gasped for breath, watching as Xie Yu withdrew the white wax staff and casually tossed it into the air, where it landed perfectly back on the weapon rack. Tuasi clasped his fists, about to concede, but Xie Yu interjected, Is this the level of your Qingyun guards? She laughed lightly, It's hardly impressive. Her voice, bright and youthful, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The arena fell into a heavy silence. Every gaze fixated upon the stage, questioning the audacity of one who, having just traversed 1,000 miles to rescue others, dared to belittle the Qingyun guards. How could the soldiers tolerate such insolence? Yudazier cautiously tugged at Yang Bang's sleeve, asking, What is he trying to do? Is this not inviting trouble? Yang Bang's expression darkened. I do not know. Though their acquaintance was brief, Yang Bang and Yudazier both recognized that he was inherently a modest and reserved individual. Otherwise, it would not have taken so long for them to learn of his exceptional martial prowess. However, today's actions are in stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Has he become overconfident after a single victory, or is he scheming something? Let me have a word with you. A robust man, with arms like a gorilla and a waist like a wolf, leapt onto the arena. His landing was steady, stirring up dust from the ground, showcasing his solid stance. The soldiers below erupted in cheers. Tu, known for his impulsive nature and having stirred trouble in the army, found himself united with the Qingyun Guard, all aligning their weapons against Xie Yu. This was the honor of the Qingyun Guard. How could they allow anyone to trample on it so casually? Upon ascending the stage, the brawny man unsheathed his knife and, with his right leg sweeping in an arc, took his stance. Make your move. Shen Yu stood with her hands clasped behind her back, unfazed. I must apologize in advance. She kicked her right leg back, causing the weapon rack to tremble violently as a long blade flew off, which she deftly caught. With a swift horizontal strike, she aimed at the man. This time, she did not take her time as before, but rather approached with a calm demeanor and a glint of determination in her eyes. Each move she made was fierce and lethal. Within the span of a single incense stick, the long blade was already poised at the man's throat. Consider it a concession. Shen Yu smoothly sheathed her blade and glanced at the crowd below. Is there anyone else? The audience, with fierce gazes, watched as another soldier ascended the stage with a long spear. From a distance, on the high platform, Chang Heng chuckled, commenting, That one is from your ranks. I wonder how long he can last against this girl. Another clash of swords ensued, and predictably, yet another individual was defeated. Xie Yu returned the weapon to the rack and turned to see another challenger on stage, his eyes hawk-like in their focus. What weapon will you choose this time? I shall not choose, Shen Yu replied, brushing off the dust from her hands. I must say, today has been quite disappointing. Why not select a few stronger opponents to face me? I am ready at any moment. Her provocative tone incited the crowd's ire, and from among them, the sound of drawn blades could be heard. Shen Yu smiled at the assembly below. Surely, you cannot be so sensitive to provocation? They were all men of valor. How could they remain unmoved by her taunts? Just as a brawl seemed imminent, a sharp command rang out from the high platform. What are you all standing around for? Get back to training. Upon seeing the commanding presence of Chang Heng, the soldiers below called out, Your Highness, General, this girl is far too arrogant, insulting our Qingyun Guard. Chang Heng remained silent. Xie Tingzhou's piercing gaze traversed the throng as he focused on the young woman on stage. Honor and disgrace are earned through one's own merit. If one lacks skill, one must accept defeat gracefully. His words compelled the soldiers to suppress their anger, though as they departed, they cast warning glances at Xie Yu on stage. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Yudazier and Yang Bang to cheer for Shen Yu. As she descended, Yang Bang, leaning on his crutch, approached her with concern. What do you mean by this? It is said that General Chang of the Qingyun Guard wishes to recruit you, yet you have offended everyone. How will you manage in the future? Yudazier, with a singular mindset, felt his blood surge from the excitement of the arena and failed to grasp the underlying intricacies. Then let us defeat them, Yudazier declared. Shen Yu lifted her gaze towards the high platform, where three figures remained. I shall not join the Qingyun Guard. She whispered softly, her eyes fixed on the platform. What does that mean? Yang Beng inquired. At that moment, Chang Hung, who was about to descend the platform, asked. What did he say? The distance was too great. He could only see the youth's lips moving, yet the words were inaudible. Xie Tingzhou remarked, Can you subdue him? Chang Hang recalled the fleeting glance the youth had cast towards him. In that instant, he seemed to perceive a blazing flame igniting within the youth's eyes. Those possessing such an intense gaze seemed inherently untamable by any individual. Chang Hang's competitive spirit flared, his fists clenched in eager anticipation. I must conquer this lad. If I cannot, I shall not bear the surname Chang. You cannot, Xie Tingzhou replied coolly, as he began to descend the steps. Han Jiwu chuckled, Give it up. Even His Highness has declared you incapable. Chang Hong, undeterred, retorted, Just you wait and see if I am capable. You no longer have that opportunity, Xie Tingzhou stated. You will not join the Qingyan Guard. Why not? Chang Hong paused momentarily before hastening to catch up. Is it because he has slain our soldier's spirit? Your Highness. Though Shiyu is audacious, how many of our troops entering the Qingyan Guard were not similarly brash at the outset? In times like these, we should exhibit a measure of magnanimity. Xie Tingzhou, uninterested in further explanations, cast a dispassionate glance at Chang Heng's countenance and commanded, Summon Shiyu to see me. Chapter 28. Temptation. As Shen Yu returned to the infirmary, a guard summoned her away. Before departing, she made a point to remind Yudazue not to speak of the day's contest within the infirmary. This was not Shen Yu's first time entering the tiger's tent. But this encounter with Xie Tingzhou was particularly pivotal as it would determine whether she could remain by his side. Accompanying Chang Hung would grant her access to the Qingyan Guard, yet Xie Tingzhou would soon return to the capital, and should the Qingyan Guard follow him, any baseless charges of usurpation would be enough to bring him to ruin. Thus, it was likely that the Qingyan Guard would return to Balin. If she did not stay close to Xie Tingzhou, uncovering the truth behind the recent disastrous defeat would be nearly impossible. Her father, brother, and the 10,000 soldiers could not have perished in vain. She was determined to ensure that those who orchestrated this tragedy paid in blood. Taking a deep breath before entering the tent, she lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Your Highness, Shen Yu greeted, clasping her hands in respect. Xie Tingzhou, engaged in sharpening his blade, replied without turning, Sit. Selecting a chair at a moderate distance, she observed him as he polished the weapon. The blade gleamed brilliantly. Reflecting a cold light, it was uncertain what he was truly polishing. The deerskin cloth glided slowly across the blade, which possessed a unique hue. A deep crimson as though it had been soaked in blood. Once he had finished, Xie Tingzhou tossed the deerskin onto the table. His gaze drifting over the blade as he inquired, What do you think of this sword? He tossed it to Shen Yu, who caught it with alacrity. The sword felt remarkably light in her hands, and she examined it with genuine admiration. A fine weapon indeed. To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. She mused, having nurtured a passion for martial prowess since childhood, naturally developing an interest in weaponry. She had encountered many exquisite items, yet this sword captivated her gaze. Is this truly Yijing Shuang? Shen Yu asked. Xie Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. You are familiar with Yijing Shuang? Nodding, she affirmed her knowledge. Having heard tales that it was a blade that never tasted blood, Xie Tingzhou chuckled lightly. That is an exaggeration. Yijing Shuang is actually a sword. Shen Yu was taken aback. The rumors spoke of the Balin heir, Xie Tingzhou, wielding a weapon called Yijing Shuang, a lethal instrument that never drew blood. A mere legend since he had sealed its blade after sustaining injuries on the battlefield. It was a pity she had never witnessed the legendary Yijing Shuang in action. She placed the sword before her and asked earnestly, Your Highness, what is the purpose of summoning me? Xie Tingzhou met her gaze. I believed you would be well aware. A sudden unease gripped Shen Yu's heart. I do not comprehend your Highness's meaning. He sheathed the sword and continued, You wish to remain by my side. I shall grant your desire. Her fingers tightened momentarily before relaxing again. What does your Highness mean by this? Do not feign ignorance before me. Xie Tingzhou's eyes bore into hers. Shen Yu, I appreciate intelligent individuals. That familiar sensation returned, the feeling of being seen through. The excuse she had meticulously prepared lodged in her throat. With a slight smile, she relinquished her struggle, acknowledging, Your Highness, your insight is indeed profound. I am grateful for your understanding. Xie Tingzhou intertwined his fingers before him. You might as well reveal your intentions for going to such lengths to remain by my side. What do you seek? I can provide it. To utter such words with such a visage is to seduce with an alluring charm, a tantalizing beckoning. It is as if she were saying, What is it that you desire? Speak, and I shall provide. Shen Yu gazed at him, contemplating the undeniable allure of his presence. She composed herself and replied, Naturally, I yearn for a promising future, It is far preferable to serve beside His Highness than to remain under General Chang's command. Xie Tingzhou observed her for a moment before calling out Xi Feng. Upon Xi Feng entering and lifting the curtain, Xie Tingzhou announced, "From today onward, Shi Yu shall be assigned to the Imperial Guard." Xi Feng cast a glance at Shen Yu, hesitant to inquire further, and simply acknowledged, "Yes." Within a day, news of this decision spread like wildfire throughout the camp. Upon hearing the news, Chang Hung approached, voicing his discontent. "I had my eye on her first. How can His Highness come to steal her away? This is blatant favoritism, and I recall His Highness admonishing us against such behavior." Xie Tingzhou chuckled. "If he does not fancy you, what can I do?" Generally, Xie Tingzhou maintained a relaxed demeanor towards his subordinates, often indulging in light-hearted banter, especially when in good spirits. As he was now, Chang Hang retorted, "He does not fancy me? I have no interest in male beauty. What need have I for his approval?" Xie Tingzhou, unusually in high spirits, patiently explained, "Today, he has thoroughly offended the Qingyan Guard. If he remains among them, what consequences might ensue?" Chang Hang pondered this, realizing it was a dilemma he had long grappled with. The previous contest had showcased the youth's arrogance, trampling upon the honor of the Qingyan Guard. Such enmity, once formed, is not easily undone. Xie Tingzhou nodded. "You have shown him considerable attention. He cannot be unaware of your intention to recruit him into the Qingyan Guard. Therefore, he has deliberately antagonized them, making it impossible for you to include him." Chang Hung suddenly grasped the situation. "So this lad truly does not hold me in esteem? On what grounds? What flaw do I possess?" Xi Feng interjected with a smile. "Did you not just claim to have no interest in male beauty?" Chang Hang glanced at Xie Tingzhou. "So, he wishes to remain by His Highness's side. I can accept defeat to His Highness, yet such a person must have ulterior motives. It would be wise for His Highness to remain cautious." Xie Tingzhou was never one to fear schemes, having been raised amidst intrigue and deception. He relished challenges in the art of subjugation. After years of restraint, life had become rather monotonous. Suddenly, an intriguing individual had emerged, making the journey to Yinliang Pass worthwhile. It was ever more captivating to keep someone within his immediate purview. With this thought, Xie Tingzhou lifted his gaze to the sky and inquired, "Where are Chang Lu and the others?" Xi Feng replied, "They have just crossed Suizhou and should arrive in Shenjing within 5 days, given their relentless pace." Xie Tingzhou laughed. "He is quite the playful spirit. I fear he may not arrive until the end of the month." In the capital, 2 imperial edicts had been issued consecutively. It was only when the newly appointed governor of Ganzhou arrived at Yinliang Pass with the final edict that all matters here had been meticulously arranged. As the year transitioned into the 12th month of the 17th year of Tengxiu, Xie Tingzhou finally set forth for the capital, accompanied by several notorious criminals associated with the Yinliang Pass case. Chapter 29. Intriguing. The grand army of King Yunwei retreated northward, leaving behind only 2,000 soldiers to escort the capital. The procession stretched like a long serpent, and as a member of the royal guard, Shen Yu rode alongside Xie Tingzhou's carriage. With less than a month until New Year's Eve, Xie Tingzhou appeared utterly unhurried. The convoy advanced at a languid pace, taking 3 days to cover scarcely 100 miles. At this rate, it seemed they would require 2 months to reach Xinjiang. The carriage rolled smoothly along the official road, with scarcely a tremor felt within. Even the sound of the wheels gliding over the snow was muted. Xie Tingzhou reclined on the couch, engaged in a game of chess with himself, a white piece delicately held between his fingers. Those slender fingers, as pale as jade, shone with a luster comparable to that of the chess piece itself. Just as he was about to make his move, a sudden clamor of hooves echoed from afar, growing nearer with each passing moment. Due to the slow pace of travel, the sound of the horse's hooves was gentle. Yet one set of hooves struck the ground with an unusual resonance, startlingly prominent compared to the others. Xie Tingzhou's gaze sharpened as he nestled the white piece within his palm. This was not the first time he had encountered such a sound. Over the past few days, every half hour, the hoofbeats would fade away, accompanied by the sounds of galloping, only to return within the span of a tea break, almost like a timekeeper. After a moment's hesitation, Xie Tingzhou could no longer contain himself and called out, "Xi Feng." Xi Feng, who had been seated in the front compartment of the carriage, lifted the curtain and entered. "Your Highness." Xie Tingzhou's expression darkened. What had he been running back and forth for these days? Xi Feng, discerning his inquiry, replied, "Liang Jianfang and a number of key criminals are being escorted ahead. Sure, you seems uneasy and frequently goes to check on them." While checking was necessary, it had become excessively frequent. "Have them come in," Xie Tingzhou said irritably, tossing the chess pieces back into their container. Shen Yu, surprised to hear her name called, was momentarily taken aback. During her time as Xie Tingzhou's guard, she had seen him only a few times apart from her regular shifts, as he had never summoned her specifically. Observing her fellow guards, she noted that her shifts were fewer than theirs. It was unclear whether this was Xie Feng's design or Xie Tingzhou's intent. Today, however, it seemed as if the sun had risen in the west. Little did she know, Xie Tingzhou was genuinely vexed by her presence. Whenever he wished to play chess in peace, the sounds would intrude. Whenever he sought a moment of respite, the noises would persist. Shen Hao entered the carriage, and upon hearing Xie Tingzhou's voice, she lifted the curtain and stepped inside. The carriage measured about 6 or 7 feet across, akin to a small room, adorned with exquisite red pillars and intricate carvings. Upon entering, one would discover a world apart within. A warming stove was provided, and the floor was covered with a thick carpet, radiating an extraordinary warmth. Dressed only in a pale moon-white robe, Xie Tingzhou reclined languidly on the couch, exuding an effortless charm. Shen Hao cast a fleeting glance before lowering her head and kneeling at the table. "Your Highness summoned me. What commands do you have?" Xie Tingzhou regarded her intently. "You have been running back and forth for the past few days, haven't you?" Shen Hao raised her head, puzzled by his inquiry. She remained vigilant regarding the safety of the key criminals, knowing that Xie Tingzhou could not chastise her for it. However, the incessant clattering of hooves throughout the day is most vexing. Xie Tingzhou lifted his teacup and paused thoughtfully, deliberating. "The prisoners are under the escort of the Qingyan guard. As my close guard, you need not concern yourself with other matters." Hearing the subtle implication in his words that she had overstepped, Shen Hao lowered her head and replied, "Yes, this subordinate understands." Yet, she could not help but add, "Your Highness, the escort of Liang Jianfeng and others to the capital may not proceed smoothly." Xie Tingzhou gestured for her to continue. Shen Hao elaborated, "As long as Liang Jianfeng draws breath, there will undoubtedly be those in Shijing who cannot sleep at night. Should someone wish to silence him, they are most likely to act en route." Xie Tingzhou traced his finger along the rim of the teacup. "What do you suggest?" Shen Hao hesitated for a moment, then noticed a teapot on the table. She poured a little onto the surface and, using her finger, sketched a rudimentary map. "Here lies Yin-Yang Pass. Along the route from Yin-Yang Pass to the capital, there are several locations, notably Pingde Gorge." As she sketched and explained, she marked several strategic points suitable for ambush. Having grown up at the border, she had traversed the path from Yin-Liang Pass to the capital countless times. Her familiarity with it profound. Xie Tingzhou listened in silence. He had not rested well these past few days, often waking from slumber due to the sound of horse hooves in the rain. With his eyes half closed, he gazed at the young lady before him, lost in thought. "Your Highness?" Shen Hao looked up at him. Xie Tingzhou returned to the present. "I understand. You may leave now." Shen Hao's brow furrowed slightly, and just as she stood, Xie Tingzhou asked, "Can you play chess?" Do you know how to play chess?" Xie Tingzhou reiterated the question. Shen Hao glanced at the chessboard on the table. "I know a little, but I am not very skilled." "That is of no consequence." Xie Tingzhou raised his hand slightly, indicating for her to sit. Shen Hao took the white pieces while Xie Tingzhou took the black. He was an exceptional chess player. Each time Shen Hao placed a piece, he responded almost immediately, without hesitation. The carriage was warm, and the rhythmic sound of pieces being placed lulled one into a drowsy state. Shen Hao was fully absorbed. Each seemingly casual move by Xie Tingzhou forced her into a corner. Initially, she played well, but as the game progressed, her pace slowed. After Xie Tingzhou made a move, she held her white piece for an extended time, fixated on the board, searching for a way out. After a while, she lifted her head. "I concede." As the words left her lips, she noticed that Xie Tingzhou had already reclined against the soft pillow, his eyes closed. His nose was sharp, and his brows and eyes were striking yet aloof, with strands of hair cascading over his moon-white robe, resembling ink-blotted black and white. He appeared utterly unguarded, as if one could end his life with a mere reach. Shen Hao observed him for a moment before gently placing her piece down. When she stepped outside, Xie Tingzhou opened his eyes, devoid of weariness. "I feigned sleep. He did not strike against me," he remarked to the newly arrived Xie Feng. Xie Feng's expression was grave. "Your Highness should not put yourself in such peril." Xie Tingzhou cast a sidelong glance at him. "Do you think, like others, that I have lost my martial prowess?" Xie Feng replied, "This subordinate does not dare to presume. The identity of this person remains in question, uncertain of which faction has sent him." Xie Feng remarked, however, "I observe that his swordsmanship seems to be derived from the lineage of Master Junsong. Yet, it is not entirely akin. There are traces of Shijia's spear techniques, suggesting a blend of various schools of martial arts, resulting in a rather eclectic style." Xie Tingzhou found himself puzzled. Master Junsong rarely descends from his mountain abode. And for one to be his disciple, it would be improbable to then pursue the spear techniques of the Shurjia. Intriguingly, a smile seemed to flicker across Xie Tingzhou's face. In recent years, amidst the opulence of Balin, he had not encountered anyone so intriguing for quite some time. It made him want to peel away the layers of this person to discover what secrets lay beneath. Chapter 30. Xie Tingzhou initially believed that his guidance would prompt Xie to calm down, yet he was met with the familiar sound of hoofbeats outside the carriage. Xie Tingzhou lifted the curtain and inquired of Xifeng. It is said that the escort duty ahead does not fall within his purview. Why does he persist in this back and forth? Xifeng, innocently absorbing Xie Tingzhou's ire, replied, he seems to have swapped patrol duties with someone. Hence, she is now more fervently dashing about. While others patrol every 2 hours, she had already traversed the route twice in just half an hour. Xifeng considered Xiyu's industriousness somewhat bothersome. Xie Tingzhou dropped the curtain. And from the force with which he did so, Xifeng discerned that her master was in a foul mood. After a moment, she heard Xie Tingzhou's low command from within the carriage, call him in. As Shen Hao rode past the carriage on patrol, Xifeng summoned her. Puzzled, she wondered why she was being called when she had ceased overseeing the escort. Had she inadvertently annoyed Xie Tingzhou again? The position of patrol was already established within the Imperial Guard, so it hardly seemed an overstep. Dismounting, she placed one foot upon the carriage and gently inquired, Your Highness, what do you require of me? Xifeng replied, You shall find out once you enter. The carriage was as warm as spring, yet Xie Tingzhou wore merely a single garment, albeit in a deep blue hue that accentuated his fair complexion. A faint medicinal scent lingered in the air, and the bottom of a bowl on the table bore remnants of herbs. Shen Hao recalled the rumors. The battlefield's formidable Xie Tingzhou had earned the moniker Gentleman of the Moon after sustaining a poison-inflicted injury that rendered him devoid of martial prowess. Remembering her past self, she understood the agony of such a fate. Cultivating one's skills was akin to erecting a towering edifice. There were no shortcuts, only the relentless toil of summer's heat and winter's chill could yield results. To have one's years of labor collapse in an instant was a calamity for anyone, especially for someone like Xie Tingzhou. As she gazed upon him, a look of sympathy inadvertently crossed her face. Xie Tingzhou found her gaze peculiar and queried, What prompts your daily exertions? Shen Hao earnestly replied, I have taken on patrol duties. I recall patrols occur every 2 hours? Xie Tingzhou asked. Shen Hao glanced up and caught his eye, causing her to quickly avert her gaze, murmuring, I am rather diligent. Diligent? Xie Tingzhou nearly laughed in disbelief. He had just taken his medicine and was preparing for sleep when he heard the sounds of someone galloping back and forth outside. There was no need to guess who it was. You may be diligent, but your horse likely regrets having followed you. Uncertain whether her face had flushed, Shen Hao felt a warmth creeping upon her. In truth, her diligence was illusory. The journey had been excessively slow, averaging merely 30 miles a day, akin to a heavily laden march. This monotony was unbearable, especially in the cold. Even while seated on her horse, she felt drowsy, leading her to run back and forth merely to stay awake. In her previous returns to the capital, she had always galloped with abandon. In the past, when she and Shen Hao vied against one another, Shen Zhonghan would follow behind, occasionally accompanied by the hearty laughter of their father. Reflecting on this, Shen Hao felt a profound ache in her heart, while Shen Yin and their mother remained. She was destined to be alone from that moment onward. After Xie Tingzhou spoke, he turned to look at her, only to find him clenching his jaw tightly, his eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears. Was he truly so delicate, so easily moved to tears by a mere comment? Xie Tingzhou felt a wave of irritation. No one had yet been born who could afford to show him displeasure. Did His Highness summon me to have someone accompany him for a game of chess? Shen Hao suddenly inquired, lifting her gaze. Xie Tingzhou paused for a moment, contemplating that his afternoon nap had been disturbed, and indeed, he could not fall asleep now. Thus, playing chess to pass the time would suffice. He called for someone to tidy up, and they both washed their hands before beginning their game. The carriage was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of pieces being placed. After half an hour of play, Xie Tingzhou casually glanced up, only to discover that Shuri was drenched in sweat. Are you feeling anxious? Shen Hao remarked. I am simply overheated. While you are clad in a single layer, I am suffocating in this cotton coat during winter. The heater in His Highness's carriage is quite effective, Shen Hao hinted. Xie Tingzhou then noticed his own light attire. Then perhaps you ought to remove it. Only a fool would subject themselves to discomfort, Shen Hao retorted, swiftly shedding her outer garments and placing them aside. As she began to remove her inner garment, she grasped the tying strings but then hesitated, fearing that too much exposure might reveal her binding. Her already slender frame appeared even smaller without the cotton coat, exuding a somewhat feminine air that belied her martial prowess. Xie Tingzhou cast a few glances but chose to disregard it, and both continued their game. In terms of martial skills, Shen Hao could contend with anyone, yet her expertise in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting was merely superficial. However, Xie Tingzhou seemed not to mind. Since that day they had played chess, he frequently invited her to his carriage for matches. Shen Hao suspected that his chess skills might not be remarkable, merely a penchant for toying with novices. When in good spirits, Xie Tingzhou would offer guidance. Remarkably, as days passed, Shen Hao noticed a significant improvement in her chess abilities, discovering considerable enjoyment in the game, especially as it spared her from the biting cold outside. As the afternoon rolled around, she continued to visit Xie Tingzhou for their chess games. Shen Hao was now quite accustomed to the routine. After greeting Xie Feng, she entered the carriage and began to disrobe, removing her garments until only her inner and middle layers remained. Today, I shall manage to endure for an hour, Shen Hao declared confidently. Xie Tingzhou poured tea and remarked, if you take an entire minute to ponder a single move, then enduring for 2 hours is certainly feasible. Shen Hao recognized his subtle mockery of her chess skills, yet her competitive spirit ignited within her. The more he jested, the more resolute she became to surpass him one day. She devoted herself to learning, occasionally seeking his advice when uncertainty arose, though his temperament was notoriously capricious. His willingness to instruct contingent solely upon his mood. The carriage continued its journey for a while longer. When Xie Feng reported from outside that there were still over 10 miles to the next county town ahead. At the current pace, they would not reach the town until midnight. It was then that Xie Tingzhou noticed the encroaching darkness. If they failed to arrive tonight, they would have to endure the cold winds for another night. Shen Hao was aware of Xie Tingzhou's penchant for luxury throughout their journey and knew he would not tolerate discomfort. Indeed, he soon instructed, let us enter the town first. The patrol swiftly communicated this to the ahead unit, and their pace quickened immediately. Xie Feng changed to riding alongside the carriage. Shen Hao was preoccupied with Xie Feng's earlier mention of Huidang County. A further 7 or 8 miles would lead them to Longying Peak, a treacherous location flanked by a ravine on one side and a river on the other, making it an ideal spot for an ambush. A few years prior, a band of mountain bandits had emerged from this area, and if those in the capital intended to eliminate witnesses, this would be the perfect place to lie in wait. Lost in thought, she held a chess piece for an extended moment without placing it. Knock, knock. Xie Tingzhou gently tapped the chessboard with 2 fingers, urging her to concentrate. Your Highness, Shen Hao finally set down her piece, realizing the potential danger ahead at Longying Peak, and decided it wise to alert those in front. She spoke just enough to convey her point. Xie Tingzhou regarded her for a moment, then lifted the curtain of the carriage window, summoning someone on horseback who quickly approached. The pace was brisk now, with the sound of his echoing all around. Xie Tingzhou spoke in a hushed tone, and though Shen Hao could not decipher his words, she observed him issue a brief command before lowering the curtain once more. Continue, he instructed Shen Hao. Chapter 31. The ambush. On one side of the official road lay a dense forest blanketed in pristine white snow, while on the other rushed a turbulent river. The only sounds that permeated the air were the rhythmic clatter of hooves and the creaking of wheels. Suddenly, a faint rustle, akin to startled birds taking flight, echoed through the woods. Xie Feng, exercising caution, reined in his horse and raised a hand to signal the convoy to halt. Traveling between the north and south, encounters with bandits were not uncommon. However, in such biting cold, one would seldom encounter another soul on the road. Should there be robbers lurking in wait, they might find that their anticipated prey would not arrive, and they themselves could pay the ultimate price. Moreover, who among the ordinary mountain thieves would dare to ambush soldiers of the court in such a grand manner? As soon as Xie Feng raised his hand, the group encircled the cart, remaining vigilant to the sounds around them. The horses, uneasy, paced in place as if sensing impending danger. Deep within the forest, a figure crouched behind a towering rock. What if I've been discovered? What else is there to do? After so long in planning, if we do not strike now, it will be even more challenging once Xie Tingzhou returns to the capital. Beside him, a masked man with a fierce glint in his eyes remarked, the further south we go, the flatter the terrain becomes. If we do not act here, such a golden opportunity may never arise again. Let us wait until they advance a bit further. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the edge of the mask and revealing a horrifying scar that ran down the right side of the man's face. Apart from the earlier rustle of birds, the surroundings fell silent once more. Xie Feng surveyed the area, then turned back to say, perhaps it was merely a bird. Let us proceed, but with caution. The convoy resumed its journey, and ahead, the escort was rounding a bend. Atop the mountain, the scarred face clenched his teeth and raised a hand. Strike. A deafening explosion erupted. Shen Hao lifted the curtain and suddenly looked up, as snow mixed with debris cascaded down from the mountain, followed by a torrential rain of arrows. She heard Xifeng shout fiercely, "Protect the air! His Highness, hold steady!" Without a backward glance, Shen Yu tore open the door curtain. Xie Tingzhou had already grasped the sword hidden beneath the cushion. Upon hearing her command, he released his hold, only to hear Shi Yu in front say, "You should dress properly first." He raised an eyebrow, finding it amusing that even His Highness was no longer being addressed. The cart's speed suddenly increased, and amidst the flapping curtain, Xie Tingzhou noticed that the original driver had vanished, replaced by Shi Yu. Shen Yu swung her blade to knock down several incoming arrows, but upon hearing a barrage of thuds behind her, she turned to see the cart had been riddled with arrows, resembling a hedgehog. Another thunderous crash echoed as a larger boulder rolled down from the mountain, swiftly blocking their path. The cart was drawn by 4 fine steeds, galloping at great speed. Shen Yu gripped the reins with all her might, feeling as though her bones might splinter under the strain. The horses let out a long, desperate whinny as they made a sharp turn. The cart was suddenly flung toward the edge of a cliff, beneath which roared the rapids. The rear wheels hung precariously in the air before crashing back to the ground. Inside the carriage, Xie Tingzhou was violently thrown against the wall, and just as he regained his footing, the cart surged forward once more, sending him tumbling to the rear. He grasped the window frame. Had it not been for his composure, he might have been incensed enough to kick Shi Yu out of the vehicle. He had never encountered such a lamentable driving skill from a bodyguard who volunteered to lead him to safety. Xie Tingzhou felt a sense of resignation. Outside, the cacophony of battle resonated, prompting him to lift the curtain for a glance. A throng of masked assailants surged down the mountain. Their agility suggested they were far from ordinary bandits. It was evident that they had invested heavily in this endeavor. Their numbers were considerable, and their audacity was remarkable. In addition to silencing Liang Jiafeng, they were audacious enough to seek his life as well. Xie Tingzhou let out a cold laugh, stepping out of the carriage to stand beside Shen Yu. "I shall take the reins," he declared, primarily because Shi Yu's driving was abysmal, and at this rate, he might well lose his lunch. "There's no need. It's perilous outside. You should get inside first," Shen Yu insisted, simultaneously maneuvering the carriage and fending off an attacker with her blade. This group was quite formidable, with several encircling the carriage to restrain her. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yu tossed the reins to Xie Tingzhou, who remained by her side. Now she could unleash her full combat potential, wielding her long knife with vigor, quickly repelling 2 advancing foes. As blades clashed, her weapon suffered a nick. Xie Tingzhou appeared unfazed, managing to drive while stealing glances at her from time to time. Inside the carriage, beneath the cushion, lay a knife. Shen Yu hurled her damaged weapon to fend off one opponent, swiftly rolling into the carriage to retrieve the knife. Without even examining its form, she swung the blade with a swift arc, producing a resounding clash as it severed her opponent's sword into 2. Both combatants stood stunned. Shen Yu equally astonished as she recognized the finely honed, crimson-hued blade once polished by Xie Tingzhou. Its remarkable sharpness and thinness confirmed its quality. A fine weapon is an extension of a warrior's being, akin to wings gracing a tiger. With renewed vigor, Shen Yu fought fiercely, having repelled over a dozen attackers. Yet another reckless assailant charged forth, and as she engaged in a flurry of strikes, her eyes suddenly sparkled with the discovery of a flaw in her opponent's defense. The slender blade sliced through the air silently, poised to sever the assailant's throat. The man's eyes widened in despair, the world around him seeming to slow, acutely aware that in mere moments he would meet a grim fate. Yet, unexpectedly, the blade withdrew, along with its wielder. Shen Yu was even more taken aback as the carriage jolted violently to one side, causing her strike to miss its mark and nearly sending her tumbling out. Whirling around, she realized the entire carriage had tilted perilously off the mountain path, with all 4 wheels teetering on the edge, only a few horses straining to pull it back to safety. It was then that she noticed a different expression on Xie Tingzhou's otherwise composed face. His brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of distress as he cracked the whip against the horse's flanks. The steeds, sensing the urgency, strained harder, their hind legs pushing with great effort. Just as it seemed they might regain traction, one horse suddenly let out a pained whinny and collapsed, a deep gash evident on its neck. With the loss of one horse's pulling power, the carriage slid backward again. Shen Yu thought to herself, "No longer can I rely on the carriage." If she just pointed her toes, she could leverage her strength to climb aboard. She reached out her hand towards Xie Tingzhou, saying, "Your Highness, take my hand, and I shall lead you up." Xie Tingzhou was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the small hand she extended. Such a tiny hand, with frail arms and legs. And she wished to pull him up? He discarded the reins and prepared to ascend on his own. As the carriage teetered on the brink of collapse, Shen Yu, noticing his nonchalance, took a step forward intending to seize him and hoist him up. However, just as she moved, Xie Tingzhou also acted. He leaped onto the carriage shaft, and in an instant, they collided, both gazing at each other in astonishment as they tumbled into the raging torrent below. The only thought racing through Shen Yu's mind was a single exclamation, "Damn." Chapter 32. Strike him with a resounding splash. Both individuals plunged into the water. A piercing chill enveloped them, accompanied by haunting memories that should have remained buried in the depths of midnight. Shen Yu seemed to relive that harrowing scene once more. The heavy snow, the frozen lake, Jiang Linzhi, Lin Qingli, and the desperate cries for help mingled with jubilant cheers from the shore. Her body felt as though it was rendered motionless, ensnared by the weight of her past. The terror of death lurking ever closer, merely dormant in the deepest recesses of her being. The shadow of her previous life, drowned and lost, shrouded her anew. She surrendered to the icy depths, allowing herself to sink. Suddenly, the descent halted. Someone grasped her wrist, guiding her upwards. She was oblivious to her actions, entirely at the mercy of another's will. Xie Tingzhou dragged her through the water as if she were a lifeless body. Both of them swept downstream by the rushing river. Time lost its meaning until they reached a stretch of water where the current softened due to a slight drop in elevation. He finally pulled her ashore, collapsing beside her on the bank. Throughout their struggle in the water, Xie Tingzhou had held on to her, striving to maintain his balance against the fierce flow to avoid being hurled against the rocks, surviving the battlefield only to perish in the river. Knocked in by someone else, what an ignoble fate that would be, a tale of disgrace that would linger for centuries. Xie Tingzhou turned his gaze towards the figure beside him. She lay flat, drenched to the bone, her face pale and lips tinged with purple from the cold. Yet, consciousness flickered within her. Her eyelids fluttered as her eyes darted beneath. After a brief respite, he propped himself up and gently patted her face. Xie Yu, coughing violently. Shen Yu abruptly turned her head and expelled a mouthful of water. Unfortunately, she directed it straight towards Xie Tingzhou, splattering him in the process. As her eyes opened, she was met with his frigid expression, a glare that could almost kill. Her gaze shifted, realizing the indignity of her actions. It's fine, she reassured herself. He is merely the crown prince of Balin, capable of commanding tens of thousands of soldiers. So what if I spat on him? Slowly, she sat up, patting the wet spot and discovering it was impossible to clean. It's soaked through, she remarked. Xie Tingzhou remained silent, visibly dumbfounded. He stood, shaking off the water from his clothes, rinsing the sleeve that had been sullied by her expulsion in the river, then rolled up the other sleeve. A scar slashed diagonally across his forearm, approximately 2 inches long. It was shallow, no longer bleeding, yet the edges appeared swollen and white from prolonged exposure to the river, giving it a grim aspect. When did your highness sustain this injury? Shen Yu questioned, recalling how he had been perfectly fine sitting in the carriage, merely guiding the horses while she wielded her blade with vigor, clearing the area of any threats and protecting him with utmost diligence. She was confident that not even a mosquito could have dared to approach him then. So, from where had this wound come? Since she posed the question, she observed an even deeper silence etched on Xie Tingzhou's face. He cast a glance at her right hand, where she clutched the knife she had been reluctant to relinquish, even as it was swept along by the current. Gripping it tightly was one thing, but her entire being swayed like a lifeless body amidst the flowing river. The wound she bore was a result of an accidental slice from the knife while in the water. It was a stroke of fortune that he had not succumbed to her blade beneath the surface. Shen Yu lowered her gaze to the knife in her hand, uncertainty tinging her voice as she asked, "Could it be that I inflicted this wound?" "No. It was I who unwittingly brought my arm close to your knife in the water," Xie Tingzhou replied, his expression somber as he tore a strip from his garment and began to wrap it slowly around the injury. Yet, the challenge of tying a knot with one hand proved to be formidable. Shen Yu could discern the sarcasm in his words. Guilt washed over her, prompting her to inch closer. "I can do it," she stammered. Xie Tingzhou did not refuse her offer, and once she secured the fabric, he rose to seek a suitable place to rest. The night wind was biting cold, and the damp fabric clung to Shen Yu's skin, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The landscape surrounding them was blanketed in snow, illuminated by the moonlight. The two of them advanced under the silvery glow, with Shen Yu trailing silently behind Xie Tingzhou, the only sound punctuating the stillness being the crunch of footsteps on the snow. The absence of any other souls rendered the night profoundly tranquil. After a while, Xie Tingzhou began to feel a dizziness clouding his mind, his steps growing increasingly heavy. He recognized this as a foreboding sign. The poison from years past had not claimed his life, yet it had laid dormant within him, a latent threat waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The residual toxins, still lingering, lay in wait, biding their time until he let his guard down. He had been unwell in the days prior, having taken the final dose of medicine that very day, and just when he was on the brink of recovery, he had fallen into the water. The fever had rendered him somewhat delirious, yet he understood the necessity of remaining conscious should miscreants pursue them. It would be impossible for Xie to drag his incapacitated form alone. There was also the possibility that, in a desperate bid for survival, Xie might abandon him. Though he recognized this scenario as unlikely, an inexplicable trust in her lingered within him. "Are you afraid of water?" Xie Tingzhou suddenly inquired, seeking to rouse his spirits amidst the growing fatigue. He was genuinely concerned about his ability to persevere. He had noticed when they fell into the water that she seemed utterly soul-stripped in its presence. The footsteps behind him abruptly ceased. Turning around, he saw Xie pause momentarily before resuming her pace. Her eyes were fixed on the ground, haunted by memories of past encounters with water, particularly on such frigid winter days, instilling a sense of fear within her. Xie Tingzhou pressed on. "Then why have you not learned to swim?" "I didn't have the chance," she replied, her voice tinged with regret. Having been reborn only a few days prior, she had arrived at the frontier without the opportunity to acquire such a skill. To Xie Tingzhou, her response felt dismissive. The conflict at Yinliang Pass had ignited in September, and given the harshness of winter, it was evident that she had ample time to learn. Yet she claimed she had not. Everyone harbors secrets unknown to others, and Xie Tingzhou held no desire to pry into the privacy of another. "There is a tranquil lake near the Wang residence, not far from the northern border. I learned to swim there in my youth." He suddenly halted, unsure of why he had divulged this information to her. Perhaps due to his illness, he had lowered his guard. He added, "In the summer, you may study in Shijing. In my residence, Fengong can teach you." The name summer lingered on Shen Yu's lips as she contemplated its significance. Thus, his implication was that he could not return to his fief during the summer. Could it be that the Yinliang Pass case would not conclude by then? Shen Yu voiced her uncertainty. Xie Tingzhou, mustering his spirits, replied, "The Yinliang Pass case will be resolved swiftly. Do you believe it? Regardless of who is behind it." They are eager to draw someone out to take the blame, lest the investigation deepens further. Suddenly, Shen Yu recalled Liang Jiefeng and wondered if he had been silenced. If Liang Jiefeng were to perish, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Chapter 33. The Siren Scheme. Shen Yu gazed at the tall and imposing figure of Xie Tingzhou walking ahead, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting in her mind. "Your Highness." She quickened her pace to match his. In our return to the capital, her words were abruptly cut off as Xie Tingzhou coughed, a streak of crimson appearing at the corner of his lips. He raised a hand to wipe it away and cast her a sidelong glance. "Are you afraid I might perish on the way?" The blood on his lips accentuated his pallid complexion, creating a hauntingly beautiful contrast. Shen Yu had faith that he could indeed seize the moon. With such a stature, the moon would surely come to him. Afraid, Shen Yu fixed her gaze upon him, speaking earnestly, "I fear that no one will unveil the truth behind Yin Liang's defeat in the battle. In her previous life, it was widely believed that Shen Zhongnan's ambition led to the suffering of 100,000 soldiers and the people of Ganzhou. Though she herself doubted this narrative, being far away in Xijing, she remained oblivious to the true events at the borders, ultimately marrying in confusion and dying in obscurity. To her surprise, Xie Tingzhou's lips curled into a chilling smile as he leaned closer, his gaze penetratingly near. "Then you must not allow me to die." Shen Yu had yet to grasp the meaning of his words when his body suddenly lurched towards her. In a flurry, she caught him, feeling the heat radiating from his body, nearly toppling under his weight. Turning her head, she found his pale cheek resting against her shoulder, his eyes shut tight, breath scorching. With a sigh, Shen Yu pondered whether he was employing a siren scheme to prevent her from abandoning him in his fainted state. Perhaps the one who most wished for his survival was indeed herself, as she awaited his aid in clearing her family's name from the injustices of her past life. Fortunately, having practiced martial arts since childhood, she possessed strength greater than most women. Yet, after carrying Xie Tingzhou through the snow for an extended period, her endurance was waning. Her legs had grown numb from the cold, moving solely by instinct. As she stumbled over uneven ground, she lost her balance, collapsing alongside Xie Tingzhou. Once the momentum was lost, it became increasingly difficult to lift him again. She grasped his arm, attempting to hoist him over her shoulder, but after several futile tries, she found herself unable to carry him. Fortunately, they were in the wilderness, where vegetation was abundant. With a determined effort, she used a sturdy knife to cut several branches, tearing strips from her garments to fashion a makeshift stretcher. She dragged him through the snow, alternating her steps between deep and shallow impressions. Daring not to walk along the riverbank for fear that the group of assassins might trace their path downstream, she continued in a singular direction. Time slipped away, and gradually, The sky brightened. The wind carried the sound of a rooster crowing. It signaled the presence of a small village with a few humble cottages. Shen Hao concealed the knife within the stretcher and approached one of the doors, dragging Xie Tingzhou behind her. The homeowner, an elderly man, welcomed them inside after hearing their plight. Shen Hao, of course, refrained from divulging the truth, instead claiming that the two brothers had encountered a band of mountain bandits while traveling to the capital in search of relatives. In a moment of desperation, they had leapt into the water to evade capture, only to be swept downstream, arriving here after a night of arduous travel. The cottage consisted of 3 small rooms and a kitchen. The old man kindly arranged for them to stay in one of the rooms and provided them with 2 sets of his own clothing. Shen Hao gently placed Xie Tingzhou on a rudimentary wooden bed, which was lined with hay and covered by a thin mattress. The heat emanating from his body had long since dried the clothing he wore, only for it to become soaked with sweat thereafter. Having grown up in a military camp, Shen Hao had slept on the communal bunks imbued with the stench of sweat, and notions of propriety were trivial in the face of life and death. She nearly stripped Xie Tingzhou completely, but when she removed the final layer of undergarment, she felt a slight resistance. As she turned him over, Shen Hao inhaled sharply. The darkness of the previous night had obscured her view, but now she realized that his shirt had adhered to his back, congealed with blood and flesh. A thin layer of skin clung to his back, the muscles firm and smooth, yet marred by a gruesome wound that detracted from his otherwise striking physique. Bruises dotted his back, as if he had collided with sharp stones in water. How could he endure such pain? Despite his grievous injuries, he had maintained his composure, only uttering the words, "Then don't let me die," at the last moment. The conditions of the farmhouse were primitive, allowing only for rudimentary dressing of his wounds. Shen Hao drifted in and out of sleep, each time waking to feel Xie Tingzhou's forehead until his fever subsided, granting her the freedom to surrender to slumber once more. As dusk descended, Xie Tingzhou gradually emerged from his stupor. The evening glow filtered through the cracks of the door, casting a warm light upon his face. He opened his eyes to gaze at the wooden beams of the ceiling, his thoughts slowly coalescing. As he attempted to rise, he noticed something amiss with his movement. A soft body pressed against him. The blanket slipped away, revealing a face adorned with vibrant colors, half black and half white, peacefully sleeping beside him. Xie Tingzhou froze for a moment. It was his first experience sharing a bed with another man. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized this man was rather handsome. His eyelashes thick as crow feathers and his features exquisite, but the complexion was. Just as he pondered, the man awoke, blinking in confusion. Shen Hao, just roused from sleep, was startled to find Xie Tingzhou's face mere inches from her own. The narrow wooden bed left no room for separation, compelling her to snuggle close in her exhaustion. She blinked rapidly before abruptly springing from the bed. Xie Tingzhou felt a sharp pain in his nose, having been inadvertently struck by her head, jolting him fully awake. "Sorry," Shen Hao exclaimed, noticing his expression of grievance as he clutched his nose. "Are you feeling any better?" Xie Tingzhou, filled with a mix of irritation and resignation, closed his eyes, reluctant to respond. He had come to realize that he and Shi Yu were fated to clash. First, he had nearly drowned, then she had inflicted a wound, and now it seemed his nose would not escape unscathed. "Where are we?" he inquired. Shen Hao stepped out of bed to fetch him some water, answering honestly, "In a farmhouse. My grandfather took us in." "You've already ingratiated yourself with the family?" he remarked. As she handed him the water, she muttered softly, "That's because I'm likable." "Not quite," Xie Tingzhou replied flatly. Outside, the sound of barking dogs echoed. Shen Hao rushed to the door, finding her grandfather returning in the radiant glow of dusk, carrying 2 wild ducks in his hands. "Grandfather, you're back," she called out. The elderly man smiled upon seeing her, awake at last. "Xiao Yu, I caught 2 ducks. I shall nourish your brother this evening." Shen Hao nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Grandpa." Just as she was about to rush to assist, she recalled there was another presence in the room. Turning, she noticed Xie Tingzhou gazing at her, one hand resting on his knee while the other propped lazily against the bed, in this modest abode that somehow rendered him an ethereal figure. "Brother?" Xie Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Shen Hao replied, "A reluctant choice. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain." "I bear no ill will," he said, shifting the bowl in his hand, "but it appears that both my brother and my younger sibling met unfortunate fates." He glanced at Xie Yu. "They have all perished. Those who survived are left in ruin." Shen Hao had heard whispers regarding the northern prince's lineage, which was notably sparse, originally 4 sons. Now only Xie Tingzhou remained. Officially, their deaths were attributed to accidents or illness, yet Shen Hao suspected there was more beneath the surface. In typical households, a few acres or a couple of shops would incite disputes over inheritance, let alone in a noble family such as that of Xie Tingzhou. Take the current emperor. For instance, he fathered a multitude of princes, yet only 6 or 7 endure today. However, such matters held little interest for Shen Yu. With calmness, she gestured towards the garments on the bed. Your stature exceeds that of Grandpa. You cannot wear his clothes. I have dried your undergarments, the torn sections. I mended them for you, so you shall have to make do for now. I will assist. She turned to depart. Wait, Xie Tingzhou called. Wash your face. Shen Yu stiffened. Could he have noticed? Instinctively, she felt compelled to explain. It's because in the army, I am often said to be effeminate, appearing insufficiently valiant. Hence, is darkening your face truly the remedy for lacking valor? Xie Tingzhou surveyed her from head to toe. Eat more. Grow taller. Shen Yu. Chapter 34. The stingy Xie Tingzhou averted his gaze from her, momentarily halting as he picked up his clothes. The torn fabric was sewn haphazardly, with threads of mismatched colors resembling a centipede crawling across the garment. It was no wonder that Xie Yu had felt a tinge of embarrassment earlier, accustomed to finer things. Xie Tingzhou was momentarily at a loss as to whether to wear it or endure the chill. After a prolonged sigh, he donned the attire. Upon stepping outside, he observed the elderly man engaging in jovial conversation, the latter cooking while Xie Tingzhou sat behind the stove, tending to the fire. Previously unaware of the dark substance smeared across his face, it had now been washed away, revealing his familiar features. His fair complexion accentuated his strikingly handsome visage, imbued with a hint of gallantry. The village comprised merely 7 or 8 households, situated at the edge near a grand tree. Xie Tingzhou stood at the threshold, a lone eagle soaring across the sky. The sunset painted the horizon in vibrant hues, wisps of smoke from cooking mingling with the brilliant colors of dusk. And in that moment, he savored an ephemeral tranquility. Born into privilege, his life was destined to diverge from the ordinary, devoid of mundane simplicity. Time to eat. The elderly man cheerfully beckoned him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xie Tingzhou approached. It had been a day and a night since he last ate, his empty stomach churning with discomfort. In the harsh winter of heavy snow, fresh vegetables were scarce. The table was adorned with pickled vegetables, potatoes, 2 red eggs, and a steaming bowl of wild duck soup, quite a sumptuous feast indeed. Shen Yu felt immense gratitude, despite their serendipitous encounter. The elderly man generously offered all he had to host them, though regrettably, she was devoid of funds. She pondered that the elderly man, in his advanced years, would surely be reluctant to leave his home. Upon returning, she resolved to send someone to repair his thatched cottage and provide him with some silver, ensuring his later years would be worry-free, sparing him the need to venture into the mountains to hunt. Xie Tingzhou exuded an air of nobility in every gesture, clearly not of humble origins, which made the elderly man hesitant to engage him in conversation while he conversed amiably with Shen Yu. The family at the village had just welcomed a healthy baby boy. I sent over a wild chicken, and these red eggs are their gift in return. The elderly man pushed the eggs toward them, explaining that he had not mentioned his guests, hence only 2 were given. Shen Yu politely declined, smiling as she said, I do not enjoy eggs. Please, you have them, Grandpa. The elderly man, placing both eggs before Xie Tingzhou, insisted gently, you should eat. It will do you good. Xie Tingzhou stared at the eggs in silence, the sight evoking bittersweet memories. Suddenly, his arm was nudged, causing his chopsticks to clumsily knock a mound of rice from his bowl. He turned to Xie Yu beside him, questioning with his eyes the reason for the interruption. Xie Yu signaled discreetly, and when Xie Tingzhou appeared puzzled, he lowered his voice, advising, be a bit more accommodating. Xie Tingzhou pressed his lips together, taken aback by such a request. Turning around, he noticed the elderly man, pained by the loss of rice, scooping the spilled grains into his own bowl. Moved, Xie Tingzhou glanced at the untouched rice in his bowl and transferred some to the elderly man's bowl. The elder, seeing this, attempted to refuse, yet was deterred by Xie Tingzhou's expression, anxiously gesturing with his chopsticks while repeatedly assuring, that's enough, that's enough. How many people are in your family, old sir? As they were halfway through their meal, Xie Tingzhou took the initiative to speak. The old man said, once, there were several of us, my late wife and 2 sons. But where are they now? After Shen Yu asked, she noticed Xie Tingzhou glance at her. Now, I am the only one left, the old man replied, staring at the table. Both sons joined the military and never returned after going to the front lines. My daughter-in-law ran away, and my half-grown grandson fell ill and could not be raised. My late wife, heartbroken, followed him soon after. Now, it's just a Huang keeping me company. Shen Yu understood the meaning behind Xie Tingzhou's glance. She suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. He and the old man were alike in their solitude. Both had lost their loved ones to the battlefield. She was somewhat fortunate, for she still had a grandmother in Luozhou who cared for her deeply, and although she was not particularly close to her sister Xinyan, they shared blood. But the old man was truly alone. Xie Tingzhou's eyes reddened again. Noticing his gaze, Shen Yu suddenly smiled. "Grandfather, if you don't mind. Consider me your grandson from now on. I'll come to visit you whenever I can." The old man quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "No, no. You are obviously of noble birth. How could you recognize an old man like me as your grandfather? That would be a laughingstock. I have never met my grandfather." Shen Yu said, "And now that I've seen you, I feel close enough to call you that. I've called you grandfather so many times, you cannot refuse." Shen Yu's grandfather also died on the battlefield. At that time, Shen Zhonghan was still unmarried and had gone to war with a sword in hand. What noble family would marry off their daughter to a general stationed at the border for years? Moreover, at that time, Shen Zhonghan had not yet made a name for himself. However, during a work-related trip back to the capital, he fortuitously encountered the legitimate daughter of the Lu family from Luozhou, and they traveled together to the capital, leading to the births of Shen Zhao and Shen Yu. After finishing their meal, the sky had darkened considerably. The old man had retired early, while Xie Tingzhou and Shen Yu, having slept the entire day, were now wide awake. The night was bitterly cold, and strolling under the moonlight was the last thing they desired, so they remained confined within the small room. The room contained little furniture, just a wooden plank bed and a small table. Shen Yu leaned over the table and said, "The county town is still far away. I heard from my grandfather that there's a clinic in a nearby town. Tomorrow, I shall fetch some medicinal supplies and gather more information. Your Highness should rest here." Although Xie Tingzhou's wound had received rudimentary bandaging and was treated with some herbs prepared by the old man, the effect was less than satisfactory. In truth, the wound pained him greatly, yet he showed no sign of discomfort on his face. "Now you're calling me your Highness? Wasn't it just a moment ago that you addressed me so casually?" Shen Yu shot him a glance. In extraordinary times like this, titles are of little consequence. Right? The more she spoke, the less certain she felt. Sometimes, Xie Tingzhou appeared magnanimous. Other times, he seemed vengeful, depending entirely on his mood. Xie Tingzhou fiddled with the tea bowl and asked, "Do you have money if you go to the town?" Shen Yu glanced at the jade pendant on his waist, and then at the ring on his finger, seemingly deliberating which to address first. "If you wish to avoid an early demise, it is best not to covet those items," Xie Tingzhou cautioned. Shen Yu buried her head in her arms, letting out a soft sigh. "So stingy." Xie Tingzhou listened attentively, initially reluctant to provide an explanation, but for reasons unknown, he changed his mind. If these items were discovered, it would enable someone to trace their path back. How could one ascertain that those who arrived were allies rather than assassins? Oh, after some contemplation, Shen Yu also realized that the treasures on Xie Tingzhou were indeed extraordinary and would attract undue attention. However, she herself possessed nothing of significance, as her previous belongings had long been lost. After a moment's thought, she concluded, "Then I shall find alternative means." Chapter 35. Where to touch. Last night, Xie Tingzhou retired late, awakening to the brilliance of a sunlit day. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the snow-covered ground with a dazzling glow. Xie Tingzhou did not see Shi Yu. His father-in-law sat beneath the eaves, amusing the dog De Huang, tossing a bamboo ball that De Huang eagerly retrieved. Upon spotting Xie Tingzhou, his father-in-law stood up, legs apart, grinning as he said, "There is still hot rice in the pot. Allow me to serve you." "No need for that. We can eat together at noon," Xie Tingzhou replied. His father-in-law turned away, heading to the kitchen while muttering, "Yes, do eat well. In youth." Suddenly, he fell silent, realizing he had begun to nag Xie Tingzhou as if he were his own child. Xie Tingzhou appeared more affable than the previous day. He was a person who warmed slowly. "It's all right. Please continue," he encouraged. His father-in-law resumed, "Neglecting to care for oneself in youth leads to ailments in old age, and one must endure the consequences." Xie Tingzhou nodded, for he had been plagued by illness for many years. Pain had become an integral part of his existence, one to which he had long since grown accustomed. He glanced outside. "Where is everyone?" His father-in-law understood he was inquiring about Shi Yu and replied, "Ah." Shi Yu departed at dawn, claiming he had matters to attend to in town. "Oh dear, how could I forget? He asked me to tell you he would return before dark." As day turned to dusk, the sun ascended the mountain, gradually dimming the light. Shi Yu had yet to return. His father-in-law, uneasy, expressed a desire to venture out and search for him, fearing Shi Yu might lose his way or encounter trouble alone on the road. However, he was persuaded by Xie Tingzhou to rest instead. The moon ascended to its zenith as De Huang perked up, ears alert, then dashed towards the courtyard entrance. Hearing the commotion, Xie Tingzhou opened the door to see a slight figure approaching under the moonlight. casting a small shadow beneath his feet. De Huang, filled with excitement, ran over, wagging his tail and nuzzling against Shi Yu's legs as they walked together. "Why are you still awake?" Shi Yu asked De Huang playfully. "Were you waiting for me?" De Huang enthusiastically wagged his tail and pranced around him in circles. A smile crept onto Xie Tingzhou's lips. It seemed as though Shi Yu was indeed as charming as he claimed, winning the affection not only of people but also of dogs. Unlike Xie Tingzhou, who made De Huang timid and reserved, dogs, in certain respects, are far more sensitive than humans. He was certainly not an unkind person. Shen Yu arrived at the courtyard entrance and was surprised to see someone standing beneath the eaves. "Why are you still awake? What time is it?" Xie Tingzhou asked, returning to the room to light an oil lamp. "There was quite a bit to take care of, so I was delayed," Shen Yu said, placing her bundle on the table and unfurling it. Inside, in addition to medicinal herbs and bandages, was a set of clothing. "This fabric is coarse. It will have to suffice for now," she explained, noting that Xie Tingzhou's elegant attire was too conspicuous for the village, where many households could easily notice him. Xie Tingzhou took the clothes, and as their fingertips accidentally brushed, he felt the chill of her touch. "Where did you get the money for this?" he inquired. Shen Yu, a hint of pride in her voice, replied, "I have my ways. Rest assured, it was not stolen." Xie Tingzhou cast a glance at him, remarking that his father-in-law had left food for him in the pot. Shen Yu, feeling quite famished, hurried to the kitchen, adding as she left, "Wait for me to return to tend to your wounds." At her words, Xie Tingzhou set down the medicinal ointment he had just picked up. When Shen Yu returned after finishing her meal, he remained seated at the table. She quietly closed the door behind her and approached him to apply the salve first on his back, then on his arm. The room lacked a stove, and a gust of wind seeped through the cracks of the door. Noticing the goosebumps rising on Xie Tingzhou's arm, Shen Yu hurriedly reassured, "It will be quick, very quick." Xie Tingzhou lowered his gaze, observing the slight flutter of his eyelashes before he blandly averted his eyes. The silence in the room felt oppressive, prompting Shen Yu to initiate conversation. "Do you think I returned so late because I sneaked off, or perhaps betrayed you to inform the enemy?" In truth, such a thought had indeed flitted through Xie Tingzhou's mind. Yet, it was merely a reflex of his position, which dictated a lack of trust towards others. For too many sought his life. However, regarding Shi Yu, he pondered for a moment, then glanced at her face, sensing an inexplicable trust. Though his instinct resisted this feeling. Not hearing his response, Shen Yu continued to explain while tending to his wounds. "I arrived in town in the afternoon, bought some supplies, and gathered a bit of news, which is why I returned so late." "What news?" Xie Tingzhou inquired. Shen Yu replied, "There are reports from people returning from Huitang County that the magistrate there is vigorously searching for someone. From the description, it seems he is looking for His Highness. We could head to the county tomorrow, and then the magistrate could send someone to escort us to the capital." Xie Tingzhou remained silent, contemplating for a moment before stating, "We cannot go." "Why not?" Shen Yu asked, having just finished wrapping his arm. Xie Tingzhou explained, "The number of assassins this time is no less than 300. Huitang is not a large city. Such a significant number of individuals moving from the county cannot go unnoticed by the magistrate." Realization dawned on Shen Yu. "So you suspect the magistrate of being in league with the enemy?" Xie Tingzhou glanced at his arm, now wrapped not in tattered cloth, but in well-applied gauze. Huitang County is plagued by bandits, and despite several attempts by the authorities to eradicate them, the problem persists. "Why is that?" He paused before continuing, "Each time, they only manage to capture a few bandits symbolically, failing to shake their foundation. The bandits and the county office share the spoils, with the officials turning a blind eye. Such individuals can be swayed by profit." Nodding, Shen Yu asked, "What shall we do then?" Xie Tingzhou gazed at the moonlight filtering through the window, contemplating before suggesting, "Let us rest for 2 days before setting off, taking a detour through Ping'an." Shen Yu pondered this, realizing that circumventing Ping'an County would require traveling over 100 miles. And with no means of transportation, she worried about his ability to endure the journey. "Your wounds," she began, recalling how alarming they appeared when she had changed the dressings. It was unimaginable how he had withstood such pain. "It matters not," Xie Tingzhou replied, rising. "Get some sleep." Although Xie Tingzhou was now fully alert, Shen Yu, remembering he was the son of the Northern Court, refrained from broaching the topic of sharing a bed with him while he was awake. Xie Tingzhou would naturally not take the initiative to invite her to sleep with him. So Shen Yu spent the entire night resting her head on the table. During the day, Xie Tingzhou exchanged a few words with his father-in-law, who brought a wooden plank to widen the bed. Upon seeing the bed, Shen Yu understood the implication. Would she be sharing it with him tonight? "Xie Tingzhou, who had paused in the act of undressing, turned his head and replied, "If you prefer to continue sleeping at the table, that is also an option." Shen Hao, having endured a tiring day, certainly would not be difficult on herself, and quickly went to wash up. By the time she returned, Xie Tingzhou was already lying on the outer side of the bed. There was still a considerable space left inside, but the issue was that to get onto the bed, she would have to step over him. Shen Hao hesitated for a moment before extinguishing the oil lamp. The sudden darkness enveloped her, and as she hadn't yet adjusted to the lack of light, she could only gingerly feel her way to the edge of the bed. Estimating that she had reached the bedside, she extended her hand, intending to cross over Xie Tingzhou and support herself on the bedboard. The moment her hand made contact, she thought to herself, "This is not good." Sure enough, the next instant, Xie Tingzhou let out a muffled grunt and coldly questioned, "What do you think you're doing?" Immediately following, Shen Hao felt her hand being pulled away by him. Chapter 36. I was drawn to him. I climbed into bed, but the darkness enveloped me, rendering everything invisible. Shen Hao stammered an explanation. Moments earlier, she had felt herself pressed against Xie Tingzhou, yet she was uncertain of the exact point of contact. A rustling sound emerged from the darkness. Xie Tingzhou rose from the bed, his voice icy. "Go in." Shen Hao hurriedly groped her way back to bed. Lying down fully clothed, her mind replaying the earlier sensations, growing increasingly uneasy with each thought. Although the sensation through the quilt was somewhat indistinct, she was certain that she had not pressed against Xie Tingzhou's chest. Where could it have been? Having not slept well the previous night, fatigue overtook her, and soon she drifted off into slumber. Xie Tingzhou was awakened by a loud voice outside, a woman speaking with remarkable volume. For reasons unknown, he had slept exceptionally well these past 2 nights, experiencing a restful slumber he had not enjoyed in a long time. Shen Hao sat at the table with her back to the bed, one arm resting upon it, seemingly engaged in some activity, punctuated by soft inhalations. "What are you doing?" Xie Tingzhou inquired as he sat up. Shen Hao abruptly turned to him, her expression reminiscent of a startled fawn, her eyes glistening like a pool of clear spring water, imbued with a hint of fragility. Xie Tingzhou's heart inexplicably fluttered at the sight, yet before he could delve into the unfamiliar emotion, Shen Hao swiftly turned away. Xie Tingzhou donned his outer robe and approached her, finally discerning her actions. Several gaping wounds marred his arm, their gruesome appearance suggesting they were inflicted by a beast. "Did you encounter a beast on the road yesterday?" Xie Tingzhou asked. As Shen Hao applied powder to the wounds, the pain rendered her momentarily speechless. In the past, when injured, she would whimper and seek comfort from her father and brother, but since their passing, she had learned to endure suffering alone, no matter how arduous. After a prolonged moment, Shen Hao finally spoke. "It was a leopard. I shouldn't have been injured, but I crouched too long. The cold dulled my reflexes. In the end, I managed to slay it." "You went hunting?" Xie Tingzhou queried. Shen Hao gently blew on her wounds, her breath shallow. "Yesterday, I asked my grandfather. There are indeed ferocious beasts in the mountains. Today, I was fortunate. Leopard skins are valuable, or else I wouldn't have procured so much silver." Xie Tingzhou glanced at his attire, his feelings a tumultuous mix. He parted his lips to speak but was interrupted by the woman outside, who casually remarked, "Jiang Linzhi, I heard from Zhao Shun's family that you have guests." Both paused their actions, exchanging a knowing glance. Shen Hao swiftly moved to retrieve a knife hidden beneath the bed. Xie Tingzhou restrained her shoulder, shaking his head, and turned his gaze toward the door, where an elderly voice declared, "It's a distant relative of mine. Come to visit during the new year." Both exhaled in relief. Xie Tingzhou glanced at the knife in Shen Hao's hand, speaking softly. "Were you intending to silence him?" "How could that be?" Shen Hao replied, puzzled. "I was preparing to flee." "Then why did you take the knife?" Shen Hao tenderly caressed the knife, lamenting its potential loss. Such a fine blade should not be discarded. Even while nearly drowning, she had refused to part with it, and here it was even more crucial to keep it safe. Outside, a woman was cracking pumpkin seeds, peering inquisitively into the room. "You should call them out to recognize," she said. "Yesterday, Zhao Shun's family passed by your home and couldn't stop talking about how extraordinarily handsome your relative is. In all her years, she has never seen anyone so striking." It left her utterly speechless. Elder Zhen chuckled and politely declined, mentioning their unfamiliarity and that they had yet to rise. The woman leaned against a bamboo frame, saying, "I am simply curious about what kind of appearance could render someone speechless. Zhao Shun's family said he resembles the bodhisattva in the temple." Shen Hao recalled the bodhisattva's square face and broad ears, and when she compared it to Xie Tingzhou's handsome visage, she found it difficult to draw any connection between the two. Xie Tingzhou noticed Shi Yu struggle to contain a smile and shot him a warning glance before gracefully sitting down beside him. Shen Yu discerned his intention to tend to her wound and did not refuse. She placed her arm on the table and handed him the bandage. His hands, defined and long-fingered, appeared as if meticulously sculpted, working steadily as if the bandage were a precious fabric worth a fortune. His coarse linen garments could not conceal the air of nobility that surrounded him. Shen Yu gazed at him, marveling inwardly at the distinctions cultivated in a royal household. Wealth? Indeed. In contrast, she considered her own upbringing as the daughter of the esteemed Lu family of Hezhou, yet now she felt more akin to a beggar. Once the bandaging was complete, the chatter outside showed no sign of waning. The woman seemed intent on staying, persistently inquiring, "Has your nephew found a match? How many people are in your household? How much land do you own?" Elder Jiang, growing weary of her questions, maintained his patience, with the outside guests lingering. Shen Yu felt restless, pacing the cramped space. Xie Tingzhou, irritated, glanced at her and asked, "What are you doing?" Shen Yu stammered, "I need to use the restroom." Xie Tingzhou replied, "You may go. I can endure a little longer." Shen Yu bit her lip. She feared that stepping outside would certainly draw the woman's attention, thereby increasing the risk of exposure. Xie Tingzhou fell silent for a moment, then observed Shi Yu's contorted expression and teased, "Can you still hold it?" Shen Yu dared not speak. She was determined not to let her resolve waver and simply shook her head seriously. Xie Tingzhou chuckled lightly, then hurried along. Feeling as if she had been granted a pardon, Shen Yu dashed out like the wind. The woman was employing all her efforts to persuade Elder Jiang to call out his nephew for a meeting, eager to see what a living bodhisattva truly looked like. "Elder Jiang, you are being too stingy. Just a glance won't cost you anything," she insisted. Suddenly, standing up straight, she pointed at Shen Yu rushing out of the room, exclaiming, "Is that your nephew? Oh my, indeed, they are as handsome as a bodhisattva." "Thank you." Shen Yu, urgent and pressed for time, hurried toward the outhouse. The woman, brimming with excitement, continued to peer around despite the absence of any figures. "Has your nephew taken a wife?" she inquired, only to shake her head in disbelief. No. He is even more handsome than my own Xionyang." Suddenly, her mouth gaped open, and she stood in stunned silence as someone emerged from the room, scattering the pumpkin seeds from her hand across the ground. This, she stammered, at a loss for words. "Is this a celestial being?" Xie Tingzhou stood at the doorway, his piercing, frosty gaze sweeping across the scene, causing the woman to feel her legs weaken beneath her. Shen Yu returned from the restroom and observed the woman, appearing to be in her 40s, leaning against the fence, gazing vacantly in Xie Tingzhou's direction, a blush gradually coloring her cheeks. "Very well," Shen Yu mused. It seems she has taken a liking to Xie Tingzhou. She suspected the woman might even be older than Xie Tingzhou's mother, the Princess of Balin. Chapter 37. The spectacle. Xie Tingzhou maintained an air of serene indifference as he calmly averted his gaze. Shen Yu could not help but marvel. The young master of the moon was indeed not merely a figure of idle reputation, and this was but a trivial affair with a single admirer. However, Shen Yu's assumptions were evidently misguided. Before they had even finished their meal, a cacophony erupted from outside the courtyard. Old Master Zheng set down his chopsticks and ventured out to investigate, only to find a gaggle of women chattering animatedly at the entrance. Leading the group was Zhao Shun's wife, who boldly pushed open the half-height gate of the fence. Uninvited, they poured in, leaving no room for obstruction. Old Master Zheng, exasperated, stamped his foot and glanced back at Xie Tingzhou and Shen Yu, anxiously stammering this. Having lived alone for so long, he rarely entertained guests, and never had he encountered such a multitude of women at once, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Oh, Old Master Zheng, are you still dining?" Zhao Shun's wife was the first to speak as she entered. "Indeed, we are in the midst of our meal," Old Master Zheng responded, hoping they would take their leave soon. "Do you have matters to discuss?" Zhao Shun's wife adjusted her pink floral headpiece and replied, "We merely came to pay a casual visit." Her gaze, however, was captivated by Xie Tingzhou's countenance, and upon noticing Shen Yu beside him, her eyes brightened even further. She had only seen Xie Tingzhou the day before and was astonished to find that Old Master Zheng had not only lost a son but had also gained two such handsome nephews. In this remote village, where outsiders were a rarity, the presence of two dashing young men was indeed a curiosity. Some of the women came simply to witness the spectacle, while others donned their finest attire, even pulling out their festive garments from the previous New Year. Even old Lady Lu from the village's edge, leaning on her cane, trailed behind. Such was the nature of village life. Any disturbance would quickly become the talk of the town within a single meal. Old Master Jiang stood at the threshold to bar their entry, but the women craned their necks to peer inside. In stark contrast, the North Lin Wang's residence was governed by strict decorum, and none would dare gaze openly at Xie Tingzhou while he dined. Servants were required to bow their heads and avert their eyes when passing, let alone stare at him during a meal. Xie Tingzhou set down his chopsticks and rose. To return to his room, he needed to turn right out of the main hall, yet the entrance was entirely blocked. Such matters were not for the master to manage. That duty fell to his attendant. Shen Yu quickly scraped the remnants of her meal from her bowl and rushed to the doorway, addressing the crowd. "Excuse me, ladies. Please make way. My brother wishes to retire for a while." "It's still early," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Why not sit for a moment? Where does the young master hail from?" The entrance was so crowded that not even a breeze could penetrate. Shen Yu found herself unable to act forcefully, nor could she allow the heir of North Lin Wang to be subjected to such a spectacle. They were all neighbors, and she would need to rely on the goodwill of the locals in the future. "Perhaps another day will be better," she persisted. "I shall prepare some fruits for everyone to enjoy while we chat." Old Master Zheng retorted grumpily, "Indeed, with you all blocking my doorway. One might think you were here to collect a debt." Yesterday, the woman was unable to push her way to the front, and from the back, she shouted, "Indeed, indeed. Let us not be labeled as villagers who lack decorum." Noticing the crowd wavering slightly, Shen Yu added fuel to the fire, saying, "The weather is rather dreary today. I spotted a fine tree at the village entrance. Why not set up a spread of fruits and tea there one evening and toast with the setting sun? How elegant that would be." The village women, who were unfamiliar with such elegance, could only see that these two were ethereal beings, distinctly different from themselves. The crowd parted to create a narrow path, with some saying, "Then let it be tomorrow. I shall prepare a good pot of tea." "What good tea could you possibly have? My husband is going to town tomorrow. I shall have him bring back some snacks." The crowd began to allocate tasks, deciding who would prepare what. Shen Yu glanced back at Xie Tingzhou, signaling him to hurry and catch up. Suddenly, from the back of the crowd, someone jostled, causing the person in front to stumble towards Shen Yu. A mere stumble would have been inconsequential, but it was towards her injured side. Just as the hand was about to grasp Shen Yu's wounded arm, Xie Tingzhou swiftly intervened. The woman collided against Xie Tingzhou's arm, her expression of joy faltering as she met his stern gaze, which instantly froze her features. Xie Tingzhou looked at her intently, articulating each word. "Stand. Steady." Upon locking eyes, the woman shuddered, clearly perceiving the lethal intent behind a sharp stare. After entering the house and closing the door, Shen Yu exhaled deeply. Since marrying Jiang Linzhi, she had mingled with high-ranking ladies, attending numerous gatherings, each occasion feeling like an eternity, and now she truly understood that there were realms beyond her own. Listening to the group of women as they moved away, Shen Yu picked up the kettle from the table and stepped outside. Moments later, she returned with the kettle in hand. Pouring a bowl of tea, she presented it to Xie Tingzhou with both hands, saying, "Your Highness, please enjoy this tea." Xie Tingzhou accepted the bowl. A delicate aroma of tea wafted through the air. Though it was not of superior quality, it sufficed. "Where did this tea come from?" Xie Tingzhou inquired after taking a sip, noting its rather unimpressive flavor. "I purchased it in the town yesterday," Shen Yu replied. He took another sip and remarked, "What need is there to buy tea? Are you made of money?" Noticing the bowl nearing emptiness, Shen Yu promptly refilled it. Well aware that Xie Tingzhou furrowed his brow slightly each time he drank, likely unaccustomed to the water here, Xie Tingzhou scrutinized her for a few moments, wearing an expression that was both amused and enigmatic, making Shen Yu feel rather uneasy. "What is it that amuses you, Your Highness?" she asked. Xie Tingzhou lightly swirled the tea bowl, the liquid appearing dull, a stark contrast to the finest teas he had ever tasted. With a faint smile, he replied, "It is merely that I shielded you from an individual, and yet you incessantly call me Your Highness. In the past, you would boldly address me as you." He leaned closer, teasingly. "Are you so easily swayed?" Shen Yu, under his gaze, instinctively leaned back, asserting confidently, "That is because there are outsiders present. Naturally, I cannot expose Your Highness's identity." "Is that so?" Xie Tingzhou set down his tea bowl and remarked, "So, during the night when it was just the two of us, who was it that said, 'You should sleep a little closer'?" Shen Yu was taken aback and stammered, "Did someone say that?" After a moment's reflection, she realized there might indeed be some truth to his words. In the middle of the night, feeling exceptionally cold, she had unconsciously edged closer to Xie Tingzhou, who then instinctively retreated, nearly tumbling off the bed. At that moment, Xie Tingzhou had sighed in the darkness, and she vaguely recalled suggesting he come closer. However, She was resolute in her refusal to acknowledge it. Surely, your highness must have been half asleep and mistaken? Shen Yu stubbornly refused to concede. Xie Tingzhou chose not to press the matter further and shifted the conversation, saying, "You will attend the tea gathering tomorrow by yourself." Only then did Shen Yu remember the considerable trouble awaiting her. She had blurted out her thoughts, eager to dismiss him, unaware that the group of women would not be easily swayed, and had promptly set a date. "I won't go," Shen Yu declared, observing the furrowed brow on his face. Xie Tingzhou fell silent, pondering whether he should attend instead. To have the esteemed heir of Balin accompany a gathering of women for tea? The very thought was too absurd for Shen Yu to contemplate. Chapter 38. The master of urology. The snow in the courtyard was meticulously cleared by Shen Yu, who later accompanied her father-in-law up the mountain for a hunting excursion. Though she could not wield her bow effectively due to an injury, her father-in-law returned with a heart full of joy, reminiscing about how his son used to accompany him on such outings, and how he found happiness even in returning empty-handed. After dinner, Shen Yu entertained De Huang with a bamboo ball in the courtyard, casting long shadows of herself and the dog on the ground. Xie Tingzhou and her father-in-law sat beneath the eaves, engaged in casual conversation. Over the past few days, they had grown more familiar. Xie Tingzhou was not as aloof as he first appeared, and her father-in-law was no longer intimidated by him. "De Huang, run!" Shen Yu exclaimed, tossing the bamboo ball into the air. De Huang sprinted after it, returning to drop the ball at her feet, his front paws resting on her knees as he wagged his tail furiously. Shen Yu affectionately petted De Huang's head, praising him. "You're wonderful, De Huang." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Oh, everyone's here." A woman stood outside the courtyard, one hand resting on the fence, the other holding a basket. Upon recognizing her, her father-in-law's expression darkened, and he turned to Xie Tingzhou, saying, "This is Widow Lu from the village." She sighed, not one to indulge in gossip. Her father-in-law struggled to articulate his thoughts delicately. Shen Yu, puzzled, asked, "Grandpa, what is wrong with her?" Xie Tingzhou, older than the others, understood the implication behind the sigh. Her father-in-law, visibly embarrassed, had spent his life toiling in the fields without the benefit of education, making it difficult for him to express himself tactfully. "This is just I'll explain later." Hearing only fragments of the conversation left Shen Yu in a state of unease, especially upon noticing Xie Tingzhou's knowing expression, which only heightened her discomfort. It seemed she and De Huang were the only ones oblivious to the underlying meaning. Seated on a small stool, Shen Yu stared at Xie Tingzhou, bewildered. De Huang, sensing her distraction, nudged her leg and then settled down beside her. Both of them sitting obediently side by side, a sight that amused Xie Tingzhou, prompting a subtle smile. He composed himself, clearing his throat softly, and remarked, "She possesses considerable insight regarding matters of the opposite sex." Her father-in-law marveled. "Indeed, those with knowledge are truly different." Shen Yu paused, her confusion lifting as realization dawned upon her. A widow without a supporting figure at home is, of course, susceptible to advances. And judging by Widow Lu's demeanor and attire, she did not appear to be a virtuous character. Seeing that the trio was engrossed in their conversation, Widow Lu raised her voice. "Old Lu, I heard you have guests at home, and I thought you might not have anything to offer them. So I brought you some treats." With that, she pushed open the low gate and sashayed inside. Shen Yu was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing someone move with such serpentine grace. Did that waist not risk breaking? Noticing the young man's gaze upon her, Widow Lu cast him a flirtatious glance. Old Lu, unable to bear the sight, turned his back to the courtyard and took a puff from his pipe. Focusing on a barren tree, Widow Lu approached Xie Tingzhou directly, unveiling a roasted chicken from her basket, saying, "Young master, this is personally prepared by me." The widow's eyes flickered with a longing that seemed to yearn for the immediate embrace of Xie Tingzhou. Perhaps she was indeed bold enough to approach him, thought Shen Yu, though she refrained from voicing her disapproval. This woman still possessed a certain allure. Who could ascertain whether Xie Tingzhou would reciprocate her interest? After all, Shen Yu had heard whispers that since Xie Tingzhou had left the battlefield, he had become a frequent patron of the brothels throughout Balin, indulging in a life of drunken revelry. Those officials and wealthy merchants, eager to please him, scoured the land for beautiful women to present as tributes. Although he did not accept every offering, he certainly selected a few, revealing he had his own criteria. As Xie Tingzhou rose to his full height, he towered over the widow, Lu. Accepting the roast chicken, he expressed his gratitude. Lu, suppressing her delight, softly implored, "Young master, I'm alone at home, and the recent rains have caused some leaks in my house. Might you accompany me to inspect it tonight? Shen Yu scoffed quietly, with nightfall approaching. What need was there to repair a roof? Was he not concerned about falling and injuring himself? Upon hearing her laughter, Xie Tingzhou turned to regard Shen Yu. After a moment of silence, he replied, I apologize. I have been frail since childhood and doubt I could manage climbing onto the roof. Shen Yu scoffed again, thinking how he must have forgotten the days spent wielding a sword in battle. Lu, growing anxious, quickly reassured, there's no need to climb. I simply wish for your company. If not for the presence of others, she would have directly suggested they share a bed. Xie Tingzhou, deep in thought, nodded, I see. However, my younger brother here is quite adept at such tasks, whether it be repairing roofs or otherwise. Shen Yu, caught off guard, nearly toppled from her seat. She had merely expressed a light-hearted scoff, yet was it necessary for him to retaliate so? Lu wished to say more, but was deterred by Xie Tingzhou's imposing presence, redirecting her attention to Shen Yu. This alternative was not without merit. Although he lacked the towering stature of his brother, he was undeniably handsome, a rarity even in the entire town. With a determined heart, Lu turned, donning a bright smile as she leaned toward Shen Yu, elongating her tone, young master, please. Do not. Shen Yu interjected bluntly, her expression pained. To be candid, I have certain issues in that regard. I possess the will but lack the means. Xie Tingzhou choked slightly, unsure whether it was the wind or her words that caught him off guard. The topic was too sensitive, and the old man had already retreated indoors with his pipe. Lu was left speechless, her mouth agape, glancing at Xie Tingzhou as if seeking his confirmation. Suppressing a laugh, Xie Tingzhou replied, then it seems there is nothing more to be done. Please return. Lu awkwardly took a few steps back, glancing once more at the basket in his hand. What a loss, she thought, having entertained the idea that as a widow, she could ensnare his affections and perhaps find a second marriage. Now, her aspirations had crumbled, leaving her with nothing. Indeed, what a misfortune. As Lu exited the courtyard, Xie Tingzhou turned to Shen Yu, pondering her words. Lack of means? Shen Yu remained silent, his frustration palpable. Wasn't it all his fault? He had even gone so far as to buy him medicine, tea, and clothing, only to push himself forward as a shield when calamity struck. Had his conscience been devoured by dogs? His expression was one of indignation, while Xie Tingzhou watched with amusement, a playful intent stirring within him. You have served your master well. Once we reach the capital, I shall ensure you are introduced to a renowned urologist and grant you several concubines. That is entirely unnecessary. Shen Yu retorted through gritted teeth. I would prefer something else. What might that be? That knife. Xie Tingzhou regarded him with a smile. Ah, you like that knife? Shen Yu nodded eagerly. Xie Tingzhou replied, do not even think about it. Not giving it to me. Then why ask? Shen Yu thought to himself. I should have tossed it into the river. Chapter 39. You have your companion. Xie Tingzhou handed over the basket in his hand, and Shen Yu lifted the cloth covering it, releasing a tantalizing aroma of cooked meat. Her mouth watered. It had been months since she last savored roasted chicken back in Shengjing. Just as she picked up a chicken leg, ready to indulge, she noticed Xie Tingzhou staring intently at her. Do you wish to partake as well? Shen Yu offered. Then you may have it first. Xie Tingzhou declined, calmly stating, you dare to consume anything. Where has your vigilance as a guard gone? Shen Yu retracted her hand, acknowledging that these days had been unusually relaxed. She had been preoccupied with the knowledge of a challenging battle awaiting her upon her return to the capital, and such tranquil moments were rare. Naturally, she had grown somewhat lax. Is it forbidden to eat? Xie Tingzhou replied, if you are not afraid she has poisoned it, then go ahead. What poison? Shen Yu inquired. But upon witnessing Xie Tingzhou's expression, she quickly grasped the implication. As a widow, what poison could she possibly wield? Naturally, it was. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against it, fearing that if she consumed it, she might uncontrollably pounce on Xie Tingzhou later. Given his current frailty, he would certainly be no match for her. If she were to force herself upon him, would he not retaliate by sending countless hidden guards after her? Her thoughts wandered. But she snapped back to reality, realizing she could no longer dare to eat the chicken. Should we discard it then? Xie Tingzhou gestured with his chin. Let it be consumed. Shen Yu exclaimed, what a cruel heart you possess. What will happen to De Huang if he eats it? His audacity was growing, daring to label him as cruel. Xie Tingzhou turned to leave, but after a few steps, he looked back and remarked, his companion is at the village entrance. Shen Yu was taken aback. How do you know? From the old man, Xie Tingzhou replied, not looking back as he walked away, his expression slightly displeased. Shen Yu pouted. gazing longingly at the chicken she could not eat, saliva pooling in her mouth. She looked down at the wagging tail of De Huang and said, "Very well. If you have your companion, then let us feed you." Xie Tingzhou did not speak to Shen Yu for the remainder of the night. The following morning, during breakfast, De Huang returned, tail wagging and seemingly content. It appeared the chicken was indeed problematic. Thankfully, they had abstained from eating it. Otherwise, it would have been Xie Tingzhou's virtue at stake, and her own life would have been in jeopardy. In the afternoon, the old man returned from a brief outing, his expression grave. After dinner, as darkness enveloped the sky, the old man had declined an invitation to a tea gathering, returning to sit silently under the eaves, smoking several rolls of homemade tobacco before finally entering the house. Before dawn, Xie Tingzhou was roused by a series of knocks on the door. Upon opening it, he found the old man standing there, carrying a coarse cloth bundle. The old man entered unceremoniously, waking the soundly sleeping Shen Yu, saying, "I am here to see you off. Ask anything you need on the road." Shen Yu instantly awakened. They had not packed any luggage, but within moments, they were ready. Outside the courtyard stood an ox cart, where the old man took his seat. Once the two were settled, he drove the cart away. The night wind was strong, but fortunately, the moonlight illuminated the path just enough to navigate. With a sigh, the old man remarked, "Yesterday, while visiting a village, I heard from someone returning from town that the magistrate of Huitang County has been searching for individuals in the town. It is no longer safe here." Both Xie Tingzhou and Shen Yu were taken aback. "Grandfather," Shen Yu exclaimed, "how did you know they were looking for us?" The old man squinted with a smile and patted the space beside him. "Xiao Yu, come sit here." As they settled together, they truly resembled a grandfather and granddaughter. The old man continued, "You both possess an extraordinary demeanor, unlike ordinary folk. Moreover, where would you find commoners clad in such fine material, armed with blades?" Shen Yu was momentarily speechless. "You are aware of this, yet you are not afraid we might be villains?" "I know," the old man replied with a chuckle. "I noticed it when I widened your bed. Although my eyesight may be poor, my heart sees clearly. Both of you are good children, especially you." He gave Shen Yu's shoulder an affectionate pat. "For winning this old man's favor, I shall claim you as my granddaughter." Perhaps due to the impending farewell, Shen Yu felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. The old man continued, "Follow this path straight to the ferry. After crossing the river, travel another 10 miles to reach the main road. In that bundle behind me, I have prepared a few cakes for you to eat on your journey. I may be without money, but I can offer you these." Xie Tingzhou touched the bundle, still warm, surely made by the old man overnight. He opened it to discover another package nestled beneath the cakes. He tapped Shen Yu's shoulder, and she turned around as he handed her the bundle. Upon seeing the contents, tears welled up in Shen Yu's eyes. Beneath the cakes lay a chicken wrapped in vegetable leaves, already cooked and steaming with aroma. It was undoubtedly what she had longed for on that day when her grandfather had noticed her craving. "Where did you get this chicken?" she asked, struggling to contain her tears. "I borrowed it," the old man replied cheerfully. "Come spring, I shall raise a brood of chicks, and I will keep one for you, saving the rest." With shallow eyes, Shen Yu couldn't hold back her tears any longer and quickly turned her face aside. They did not know when they would reunite again. The wheels of the cart creaked in the snow. As if fearing the time to speak was slipping away, the old man murmured to himself, "I once thought that with only myself remaining, I could depart any day, and the villagers could bury me beside my late wife and son. However, things have changed." His voice was light-hearted. "Now that I have a granddaughter, I have something to cherish." As dawn gradually broke, the ox cart arrived at the ferry. The old man called out, prompting the ferryman on the opposite bank to row over. Shen Yu's eyes were red-rimmed. She wished to take her grandfather with her, but the journey ahead was perilous, and she could not allow him to face such danger. "You must take care of yourself. Once I return, I will send someone to fetch you. I promise to honor you well." The old man stroked her head. "Good child, they are all buried here. I must remain to guard them. Then I shall send you letters," Shen Yu replied. The old man nodded. "Go ahead." As the ferryman approached the shore, Shen Yu and Xie Tingzhou walked towards the boat. Just as they boarded, the old man waved his hand and called out, "Wait a moment, boatman." The old man cradled a parcel in his hands, the very chicken that Shen Yu had secretly left on the ox cart. He stumbled over, breathless, and thrust the chicken into Shen Yu's hands, saying, "This is from your grandfather. Keep it for your meal." The ferry swayed as it drifted away from the shore, the sun gradually rising, casting its golden rays upon a circling eagle in the sky. The old man said nothing, merely smiled and waved his hand, as the first light of dawn illuminated the myriad wrinkles etched upon his face. Chapter 40. Amusement in teasing. A group of individuals traversed the official road, flanked by several fine steeds, each rider armed with swords and blades. At the center, a few escort carts were being driven, among which was an unpretentious horse-drawn carriage. A valiant-looking woman atop one of the horses glanced at the sky, rode up beside the cart, first tidying her appearance. Before speaking, young Master Shi, as soon as she began, a burst of laughter erupted from behind, with someone mimicking her voice and saying, "Young Master Shi." The woman turned and shot a glare, drawing her sword as a warning, but then quickly resumed her gentle demeanor, speaking softly. "Young Master Shi, we have a considerable distance to the next city. We intend to rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow morning. I will prepare some hot water for both of you shortly." Inside the cart, Shen Yu displayed an expression of distress, clearing her throat to say, "Miss He, I appreciate your efforts." "Not at all. It is no trouble," He Shuehui replied. Before galloping to the back and delivering a sharp crack of her whip against the horse of the imitator, Xie Tingzhou leaned against the soft cushion, propping his head on his hand while chuckling. As the sound of hoofbeats faded into the distance, he remarked slowly, "This Miss He possesses a keen eye." Shen Yu silently turned her back to Xie Tingzhou, pondering whether Miss He was blind to the brilliance of Xie Tingzhou himself, who had been persistently courting her attention over the past few days. This situation traced back to the day they parted ways with her father-in-law. That day, after crossing the river, Xie Tingzhou, feeling unwell, struggled to maintain a swift pace. They walked from early morning until noon. But fortune smiled upon them when they encountered an escort team on the official road. After they were taken to Pington County, the escort team parted ways with them. The escort's earnings were hard-won, and their willingness to offer a ride was indeed generous. That evening, they had intended to stay at the most modest inn in Pington County. After ensuring Xie Tingzhou was asleep, Shen Yu quietly slipped out. By morning, the escort agency awaited them at the inn's entrance, stating that they were already set to transport goods to Xinjiang and could conveniently take them along. However, the sudden change of heart within a single night, coupled with their eager demeanor, left Xie Tingzhou skeptical, even if they claimed no payment had been made. Yet, the source of their funds remained a mystery. The carriage halted in a sheltered spot, and with the frigid weather outside, neither of them disembarked. Xie Tingzhou parted the curtain with 2 fingers to peer outside, catching sight of Shi Yu retrieving 2 sesame cakes from a bundle and offering one to him. "Would you like to eat?" Upon his refusal, the curtain fell back into place. Shen Yu, undeterred, began to eat. Xie Tingzhou watched silently, choosing to recline and observe him nibble on the cake. The texture was coarse, chewing it akin to consuming chaff. As he awaited the last bite to be consumed, he suddenly spoke, "With such ample silver, why endure these hardships?" Cough, cough. Shen Yu was abruptly choked by the dry cake, vigorously pounding his chest. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Tingzhou struck his back with a firm hand, allowing the morsel to finally go down. Shen Yu retorted, "Where would I acquire silver?" Xie Tingzhou supported his head with his hand, replying, "That is a question you must ponder. I too find it intriguing." On that particular night, as soon as Shi Yu rose, he awakened, yet he remained silent, observing her stealthily depart and then return. The following morning, the escort agency arrived. Such matters could not be accomplished without silver. His gaze was resolute, rendering Shen Yu unable to hide. Xie Tingzhou was not easily deceived. Ordinary excuses would surely not fool him. After some contemplation, Shen Yu realized that simple lies are easily unraveled, while half-truths are far less likely to be exposed. "I slipped out that night," she confessed. I know," replied Xie Tingzhou. Shen Yu felt a jolt of surprise. He was remarkably composed, only now inquiring after 3 days on the road with the escort agency. She silently rejoiced that she had not lied earlier, for otherwise, Xie Tingzhou would have immediately seen through her ruse. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed he was reclining against the soft cushion, fingers tapping lightly on his bent knee, seemingly awaiting an answer. "After I left, I went to the house of a wealthy merchant in the city." Shen Yu paused, scrutinizing his expression before continuing, "to borrow some silver." "Borrow?" Xie Tingzhou inquired. "I borrowed it clandestinely," Shen Yu replied. Xie Tingzhou let out a soft chuckle. Stealing was stealing, and borrowing it secretly was quite humorous. Shen Yu felt a twinge of indignation. After all, they were both destitute. Where else would we get this cart? The escort agency? Could you truly be at ease here without silver? Can your precious body withstand such hardship? Next time you engage in wrongdoing, try not to gaze so intently. Xie Tingzhou remarked. Your eyes betray you. It seemed he had developed a habit. Without teasing Shi Yu, he felt something was amiss. Shen Yu suddenly averted her gaze. Indeed, it was stolen, but the enjoyment derived was not solely hers, was it? Hence, this silver could also be considered a debt owed by him. Xie Tingzhou had caught on. She was adept at pushing boundaries. Previously, in the military, he had been treated with great respect, yet during their time together, she had grown increasingly audacious. Xie Tingzhou found her amusing and asked, "So, how much did you borrow?" Shen Yu nearly burst into laughter, retrieving a stack of banknotes from her bosom. Xie Tingzhou took them, flipping through them while noting their warmth. He nodded slightly. There was indeed a considerable amount. She was quite skilled at borrowing. Shen Yu pursed her lips. "Perhaps you should refrain from flattery." She reached out to reclaim the notes, but Xie Tingzhou raised his hand, withholding them. "This is my silver," Shen Yu asserted seriously. Xie Tingzhou leisurely counted the notes, nonchalantly stating, "Did you not say it was a debt I owed? If it is indeed my debt, then the principal should rightfully belong to me. Wouldn't you agree?" Shen Yu conceded, realizing that with such a natural talent for debate, there was no need to complicate matters. Why not engage in eloquent discourse instead? Having teased her sufficiently, Xie Tingzhou tossed the banknotes into her lap, smiling as he said, "Take care of it. Such a large sum of money could attract danger." Shen Yu tucked the banknotes into her bosom, murmuring, "If we must perish, let us perish together. But rest assured, I shall serve as your guardian on the road to the underworld." Xie Tingzhou maintained his smile, though the warmth in his eyes gradually faded. He recalled the woman who had screamed at him while lying on the ground. She said, "Xie Yun, may you suffer a wretched fate. A person like you deserves a life of solitude, and in death, may you plunge into the depths of Avicii, eternally deprived of rebirth." Xie Tingzhou quietly gazed at Shi Yu. If that person were still alive, he would surely summon her to witness this. "Look, someone is willing to accompany me on the path to the underworld. You are mistaken." Shen Yu, oblivious to his expression, carefully tucked away the silver note and lifted the curtain to disembark from the carriage. With the curtain lowered, she turned back and stared at the carriage for a few moments in silence. She exhaled softly, having successfully deceived Xie Tingzhou. The sky had darkened, and not far off, a bonfire flickered. Shen Yu settled beside the fire, poking at it with a stick while deep in contemplation. That night, after she stealthily left, she had ventured to the shop established by the Liu family in the city. In previous years, she had either been at the frontier or at her maternal grandmother's house in Hezhou, where she had once managed accounts for a time. Carrying the Liu family seal, she could withdraw money from any of the Liu establishments in the Dezhou realm. However, she could not allow Xie Tingzhou to discover this, should her identity be revealed. Her continued presence by his side would be in jeopardy. On the day they departed from Yanliang Pass, Shen Yu had assigned tasks to both Liu Yao and Hong Qiao. She had pinned 2 letters, with Hong Qiao tasked to travel to Hezhou to deliver one to her grandmother, while Liu Yao was to return to the capital with the other letter for Shen Yin, detailing subsequent family arrangements, including how to manage their father and brother's funeral. Now, delayed on her journey, she was uncertain whether they had accomplished their tasks. Calculating the time, her father's funeral should have concluded by now. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered within her, as if events were twisting toward an uncontrollable direction. Chapter 41. She is passed as the year draws to a close. The distant city of Shengjing exudes a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Many affluent families have begun adorning their homes with festive decorations, hanging red lanterns beneath their eaves. Jiang Linzhi gazes vacantly at the figure in the painting, feeling a sense of familiarity that is simultaneously elusive. Aya appears to possess a livelier spirit than the painted likeness, her eyes sparkling with a brighter light. Indeed, the portrait captures her as she once was, whereas in this lifetime, he has come to know her earlier, revealing a different aspect of her being. He adds a few strokes to the painting, stepping back to observe. Indeed, it bears a closer resemblance to her than when he first encountered her that night at the Shun residence. A smile graces his lips as he contentedly sets down his brush, lost in contemplation as he had been in the preceding days. A servant, Gao Jin, knocked gently at the door. "Young master, Miss Shen Hao has arrived." He pressed his ear to the door, hearing no response from within, so he knocked again. "Young master?" Inside the study, Jiang Linzhi, who had been fixated on the painting, finally turned his head and asked in a hushed tone, "What is it?" Gao Jin cautiously replied, "Miss Shen Hao has come. Madam has sent me to inform you." Jiang Linzhi paused, contemplating her purpose for visiting. "She claims to be here to apologize to you, and she has brought some." Gao Jin hesitated, aware that the name had become a taboo for Jiang Linzhi. "She also brought some belongings of Miss Shinda." Jiang Linzhi clenched his fist, trembling slightly, before releasing it. "Let her wait in the side hall." Dressed in plain attire with a white silk flower adorning her hair, Shen Yin frequently glanced towards the entrance, waiting a long while before footsteps were heard. She immediately rose, nervously twisting her handkerchief, and upon seeing Jiang Linzhi crossing the threshold, she performed a respectful bow. Lord Jiang. He nodded and took a seat. What brings you here at this late hour, miss? Shen Yan's eyes reddened instantly, and she did not take a seat. I have come specifically to apologize to you, for I know you harbor resentment towards me. However, I had no choice but to deceive you regarding my sister's whereabouts. She ventured alone to the border, and with her impending engagement, if this were to become known, it would surely tarnish her reputation. You, Lord, understand the significance of honor to a woman. During that period, Jiang Linzhi would visit frequently, bearing gifts, trinkets befitting a young lady. After a month of such offerings, the reports from the front lines arrived, and he knew that Shen Yu must be heartbroken. Fearing her tears, he disregarded all formalities, merely wishing to ascertain her well-being. It was only upon discovering she was not at home that Shen Yin disclosed the truth. Shen Yu had long since gone to the border, and it was she who had been accepting his gifts all along. He personally went to the front to seek her out. But by the time he arrived at Yinliang Pass, news from the Shen family reached him. The body of General Shen was being escorted back to the capital, alongside that of Shen Yu. By the time he returned, the deceased had already been interred. Jiang Linzhi's expression remained unchanged. Miss Shen, please take a seat. There is no need for further discussion on this matter, for I do not hold you accountable. If he did not blame her for this, then what lay behind it? Shen Yin choked back her tears. She is my sister, the one who has cherished me since my earliest memories. She has never hesitated to share anything she possessed with me. I am the person who wishes more than anyone else for her to be alive. A profound silence enveloped the side hall. After a considerable period, Jiang Linzhi finally spoke. Did she leave any words before departing? No, Shen Yin shook her head. She left quietly without informing anyone in our household. Jiang Linzhi scrutinized her expression, seemingly searching for clues, but found none. Shen Yin met his gaze unflinchingly. The sorrow etched on her face was unmistakable. Turning slightly, she dabbed at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief and said, Sir, I did not touch anything that belonged to my sister. Except for the spoiled pastries, I brought everything else. I understand your feelings for her. And today I have also brought some of her belongings for you to cherish. I heard from Madame Jiang that you have not been eating or drinking well lately. If my sister were aware from beyond, she would certainly not wish for you to be this way. Jiang Linzhi blinked slightly and suddenly smiled, murmuring, She wouldn't care about me. She must have loathed me. What did you say, sir? Shen Yin asked, not quite catching his words. Nothing, Jiang Linzhi replied, then inquired, Where are her belongings? Shen Yin turned her head, and her maid presented a delicate box. Jiang Linzhi opened it, revealing several items, a hairpin, a wooden comb, and a small wooden sword. He picked up the wooden sword and asked, What is this? It is a wooden sword my sister insisted my brother make for her when she was young. She loved it dearly and never had the heart to discard it. Even after she stopped playing with it, Shen Yin replied, her voice trembling. I had intended to keep it for myself, but in the general's residence. My sister's presence lingers everywhere. I believe you need it more than I do. Jiang Linzhi lowered his gaze, caressing the wooden sword, and said, Thank you, Miss Shen. Shen Yin stood to take her leave. I shall be on my way now, sir. Please take care. Jiang Linzhi nodded, instructing, Gao Jin, see her out. Miss Shen. This way, please. Gao Jin escorted Shen Yin to the door. As Jiang Linzhi placed the wooden sword back into the box and stepped over the threshold, he glanced at the sky and casually asked the servant at the entrance, Why did Miss Shen arrive so late? At that moment, Madame Jiang, who had come to console him, overheard and replied, What could be the reason? The Shen family has lost 3 members in battle. Although it sounds noble, they are ultimately left without heirs, with only a widow and a daughter remaining. Everyone wishes to take advantage of their misfortune. Rumors have spread that Madame Shen dislikes her stepchildren, even sending Miss Shen to her death. Now, as they step outside, they are met with pointed fingers and whispers. Their lives are quite difficult, and they can only venture out when it is dark and fewer people are around. Jiang Linzhi silently proceeded to his study. Madame Jiang had not seen him for several days. His temperament had become increasingly unpredictable. She had refrained from visiting his quarters, but today she finally found an opportunity. Linzhi. Madame Jiang called, following closely behind. Since receiving the news of Miss Shen's passing, Jiang Linzhi had gone into a frenzy for a while. Subsequently losing his appetite and growing visibly thinner, his disposition growing ever more sinister. Now, everyone in the household treated him with utmost caution. Miss Shun has departed this world, and death is irreversible. It is impractical for your marriage to remain in limbo. I am willing to take a step back and not rush you into an urgent meeting. In my household, there is Sue Yin, whom I have watched grow up. You are familiar with her as well. She possesses a gentle temperament and is attentive to others' needs. My intention is to first take her as a concubine, and once you have what your principal wife, we may elevate her status. What do you think? Sue Yun's face was flushed with shyness as she discreetly stole glances at Jiang Linzhi. However, Jiang Linzhi did not spare her a glance. The veins on his neck were prominent. Yet he remembered that filial piety is paramount and suppressed his anger. The gate to the courtyard loomed ahead, and he quickened his pace. Upon entering, he turned and said, "Mother, the night has grown late, and I shall take my leave to pay my respects another day." Lady Jiang watched in disbelief as the courtyard gate closed before her. Turning to Ziyun, she inquired, "Did I say something amiss?" He appeared quite agitated. Ziyun replied, "The young master likely has yet to emerge from his sorrow." Chapter 42. A night visit. Jiang Linzhi closed the door to the study and leaned against it, taking a deep breath. She had just passed away, and even now, those around him urged him to take a concubine and remarry, just as in his previous life. A concubine? How could he? Ayuan would surely be furious, he mused. In his former life, it was precisely because he sought a concubine that she, who had never opposed him, finally uttered a firm no. Regrettably, he had not acquiesced to her then, instead admonishing her not to be unreasonable, never anticipating that the study would become a place of eternal farewell. With this thought, a pang of sorrow struck Jiang Linzhi's heart. How could she be gone? How could she have left this world so abruptly? Clearly, in his previous life, she had never ventured to the border. Where had it all gone awry? Having been granted the chance to live anew, he yearned to rectify the regrets of his past, vowing to cherish her doubly and never again take a concubine. In this lifetime, he would have her alone. Yet how dare she abandon him like this? Jiang Linzhi's breath quickened as he slowly approached the desk. With a resounding crash, he swept everything from the table to the floor, causing the attendant outside to flinch, and then, moments later, a series of loud thuds echoed from within. The room lay in disarray. Jiang Linzhi stood amidst the wreckage, gasping for air. She could not be dead. He refused to accept that she had perished. "Gao Jin." Jiang Linzhi flung open the door and called out. As Gao Jin entered the courtyard, he heard Jiang Linzhi's summons and hurried over. "You called, my lord?" Jiang Linzhi spoke softly. "Investigate." Gao Jin nodded, taking note, and hurried off to carry out the task. As they journeyed south, the snow diminished. After a day of travel, the escort finally arrived at Yian before the city gates. Yian was a grand city, situated in the heart of Lingzhou, connecting with Dingzhou, and passing through Dingzhou would lead directly to Shenjing. Shenyu had visited this place before, witnessing its vibrant splendor. By the time they entered the city, it was already past the third watch of the night, yet the streets were still bustling with people. While pleasure boats on the river floated in a line, filled with laughter and music, creating a lively atmosphere. Shenyu lifted the curtain, gazing around, then turned to ask, "How does this compare to your northern Lin?" Xie Tingzhou glanced casually, deeming it slightly inferior. Shenyu inquired, "In what way is it lacking?" Xie Tingzhou, stroking his sleeve, looked at the graceful women on the pleasure boats and replied, "Not as beautiful as northern Lin." "You scoundrel!" Shenyu scoffed, tossing the curtain aside. Xie Tingzhou merely smiled. Their carriage halted before an inn. The young attendant, recognizing the arrival of a large party, rushed forward to welcome them. Shenyu alighted first, glancing up at the sign before extending her hand. Just as Xie Tingzhou was about to disembark, he noticed an arm blocking his way. The axle was no more than 2 feet high. Did he truly appear so weak as to require assistance? After a moment's wait, Shenyu finally saw Xie Tingzhou gently place his hand on her arm and step down from the carriage. With the wealth she possessed, she could easily secure the finest inn in the city, yet discretion was paramount. One could never guarantee that those in the escort would not harbor ill intentions in the presence of riches. The journey to the capital would take at least 5 days, possibly extending to 10. Thus, caution was advisable. The escort had only arranged a single room for the two of them, but having shared accommodations throughout their journey, they found nothing amiss. Shenyu had curled up in the carriage for several days, her body aching from the discomfort, and effortlessly climbed into bed, where she fell into a deep slumber. Xie Tingzhou extinguished the lamp, remaining seated in the darkness, unusually refraining from joining her. The wooden clapper sounded 4 times in a slow yet hurried manner, and amidst the wind, a few brief bird calls resonated. Xie Tingzhou approached the bed, observing that the person was sound asleep, having rolled from the inner side of the bed to the center. He was all too familiar with this. Within an hour, she would occupy the entirety of the bed. The window opened and closed again, and a shadow of ink swiftly vanished from sight. A majestic eagle soared through the air, heading towards a nearby dwelling. In a leap, his robe billowed, and Xie Tingzhou landed silently in a courtyard. The snow-white eagle swooped down, wings folding as it perched upon the eaves, a rare jade claw among the divine eagles, the high donching. Your Highness, Shifeng bowed his head. I have arrived late. Xie Tingzhou's gaze lowered slightly. What is the situation? Shifeng replied earnestly, Your Highness, your insights were indeed accurate. Among the bandits that day were over 100 death warriors. We captured several, yet they concealed poison within their teeth, leaving us with no living witnesses. Please punish us. Your Highness. Xie Tingzhou raised a hand slightly, and the high donching fluttered its wings, landing on his arm. Over 100 death warriors, they were truly determined. Having been driven to a desperate situation, willing to fight to the death. Indeed, Shifeng stated solemnly, the fallen boulder crushed the decoy in the prisoner cart. They believed Liang Jianfang was dead, yet were uncertain whether your Highness had obtained his testimony. Since your disappearance, several groups have been searching for your whereabouts. At last, they had lured the individuals out, Xie Tingzhou remarked while stroking the high donching. It seems my efforts in setting the trap were not in vain. Even risking myself to engage in this game with them. The carefully crafted scheme had unexpectedly turned into a genuine affair due to the sudden appearance of Shi Yu. Shifeng declared, now that we have drawn them out, I shall escort your Highness back to the capital. Xie Tingzhou suddenly fell silent, turning his gaze in a particular direction for a moment before saying, there is no rush. Shifeng dared not inquire further, acknowledging that his Highness had his own plans. He inquired, has Shi Yu remained diligent in escorting your Highness throughout the journey? Ah, he is quite bold. Xie Tingzhou chuckled softly. Shi Yu was assigned to Shifeng, and as the leader of Xie Tingzhou's guards, Shifeng was accountable for his subordinates' shortcomings. Shifeng bowed his head, remorsefully stating, it is my failure in discipline. You cannot control him, Xie Tingzhou remarked, the meaning lost on Shifeng, who remained unaware as Xie Tingzhou shifted the topic. What news from the capital? All is well. Shifeng reported diligently. Liang Jianfang has been secretly confined in the royal dungeon, unnoticed by anyone. Chang Lu and the eagle have already settled in the royal residence of Shengjing. Xie Tingzhou nodded slightly, giving Shifeng further instructions. Once all matters were concluded, he gently patted the head of the high donching and whispered, do not follow too closely. With that, he raised his arm and the eagle took flight. As Xie Tingzhou retraced his steps and had just closed the window, he turned to find a figure sitting on the bed. Shen Yu had just awakened, rubbing her eyes drowsily and murmuring, where did you go in the dead of night? Why didn't you take me along? Her voice was slightly hoarse from sleep, possessing a soft defenselessness. Xie Tingzhou suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of a husband caught red-handed by his wife after sneaking out at night. Xie Tingzhou remained silent, walking straight to the table to pour himself a cup of tea, which he drained in one gulp, before inquiring, what would I take you for? I'm here to protect you, Shen Yu replied, gaining some clarity as she fixed her gaze upon him for a moment, then suddenly declared, oh, I understand. With that, she turned over and continued to sleep. Xie Tingzhou set down his cup, tilting his head to ask, what is it that you understand? Shen Yu nestled deeper into the bed, eyes closed, and replied, sometimes, it's better to remain silent about certain truths. I must leave you some dignity. Xie Tingzhou chuckled, sitting on the edge of the bed to lean closer. You need not worry about my dignity. Do tell me, what is it that you understand? Shen Yu opened her eyes. Do you really want me to say it? Speak. Xie Tingzhou lowered his gaze, exuding an unyielding authority without a trace of anger. Chapter 43. Indulgence. Shen Yu sat up, enveloped in the quilt, and softly remarked, I have heard that the brothels on the Ian riverboat are particularly renowned. With a myriad of beauties, each varying in form and grace. It is only natural for His Highness, having endured much, to seek some amusement upon arriving at Ian. Xie Tingzhou squinted slightly. You certainly have a knack for analysis. Your Highness is too kind. Shen Yu smiled. I merely possess a modicum of understanding regarding your Highness. Xie Tingzhou replied, this evening, you have been rather assiduous in calling me your Highness. Have you perhaps committed some indiscretion? Certainly not. Shen Yu replied earnestly. However, it is prudent to maintain decorum when speculating upon your Highness's private matters. Xie Tingzhou chuckled softly, then reclined in his clothes, closing his eyes. Shen Yu followed suit. And after a moment's hesitation, could not resist asking, "Your Highness, is it truly as rumored that the brothels of Ian boast such exquisite beauties?" Xie Tingzhou countered. "What do you believe?" Shen Hao pondered as the sound of drums signaled the early hours of dawn. A sudden realization struck her. It must not be anything extraordinary, for otherwise His Highness would not have returned so soon, having been away for but a short while. If there were indeed a multitude of captivating women, one would surely remain until the break of day. The quilt covered her face entirely, and Shen Hao slowly pulled it down, refraining from speaking for fear that this capricious and delicate young lord beside her might suddenly turn irate. The wound on Shen Hao's arm had scabbed over, while Xie Tingzhou's injury was more severe and would require additional time for recuperation. As dawn broke, they tended to their wounds as usual. The guards from the escort agency arrived to rouse the two, and after a quick breakfast, they prepared to embark on their journey. As they approached the door, just as they were about to knock, a soft exclamation came from within. "Be gentle. Does it hurt? How about this? A bit tight. Loosen it a little." Shen Hao eased the bandage slightly, smirking discreetly in a place where Xie Tingzhou could not see her. How had this young lord, who had endured the hardships of travel, become so delicate? Just after sustaining his injuries, he had remained stoic despite the blood and gore. Now, with the wound scabbed, he whimpered in discomfort. Reflecting on this, Shen Hao suddenly remarked, "Who told you to indulge so excessively last night?" "Silence," Xie Tingzhou interrupted coldly. The guards outside exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately deciding not to intrude upon the two. After Shen Hao had finished dressing Xie Tingzhou's wounds, they descended the stairs to find the escort team dining below. Once seated, an odd atmosphere enveloped them. Several guards frequently stole glances at the pair, and when Shen Hao turned to look, they hastily averted their eyes. After their meal, they boarded the carriage, and Shen Hao adjusted the curtain, whispering, "Something feels amiss. We must remain vigilant today. I suspect they have discerned my wealth and may be plotting against us." Xie Tingzhou exchanged a wordless glance with Xie Yu, feeling similarly perplexed. Had someone spotted him during his outing last night? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. Observing the expressions of the guards, they did not appear to harbor malicious intentions. Rather, they seemed more curious. What could they be curious about? The escort party continued their journey toward Xinjing, traveling throughout the day before resting at a small inn. The accommodations in this town were far inferior to those in Ian, with even the water jug in their room left empty. Xie Tingzhou gazed at the slumbering Xie Yu. Bewildered by the copious amount of sleep he seemed to require in a single day, despite being his bodyguard. It appeared as though he were the one keeping vigil over Xie Yu. Xie Tingzhou picked up the water jug and descended the stairs. As he stepped outside, the sleeping Shen Yu opened her eyes. Having failed to ascertain his whereabouts the previous night, she was resolute not to miss him tonight. Shen Yu stealthily rose and followed him, careful to open and close the door with utmost caution. She glanced around before stealthily making her way in the direction Xie Tingzhou had departed. Just as she turned a corner, she nearly collided with an approaching figure. Xie Tingzhou cast a downward glance at him, feigning sleep convincingly. Caught in the act, Shen Yu deflected, claiming it was not to guard against him. Xie Tingzhou pressed further, inquiring who she was actually guarding against. Obviously, it was the people from the escort agency. Ah, such defiance. As soon as the words left his lips, his mouth was suddenly covered. Xie Tingzhou stood in shock. Never had anyone possessed such audacity to silence him. Xie Yu, with her hand over his mouth, strained to listen as footsteps approached. For a moment, Xie Tingzhou was taken aback, his steps faltering as Xie Yu pushed him into the woodshed behind them. The group halted at the adjacent kitchen. "BRR, it's freezing. This wretched inn requires us to boil our own hot water," one of the escort members complained. "Enough chatter. Let us get to it. The young lady is waiting." Another voice chimed in. "I told you, those two certainly do not resemble brothers at all." And indeed they are not. Shen Yu released her grip and exchanged glances with Xie Tingzhou, both reading the same apprehension in each other's eyes. Had their identities been exposed? Then, someone remarked, who would have thought that they share such a relationship? Shen Yu silently mouthed, "What kind of relationship?" Xie Tingzhou shot him a glance, signaling him to continue listening. "Look at the tall one. How could a man possess such a figure? It's only natural for a man to lose control." At this point, Shen Yu remained somewhat perplexed. That may not be the case. That young Master Shi is also quite handsome. With such a disparity in their physiques, perhaps it is young Master Shi who is the one beneath. In an instant, Shen Yu comprehended their insinuations, and as she opened her mouth to respond, Xie Tingzhou swiftly covered it again. Retribution. He was undoubtedly avenging her earlier act of silencing him. Shen Yu attempted to pry his hand away, only to find that the seemingly fragile Xie Tingzhou possessed an unexpected strength, remaining unmoved. She hesitated to exert too much force, fearing she might injure his fingers, thus resigning herself to his grip while glaring at him with her eyes. A faint smile danced in Xie Tingzhou's eyes as he leaned down, whispering in her ear, "What shall we do? It seems we are being misunderstood." Shen Yu gestured to her mouth, indicating he should release her, and he finally obliged. Being significantly shorter than Xie Tingzhou and unable to speak loudly, she rose onto her toes to whisper in his ear, "This indicates they do not covet my wealth." The gentle breath brushed past his ear, igniting an inexplicable tingling sensation. Xie Tingzhou furrowed his brow slightly, leaning away, as if to say something, but then pressed his lips tightly together. Meanwhile, the idle chatter continued next door. In truth, the signs had long been evident. The young lady constantly fawned over Master Shi, yet he scarcely cast a glance in her direction. His gaze solely fixed upon that other man. Shen Yu turned her attention to Xie Tingzhou, who fortuitously lowered his eyes, resulting in their gazes colliding. A fleeting glimmer of mischief danced in Xie Tingzhou's eyes, igniting a sense of playful provocation within him. "I too am curious. Can you maintain your composure?" In an instant, Shen Yu grasped his hand and, with utmost sincerity, declared, "To be candid, these past few days have been quite arduous for me. Had it not been for my formidable self-control, I might have succumbed to the temptation of taking you by force." Xie Tingzhou's brow twitched, slightly repulsed by her words. Indeed, one who lacks shame is invincible in this world. In comparison to Shi Yu, he found himself at a disadvantage when it came to fortitude. Chapter 44. The confrontation. Shen Yu, seizing the moment, gently nudged him and said, "Soon I shall depart for the capital, and it is likely that we shall not share a bed again. If you do not mind, perhaps we could." Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Tingzhou abruptly withdrew his hand and, disregarding whether anyone next door might notice, turned and strode out the door without a backward glance. Shen Yu suppressed her laughter and followed, finding the situation irresistibly amusing. A few guards from the nearby escort agency, hearing the door open, emerged to investigate, only to witness the two of them exiting the adjacent storage room, one with a solemn expression and the other wearing a broad smile. The guards exchanged awkward glances, realizing they had overheard something they shouldn't have. How did they end up here? One pondered aloud. "You wouldn't understand," another replied knowingly. "It's about passion. Different places evoke different feelings. Just look at that one's face. He must be upset at being interrupted during an intimate encounter. Yet, I see the other is smiling." I know, interjected the one who had knocked on their door earlier, his tone mysterious. "When I knocked this morning, I heard him chiding the other for being too indulgent last night. Clearly, he is overwhelmed, and our interruption has brought him joy." The group nodded in agreement, convinced by his reasoning. Shen Yu trailed closely behind Xie Tingzhou, who entered the room first but paused to lean against the door. With his gaze lowered, he jested, "Since you desire me so intensely, I cannot help but fear you may lose control. Perhaps you should spend the night at the door instead." A smirk curled at his lips, the mirth in his eyes vanishing behind the closed door, staring at the now-closed door in bewilderment. Shen Yu realized that while she had merely sought to tease, Xie Tingzhou seemed intent on making her suffer. Indeed, experience prevails with age. She raised her hand to knock, whispering, "I can certainly control myself." "And how would I know that?" came Xie Tingzhou's voice from within. Shen Yu raised her hand again, but his voice interrupted once more. "If you knock again, I shall chop off your hand." Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Shen Yu withdrew her hand with a sigh, acknowledging his status as a nobleman. In the past, she had slept in decrepit temples. Spending a night at an inn's entrance was hardly an issue. After all, the guards were meant to keep watch over him. She reassured herself. She gathered her skirts and sat down at the door, leaning back, when suddenly the door was flung open. Xie Tingzhou had just opened the door and stumbled in, sprawling on the ground and staring blankly up at her. He lowered his gaze, remaining outside. The escort team journeyed for another 7 days, finally arriving at Shengjing the day before New Year's Eve. However, as night had fallen and the city gates were tightly shut, they would have to wait until morning to enter. Many others found themselves similarly barred from entry, the area outside the gates illuminated by bonfires. The escort team found a spot to camp overnight, skillfully erecting tents and gathering firewood. The crackling bonfire danced in the night breeze, its sparks flying like fleeting raindrops. Shen Yu sat beside the fire, lost in thought. A few months prior, upon awakening, she had been filled with joy, believing she could save her father and brother. Now she realized how naive that hope had been. She could not alter their fates, A colossal dark hand was at work behind the scenes, stirring the winds of destiny. As I gaze upon the city gates once more, I realize that upon crossing into Shenjing, all ease and comfort will cease, and I shall soon confront a battle for survival. She could heed her brother's counsel to forego vengeance and live well. For with her mother's dowry and the support of the Liu family, she could squander her days without worry. Yet, she cannot. The blood debts of her father and brother must be repaid with someone else's life. A rustle of withered grass beside her signaled that Xie Tingzhou had taken a seat beside her. "Have you ever visited Shenjing before?" he inquired. Shen Yu stirred the fire with a stick, recalling her past visits always accompanied by the young general. Xie Tingzhou, sensing the sorrow in her tone, contemplated for a moment before offering, "If you wish to return to the general's residence, I will allow it." Shen Yu shook her head resolutely. "I cannot go. General Shun and the young general are gone. I failed to protect them and have no face to meet the Shen family again." Xie Tingzhou remained silent, fixated on the flickering flames. "Do you wish to drive me away?" Shen Yu suddenly turned to ask. Xie Tingzhou cast her a glance, his eyes deep with seriousness. "Tomorrow. Upon entering that gate, everything will change. Shenjing is not a favorable place. It is a cage. Since the day I decided to take up arms, I have been imprisoned within it. The suspicious Su Emperor will not allow the vassal kings to rise. That battle saved countless lives, yet revealed the might of Balin to Shenjing. The Su Emperor's 3 edicts summoning him to the capital were merely a ploy to keep him as a hostage to restrain the Balin king." Shen Yu felt the heat from the bonfire on her face. As she contemplated standing to cool herself, Xie Tingzhou grasped her hand. "Xiu," he said, gazing into the flames. "Having accompanied you thus far, I grant you one opportunity. What is your true intention for staying by my side?" Shen Yu opened her mouth to respond. "Would you believe me if I spoke?" Xie Tingzhou released her hand and looked toward the towering, shadowy walls in the distance. "If you speak now, I will believe you. Once we pass through that gate, I will trust no one." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Shen Yu's heart as she resumed her seat and gathered her thoughts. "To me, General Shen and the young general are family, the closest kin in this world. Now that only the lady and the young miss remain of the Shen family, I must avenge them." Xie Tingzhou fixed his gaze upon her. Shen Yu met his stare with unwavering determination. "You are the closest individual I can reach to the pinnacle of power. You may claim I am using you to achieve my ends. Rather, I willingly offer myself for your utilization, as long as it ensures that those debts of blood are repaid. My life is yours." The firelight danced in her eyes, revealing unmasked, profound hatred tempered with an unyielding resolve. In that moment, Xie Tingzhou felt as though he could see through her entirely. He exhaled slowly, recognizing the treacherous currents of Shenjing, where a moment's carelessness could lead to demise amidst schemes. "This is your final night of ease," he warned. It was clear from his words that he intended to remain by her side. Shen Yu had many questions, particularly regarding how the Qingyan Guard had learned of the emergency at Yinliang Pass and the whereabouts of Liang Jianfang. She found it hard to believe that someone as meticulous as Xie Tingzhou would allow Liang Jianfang to be slain. Shen Yu and Liang Jian found their conversation abruptly halted as they heard footsteps, and both turned to look. He Shuehui waved her hands repeatedly, insisting, "I did not intend to eavesdrop. I merely wished to speak with Master Shi." "About what?" Shen Yu inquired. Perhaps it was the glow of the flames that cast a faint blush upon He Shuehui's cheeks as she nervously clutched her skirt and stammered. "Could we speak privately for a moment?" Shen Yu glanced at Xie Tingzhou and asked, "Are you comfortable with this?" Now that they had arrived in Shenjing, vigilance was paramount. Xie Tingzhou nodded in assent. "You may go." Shen Yu followed He Shuehui, who continued walking, fidgeting and unsure of how to begin. Chapter 45. The severed sleeve. Having walked several dozen meters away, they found themselves in a desolate area devoid of any signs of life. Shen Yu dared not venture too far, fearing unforeseen circumstances. Although the escort had traversed the rivers and lakes for many years, they would be of little use against an assassin. Thus, she could not stray too far from Xie Tingzhou. "Miss He," Shen Yu paused, "there is no one around. We may speak freely here." He Shuehui turned around, fidgeting with her hands. "Tomorrow, we shall arrive in Shenjing." "Indeed," Shen Yu replied with a smile. "I am grateful to the escort for their assistance. I will settle the remaining balance with you tomorrow." He Shuehui frowned. "That is not what I wish to discuss." Shen Yu, no longer a naive girl, recognized the budding affection in He Shuehui's demeanor. However, she refrained from speaking directly, opting to wait for He Shuehui to voice her thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, He Shuehui finally asked, "Has young Master Shi taken a wife?" Sighing inwardly, Xinyu replied, "He is not yet married." A faint smile graced He Shuehui's lips as she turned slightly. "Then, what do you think of me? You are lively and charming, possessing both grace and intellect." Pleased by the compliment from Shiryu, He Shuehui produced a small item from her possession and handed it over. "I embroidered this myself. My needlework may be lacking, so I hope you do not mind." He Shuehui, normally bold and carefree, was now feigning the demeanor of a refined lady, which seemed to strain her character. Xinyu glanced down, the moonlight revealing that it was a fragrant sachet. "I cannot accept this." He Shuehui's expression fell. "Why not?" Xinyu responded gently. "Miss He, you are wonderful, but a man should strive for accomplishments. I currently have no intention of marrying." "I can wait for you," He Shuehui said, her hope rekindled. "I am still young. We could be betrothed first and marry in a few years." Xinyu was taken aback. Subtlety had failed her, and she realized she must be more direct. "To be candid, miss, matters of the heart require mutual affection. I do not harbor such feelings for you." He Shuehui appeared stunned, on the verge of tears. "Do you prefer delicate ladies? Do you disdain someone like me, who wields a sword?" Xinyu felt overwhelmed. After all, she herself was skilled with weapons. She was not one to comfort others easily and worried that upon her return, people might misunderstand her treatment of He Shuehui. "Please, do not cry. How should I explain this to you? I cannot simply tell you that I am a woman." He Shuehui held back her tears. "I understand." "What do you understand?" He Shuehui continued. "I have heard them say that you and he, are you truly a severed sleeve?" Xinyu was momentarily speechless, struggling to respond. "Yes." "Are you and he in a relationship?" "Perhaps." He Shuehui forcefully threw the sachet at Xinyu's chest. "I refuse to believe you are a severed sleeve." While He Shuehui held back her tears, Xinyu felt herself on the brink of crying. "What can I do to convince you?" "Swear it," He Shuehui commanded imperiously. Xinyu pondered. She could not vow that she and Xie Tingzhou were a couple, but there was still a way. She raised her hand. "I swear." "I only like men." He Shuehui stared at him in astonishment, and after a long pause, she covered her face and fled in shame and anger. Xinyu let out a sigh of relief and slowly walked back, only to find that Xie Tingzhou was not by the campfire. "Where is he?" she inquired, grasping the arm of a bodyguard. The bodyguard replied, "He seems to have gone to rest by the carriage." Xinyu indeed found Xie Tingzhou's figure next to the carriage. He merely cast her a fleeting glance before lifting the curtain and entering. Xinyu sensed that glance was rather unusual, yet she could not decipher its meaning. It was midnight. Perhaps it was the anxiety of nearing home or the tension before the impending storm, but Xinyu found herself unable to sleep. The bodyguard on watch roasted sweet potatoes over the fire and beckoned her to join. The three of them sat around the campfire, surrounded by the intermittent sounds of snoring. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the wind, reminiscent of a heavy city gate being swung open. Xinyu turned her head to listen, immediately pressing her ear to the ground. The earth trembled slightly, and the sound of hoofbeats grew nearer, indicating a substantial number of riders approaching. In the distance, torches flickered like a serpentine dragon, swiftly advancing towards them. Without hesitation, Xinyu climbed atop the carriage, just as she drew her knife. It was swiftly blocked by Xie Tingzhou. "It's Xifeng," he stated. Xinyu relaxed, stepping down from the carriage as the group of riders drew closer. "Where is His Highness?" Xifeng asked. Xinyu nodded towards the carriage, indicating, and sighed. With that, she leapt down and departed, leaving behind her master and servant. She needed to settle accounts before they could leave. The group of bodyguards was already astonished, repeatedly insisting that they did not require payment. Xinyu remained resolute in settling the remaining balance, and upon her return, she found Xie Tingzhou already mounted on his horse. "Are we ready?" "Yes," Xinyu confirmed with a nod. She mounted her horse, and the group galloped towards the city gate. "Wait." The crowd halted their horses, observing two steeds approaching from behind. He Shuehui came to a stop nearby. "Xiyu, I have something to discuss with you." Xiyu glanced at Xie Tingzhou. Everyone was waiting for her, and she could not delay for too long. "Let us speak here." He Shuehui had shed her previous pretense of innocence, her tone now candid. "Mr. Shi, although you may have no feelings for me, I still have some words to share. This path is fraught with difficulties, and encountering him makes it even more arduous." She glared indignantly at Xie Tingzhou, while the bodyguard who had rushed to intercept her anxiously tugged at her sleeve. He Shuehui shrugged him off and addressed Xie Tingzhou. "Though you hold a noble status, you must never abandon Xiyu after beginning a romance." At that moment, Xinyu wished to cover her mouth. Who would have thought He Shuehui possessed such audacity to speak such words to Xie Tingzhou in public? She hurriedly gestured to He Shuehui, Miss He. That phrase should not be used lightly. Oh, really? He Shuehui paused, then continued. That means you must never abandon Shiyu after beginning a romance, otherwise. Your Highness. Shen Yu quickly interjected, feeling awkward. We should hasten into the city. Aside from Shifeng, the rest of the guards bowed their heads, sensing they were privy to something significant. Xie Tingzhou unexpectedly chuckled, lowering his gaze slightly, and with a gentle tug of the reins, he circled around He Shuehui, saying, if I were to abandon him, what would you do? He Shuehui, visibly upset, declared, I shall take him away, ensuring you never see him again. And I will arrange for him to wed several wives. Please, cease your words. Shen Yu, consumed by vengeance, thought of ending her own life with a blade, as she had never before encountered such a loss. Xie Tingzhou turned his horse with a calm demeanor and replied, he is mine. The matter of his marriages is for me to determine, and you need not concern yourself with it. With that, he urged his horse forward, followed closely by his guards. Shen Yu bowed slightly to He Shuehui and remarked, Miss He, such statements should not be made lightly. I understand, He Shuehui replied. I shall keep it to myself. Shiyu. Xie Tingzhou called out. I am coming. Shen Yu quickly spurred her horse to catch up. Chapter 46. Special treatment. A group of individuals made their way to the North Lin Wangfu, situated in the bustling eastern district of Xinjiang. From a distance, they noticed a gathering of people standing before the grand entrance. Xie Tingzhou reined in his horse, and immediately a guard stepped forward to take the reins. Your Highness. Chang Lu exclaimed excitedly as he rushed down the steps, seemingly complaining, you have been away for quite some time. Look at how much weight I have lost. Xie Tingzhou glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, in my absence, you appear to have gained quite a bit. Chang Lu pouted. But then his gaze brightened as he noticed someone behind Xie Tingzhou. Is that you, Shiyu? Shen Yu did not recognize him. But judging by the familiarity he shared with Xie Tingzhou, it was clear he was no ordinary guard. He appeared quite young, younger than Shen Yu herself. Indeed. Shen Yu responded. Chang Lu scrutinized her for a moment, and seeing that Xie Tingzhou was about to leave, he hurried to follow. Song had been waiting in the courtyard for quite a while. During Xie Tingzhou's absence, it had lost its appetite and appeared to have slimmed down considerably. Xie Tingzhou chuckled and inquired, as thin as you, I presume? Indeed, it truly is. Chang Lu replied. No matter how I coax it, it refuses to eat. Nor does it wish to step outside. I suggested a hunting trip, but it showed no interest in moving at all. Understood, Xie Tingzhou responded in a placid tone. Shen Yu followed behind, listening intently, uncertain of who Song was. From its name, it seemed to be male, and observing Xie Tingzhou's demeanor, it was evident that this Song was someone of considerable importance to him. The North Lin Wangfu was vast. Shen Yu had previously ridden past this place and recalled how its towering walls seemed to stretch endlessly, requiring some time to traverse even on horseback. The estate, oriented northward, covered dozens of acres, far exceeding the size of the former general's residence by at least tenfold. In those days, the Wangfu was sparsely populated, with only a few servants tending to its upkeep. Despite its luxurious green tiles and vermilion eaves, it felt desolate and forlorn. Now, walking through its expanse, one could truly appreciate its somewhat outrageous size. She turned slightly to inquire of the guard behind her, is it always such a lengthy walk to enter and exit? Chang Lu, who was walking ahead, caught wind of her question and slowed his pace. Have you never experienced such grandeur? He said with a hint of pride. This is nothing. The true majesty lies within the North Lin Wangfu. However, we usually take a sedan share for our entrances and exits, and certain courtyards allow for horseback riding, such as the Qingpu residence where His Highness stays. Chang Lu, Xie Tingzhou interjected sternly from the front. Chang Lu hastily covered his mouth and fell back in line. It took about 15 minutes to walk from the main gate to the Qingpu residence, during which Shifeng trailed behind Xie Tingzhou, reporting various trivial matters from the capital. The group entered the Qingpu residence one after another. As Shen Yu lifted her foot to follow, Chang Lu suddenly blocked the entrance, stating, Song does not take kindly to outsiders, so no one is permitted in His Highness's courtyard. Shen Yu glanced at Xie Tingzhou's retreating figure. As Xie Tingzhou's close guard, she was under Shifeng's jurisdiction. Unless Xie Tingzhou or Shifeng spoke, no one else's words held weight. Just then, Xie Tingzhou turned back, briefly regarding Shen Yu before contemplating for a moment and saying, You may go and rest. This implied that indeed, outsiders were not allowed within the courtyard. Who, then, was this Song that commanded such authority? Could it be that Xie Tingzhou was harboring a beloved companion in secret? Shen Yu retracted her foot and noticed Shifeng casting a fleeting glance in her direction while conversing with Xie Tingzhou. although Xi Feng had lowered his voice. The keen ears of a martial artist allowed Shen Yu to catch a few words. Exine, Liang Jianfeng, Ministry of War, Ministry of Revenue. The further away she stood, the less discernible the words became, until she finally caught a mention of my lord. Each term was intricately linked to the Yanliang Pass case, igniting her fervent curiosity. Yet, from the wary glance Xi Feng cast back at her, it was clear he did not trust her. After days of relentless travel, Xie Tingzhou seemed to find a semblance of the past glory he once knew on the battlefield. Despite having long repressed his own brilliance, immersing himself in a world of indulgence, his body, once hardened by experience, now seemed softened by this indulgent life. As he submerged himself in the pool, he gradually felt his muscles relax in the warm water, resting his arms against the edge while mentally sifting through Xi Feng's report. A maid quietly placed his nightclothes behind the screen before discreetly departing. After soaking for a considerable time, Xie Tingzhou rose and donned his garments. Upon returning to his chamber, he opened the window to peer outside, only to find the night still shrouded in darkness. It was already past midnight. Closing the window and turning away, something suddenly crossed his mind. Xi Feng, he called out, pushing the window open once more. Xi Feng approached, and Xie Tingzhou inquired, "Where is Shi Yu?" "He has been allowed to rest after our arduous travels," Xi Feng replied. Xie Tingzhou nodded slightly, then asked, "Where have you arranged for him to stay?" "In the guards' quarters," Xi Feng answered. A slight furrow appeared on Xie Tingzhou's brow. "Find him a courtyard," he instructed. Recalling the events that had transpired outside the city, Xi Feng tentatively suggested, "The cheesy hall is the closest to His Highness, perhaps." "Unnecessary," Xie Tingzhou interrupted. "Which courtyard is the farthest from here?" "There is a courtyard on the west side of the Wang residence, which was previously used for the messengers coming to the capital," Xi Feng responded. Xie Tingzhou pondered for a moment. "I vaguely remember a courtyard near the east gate." Xi Feng quickly cast a glance at Xie Tingzhou. "Yes, Looming Pavilion is designated for guests." "That will suffice," Xie Tingzhou decisively concluded. Xi Feng bowed his head. "I shall attend to it at once." Just as he stepped over the threshold, Xie Tingzhou called out again, "Return. We shall attend to it tomorrow. It is late." As Xi Feng made his way down the corridor, he encountered Chang Lu, who had been waiting there. "Aren't you asleep yet?" Chang Lu mysteriously asked. "Who exactly is Shi Yu?" "I just inquired with the guards, and they said he was found by His Highness on the battlefield." Xi Feng clarified, to be precise. "He was discovered by General Chang." Chang Lu, puzzled, probed, "Why didn't General Chang bring him to Balin? Instead, he came to Xingjing with His Highness." Xi Feng found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation. The reasons were convoluted and not easily articulated. Moreover, it was Xie Tingzhou who had taken him from Chang Hong, a matter that had been the subject of Chang Heng's musings for several days. He possesses commendable skills and serves as a close guard to His Highness. "Are you jesting?" Chang Lu exclaimed, only to realize his voice was too loud, prompting him to lower it hastily. "Brother, you are not being forthright. If he were merely a close guard, why would His Highness assign him a separate courtyard and instruct you not to disturb him?" Xi Feng corrected him, stating that he never said not to wake him, only that it was late at night. "Wasn't that essentially the same?" Chang Lu shrugged his shoulders. "How do you know that the prince is not concerned about my well-being?" Chang Lu let out a dismissive hum. "Aren't you aware of your own situation? You still have to keep watch, yet the prince hasn't suggested you take a rest." Xi Feng pressed his lips together. Chang Lu, puzzled, remarked, "It is indeed strange. Why grant him a separate courtyard, yet choose one located the farthest away?" Xi Feng, equally perplexed, couldn't help but recall the woman's words from outside the city. Could it truly be? He promptly shook his head, dismissing that thought from his mind. Noticing the peculiar expression on Xi Feng's face, Chang Lu leaned in and inquired, "What are you thinking? You look quite odd." Suddenly, Xi Feng spoke earnestly. "He has followed the prince through life and death situations, achieving great merit. It is not unreasonable for him to receive a courtyard. Yet here we are, all sharing a single courtyard. After years of loyalty and sacrifice, why hasn't the prince granted you one?" What an unwise topic to bring up. Xi Feng, unwilling to engage further, turned on his heel and walked away. Chapter 47. Entering the palace on the following morning, upon rising, Shen Yu was informed by the guards that Xie Tingzhou had arranged for her a residence. "Am I to reside here alone?" Shen Yu inquired, astonished at the sudden generosity of Xie Tingzhou in providing her with such an exquisite dwelling. The guard replied, "The captain has instructed us. The room is fully furnished. Rest assured you will be comfortable." Shen Yu pondered, situated by the eastern gate of the royal residence, far from Xie Tingzhou's quarters. She mused whether she had been exiled by him, cast away as far as possible upon her return. Before she could unravel her thoughts, the guard prepared to depart. "Wait," Shen Yu called out, donning a smile. "Might I inquire about my duty roster?" The guard responded, "I am not privy to that information. The captain has accompanied His Highness into the palace. Perhaps you should rest and await their return." Shen Yu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, kind sir." Once the guard left, Shen Yu fell into contemplation. Xie Tingzhou's entrance to the capital surely signified an audience with the emperor, and he would undoubtedly address the matter of Yanliang Pass. Upon the emperor's conclusion of court, he summoned Xie Tingzhou to the Xianhui Hall, accompanied by several cabinet ministers. "Please, take a seat," the emperor said. "It has been years since we last met. The last time was when you were recovering from grave injuries, if I recall correctly." "Indeed," Xie Tingzhou affirmed. Years prior, he had sustained severe injuries on the battlefield, prompting the emperor to dispatch physicians from the capital to treat him in the northern territories. Upon their return, the physicians reported truthfully, yet the emperor, ever suspicious, insisted on summoning the still recovering Xie Tingzhou to the capital. He justified it as an opportunity to avail himself of the renowned physicians in the city, though in reality, he sought personal confirmation of Xie Tingzhou's condition. "You appear to be in better spirits than that year," the emperor remarked. Xie Tingzhou respectfully replied, "These past years, I have sought out esteemed physicians, merely to reclaim my life." The emperor, aged and lined with wrinkles, retained a keen vitality in his eyes, exuding the authority of one in power when observing others. "What a pity. I still recall your 13th year when you entered the capital with your father, coinciding with the spring hunt. Your exceptional archery skills surpassed those of my generals," the emperor reminisced with a hint of joy. Xie Tingzhou, well aware of the underlying scrutiny veiled beneath the polite exchanges, deftly redirected the conversation. "Your Majesty is too kind. Luck was merely on my side, as General Shun was absent from the capital. Otherwise, the accolades would not have been mine." The mention of Shenzhong inevitably brought to mind the matter of Yanliang Pass, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. This was precisely the issue to be reported today. Otherwise, the emperor would not have summoned the cabinet ministers. In a solemn tone, the emperor declared, "Your efforts in rescuing Yanliang Pass warrant significant reward. However, we shall deliberate on that matter later. For now, recount your experiences at Yanliang Pass in their entirety." Once Xie Tingzhou had finished, the emperor slammed the table in anger. "Did all of you hear that? Investigate. Liang Jianfang, a mere military supervisor. How dare he act with such audacity? There must be someone behind him. I intend to uncover who possesses such boldness." The emperor breathed heavily while the cabinet ministers urged, "Your Majesty, please take care of your health." Du Fu hurriedly brought a cup of tea, gently massaging the emperor's back. Emperor Tongshu took a sip of tea to compose himself and inquired, "What do you all suggest?" Minister of War Wen Hongyuan replied gravely, however, with Liang Jianfang deceased. "Where shall we begin?" Deputy Prime Minister Liu Cheng interjected, "In my opinion, it would be prudent to investigate the circumstances surrounding Liang Jianfang's death. The heir commands an army of 100,000, and, knowing Liang Jianfang was a wanted man, why did he only dispatch a mere 2,000 to the capital? And at such a leisurely pace? Was it not akin to presenting Liang Jianfang's head on a platter?" Xie Tingzhou smirked inwardly. The implication of these words suggested that he and the individual behind the Yanliangwan case were in cahoots, allowing Liang Jianfang to be eliminated. Were he to privately bring more than 3,000 troops into the capital, he would likely find himself not enjoying warm tea, but rather facing shackles. The Xianhui Hall fell into a profound silence. The minds of the ministers were inscrutable. Despite sensing the bias in the remarks, none dared to counter them immediately. Xie Tingzhou surveyed the expressions of those present and gradually spoke, "Though I hold no official position and should not speak, I find myself embroiled in this matter and must voice my thoughts. There are numerous avenues to pursue, such as the whereabouts of the grain supplies allocated by the Ministry of Revenue, or the fate of the 3 urgent reports sent back by General Shun, among others." Minister of War Wen Hongyuan responded seriously, "Your Highness claims General Shun sent 3 urgent reports. Do you possess any evidence?" Xie Tingzhou replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, there are witnesses." Wen Hongyuan continued sternly, "The Ministry of War has not received any urgent reports. Which link in the chain has faltered?" "How fortuitous," Xie Tingzhou smiled. "It appears Minister Wen, like myself, is also ensnared in this web." Wen Hongyuan knelt, his robes lifted. "Your Majesty, I harbor no ill intentions. I implore you to conduct a thorough investigation and restore justice on my behalf." Emperor Tongshu lowered his eyelids, his expression darkening. With just a few words, the Minister of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Prime Minister had all been implicated. Yet, Xie Tingzhou spoke the truth. This indeed warranted a thorough inquiry. The emperor turned to the high-ranking official on his right, Yuan Qing. What is your perspective? After a prolonged silence, Prime Minister Jiang Yuanqing responded slowly. I do not presume to speak lightly. Jiang Ji, serving as Deputy Minister of Revenue, is, after all, entangled in this matter, and I must rightly distance myself. Jiang Ji, styled Lianzhou, was indeed the legitimate grandson of Jiang Yuanqing. Emperor Tangshu snorted coldly, turning his gaze to the previously audacious Lu Qing. It seems no one can elucidate the matter. Lu Qing was drenched in sweat. He had merely intended to implicate Xie Tingzhou, but had unwittingly entangled numerous high officials in the process, thus offending many. According to Xie Tingzhou's assertions, should an investigation proceed, none of the 6 ministries would emerge unscathed, and the court would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Xie Tingzhou remained composed. On the contrary, I have yet to finish my thoughts. He addressed those in the hall. There exists an even simpler method, which is to extract the truth from Liang Jianfang himself. Emperor Tangshu replied, a deceased individual cannot rise to identify anyone. Though the dead cannot speak, the living can, Xie Tingzhou asserted. Jiang Yuanqing straightened in his seat, grasping the implication of the prince's words. Indeed, Xie Tingzhou looked at him. Liang Jianfang is still alive. The hall erupted in astonishment. Emperor Tangshu demanded, where is Liang Jianfang now? Xie Tingzhou remarked, Your Majesty may dispatch envoys to the Wang residence at any time. Emperor Tangshu leaned back, pondering as when Han Yuan inquired, did not the reports received in the capital state that the individual had been crushed to death? Xie Tingzhou slightly bowed his head, explaining, if that were not the case, Liang Jianfang would find it impossible to enter the capital. In urgent matters, one must act with pragmatism. I hope Your Majesty can understand. Emperor Tangshu waved his hand, indicating that this matter could be set aside for the moment. De Fu, he called. De Fu bowed deeply, responding, this servant is here. Convey my decree. The 3 divisions of the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supervisory Court are to convene in a joint hearing, with the Imperial Guards assisting in the investigation. The Imperial Guards, directly under Emperor Tangshu's command, serve as his blade, and thus cannot be compromised. Given the gravity of the situation, Emperor Tangshu placed his trust in no one. Note, the term chunzhou refers to the ancient custom of emperors or nobles hunting in the spring, with seasonal hunts designated as chunzhou for spring, xiaomiao for summer, qiuxian for autumn, and dongzhou for winter. Chapter 48. The turmoil of the council meeting at the Xianhui Hall persisted throughout the morning. On this New Year's Eve, Emperor Tangshu, considering that Xie Tingzhou had just arrived in the capital, graciously allowed him to decline, stating that he had only just entered the city yesterday and had numerous matters to attend to at the Wang residence. As they exited the hall, Shifeng promptly followed, observing the expression on Xie Tingzhou's face, but refraining from speaking until they boarded the carriage. Lu Qing seems to be targeting Your Highness rather pointedly, hastily attempting to shift the blame onto you. One might suspect he is cornered and desperate, he remarked. Xie Tingzhou rested his head on his hand, pondering. Do you recall the incident during the spring hunt, when I kicked his son off his horse? Shifeng thought for a moment and seemed to remember that the man's son had suffered a broken leg and had been bedridden for several months. Are you suggesting that he is seeking personal revenge? Xie Tingzhou shook his head. His actions are so overt that they obscure whether he is indeed avenging a personal grievance or using it as a facade to conceal his true intentions. Shifeng harbored a disdain for Shengjing. Everyone here seemed to wear a fade that concealed whether they were human or monstrous beneath the surface. Today, Shenyu did not have duty and took a stroll around the courtyard before departing. Instead of scaling the walls, she boldly exited through the east gate. The servants of the Wang residence were aware that the young master had arranged for her to stay in the Lu Ming Pavilion, a place previously used for entertaining guests, and thus hesitated to obstruct her, uncertain of her identity. She made her way to the vicinity of the Shen residence, which stood with its doors firmly shut, lacking even a single red lantern, exuding an air of desolation. Vending was prohibited near official residences, so Shenyu wandered several streets before arriving at Baoshan Street, where she sought refuge in a tea house. After taking a seat, she ordered a pot of tea and some light snacks. Having visited this tea house before, she noted it was typically bustling with patrons. Today, however, it was eerily quiet. The tea house served as a gathering place for gossip, and she had hoped to glean some news, but it appeared that would not be possible. Young man, she called to the waiter, who was lazily leaning against the counter. Stifling a yawn. Upon hearing her, he approached. "What can I do for you, esteemed guest? Why is it so quiet here today?" she inquired. The waiter nonchalantly replied, "It's always like this on New Year's Eve. Who would venture out during such a festive time?" She suddenly realized, in the flurry of her travels, that today was indeed New Year's Eve. In previous years, she had celebrated with her brother. Now, Shen Yu steadied herself and smiled. "What a pity. I have just arrived in the capital and hoped to hear some amusing tales from the city, but it seems that will not come to pass." "Ah, you seek news? No one knows the happenings of Shengjing better than I," the waiter said, his interest piqued. "I am here daily, and nothing escapes my notice." As he sat down, Shen Yu poured him a cup of tea and asked, "How should I address you?" Though his attire was not of the finest quality, it was evident he did not belong to a common household. It was rare for a waiter to receive such treatment, and he cheerfully settled in. "You may call me Sihui. What tales would you like to hear?" Shen Yu tossed a peanut into her mouth casually. "Just share some recent anecdotes." The young attendant pondered for a moment and recounted a rather amusing incident that transpired last month. The son of Lord Liu from the cabinet had, years ago, been unceremoniously kicked off his horse by the Crown Prince of Balin, the very same prince whom the populace now affectionately refers to as the moon-seizing young master. "Surely, you have heard of him?" Shen Yu smiled and nodded, thinking to herself that not only had she heard of him, but she had also shared his bed. Last month, upon learning that the Crown Prince of Balin was to arrive in the capital, Liu had boldly declared at Xianghua Tower that he intended to teach him a lesson. But lo and behold, that very night, after indulging in wine, he fell from the upper floor, breaking his leg. Ironically, it was the same leg he had previously injured. Shen Yu chuckled softly, remarking on his misfortune. "Indeed," the attendant continued, "and several months prior, Minister Jiang sought to propose to a general's daughter, only to be turned down. One must wonder, is the daughter of General Shen truly so blind as to overlook a man of Jiang's stature? What lofty standards must she possess? I have encountered Minister Jiang, and his elegance is unmatched in Shengjing." Shen Yu forced a laugh, realizing that she was unwittingly a part of the gossip. "Whether my eyes are blind or not, I cannot say, but should you continue to speak in such a manner, you might find yourself silenced. Oh dear, look at my careless tongue," the attendant exclaimed, smacking his own cheek. "The Shen family is known for their loyalty. I ought not to speak ill of Miss Shen. The Shen family has indeed suffered greatly, with 3 lives lost." "What do you mean?" Shen Yu suddenly interrupted. 3 lives lost." The attendant paused, taken aback. "You were unaware? The old general, the young general, and Miss Shen all have perished." Shen Yu clenched her fists. "Which Miss Shen? Surely, it must be the eldest daughter, who frequently ventured to the border. It is said she fell in battle alongside her comrades." He sighed deeply. Shen Yu's expression darkened. "Is this news credible?" "Of course," he replied, his demeanor nonchalant. "I attended the funeral of the Shen family. There were 3 coffins. However, it is rumored that the remains of the young general were never found, and only a symbolic grave was erected." Shen Yu's thoughts became tumultuous. This was impossible. In her letter to Shen Yan, she had explicitly stated that their father was to be cremated, and once the 3-year mourning period concluded, she would bring his ashes to the border to fulfill his wish of reuniting with their mother by the river. Yet, the events that had unfolded were entirely at odds with her plans. She felt as though she had been thrust into a narrative of death, rendering her a ghost in her own life. Why had this occurred? Had the letter not reached its destination? Or had there been some other complication? Placing a silver ingot on the table, Shen Yu inquired, "Would you care to earn a little extra?" The attendant's eyes widened at the sight of the silver. Rubbing his hands together, he chuckled. "What jest is this, my lord? Who wouldn't appreciate some coin? But, is this task difficult? As you know, I am but a humble attendant, skilled only in serving." "Precisely, I require you to serve well," Shen Yu said, tossing the silver into his arms. The attendant beamed, biting into the silver with delight. "Please, my lord, command me." Shen Yu instructed, "I want your ears to be sharp, ensuring no news escapes your notice. And mind your tongue. And if I do hear something, how shall I relay it to you, my lord?" Shen Yu currently finds herself without any capable subordinates. Yet she cannot afford to place blind trust in the waiter. Thus, she remarks, "When I need to find you, I shall naturally come. There is no need for you to seek me out." The waiter nods with a smile. Shen Yu rises to her feet, deliberately lifting her cloak as she turns, revealing a dagger at her waist. With a playful smile, she adds, "Farewell, brother waiter." The waiter, clearly having noticed the weapon, loses his cheerful demeanor, muttering to himself, "Do not let any information slip. Keep your mouth shut." Upon exiting the tea house, Shen Yu meanders through the streets, browsing several shops before entering a tailor's establishment. "Master, do you have any fashionable styles to offer?" The shopkeeper lifts his head, his expression shifting in an instant, and promptly responds with a smile. "What type of style would the young master like to see?" Chapter 49. Strange happenings. Xie Tingzhou returned from the palace only in the afternoon. The Wang residence was adorned with lanterns and decorations. Red lanterns hung everywhere. The servants moved about quietly, keen to avoid disturbing their masters. Xie Tingzhou went directly to the study, where several confidential letters from various places awaited his attention. After perusing the letters, he lit a candle and set them aflame. Then suddenly inquired, "Where is Xiyu?" Shifeng replied, "He has already been arranged in Lemingxuan." Xie Tingzhou raised his gaze. Shifeng instantly understood and went to find him. A quarter of an hour later, Shifeng returned, reporting that Shen Yu was not in the courtyard. The doorman at the east gate stated that she had left early in the morning and had yet to return. Xie Tingzhou said nothing. His fingertips tapping lightly on the table. "Today is New Year's Eve. Instruct the kitchen to allow everyone to celebrate the new year." Shifeng cautiously asked, "Where should it be set up?" "Leave the arrangements to yourselves," Xie Tingzhou replied, lowering his head. "When Xiyu returns, have him come to see me." Shifeng understood. His deliberate question regarding the arrangements was to discern whether Xie Tingzhou would celebrate with them. The expected response aligned with his anticipations, ever since that person had passed away. Xie Tingzhou had spent every New Year's Eve alone. Even the prince and princess could not persuade him otherwise. Shifeng withdrew. Shen Yu returned only after dark and was informed that Xie Tingzhou was looking for her. She was escorted to the entrance of Qingpuju, where the guards did not accompany her inside, allowing her to enter alone, and informed her that Xie Tingzhou's study was adjacent to the bamboo grove. The study was easy to identify. Shen Yu knocked on the door. "Your Highness, it is I, Xiyu." "Come in," Xie Tingzhou replied in a calm voice. The room was warmed by a stove, and as Shen Yu entered, a wave of warmth enveloped her. She noticed that Xie Tingzhou seemed to have a fear of the cold. He favored warm places, whether in the carriage before or in the study now. "Your Highness, did you summon me for something?" Shen Yu inquired, stopping in front of the desk. Xie Tingzhou fixed his gaze on the book in his hands and asked, "I heard you went out." "Yes," Shen Yu replied candidly. "I had not yet been scheduled for my duty, so I took the opportunity to stroll about." "What did you purchase?" "Just some daily necessities, a few sets of ordinary clothes, and winter boots," she explained in a calm tone, detailing her purchases, which caused Xie Tingzhou to furrow his brow slightly. During her nearly month-long stay in the capital, the Xiyu he had come to know was not so compliant. He recalled her teasing him in the NS firewood room, her eyes glinting with mischief. "I have something to discuss with you," Xie Tingzhou said, raising his head, momentarily taken aback by the expression on her youthful face. It seemed he had not seen such an expression on the boy before him in quite some time, the last instance being during the vigil for Shun Zhong'an. Noticing his prolonged silence, Shen Yu inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss, Your Highness?" Xie Tingzhou remained silent. Today in the Xianwei Hall, he had mentioned a witness, and that witness was Xiyu. Liang Jianfang and a group of criminals had already been taken by the Jinyue, and now the three judicial departments were busy interrogating Liang Jianfang. However, once they reached those three urgent reports, they would surely summon Xiyu for questioning. Originally intending to discuss the matter with him in detail, I reconsidered given his current demeanor, feeling that there was no need for haste. "The outer courtyard has prepared a feast. You should join them in celebrating the new year." "I have already dined." To which Shen Yu retorted, "Why does Your Highness not partake?" Xie Tingzhou suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation arise within him. He withdrew his gaze, questioning, "Do you also presume to meddle in my affairs?" Shen Yu pressed her lips together, replying, "The subordinate dares not. If Your Highness has no further matters, I shall take my leave." As she exited, she surveyed her surroundings. Apart from the study, the other rooms were shrouded in darkness, and she did not glimpse the mysterious figure that others spoke of. The sound of the door opening and closing only intensified Xie Tingzhou's mounting agitation, further fueled by her constant reference to Your Highness and this subordinate. He stood and approached the window, pushing it open. The cold wind provided a modicum of relief. Yet the irritation lingered. "Come in." The guard responded from beneath the eaves, "Your Highness." "Where is he?" "Let him enter." During their time in Guangzhou, Xie Tingzhou had instructed his men to keep a close watch on Xiyu. Upon returning last night, Shifeng had inquired whether he should continue the surveillance, to which Xie Tingzhou had affirmed. It was not a matter of mistrust towards Xiyu. At least on their journey to the capital, Xiyu had constantly protected him. Xie Tingzhou discerned that Xiyu posed no threat. Otherwise, he would have had ample opportunities to harm him. The capital was far more perilous than the outside world, and Xie was a witness. Sending someone to follow him was merely a precaution for his safety. The shadow guard who followed Xie soon arrived. Xie Tingzhou inquired, "Where did he go today?" The guard reported he first lingered before the Shen residence, then proceeded to a tea house, and afterward visited several shops. The guard provided a general overview, and upon seeing no sign of impatience on Xie Tingzhou's face, he continued, "Later, he visited a joss-stick shop, purchasing incense and paper money, then knelt at General Shen's grave for the entire afternoon." No wonder, Xie Tingzhou understood. It was clear why Xie had appeared so solemn. He had been visiting graves. The shadow guard pondered for a moment before stating, "However, there is one peculiar detail." Xie Tingzhou prompted, "Speak." The guard explained. 3 new graves have been added to the Shen family cemetery. In addition to the 2 generals' graves, there is one for Miss Shen Yu. I later inquired and learned that Miss Shen often accompanied her father to the front lines, and she was also listed among the deceased in this battle. Xie Tingzhou searched his memory. The name Shen Yu seemed familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it. Having returned from Yanliang Pass, he was acutely aware of the horrors that transpired there. Mountains of corpses, many unrecognizable due to trampling hooves. Even Shen Zhao's remains were never found. And not a soul at the border had mentioned Shen Yu. Thus, no one would have sought her remains. If this were true, a flower-like youth laid to rest in a foreign land, perhaps buried hastily or burned alongside those corpses, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Enough. You may leave now. There is no need to continue watching him. Go and celebrate the new year. Xie Tingzhou, empathetic to his subordinates, acknowledged the burdens of the shadow guards, who had accompanied him from the northern front. Once the guard departed, King Puju fell silent again. Xie Tingzhou donned his outer robe and strolled along the long corridor. The courtyard of Shifeng and Changlu was not far from him, where the sounds of merriment echoed, vibrant and lively. Changlu was one who relished in gaiety, likely having summoned numerous guards to join in. The clamor grew increasingly irksome to Xie Tingzhou, prompting him to wander further away, until he realized he was nearing Limingxuan. As he turned to leave, he heard the creak of a door opening, followed by footsteps approaching. It was the sound of Xiyu's footsteps. Inexplicably, Xie Tingzhou recognized them and found himself standing still. The footsteps halted, and a voice inquired, "Oh, what brings you here?" Xie Tingzhou turned, responding casually, "Just wandering about." "Do you reside here?" Shen Yu nodded. "Yes, Shifeng has arranged for me to stay at Limingxuan, for reasons unknown." Xie Tingzhou felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He glanced at the lantern in Shen Yu's hand, asking, "Where are you headed?" "It's a bit chilly inside. I thought to find some charcoal in the kitchen," Shen Yu replied. "You should return soon, Your Highness." A strange sensation washed over Xie Tingzhou. He suddenly became acutely aware that he did not quite appreciate Xie Yu addressing him as Your Highness. Perhaps it was the peculiar manner in which Xie Yu had interacted with him along their journey that had him accustomed to this feeling. Whenever he was referred to in such a formal manner, it invariably suggested some misdeed, leading him to suspect ulterior motives. It must be so. With this thought in mind, Xie Tingzhou remarked, "Please be less formal. Your constant use of Your Highness makes me think you are up to no good." Chapter 50. Preparing noodles for him, Shen Yu denied it, asserting that it was certainly not the case. There were no other individuals along the way, and it was prudent to exercise caution in the capital. Xie Tingzhou remarked, "When there are no others around, you may call out as you wish." Shen Yu nodded. "Then I shall go find some charcoal." "Very well." Xie Tingzhou watched her walk away, the light from the lantern dimming gradually. He turned to retrace his steps and, after a short while, heard familiar footsteps approaching. He stood still in the middle of the path and, as the figure drew nearer, inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be looking for charcoal?" Shen Yu was startled by Xie Tingzhou's sudden voice in the darkness. "How did you end up here?" Xie Tingzhou pressed his lips together, contemplating that he had already asked this question twice that night. "I would like to ask you the same. How did you come to be here when you were meant to find charcoal?" Shen Yu replied awkwardly, "I have yet to locate the kitchen. The Wangfu is far too vast." She turned to walk a few steps, then glanced back, her tone somewhat ingratiating as she asked, "Your Highness, do you know where the kitchen is?" Xie Tingzhou found it amusing. The title of Your Highness was one he could certainly tolerate when someone sought assistance. "Let us go." Shen Yu hurried to keep pace with him, holding the lantern aloft beside him. The night was exceedingly quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps accompanying them. "Why do you not spend the new year with them?" Xie Tingzhou glanced at her. "And why are you not celebrating with them?" Shen Yu replied, "I am not acquainted with them." Xie Tingzhou countered, "I have no desire to." Shen Yu chuckled, but quickly composed herself. "Ah, so you are putting on airs, are you?" It is merely that I am accustomed to being alone. Shen Yu regarded him with surprise. The two walked side by side, seemingly unchanged, exchanging the occasional light-hearted remark. Xie Tingzhou would respond if he felt inclined. Otherwise, he remained silent. After a while, Shen Yu inquired, "Why have we not yet reached the kitchen?" Xie Tingzhou paused. Also taken aback, they seemed to have been walking for quite some time. Shen Yu halted, her expression one of exasperation. "You cannot possibly be lost as well," Xie Tingzhou admitted. "I forgot." Shen Yu was momentarily speechless. "You could have mentioned that sooner." "I forgot." Inwardly, Shen Yu thought, what a ridiculous thing to forget. Were it anyone else, she might have kicked them on the spot. Throughout his life, Xie Tingzhou had spent less than a year in Xinjiang. It was remarkable if he could even recall where his own courtyard was, let alone the kitchen. After a moment of silence, Xie Tingzhou sighed and said, "Call someone. Do you think they will come simply because you summoned them, like calling upon a deity?" Shen Yu mused internally. The next moment, a shadowy figure descended from a tree and knelt on one knee, addressing him, "Master." Xie Tingzhou, seemingly unfazed by the awkwardness of being lost in his own courtyard, replied nonchalantly, "Lead the way to the kitchen," with the dark guard as a guide. They soon arrived at the kitchen. It was New Year's Eve, and within the Wangfu, there was but one master who was not celebrating. The cooks and servants had finished dinner and dispersed. The kitchen lay in darkness, and Shen Yu, holding the lantern, found a candlestick to light. Upon turning around, she realized that Xie Tingzhou and the dark guard had not yet departed. Shen Yu suggested, "Your Highness, you may return. I will search for the charcoal myself." Xie Tingzhou gestured towards a corner of the kitchen where a large basket of charcoal sat, conspicuously placed. "Oh, very well." Shen Yu approached and found a small basket to begin her task. Xie Tingzhou, with his gaze slightly lowered, observed her as she initially picked up the charcoal leisurely, but soon began to discard pieces that were unsightly or lacked a crisp sound. Unable to contain himself, Xie Tingzhou inquired, "Do you intend to continue until next year?" Shen Yu shot him a glance, weighing a piece of charcoal in her hand. "I will take my time. Your Highness may leave first." Sensing the pressure emanating from Xie Tingzhou, the shadow guards behind him immediately knelt on one knee. Xie Tingzhou exhaled. "Can you find your way back?" Shen Yu was taken aback, forgetting about that detail. "Why not leave one of the shadow guards with me? I will return once I finish collecting the charcoal." Xie Tingzhou did not respond but approached her, asking, "You did not come here merely for charcoal, did you?" Shen Yu looked up at him and whispered, "I actually haven't had dinner." Not only dinner, but she also skipped lunch. The news she gathered today had rendered her unable to eat, yet her body remained honest. Hunger compelled her to scavenge. Almost as if to corroborate her words, her stomach audibly growled at an opportune moment. Xie Tingzhou couldn't help but chuckle. "So you came to the kitchen to steal food?" Shen Yu nodded earnestly. "I am still growing." "Indeed," Xie Tingzhou mused, looking down at her. "She ought to grow a bit more." He waved his hand, and in an instant, the shadow guard vanished from sight. Shen Yu stared in astonishment, her old habit resurfacing. "He must excel in lightness skill. May I learn from him?" "Mediocre," came the reply. Shen Yu scoffed softly. "In terms of agility." The shadow guard was indeed inferior to Xie Tingzhou, but she refrained from voicing that thought. After all, in Shi Yu's eyes, he was still the feeble and dependent prince of Balin, incapable of handling his own affairs. Famished and weary of pretense, Shen Yu rose and asked, "Haven't you eaten either?" "I plan to cook a bowl of noodles. Would you like some?" With the shadow guard gone, she no longer called him Your Highness, finding it awkward to refer to him in such a manner. Ignoring Xie Tingzhou's lack of response, she busied herself washing her hands of the black soot and began to kindle a fire. The kitchen erupted into chaos, the clattering of pots and pans drawing the attention of those on duty in the neighboring kitchen, who were promptly turned away by the shadow guard. Observing her frantic movements and the cacophony she created, Xie Tingzhou couldn't help but remark, "Do you even know what you're doing? If not, call the chef." Shen Yu did not turn back, retorting, "Those who only eat should refrain from speaking." Suddenly, she froze for a moment, mistakenly thinking of Shen Hao. He couldn't cook either. And they had once snuck into the kitchen together at midnight to prepare noodles. The eggs burned. Returning to reality, Shen Yu realized the fried eggs had already turned black on one side. After much effort, she finally managed to serve 2 bowls of noodles. A simple dish of scallion noodles, with greens at the bottom and an egg resting atop, constituted their New Year's Eve meal. Xie Tingzhou held the bowl, his brow furrowed, unsure why he hadn't left. Perhaps it was the solitude he had endured for so many years that made him suddenly feel the chill of emptiness. Or perhaps he was simply hungry. If he did not eat soon, he would be in dire straits. Shen Yu, famished, hastily stuffed several mouthfuls into her mouth before urging him to eat. Xie Tingzhou took a taste of the noodles. They were delightfully chewy, and the broth was rich and flavorful, infused with the freshness of greens accompanied by a hint of scallion. Shen Yu, too hungry to utter a word, simply wished to satiate her hunger. The two of them silently finished their noodles. Leave it be. Someone will clean up, Xie Tingzhou called out to Shen Yu, who was preparing to wash the dishes, and stepped outside. Such a night felt too tranquil for New Year's Eve. Shen Yu harbored many curiosities about Xie Tingzhou, and he too was intrigued by her. Suddenly recalling what the shadow guard had reported earlier that day, he inquired, "Do you know Shen Yu?" Chapter 51. A fit of temper. Despite Shen Yu's deliberate attempts to maintain composure, she could not suppress the instinctive slackening of her pace. Xie Tingzhou turned his head back. Do we know each other? Indeed. Shen Yu controlled her breath with care. In that moment, she felt as though he had discerned her secrets. Xie Tingzhou scrutinized her under the lantern's glow, questioning her whereabouts during the Battle of Yin-Yang. Shen Yu swallowed hard and replied, "I was there." Xie Tingzhou pressed on. "Why have you said nothing of it? Being a member of the Shen family, why have you never mentioned searching for her remains?" Shen Yu's heart raced. Had the Shen family not deviated from her plans, they would not find themselves in this predicament. The ready-made garment shop belonged to the Liu family, and she had inquired with the shopkeeper about the situation. The herbalist had indeed returned to the capital days prior and informed the shopkeeper that after completing her assigned task from Shen Yu, she intended to head to the border to find her. However, after that night, the herbalist vanished without a trace, having neither appeared at any of the Liu family's shops nor sent any word to Shen Yu at the border. Fortunately, upon hearing news today, she anticipated that the report of 3 casualties from the Shen family would surely reach Xie Tingzhou, prompting her to devise a counter-strategy. "Because I dared not speak," Shen Yu stated. Xie Tingzhou slowly approached her, his gaze intense. "Why do you not dare?" Under his piercing gaze, Shen Yu knelt on one knee. For Miss Shen had not perished at all. Xie Tingzhou was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Shen Yu explained. "The general could not bear for her to die at the border, thus he sent her away on the eve of battle." "And where is she now?" "I do not know." "Why does the capital proclaim she has fallen in battle?" "I do not know." "You do not know?" Xie Tingzhou's tone bore a hint of warning. Shen Yu lifted her gaze, allowing him to see her eyes, for he had once claimed they were expressive. "I do not know. I find this matter perplexing as well." However, Miss Shen did indeed depart that night, escorted by the personal guard of the young general, Kong Qing. Xie Tingzhou narrowed his eyes, studying her for a moment. "You are certain that few survived this battle. Hence you fear not my investigation, correct?" Shen Yu stood her ground. "Few may remain, but some do survive, do they not? If a thorough inquiry is to be conducted, there are still thousands of wounded soldiers and deserters from whom answers can be gleaned." Xie Tingzhou's gaze turned frigid. "I will investigate, but Yu, the bond of shared life and death between us cannot withstand such disregard." Shen Yu retorted, before confirming the veracity of my words. "Your Highness has already hastily concluded that I am being disrespectful, and yet you speak of a bond forged in shared life and death. Just moments ago, they had shared a meal together in the kitchen, but now the atmosphere was charged with tension. The hidden guards dared not interrupt, retreating into the shadows." Xie Tingzhou, momentarily bested by her, suddenly laughed, sharp and unruly. Shen Yu clenched her teeth in silence, her face resolute. After observing her for a moment, Xie Tingzhou said, "Rise." Shen Yu remained kneeling, unmoving. Xie Tingzhou lowered his gaze. "Are you still sulking?" Was unaware of the source of her irritation, reflecting on how not long ago she had served him noodles, only to be confronted now. Had Xie Tingzhou asked before eating, she would have denied him even a morsel. Xie Tingzhou leaned in, seemingly in high spirits, inquiring whether she now regretted cooking for him or wished she had poisoned the dish instead. Surprised by his perceptiveness, instinctively retorted, claiming she was not that malicious. Xie Tingzhou straightened, nodding in acknowledgement. "So, you do regret preparing the meal. Shall I regurgitate it for you?" Shot him a disdainful glance, asking if he was disgusting. Laughter escaped Xie Tingzhou's throat, echoing through the night. He turned to leave, and the shadowy guards emerged from the darkness, whispering about the kneeling man. Xie Tingzhou replied, "Let him kneel if he wishes, if he can find his way back, that is." Moments later, hearing footsteps behind him, a faint smile played on Xie Tingzhou's lips. The officials were granted a 7-day reprieve, exempt from court attendance, yet the guards were bound by duty, with no holidays to speak of. On the 6th day, was on duty. Today, Xie Tingzhou was absent from the residence, and with Chiffon also away, was left to guard the vacant courtyard alongside several guards. during the noon shift as they took turns for meals. Returned just in time to see Xie Feng returning for something. A guard nearby whispered that a few letters had arrived concerning the Yinliang Pass case, questioning whether to present them to the prince. Hand them to me, Xie Feng replied, taking the letters. The prince and Song have gone hunting and won't return for a while. Place them on his desk for when he comes back. Xie Feng entered the study with the letters, emerging moments later. Passing by, he inquired, "Are you accustomed to your duties?" "It's manageable," replied cheerfully. "It's quite similar to the Yinliang Pass, though better here. It's not as cold." Xie Feng nodded and departed. As night fell, the guards changed shifts. A figure stealthily crawled along the eaves. In Xie Tingzhou's courtyard, only a few lanterns flickered, the window paper was pitch black, and two guards stood watch beneath the eaves, blended into the night, her fingertips flicking, causing a leaf to rustle softly. The royal residence was heavily guarded, rivaling even the palace's defenses. Over the past few days, she had memorized the routes. It required some effort to avoid the shadowy guards, but it was not overly difficult. Seizing the opportunity while the guards were distracted, she silently slipped into the study. Familiar with the layout from a previous visit, she could barely make out a few stacks of letters on the desk under the moonlight filtering through the paper. The letters were organized into categories. She dared not light a candle and instead crouched beneath the desk, using a luminous pearl to examine them closely. One stack bore the wax seal of military dispatches from Balin, another consisted of correspondence from advisors. And the smallest stack appeared similar to the letters the guards had handed to Xie Feng earlier that day. The silence was oppressive, the only sound being the rustle of paper. Just as she extracted a letter without having the chance to read it, felt her hair stand on end. A primal instinct signaling danger. She abruptly turned, catching a glimpse of a shadow, her body instinctively rolling aside. The shadow moved with an extraordinary swiftness, its two pale golden eyes glimmering with an eerie phosphorescence in the darkness. What creature is this? For just a fleeting moment, her body faltered. A mere heartbeat of hesitation that proved sufficient to teeter between life and death. In an instant, the creature pounced upon her, its powerful forelegs pinning her shoulders down, looming over her with an air of dominance. The luminous pearl rolled to the ground, colliding with the leg of the table and returning to her side. At last, Shen Hao discerned the nature of her assailant, a leopard, clad entirely in a coat of deep black. She lay still on the ground, scarcely daring to move. Acutely aware of the panther's warm breath upon her neck, tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood, she harbored no doubt that the moment she dared to stir, the leopard would not hesitate to sever her throat. Shen Hao endeavored to steady her breathing, yet could not escape the encroaching dread that enveloped her. Her hand cautiously shifted, seeking the dagger at her waist, but the leopard drew even closer. It seemed to sense her subtle movement, its keen golden eyes fixated on her with predatory intent. A low growl emanating from its throat as a warning. Shen Hao involuntarily recoiled, tightly shutting her eyes. Suddenly, the bookshelf shifted, and a faint sound of scraping echoed through the darkness. Chapter 52. Disappointment. Shen Hao remained utterly motionless, her gaze shifting. The bookshelf on the wall slid aside, revealing a small door, through which a faint, golden light emanated. The illumination intensified, and soon Shen Hao heard the sound of footsteps. She found herself in a mix of laughter and tears, lamenting her unfortunate fate, uncertain whether it would be better to be bitten to death by the Black Panther or to fall into the hands of Xie Tingzhou. As she watched Xie Tingzhou approach slowly, he emerged from the shadowed doorway without casting a glance at her on the floor. He appeared to have just bathed, steam still rising from his body, clad in a loose, moon-white robe that draped elegantly upon him, his hand raising to adjust the sleeves that had slipped down, revealing a pale arm. Xie Tingzhou extinguished the flame of his lantern and approached her with measured steps, squatting down to scrutinize her. Shen Hao adhered to the principle of remaining still unless provoked, waiting for him to speak first. "What do you wish to steal?" Xie Tingzhou inquired. "I didn't intend to steal anything," Shen Hao replied, her voice lacking conviction. There was a sharpness concealed in Xie Tingzhou's gaze as he warned, "I have cautioned you before." Shen Hao, feeling anxious, replied, "I merely wish to look at the correspondence regarding the Yinliang Pass case." Xie Tingzhou's eyes swept across the two stacks of military affairs and staff correspondence that remained undisturbed, while scattered on the ground were the letters that Xie Feng had delivered at noon, one of which had been pulled out and left unopened. "Do you wish to know?" He pinched the letter between his long fingers, scanning its contents swiftly, then slowly leaned closer, his shadow looming over Shen Hao, almost tangible. "I shall read it to you." A few damp strands of hair slipped from his shoulder, a single droplet of water landing squarely on Shen Hao's brow. The chill of it caused her to shudder, eliciting a low growl from the Black Panther. Xie Tingzhou's fingertip brushed against her brow, his voice barely above a whisper. This is truly disappointing. His hand lingered, gently tapping her brow twice. Song, Xie Tingzhou called out, prompting the Black Panther to retract its paw and step back a few paces, still maintaining a defensive posture. Shen Yu dared not rise, remaining on the ground, gazing up at him. Take a look, Xie Tingzhou said. The sheet of paper fluttered down and landed on her face. She picked it up and sat up to read under the light. Accompanied by Xie Tingzhou's voice, he stated, "You pilfered a considerable sum of silver in Pington County. Yet no one reported it to the authorities. Let me guess, the merchants of Ping'an County are exceedingly wealthy, and a few thousand taels of silver are but a drop in the ocean for them. Or perhaps," he paused, "you are simply lying." Shen Yu had just finished reading the letter, realizing it was not related to the Yanliang Pass case at all, but rather a response from his investigation into her. The contents of the letter directly addressed that very matter. Shen Yu pressed her lips together, unable to meet Xie Tingzhou's gaze. He seated himself in the chair behind the desk, asking, "Do you have anything to say?" After a lengthy silence, Shen Yu finally spoke. "I do." She lifted her head to look at him, asserting, "I have never wished to harm you, nor have I ever contemplated doing anything detrimental to you. However, for people like us, discussing trust is ultimately premature. We are alike in this regard, and there is no need to mention disappointment. For reasons unknown." A sense of sadness welled up within her. She was uncertain whether her sorrow stemmed from not seeing what she longed for or from the trap he had set for her. Xie Tingzhou pressed her lips tightly together and shut her eyes as footsteps approached. Suddenly, the light outside the door flared brightly, revealing Shifeng and Changlu at the threshold. Xie Tingzhou leaned back against the chair, her eyes still closed, surrendering to the moment. The guard promptly entered, attempting to lift her from the ground. "I can walk myself," Shen Yu asserted as she rose and followed the guard outside. This evening, a dense layer of clouds seemed to envelop the skies above Qingpu residence, creating a stifling atmosphere. Song appeared to sense his master's distress, remaining motionless in the corner of the study, while the sea eagle perched under the eaves preened its wings, also refraining from movement. After escorting the prisoner to the dungeon, Shifeng and Changlu returned to report. "Your Highness," Shifeng stated at the doorway, "Xi Yu has been imprisoned in the dungeon." Xie Tingzhou fixated on the letters on the table. Indeed, as Xi Yu had claimed, he cared solely for the matter of Yanliang Pass. The significance of the military dispatch was far greater, yet he had not taken action. Did he resist? Xie Tingzhou inquired. Shifeng reported truthfully, "No." He was neither shackled nor fettered. He walked into the dungeon willingly. Xie Tingzhou exhaled deeply. Given Xi Yu's skills, although a complete escape might be implausible, a desperate attempt to flee was certainly within the realm of possibility, yet he had chosen not to run. Had he placed unwavering faith in the certainty that his life would be spared, or was there another reason? Changlu, noticing the silence within, gestured for Shifeng to follow him outside. The two moved a short distance away from the study. Changlu asked, "What do you think His Highness means by this? I heard that on New Year's Eve, he and Xi Yu shared noodles in the kitchen, which Xi Yu had prepared. Later, His Highness even escorted him back to Looming Pavilion." Leaning against the wall momentarily, Shifeng felt the chill and shifted to lean against a pillar. "How would I know?" he replied. "But haven't you spent considerable time with His Highness?" "Not as long as you," Shifeng retorted. "I arrived 2 years later, if that is the case." Changlu mused. "I always sensed that he treated Xi Yu with a certain distinction, yet His Highness does not strike me as someone who would pursue such a path." Shifeng suddenly slid down the pillar. Changlu, noticing the implication, cautiously inquired, "Could it be? Has something transpired that I am unaware of?" With frustration building over the past few days, Shifeng, unable to decipher Xie Tingzhou's true intentions, decided to share his thoughts with Changlu. After listening, Changlu was left speechless for a while, eventually exclaiming, "This is disastrous. Does this mean the Northern Lin Prince's residence will face extinction?" "Hey, why are you hitting me?" Shifeng smacked him on the back of the head. "You're spouting nonsense." Changlu rubbed his head. "Did His Highness deny it at the time?" "No," Shifeng replied. "Then that settles it," Changlu said, pacing. "Let us make a wager. I bet that within a few days, His Highness will release him." "You wager he won tea." "I also wager he will be released," Shifeng countered. Changlu rolled his eyes. Who was it that just said there is no smoke without fire? At that moment, a guest arrived at the Northern Lin Prince's residence, none other than the 9th son of the current emperor, Li Jifeng. Xie Tingzhou has numerous drinking companions in Bailing, yet few in Xinjiang, with Li Jifeng being the foremost among them. The two forged their acquaintance in the spring of that year. The enemy of one's enemy is indeed a friend. Li Jifeng harbored a profound disdain for the son of the cabinet's second-in-command, Lu Yu. However, the royal family's constraints were too stringent, and even as a prince, he found himself unable to take action against that ruffian. In contrast, Xie Tingzhou, as the heir of Bailing, commanded a certain respect from the royal family, ever since the day Xie Tingzhou had kicked Liu off his horse, resulting in a broken leg. Li Jifeng had regarded him as a confidant, clinging to him like a stubborn piece of gum whenever he was in the capital. The warm chamber felt like spring, with the sound of trickling water and the sight of ornamental rocks outside the window. Li Jifeng, feeling excessively warm, removed his outer robe and leaned against the couch, playing chess with Xie Tingzhou. Today, Xie Tingzhou's chess strategy was bold and aggressive, overwhelming Li Jifeng, who was forced into retreat at every turn. Frustrated, Li Jifeng scratched his head and placed a piece down, only to see Xie Tingzhou preparing to make his move. He quickly interjected, "Must you be so ruthless? I've merely arrived a few days late, and you're acting as if I've betrayed you. You have no idea how busy I've been these past few days." "Release your hand," Xie Tingzhou replied coldly. Li Jifeng clicked his tongue in resignation and let go. During the festive season, why so fierce? Chapter 53, Xie stopped the boat and disregarded him. Placing a black piece on the board, Li Jifeng lowered his head for a long while, exclaiming, "You truly leave me no breath to spare." He beckoned, and a young eunuch standing nearby deftly produced a banknote from his sleeve, respectfully laying it on the couch. There was already a small stack of banknotes, each worth 1,000 taels. Without even glancing at them, Xie weighed the piece in his hand and inquired, "Shall we continue?" Li Jifeng turned to the eunuch, who spread his hands in a mournful gesture, indicating that he was out of money. "No more," Li Jifeng said, brushing his pieces aside. "You are quite stingy. What kind of friendship is this? We have shared a bond over breaking legs for the same person, and now you demand payment to play chess with me." Xie tossed his piece into the basket, stating, "Even if others offer me silver, I shall not play." A maid swiftly approached to clear the chessboard and replace it with tea and snacks. Li Jifeng glanced at a few of the maids and asked, "What happened to the beauties I sent you last year? Why haven't you brought them over?" "I gifted them away," Xie replied coolly. "Gave them away?" Li Jifeng raised his voice. "Even the most beautiful one?" "Indeed," Xie affirmed. Li Jifeng clutched his chest, lamenting, "Xie Yun, I could hardly bear to use that girl myself. I saved her for you, and you just gave her away? If you don't want her, return her to me." Xie picked up his teacup and skimmed off the foam, remarking, "I thought you no longer desired her, hence I gifted her to someone else." Li Jifeng felt a pang of heartache, akin to saving a delicacy for oneself only to have it thrown away. "Where's Tsong?" "In the courtyard next door." "Let her out," Li Jifeng declared, rolling up his sleeves as if ready for a confrontation. "Let her come out and bite me. My sincere feelings have been cast aside like water. You." "She phoned." Xie interrupted him. "No, no, no." Li Jifeng quickly laughed, pressing down on Xie's arm. "I was merely joking. Don't release her. That creature always looks like she wants to devour me." He casually picked up a piece of pastry and popped it into his mouth, noticing Xie's gaze fixed on the treat. The look was peculiar, almost troubled. Li Jifeng glanced at the pastry and, munching on it, said, "You can't be so stingy, can you? It's just a piece of pineapple cake." Xie's gaze remained unyielding, causing Li Jifeng to feel a shiver run down his spine. Trembling, he placed the remaining half of the pineapple cake back on the plate. "Here, take it." Xie remained silent, his eyes fixed on the treats on the table. Why did he suddenly think of Shiryu? He remembered their journey back to the capital, playing chess together. Initially, he had been proper, but later, out of boredom during the journey, he bought a set of chess pieces. Shiryu had arranged everything well, with hot tea and snacks. He recalled that among those, Shiryu particularly cherished the pineapple cakes. Often, before a match was even finished, a whole stack of pineapple cakes would vanish. A wave of irritation suddenly washed over Xie as he raised his hand, pressing his fingers against his brow. Li Jifeng sensed that this encounter with Xie was rather unusual. The two individuals have not been apart for long, merely a matter of the year before last. They occasionally exchanged letters, yet Li Jifeng had never witnessed such profound distress in Xie Tingzhou. Unable to fathom what could possibly trouble him so deeply, Li Jifeng thought he resembled his sixth brother upon discovering that the bride he had just married actually favored his seventh brother instead. His sixth brother had likely worn a similar expression at that time. Could it be? Li Jifeng circled around him. That the lady you fancy harbors affections for another? Xie Tingzhou looked at him as if he were a fool. Have you eaten enough? If so, be gone. Li Jifeng had only taken a few sips of hot tea, and left a piece of pineapple cake unfinished. How could he claim to be full? Yet he sensed that if he lingered any longer, Xie Yun might very well unleash the hounds upon him. Thus, in a huff, Li Jifeng departed. Chang Lu promptly stepped forward to guide him, reassuringly saying, "Your Highness, please do not be upset. The heir is merely facing some trifling matters and will soon recover." Li Jifeng perked up. "What sort of troubles?" Chang Lu replied, "Nothing significant, just that a royal guard has been imprisoned." "Is Xie Yun unwell? Why would he be troubled by the imprisonment of a guard? Did the guard stab him?" Li Jifeng inquired curiously. Chang Lu thought to himself, "It was not merely a stab, it was a stab to the very heart." He then chuckled, "I am not entirely sure, but please, Your Highness, this way." Li Jifeng paused, suddenly stopping in his tracks. "Take me to see him. I wish to ascertain the identity of this person." "That is out of the question." Chang Lu immediately refused. Li Jifeng, wrapping his arm around Chang Lu's neck, insisted, "What are you afraid of? I will merely take a glance. Perhaps I might devise a way to counsel him afterward." Chang Lu contemplated, realizing it was merely a visit. Xie Tingzhou had never explicitly forbidden such meetings. The dungeon was dimly lit, torches casting flickering shadows upon the walls. Upon Li Jifeng's arrival, Shen was fast asleep, curled up on a straw mat. The thin blanket barely shielded her from the chilly air of the dungeon, leaving her in a vulnerable ball. Peering through the bars, Li Jifeng discerned a delicate, pale face hidden beneath the dark covers, appearing exceedingly pitiful. He is male?" Li Jifeng asked. Chang Lu replied matter-of-factly, "Could a royal guard be female?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Jifeng scrutinized Shen Yu for a considerable time before shaking his head in despair. "Alas, Xie Tingzhou is doomed." "What do you mean?" "Your Highness?" Chang Lu inquired, puzzled. Li Jifeng strode out, musing, with such an ambiguous appearance, neither distinctly male nor female. Having spent time together, feelings may have developed. "Ah, Chang Lu." Li Jifeng turned back. "Have you noticed that my eloquence has improved? Just now, I managed to string together 4 idioms in succession." Chang Lu gazed at him, utterly speechless. How has Xie Tingzhou come to befriend someone like this? With the northern mercenaries numbering in the tens of thousands, it was traditionally frowned upon for a prince to associate with the heir of the northern kingdom. However, Li Jifeng was different. As the 9th son of Emperor Shushu, renowned for his lack of scholarly pursuits, no one intervened in his friendship with Xie Tingzhou, for all had resigned themselves to the belief that he was a hopeless case. Fortunately, he was blessed to have been born into the imperial family, ensuring a life free from worries of sustenance or clothing. Chang Lu chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, Your Highness. Your eloquence is commendable." "I share the same sentiment," Li Jifeng replied. Li Jifeng cheerfully remarked, "Where was I just now?" Chang Lu interjected, "Familiarity breeds affection." Li Jifeng responded, "Exactly. Familiarity breeds affection. He has finished with Xie Tingzhou." "Your Highness, you are going the wrong way," Chang Lu aptly reminded, observing Li Jifeng, who was so excited that he had taken a misstep. "I must first verify a matter." Li Jifeng strode confidently towards Xie Tingzhou's courtyard, declaring, "My dear friend is currently facing a significant life challenge. How could I possibly abandon him at this moment?" Chapter 54. Into the dream. The Drunken Cloud Tower stands as the grandest brothel in Shengjing City. Although night has fallen, the establishment remains a hub of exuberance and revelry, frequented by the affluent and esteemed, each capable of lavishly spending their wealth. After much persuasion, Li Jifeng has finally managed to extricate Xie Tingzhou from the confines of the Wang residence. A regular patron of this establishment, Li Jifeng often disguised himself for his visits. Upon spotting him, the matron greeted him with warmth. "It has been some time since you last graced us with your presence, young master. What brings you here tonight?" Within these walls, everyone is astute. The matron, being a shrewd individual, never pries into her guests' identities, for anyone who can afford the price is treated like royalty, regardless of who they may be. Despite the winter chill, Li Jifeng remains unfazed, elegantly fanning himself. "Today, I have brought my brother along. Behold, he is the distinguished guest of the evening." He stepped aside, revealing Xie Tingzhou, causing the matron to momentarily freeze in surprise. Li Jifeng snapped his fan shut. "What are you gazing at? Hurry and usher him inside." The matron regained her composure and promptly led them into the best room, explaining, "Several young masters are already waiting for you both. Forgive my distraction. Upon seeing your esteemed appearance, I was momentarily taken aback, thinking of the illustrious Lord of the Moon." Li Jifeng chuckled. Indeed, he must be of equal standing. The moniker Lord of the Moon was initially coined by Li Jifeng himself. Xie Tingzhou cast a sidelong glance at him. His presence here tonight stemmed from his inability to remain at the Wang residence any longer. He felt restless within. And for years, to keep the Emperor of Balin at ease, he had cultivated the persona of a libertine. Having spent several days in the capital without visiting a brothel or tavern, the Emperor would surely grow suspicious. The matron personally escorted the two into the finest chamber. As they entered, the group of dissolute young masters immediately rose to their feet. Seasoned in the ways of indulgence, they exchanged knowing smiles rather than formal introductions. Li Jifeng beckoned, "Bring in a few young ladies. Make sure they are presentable. My brother is quite discerning. Of course, we shall present the most beautiful maidens of the drunken cloud tower to the young master," the matron replied enthusiastically. Though secretly thinking that even the most exquisite of maidens would seem a disservice to such a noble gentleman, unaware of who might truly benefit from his presence. With the matron happily departing, the young masters commenced their pleasantries. "Your Highness, the ninth prince. Your Grace, the heir." They were all scions of prestigious families. Well aware of the immense power wielded by the Xie family in Balin, where the reigning monarch sought to conquer the world, later succeeded by the heir, Xie Tingzhou. Xie Tingzhou, having achieved fame in his youth, suffered a setback on the battlefield, which perhaps led him to a life of excess and revelry thereafter. In terms of debauchery, none among them could surpass his reputation. He nodded in acknowledgement. "It is indeed the ninth prince who can summon the heir's presence. I have sent numerous invitations without a response." "Ah, indeed," Li Jifeng replied with pride. "What connection do we share?" Before long, a procession of elegantly adorned maidens entered the room, some carrying musical instruments, others holding fans. Upon seeing the newly arrived young masters, the maidens expressed admiration, secretly delighted in their hearts. The melodious sounds of silk and bamboo instruments lingered in the air, while Li Jifeng playfully waved his folding fan in rhythm with the music. A group of dashing young men embraced beautiful maidens, engaging in leisurely conversation. Xie Tingzhou leaned against a pillar, idly toying with a wine cup. As he finished one drink, a woman kneeling beside him reached for the jug to refill his glass. He nonchalantly moved aside, causing her to stumble and fall into his lap. Li Jifeng burst into laughter, remarking that she was indeed an understanding companion. The woman's boldness was immediately exposed, and she blushed, hesitating to speak. Softly uttering the word "young master," Xie Tingzhou cast his gaze downward, betraying no emotion, and picked up Li Jifeng's fan, lifting her chin to scrutinize her features. As she gazed upon his face, his celestial brows and eyes untouched by the mundane world, she suddenly felt a wave of self-consciousness. Fearing that her status and beauty would taint his ethereal perception, Xie Tingzhou dismissively tossed the fan back onto the table, causing her complexion to pale. For she perceived his disinterest. Li Jifeng, sipping his wine, occasionally studied Xie Tingzhou's expression. Aware of Li Jifeng's scrutiny, Xie Tingzhou maintained his facade. "You," he directed at the woman playing the lute, "come here." The music ceased abruptly as she gracefully approached and knelt at his side. However, he merely glanced at her twice before pouring more wine. Li Jifeng, pondering, inquired, "What troubles you? Do the maidens here pale in comparison to those from Balin? Not to your taste?" Xie Tingzhou chuckled softly. "I have grown weary." Li Jifeng's thoughts drifted to someone from his imprisonment, and a cunning idea struck him. He suddenly addressed one of the young men. "Zhao Hong, how fares the young lad you recently brought into your household?" In the affluent circles of the great Zhou, keeping male companions was no longer a rarity. Zhao Hong glanced at Xie Tingzhou, noting the absence of disdain before responding. "He is indeed youthful, albeit rather delicate and rather bold. If I visit my concubine's quarters, he throws a fit. It is my first experience in placating someone." Nearby, a man named Shuijin, whose mother was the current emperor's sister, inquired, "And how do you appease him?" Zhao Hong replied with a grin, "What else can I do? I simply call him by his pet name and sleep with him, then later gift him with some rare trinkets." Xie Tingzhou inexplicably recalled the name Shiyu, remembering that his pet name was Shan Power, as the crowd had called him during a martial arts competition. Li Jifeng, ever observant, noticed the slight smile at the corner of Xie Tingzhou's lips and leaned closer, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Xie Tingzhou was taken aback. Why had he thought of Shiyu? Who was he to call anyone by their pet name? Besides, if someone were to embrace him and say, "Shan Power, be good and don't make a fuss," it would surely infuriate him. From the preceding conversation, it was evident that Xie Tingzhou bore no aversion to male companions, and he had momentarily drifted into thought. Li Jifeng seemed to have discovered something intriguing, remaining in high spirits throughout the night. He relentlessly poured wine into Xie Tingzhou's cup, and they ultimately spent the night in a private chamber atop the Drunken Cloud Pavilion. As dawn broke with a pale light on the horizon, Xie Tingzhou abruptly awoke from his dreams. He curled his legs, resting his palms upon his forehead, the lingering warmth of desire yet to dissipate, while his sweat-soaked back seemed to still bear the touch of two soft hands. He had dreamt, unexpectedly, of someone he had never anticipated, or perhaps he had considered it, but his heart refused to acknowledge such thoughts. The vivid imagery of the dream lingered. That person's long hair sprawled across the bed, cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Fingers curled tightly around the bedding, while the drapery swayed gently. Xie Tingzhou, eyes shut, exhaled sharply and cast aside the covers to rise. Yet, the moment he moved, his entire being froze. The dampness of his undergarments met the chill of the air, sending a shiver coursing through him. This was a rite of passage for a youth. It was something that had not manifested since he turned 16, yet now, it had undeniably come to pass. Chapter 55. Acknowledgement of Fault and Punishment. A figure named Shifeng, clutching a sword, had stood guard at the door throughout the night. Upon hearing a sound, he pushed the door open to find Xie Tingzhou seated on the bed, his head bowed and arms resting on his legs, exuding an air of impending storm. Without lifting his gaze, Xie Tingzhou instructed, "Prepare water for bathing and summon a few maidens." A flicker of surprise crossed Shifeng's eyes, but he quickly composed himself and replied, "Understood." The elegant chamber had two adjoining rooms, where the maids entered in succession to prepare the water. However, when they intended to assist with his ablutions, Xie Tingzhou dismissed them. After bathing, he emerged from the side room. A few young ladies stood in the small hall, each strikingly beautiful, their delicate shawls hinting at the allure of spring. Having received instructions from their matron, they were aware that a noble resided here, and upon hearing footsteps, they dared not look up. The air was thick with the scent of cosmetics. Xie Tingzhou settled into a chair, leaning back, his gaze sweeping over the maidens as he spoke softly, "Lift your heads." The maidens obediently raised their gazes, captivated by his ethereal beauty and presence, yet they hesitated to meet his eyes. The one standing at the forefront was the maiden who had played the zither for him the previous night and had been serving him wine. Summoning her courage, she gracefully approached, picked up a handkerchief from the side, and gently offered, "My lord, may I assist you in tidying your hair?" Xie Tingzhou made no move to refuse. However, as her fingers trembled with anticipation, she had yet to touch his hair when he coldly commanded, "Leave." Startled, the maiden froze and quickly knelt, inquiring, "Have I done something to displease you, my lord?" Xie Tingzhou lowered his eyes slightly, stating, "Your mere presence here disturbs me greatly." The maiden's face paled, and she set the handkerchief down, retreating. "All of you, leave," he ordered. Once the door closed, the cloying scent of cosmetics lingered. A sense of irritation washed over Xie Tingzhou. Earlier, upon seeing those women draped in sheer fabric, he felt no stirrings of desire, but rather a sense of revulsion. Recalling a recent dream, he was incredulous. How could he have developed such feelings for a man? He could neither believe nor wish to accept it. Meanwhile, Li Jifeng awoke at noon. Hearing from Xie Linzhi that Xie Tingzhou had departed at dawn, summoned several maidens into his chamber, only to dismiss them shortly thereafter, leaving with a dark expression. As he dressed, Li Jifeng chuckled, "My dear friend seems utterly perplexed by his own situation." Xie Linzhi replied, "I do not comprehend." Li Jifeng cast him a glance. Being a eunuch, you naturally wouldn't. Since returning to the Wang residence, Xie Tingzhou had confined himself to his quarters. Shifeng remained silent, his anxiety manifesting as blisters at the corners of his mouth. On the third day, Xie Tingzhou finally emerged from his room, the first order of business being to summon Xie to the study. Having spent several days in the dungeon, Xie was aware of her value. Xie Tingzhou would not execute her for the time being, especially with the Third Law Division still needing to interrogate her. As Shen Hao entered the study, Shifeng swiftly closed the door behind her. She glanced back briefly before kneeling at the desk. For the first time, there was no fire in Xie Tingzhou's chamber. The floor felt cold, and his fingers turned red from the chill as he wrote. Xie Tingzhou did not lift his head, engrossed in annotating the official documents delivered by Balin's swift horse. "Do you acknowledge your mistake?" Shen Hao lowered her gaze, still clad in the dark attire she had worn when entering the dungeon. "Sure, you had indeed erred." This was a lesson she had gleaned from her past encounters with Shen Zhongyan and Shen Zhao when the other party was incensed. It was wiser to admit one's faults rather than engage in futile arguments, as defiance would only stoke the flames of anger. Once he finished the last stroke, Xie Tingzhou set down his pen and finally turned his gaze towards her. "Where's the error?" Shen Hao discerned no intense emotions in his words, which allowed her to relax. The mistake lay in her assumption that she should inquire directly with His Highness for information, rather than resorting to clandestine observation. Xie Tingzhou pressed his thin lips together. Is that all? Shen Yu obediently replied, I should not have lied. The silver was provided by the Liu family's shop. Her excessive compliance struck Xie Tingzhou as peculiar. They would furnish you with funds? He found it hard to believe. Indeed, Shen Yu asserted. The young general entrusted me with the Liu family's seal. Xie Tingzhou approached her, questioning. As a mere guard, why would he grant you that? Shen Yu bit her lower lip in silence, realizing that in Xie Tingzhou's presence, falsehoods might momentarily deceive, but they would soon unravel. A man wielding such power over life and death would not be easily swayed. It was far better to remain silent than to utter a lie that would ultimately be exposed. Xie Tingzhou's gaze fell, revealing a delicate nape exposed by her night attire. So pale and slender that it ignited a desire within him to grasp, to bite, to tear apart. He envisioned her, as in a dream, pleading for mercy, trembling as she clung to his back. Your Highness? Shen Yu raised her head. Meeting Shi Yu's bewildered eyes, Xie Tingzhou abruptly regained his composure, incredulously averting his gaze. He turned and strode to the window, his hand clenched into a fist beneath his sleeve. Insanity. What was I just contemplating? Closing his eyes for a moment, he opened them again, masking his emotions. Since you saved me once, your death sentence can be commuted, but you must seek Shifeng for your punishment. As soon as Shi Yu departed, Xie Tingzhou ordered horses to be prepared and swiftly rode away. Upon hearing that Shi Yu had come to claim his punishment, Shifeng did not know the specifics of the penalty and sought Xie Tingzhou for clarification, catching up with him just as he mounted his horse. Shifeng explained his purpose. Xie Tingzhou, holding the whip while seated on his horse, inquired, according to protocol, how much should be administered? Proceed as per the regulations, Shifeng replied. What? Are you unable to manage it? Xie Tingzhou's tone turned icy. Chang Lu, riding behind Xie Tingzhou, interjected, Your Highness, according to tradition, it has already been executed. Xie Tingzhou fell silent. Chang Lu, still young and naive, did not grasp the implications. Shifeng hastily offered a way out. Lightly, it would be 20 lashes. Heavily, then it shall be 20, Xie Tingzhou stated curtly before galloping away. Chang Lu wished to keep pace, but had something to say to Shifeng. As he passed by, he remarked, You see, I told you he is different. Xie Tingzhou rode swiftly to Zuiyin Tower, dismounting and casting aside the whip. The madam of the establishment rushed to greet him, her face adorned with a forced smile. Just in time, young Master Feng is here as well. Do you seek him? Without seeking him out, Xie Tingzhou ascended the stairs, his gaze sweeping over the flower girls traversing the corridors. Suddenly, he inquired, Are there any young companions available? The brothel madam, covering her lips with a silk cloth, chuckled. Indeed, we have them. Whatever the young master desires, we can procure for you. It was still the same room on the top floor. Xie Tingzhou seated himself in a chair. He had once indulged in reckless dreams here and had also fled in haste. Yet now, he yearned to ascertain the truth of a matter within these very walls. Chapter 56. Thoughts, my lord, someone has arrived, the madam announced from outside the door. Xie Tingzhou raised his brow as the young attendants entered the room in succession, numbering around 6 or 7, standing in a neat row within the hall. The madam, aware of the gentleman's discerning taste yet uncertain of his preferences, had brought a diverse selection. Among them were those tall and robust, as well as the delicate and scholarly types. Xie Tingzhou's gaze lingered on one individual a moment longer. The young attendant was of modest height, with a fair and delicate visage and a notably small face. The madam, perceptive of the situation, nudged the young attendant, urging him. He is watching you, go on. The attendant approached slowly, addressing him as my lord. Xie Tingzhou scrutinized him from head to toe. Seeing that the matter was settled, the madam smiled, saying, He is still a fresh attendant. My lord, please enjoy. She then led the remaining attendants away, leaving only Xie Tingzhou and the young man alone in the room. Though still inexperienced, the young attendant had been trained and understood how to serve. He knelt on the floor, reaching out to caress Xie Tingzhou's calf. A frown creased Xie Tingzhou's forehead as a wave of intense nausea surged within him. The attendant's hand gradually moved upward, just brushing past the knee, when suddenly, a sharp pain struck his chest as Xie Tingzhou kicked him to the ground. The young man clutched his chest in terror, bewildered by his misstep. And my lord, Xie Tingzhou gestured dismissively. He had found his answer. Yet his heart sank into a deeper abyss. The young attendant scrambled to his feet and barely managed to open the door when a listener outside nearly stumbled in. Li Qifeng, having heard from the madam about Xie Tingzhou's visit to the Zueyan building, had come to see for himself, eager not to miss this scene. However, he arrived just in time to witness the young attendant being sent away. "What brings you here?" Xie Tingzhou inquired. "Naturally, I came to express my concern for you," Li Jifeng said as he drew his chair closer. "I fear you might become too entrenched in your thoughts. That person in prison means something significant to you, does he not?" Li Jifeng chuckled, fanning himself as he settled across from Xie Tingzhou. "I am also curious, after your careful selection, what precisely is it that you desire?" Xie Tingzhou's thoughts were in turmoil. Noticing his silence, Li Jifeng continued, "In this world, one is either male or female. You seem to have no interest in either, preferring instead to mingle with those beasts." Xie Tingzhou's cold gaze met his, prompting Li Jifeng to swiftly amend his words. "Do not misunderstand. I was referring to the creatures of the sky and earth. Neither appeals to me." Xie Tingzhou remained silent. Leaning back in his chair, Li Jifeng spoke for his own amusement. "Look at me. As a prince, I possess only a modicum of literary talent, yet am utterly lacking in all else." Xie Tingzhou found himself amused by Li Jifeng's self-praise, letting out a soft laugh. "You are indeed skilled in indulgence." Li Jifeng feigned ignorance. "Isn't life all about seeking pleasure? You, Xie Tingzhou, as the heir of Balin, are arguably of higher status than I, an overlooked prince. Yet, do you lead a joyful existence?" Xie Tingzhou silently stared at the windowsill. For the first time in his life, he asked himself, "Are you truly happy?" He realized he had not felt joy for a long time. He had witnessed schemes, faced life and death, seen generals wrapped in their shrouds, and witnessed the plight of starving refugees. And as if that were not enough, he now found himself trapped within the imperial city, existing like a mere shell of a person, devoid of autonomy. Yet, he remains indifferent to it all. He acts solely on instinct. Devoid of any desire for warfare or political intrigue, his only fear lies in the prospect of stagnation, allowing himself to rot in darkness. He yearns to bask in the sunlight. Li Jifeng seems to have realized this as well. His previously carefree demeanor dissipates, revealing an underlying discontent. He too longs for stability and prosperity, yet he is acutely aware of the whispers behind his back, the disparaging remarks that liken him to mud that cannot be molded. Deep down, he acknowledges the truth in their words. He is indeed like mud, incapable of accomplishing anything substantial. With a lowering voice, Li Jifeng laments. "Do you think I desire a life of perpetual indulgence, drifting through taverns? However, if I were not akin to mud, my brothers would surely seek my life. It is only through a lack of threat that one can preserve their existence. We are all individuals ensnared by our high positions, none of us faring particularly well. Thus," Li Jifeng pours him a cup of tea, suggesting, "Seize the day." Seizing the day is a notion that Xie Tingzhou comprehends. Yet he cannot reconcile himself with such a version of himself. The atmosphere is oppressive, a state that Li Jifeng finds intolerable. After consuming a cup of tea, he remains the same wayward ninth prince, echoing the wisdom of literature. If love endures, does it truly matter whether one is a prince or a commoner? Xie Tingzhou grits his teeth and raises his gaze. "Have you become foolish from reading too much?" Li Jifeng, with earnest eyes, responds, "You need not feel discomfort. I have seen that person. Rest assured, you are indeed the one above." With a glance at him, Xie Tingzhou rises to leave. Li Jifeng hastily discards the cup and chases after him, exclaiming, "What does it matter that he is a man? Help!" Upon witnessing Xie Tingzhou draw the sword from his waist, Li Jifeng bolts in fear. Meanwhile, Shen Hao has endured beatings and injuries. Yet she never anticipated the pain of lashes would be so excruciating. Her entire back burns with agony, the only relief coming from the thicker fabric of her bindings, which provides minimal protection. Unable to summon a physician, Shen Hao resorts to treating herself, awkwardly applying medicine to her back with the aid of a mirror, hoping for some luck in healing her wounds. As she winces in pain, she curses Xie Tingzhou's ancestors in her heart, though it does little to alleviate her suffering. Eventually, exhaustion takes over, and she drifts into a fitful sleep, only to awaken parched and weak. "Is anyone there?" she croaks, only to find her throat painfully hoarse. With no response from outside, she musters the strength to rise and drinks a few sips of cold tea before collapsing back onto her bed. Xie Tingzhou, after all, has not departed but has chosen to stay at the Zueyan Tower. Shifeng ascends the stairs in haste and sees Changlu standing at the door, inquiring, "Where is His Highness?" Changlu gestures towards the room, saying, "Inside." As Shifeng passes by, Changlu discreetly pulls him aside, whispering, "His Highness is in a foul mood today." Shifeng nods in acknowledgement. Upon entering the room, He stands silently to the side. Xie Tingzhou leans against the couch, flipping through the pages of a book, questioning, "What are you lingering for?" Shifeng, with a serious expression, replies, "I have a report for His Highness. Shiyu has already received his lashes." "So be it. There is no need to report this to me," Xie Tingzhou states calmly. Shifeng observes Xie Tingzhou's demeanor, noting that there is no visible change, yet the book in his hands remains unopened for quite some time. After a moment of hesitation, Shifeng bravely inquired, "I have suspended his duties for 3 days and then—" Shifeng fell silent, for he noticed Xie Tingzhou casting a glance in his direction. Xie Tingzhou, with an indifferent tone, remarked, "Do all of you believe I treat him differently?" The answer was undoubtedly affirmative, yet Shifeng dared not respond. Xie Tingzhou had already discerned the truth from his silence. It appeared that he had long since become uncontrollable. Everyone could see it, except for himself, who remained oblivious to the reality. Lowering his gaze back to his book, Xie Tingzhou casually declared, "There is no need for him to serve any longer. Do not allow him to appear before me again." Shifeng, taken aback, raised his head in shock, only to hastily bow it once more. What would become of the Yan Liangwen case after its conclusion? "Let him be," came Xie Tingzhou's response. "If he wishes to leave, so be it. If he desires to stay, find him a position in the capital." Without lifting his eyes, Xie Tingzhou continued in his reading. It was not until a considerable time had passed, after Shifeng had exited, that he turned his gaze towards the window and poured himself a jug of wine. Love is an enigma. Its origins and conclusions remain elusive. Perhaps, if one cannot behold the person, the longing will fade. In time, one will grow accustomed to it, for he has long since learned to relinquish attachments. Chapter 57. A daughter's body. At the 5th watch of the morning, the sound of the bell reverberates. The sky has yet to brighten, and the 12 city gates of Xinjing stand wide open. Several fine steeds gallop into the city, heading directly for the North Lin Wangfu in the Eastern Market. The visitors dismount at the entrance of the Wangfu, where they are escorted by guards to Xie Tingzhou's study. After a night of relentless travel, beads of sweat glisten on the forehead of the leading guard, who strides with purpose. "It is still the 5th watch. We fear disturbing His Highness's rest. We shall wait until he awakens to report." The leading guard states, "His Highness has been awake all along." The visitor, perplexed, almost inquires further when the guard adds, "He just returned from Zuoyuan Tower. He is yet to shake off the effects of alcohol. Is there some significant matter afoot in the capital?" The guard shakes his head. "Upon arrival, you may enter alone. The atmosphere in Qingpu residence is stifling. No one dares to approach too closely, fearful of incurring any mishaps." When the Imperial Guard announces his presence, Xie Tingzhou reclines against the couch, a dull ache at his temples, absently toying with a bottle of fine wound ointment. His murky gaze lost in thought. Having spent 2 days at Zuoyuan Tower, he is indeed slightly inebriated, yet his mind remains remarkably clear. The more he drinks, the more he comprehends his desires. He glances out the window and inquires, "What time is it?" "The 6th watch," the guard replies. Xie Tingzhou rubs his brow and instructs him to enter. The guard steps in to report that the mission has not been accomplished. As he recounts the events, he keenly observes Xie Tingzhou's expression, his heart heavy with apprehension. By the time we arrived, it was too late. Fortunately, the other villagers suffered no casualties. But the old man, at that moment, he was still clinging to life, and he requested me to convey a few words. The guard's mind drifts back to that scene. The old man lay in a pool of blood, gasping as he said, "Tell them not to blame themselves. I have lived alone for so many years, it has been long since I experienced such liveliness. I have long wished to reunite with my wife and children. I leave this world contentedly, yet there is one matter that weighs heavily on my heart." Just the day before, snow had fallen, and the fine golden bamboo outside the window bowed under the delicate weight of the snowflakes. Xie Tingzhou approaches the window, his breath momentarily catching in his throat. He had not anticipated that those fleeting days of ease would become the old man's fatal blade. "Is there anything else?" he asks evenly. The guard replies, "The old man asked me to convey a message to a person named Xiaoyu, but I do not know who that is." "Speak," Xie Tingzhou urges. The old man mentioned that although his house is modest, it serves as a shelter from the wind and rain. He bequeathed it to Xiaoyu, instructing that if there ever comes a day when Xiaoyu has nowhere to go, he should reside there. Furthermore, the old man entrusted me with his dog, requesting I find a suitable family for it. The guard finally relays the old man's words. "And the dog?" Xie Tingzhou inquires. The guard, avoiding eye contact, replies, "At the old man's request, I buried him beside his kin. As for the dog, I was uncertain of your highness's intentions, so I took the liberty of bringing it back. Xie Tingzhou absent-mindedly brushes the snow on the windowsill with his fingers and reflects, "You have done well." "And what shall be done with the dog?" the guard dares to ask. "Bring it here," Xie Tingzhou commands. The guard departs, having just reached the doorway when he suddenly calls out, "Wait." Xie Tingzhou reconsidered his decision and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Let Shifeng take the dog to Shiyu. In his yard, the fierce wolfhound would likely become a meal within the hour. Moreover, the dog was quite fearful of him, tucking its tail at his sight. Yet it would bound joyfully upon encountering Shiyu. As dawn broke, it cast a golden hue upon the snowy landscape. Xie Tingzhou attempted to compose a piece of calligraphy, but found himself unable to settle his mind. When he departed from the village, Shiyu had wept. And now with the news of his father-in-law's sudden demise, he could only imagine the depths of his sorrow. He could not deceive himself. His concern was palpable. Another hour passed before the study door swung open unexpectedly. Xie Tingzhou strode out, commanding, "There is no need to follow me." Shifeng halted, and a white feathered creature took flight from the eaves, circling overhead before diving down to perch upon a branch by the roadside. The branch trembled under its weight, shedding a flurry of snowflakes. The path leading to Looming Pavilion was quiet, with servants sweeping the ground, who immediately knelt upon his arrival. As he approached Looming Pavilion, the sounds of barking grew clearer, interspersed with the frantic scratching of paws against the door. Xie Tingzhou's expression hardened, and he quickened his pace, pushing open the courtyard gate, only to have the wolfhound burst forth. The dog, with its keen memory, recognized him instantly, circling around before dashing to a door, barking urgently. Xie Tingzhou sensed something amiss. The dog's fervent barking was met with silence from Shiyu. The door was ajar, allowing only a narrow passage where the dog had squeezed through. He flung the door wide open, sunlight spilling into the room and illuminating the figure on the bed, causing Xie Tingzhou's gaze to freeze. Throughout his journey, he had pondered how to confront him and grappled with the unsavory thoughts that had arisen within him. Despite his attempts at restraint, he still yearned for possession. Yet, he had not anticipated this sight. Shiyu lay on the bed, his cheeks flushed, lips pale and cracked. Xie Tingzhou reached out to touch his forehead, which burned with fever, softly calling, "Shiyu, Shiyu?" Shen, suffering from excruciating pain throughout his body, particularly his back, heard someone calling but could not open his eyes. Observing Shiyu's lips move, Xie Tingzhou leaned closer but heard no words, only the hot breaths that brushed against his ear. A teapot rested by the bedside, and he intended to pour a glass of water, only to find it empty. "Someone," Xie Tingzhou called out loudly. After a long pause, no response came from outside. His frustration mounting, he strode briskly to the courtyard. "Someone." The maid, who was tidying up, hastily discarded her broom and approached the courtyard. "Your Highness." Xie Tingzhou suppressed a growing fury. "Where are the attendants for Looming Pavilion?" The maid trembled as she replied, "In the past, Your Highness was away from the capital, so no servants were assigned to Looming Pavilion." Xie Tingzhou fell silent for a moment, instructing, "Summon the doctor, fetch a pot of water, and call Shifeng and Chang Lu to come." He returned to the room, where the wolfhound lay obediently by the bedside, lifting its head momentarily at the sound of footsteps before settling down again. Shiyu's breathing quickened, his forehead burning yet devoid of sweat. If an external injury is not properly addressed, it can easily lead to infection and fever. Having endured the lashings until now, he remained oblivious to how long he had been lying there alone. Xie Tingzhou stared at him in a daze, for the first time regretting the decision he had made. How could those 20 lashes have left him in such a state? He extended his hand, grasping the collar of the garment, and after a moment's hesitation, seemed to resolve himself to carefully pull it open. His shoulders were narrower, more delicate, and even paler than those of an ordinary man. As the fabric gradually slipped down to his waist, the scars on his back were fully revealed. The lacerations, a chaotic tapestry of wounds, crisscrossed his back. Yet there was a palm-sized gap in the center. Xie Tingzhou leaned in, puzzled, his gaze sweeping over the spine, only to suddenly freeze in place. Beneath that frail figure, the contours of the chest were accentuated, forming a pleasing curve on either side. Xie Tingzhou's mind erupted like thunder, a string in his consciousness snapping abruptly. His gaze shifted from that spot to Shiyu's face. After sharing the same bed for so long, he had never realized she was a woman. What then? Did his suffering and struggle over the past days amount to? Merely a farce, perhaps. The wall in his heart had begun to crumble. Ready to embrace that version of himself, yet reality had carved an entirely new path. In that moment, he was left uncertain whether to feel sorrow or joy. Chapter 58. Regret knock, knock, your highness, I have brought the water. Xie Tingzhou, roused from his reverie, called out, leave it at the door. And fetch a basin of warm water and a towel. Yes, replied the maid, her footsteps receding. Xie Tingzhou opened the door to fetch the water jug. Just as Xie Feng and Chang Lu entered the courtyard, casting a glance at the two, he uttered not a single word and shut the door behind him with a decisive motion. His gaze was ominous, prompting Xie Feng and Chang Lu to exchange glances and take their positions at the door. What is going on? Chang Lu whispered. Xie Feng, his face stern, replied, I have no idea. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Lu suggested, could it be that he regretted striking someone? The two locked eyes, finding some merit in this analysis. This is bad, Chang Lu remarked. You were the one who wielded the whip, right? Xie Feng remained impassive, stating, I did not carry out the act personally. But it was your command. It was His Highness's order. Chang Lu shook his head, saying, why don't you understand? How could His Highness be at fault? The blame must lie with us. Xie Feng fell silent, seemingly acquiescing to this notion. Then, shall we kneel? Chang Lu inquired. Xie Feng did not respond verbally, but his body betrayed him as he lifted his robe and knelt down straight. Xie Tingzhou poured half a cup of water, gently blowing on it before setting it aside to cool. The maid returned with the water and was startled to see the two kneeling at the door. Your Highness, the water has arrived. Xie Tingzhou raised his hand, lowering the bed curtain as he stepped inside. The maid, head bowed, dared not look around as she approached the bed, where the curtain obscured everything within. Have you summoned the doctor? Xie Tingzhou asked. I have, she replied. Very well, you may leave. The maid retreated, and outside, Xie Feng and Chang Lu exchanged astonished glances upon seeing her emerge alone. Chang Lu crawled a few steps forward, joining Xie Feng in a kneeling position, and quietly asked, with only His Highness and Shiryu inside, who is truly attending to whom? Xie Feng shot him a glare, admonishing him not to speculate recklessly. Aren't you curious? Xie Feng fixed his gaze ahead, pursing his lips in thought. Even if I were curious, I cannot simply enter to see. Within the room, Xie Tingzhou twisted a cloth, gently cleaning the area surrounding her wound. After tending to the injury and applying medicine, he hesitated to cover it with gauze, ultimately deciding against it, leaving it as is. He supported her to lean against his shoulder and offered her a few sips of water just as the doctor arrived. In the frigid winter, the doctor had hurried over, sweating profusely. She has whip marks on her back. The wounds have already been treated, Xie Tingzhou informed him. The doctor took her pulse and examined her complexion, saying, Your Highness, it appears she was injured and not treated properly. The snowfall the other day and the subsequent chill exacerbated her condition. I will prescribe some medicine. Once the fever subsides, she should recover. Xie Tingzhou nodded, his gaze falling upon Shiryu. Her face was petite, and her arms so slender they seemed fragile enough to break with a mere touch. How could such a frail body possess the strength to endure battles and endure until now? Xie Tingzhou could not deny the unfamiliar emotions stirring within him. On the bed, Shen Hao stirred, expressing her discomfort. In a moment of disorientation, she once again beheld the visage of Shen Zhong'an. The battlefield was engulfed in flames, with the corpses of the fallen forming a mountain. Countless arrows were embedded in his back, yet he persisted in wielding his spear, engaged in the fray. A Western Zhou warrior stealthily approached from behind him. Watch your back, Shen Hao cried out in alarm. Shen Zhong'an turned, shouting back at her, Run! Quickly! Run! You! Flee! A sob escaped Shen Yu's lips, a sound of despair. Xie Tingzhou leaned down to observe her. He noticed her clenched jaw and furrowed brow, as a single tear stealthily slipped from the corner of her eye. Xie Tingzhou brushed his fingers across her eye, exhaling a long breath. Chang Lu, kneeling by the door until his knees grew numb, muttered softly, Had I known His Highness would linger this long, I would not have accompanied you in kneeling. I was in no wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open, and Chang Lu quickly straightened into a rigid kneel. Xie Tingzhou casually shut the door behind him, coldly inquiring of Xie Feng, Did you not notice anything amiss when you brought the dog over? Xie Feng dared not lift his gaze, cold sweat suddenly beating at his neck. When I brought it, dawn had just broken, and Shiryu was responding from within. I thought he was merely waking, so I placed the dog in the courtyard. Xie Tingzhou sighed heavily and asked, How long until Zhangbo arrives? Xie Feng replied, He will not depart from Bailin until after the new year. It is estimated there are still about half a month left. Zhangbo was the steward of the Bailin Wangfu, and with Xie Tingzhou's arrival in the capital, he could not return as swiftly as before. The current emperor intended to retain him in the capital as a hostage, with no fixed date for his return. now that Xie Tingzhou resided in Shangjing. The original servants were insufficient. In recent days, various families had been contemplating sending people to the Wangfu, but one's own were still the most reliable. Zhong Bo and the servants came directly from Balin. Xie Tingzhou frowned, who currently manages the internal affairs of the Wangfu. It is the steward who remained behind, though he usually only oversees cleaning and maintenance. After His Highness returned to the capital, Chang Lu managed the daily affairs, came the reply. It is indeed I? Chang Lu interjected. Xie Tingzhou then asked, why has no maid been arranged for the Lu Ming pavilion? Chang Lu was momentarily at a loss, taking some time to comprehend. But he is a close guard. There has never been a reason to assign a maid to a close guard. Xifeng nudged him with his elbow, causing Chang Lu to nearly topple over. Xie Tingzhou cast a sidelong glance at the two before departing. Chang Lu, bewildered, exclaimed, I did not misspeak. Xifeng rose and brushed off his trousers. His Highness inquired not out of curiosity, but rather to remind you what needs to be done. Enlightened, Chang Lu sprang to his feet. I shall make arrangements at once. Just as he limped out of the courtyard, he nearly collided with the returning Xie Tingzhou. Xie Tingzhou disregarded him, striding to the front of the room, calling out, De Huang. De Huang lifted its head to glance at him, then lay back down. Xie Tingzhou approached, bending down, saying, come with me, do not disturb her. De Huang seemed to comprehend, following Xie Tingzhou. As the man and dog traversed the courtyard, a sudden, piercing cry echoed through the air. A white feathered creature swooped down, brushing past them, the wind ruffling Xie Tingzhou's hair, causing De Huang to shrink motionless beside his legs. The white feather settled upon the courtyard wall, its gaze fixed upon the golden retriever. Xie Tingzhou cast a fleeting glance at the dog before turning his attention back to the feather, softly uttering, do not disturb. This matter is not for you to influence. Xie Tingzhou had his own contemplations. She was still ailing, and the tumult of extreme sorrow or joy would serve no purpose in her recovery. Since Xifeng was unaware of the passing of her father when she brought the golden retriever, it would be wiser to delay the revelation, waiting until her health had improved before imparting the news of her father's demise. Chapter 59. Gradual Transformation. When Xin Yu awoke, she found a young girl, seemingly no more than 10 years old, by her side. Who are you? She inquired. The girl blinked and replied, my name is Arya, and I am here to take care of you. Would you like some water? Xin Yu was captivated by the girl's eyes, which were pure and bright, devoid of any deceit. Yes, Xin Yu said, propping herself up in bed, but inadvertently tugged at her back, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. The girl hurried over with a cup of water, admonishing, don't move too much. The doctor has seen you and said you need to rest well. The doctor? Xin Yu was startled and instinctively adjusted her collar. Yes, the girl said innocently. The maid found you burning with fever and informed Xifeng, who then called the doctor. He took your pulse and said you would be fine after a few days of medicine. With a hint of suspicion, Xin Yu asked, was there anything else besides taking my pulse? After a moment's thought, the girl replied, no. After taking your pulse, the doctor prescribed medicine and left. I've been here ever since. Arya had come with the instructions of Xie Tingzhou, relaying his words as directed. Xin Yu let out a sigh of relief and engaged in light conversation with Arya, but soon fatigue overcame her, and she lay on the bed, lost in thought. Noticing that it was already the 10th day of the new year, she recalled that on New Year's Eve, she had asked the shopkeeper at the clothing store to send a message to Shun Yin, requesting a private meeting. She wondered if Shun Yin had responded and resolved to find time to go out once she felt better. Originally, Chang Lu had intended to make amends by arranging for several maidservants to attend to Shi Yu, but upon mentioning it, Xie Tingzhou had promptly dismissed the idea. Arya, being personally selected by Xie Tingzhou, was young and straightforward, ensuring that no one would feel uncomfortable. Her presence was sufficient for managing Shi Yu's daily needs. Within Qingpu residence, Bai Yu stood at the windowsill, intently observing De Huang, who was quite clever and stayed close by Xie Tingzhou's side. Two tall guards flanked Xie Tingzhou, one named Xifeng and the other Chang Lu, while De Huang squatted at his feet, exuding an air of confidence. What has become of Lu Mingxian? This inquiry was not merely about Lu Mingxian, but rather about the individual residing within, a rather implicit question. Chang Lu exchanged glances with Xifeng and reported, she is much better now, her appetite has returned, and she gets along quite well with Arya. Xie Tingzhou held a teacup, his fingertips gliding along its rim. Of course, she seems to get along with everyone. Throughout her journey to the capital, she has not quarreled with anyone. Even the innkeeper greets her with a smile, as if she were naturally endearing. Pondering, Xie Tingzhou considered the names Shi and Shen Yu. The similarity between them was striking, with Shen Yu missing at the border. Shi Yu's appearance by his side prompted unwelcome associations. He set down the teacup and instructed, "Investigate this, Shen Yu." "Understood," Shi Feng replied. Chang Lu, cautiously interjecting, said, "I happen to know a bit about Miss Shen." Xie Tingzhou raised his gaze, intrigued. "How do you know?" Chang Lu responded, "I arrived in Shengjing earlier than you, and during my leisure time, I wandered the streets and heard quite a bit. I understand that the Shen family's young lady has a limp." "A limp?" Xie Tingzhou frowned slightly. Chang Lu nodded and continued, "Indeed, it is said that she was injured on the battlefield. Last year, the Prime Minister's household approached to propose a match for Jiang Linzhi. If it weren't for Lady Jiang discovering that she was a cripple, that union might have come to fruition." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Chang Lu affirmed with conviction. "This matter is known to nearly everyone in the capital. Ask any random person, and they would surely be aware." However, rumors later surfaced indicating that Jiang Linzhi personally clarified that it was not a matter of disdain for Miss Shen, but rather that she had declined the proposal herself. He even stated that if Miss Shen were to agree, he would gladly take her as his wife. You cannot fathom how many hearts that revelation shattered. Xie Tingzhou turned the cup in his hand, pondering if he had been mistaken about her. If it was not her, then who could it be? Li Jifeng, concerned for his dear friend, frequently visited the Wang residence whenever he found himself with leisure time. "It is indeed more comfortable here," he remarked as he reclined on the soft couch, breaking a piece of pastry into small bits to feed De Huang. Xie Tingzhou, engrossed in his official documents, replied without lifting his head, "Is there anywhere more comfortable than Zuiyan Tower?" "Naturally, there is no comparison." Li Jifeng tossed a piece to De Huang and added, "Zuiyan Tower is filled with delicate, soft-spoken ladies. Where did you find this dog? It's quite unsightly. I shall find you a more refined breed." De Huang whimpered, abandoning the pastry to nuzzle against Xie Tingzhou's leg. Xie Tingzhou glanced down and smiled. "It is no wonder he is fond of Shi Yu. The temperament is quite similar." "It understands," Xie Tingzhou remarked. "And so what if it does?" "It is, after all, just an animal," Li Jifeng retorted nonchalantly. Xie Tingzhou remained silent, finishing one document before moving on to the next. Li Jifeng, lost in thought, stared at him for a while before suddenly exclaiming, "I see you are in good spirits. How is it that you are not the same as the last time, drowning your sorrows in drink?" Before Xie Tingzhou could respond, Li Jifeng's eyes brightened. "Have you come to a realization? Or perhaps you have made progress?" Xie Tingzhou shot him a warning glance. Li Jifeng chuckled mischievously. "Chang Lu, dear." Chang Lu, who had been waiting by the door, peeked in. "Your Highness." Li Jifeng inquired, "What about the one in prison?" Chang Lu discreetly glanced at Xie Tingzhou and, seeing no displeasure, replied, "He has already been released." Li Jifeng's smile took on a deeper meaning. "Then bring him here. I did not get a good look that day." Xie Tingzhou set down his pen to regard him. "What do you wish to see him for?" "Rest assured, I have no interest in the same sex." "I shall not compete with you," Li Jifeng said with a sly tone. Chang Lu interjected, "Your Highness, that may not be feasible." "Why? Does Xie Yun wish to hide a beauty? Am I not even allowed to see?" "Not at all," Chang Lu waved his hand. "It is just that he is currently unable to get out of bed." Li Jifeng was struck as if by lightning, gesturing for Chang Lu to leave before stiffly turning to Xie Tingzhou. Clapping his hands, he exclaimed, "Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Xie Yun, once released from his confines, is formidable indeed. I thought him frail at first. Why did you not take care with him? Now he cannot even rise from bed. What a pity." Xie Tingzhou immediately sensed something amiss. It was not as you might imagine. Li Jifeng rose from his bed, slipped on his shoes, and playfully winked at him, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Xie Tingzhou tossed aside his brush and reclined in his chair, retorting, "The whip stings. Would you care to experience it?" Li Jifeng stood in shock, pointing at Xie Tingzhou, exclaiming, "I am your brother, and you would entertain the thought of whipping me? I truly did not expect you to be such a person. Your tastes are rather peculiar." Xie Tingzhou, already weary of explaining himself, called out, "Chang Lu, throw him out for me." Chapter 60. Taking the blame. Shen Yu lay in bed for 2 days. The physician was exceptionally skilled, and the wound ointment proved quite effective. After the fever subsided, the injuries on her back healed rapidly. The entire household was aware of her ordeal with the whip, and as she exited through the east gate, the doorkeeper cheerfully inquired about her recovery. No sooner had she stepped out than the doorkeeper hurried to Qingpu residence to relay the news. Shen Yu strolled through the streets as usual and then entered the ready-made clothing shop run by the Liu family. Upon seeing her, the shopkeeper promptly ushered her into the back room and closed the door, exclaiming, "Miss, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for several days." Shen Yu took a seat and inquired, "Has Miss Xin Yan replied to my letter?" The shopkeeper, a native-born servant of the Liu family, had been trained from a young age and assigned to various locations. This arrangement was beneficial for both parties. The servants were reliable, and their families remained within the Liu household, ensuring better control. The shopkeeper shook his head. "I delivered your letter to the second young lady on the 3rd day of the lunar month, but there has been no response. However, I do have news from Luozhou. It concerns the old lady and Miss Hong Qiao's correspondence. Quickly, let me see." Shen Yu extended her hand. The matriarch of the Liu family was indeed a legendary figure. Although the Liu family was wealthy in its day, it had not yet reached its current prominence. It was the old lady's singular efforts that propelled the family to its present status. With no sons of her own, she had only one daughter who had married far away. Later, the old lady adopted a son from the clan, hoping for support. This adopted cousin was several years older than Shen Yu. The Liu family possessed vast wealth, and even if some were distributed, it mattered little. The old lady had once stated that the majority would be reserved for Shen Yu and Xin Zhao. The shopkeeper produced the letters, and Shen Yu carefully opened her grandmother's, reading it in silence. The shopkeeper refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting her response. In her letter, her grandmother expressed how much she missed her and worried that her dear granddaughter was enduring too much hardship. She acknowledged Shen Yu's ambitions. Although her grandmother only wished for her safety and happiness, she would support her endeavors wholeheartedly. There was but one admonition: to take care of her health and avoid recklessness. Advising her to return to Luozhou if she could no longer endure, her grandmother would always be there for her. After finishing the letter from her grandmother, Shen Yu pouted, fighting back tears, and after a sniffle, she opened the letter from Hong Qiao. Hong Qiao had been in Luozhou for quite some time, diligently collecting information for Shen Yu while assisting the old lady. In her letter, she mentioned that the old lady's health had recently declined. Yet she forbade anyone from informing Shen Yu, fearing it would disrupt her plans and hinder her progress. Upon reading this, Shen Yu could no longer hold back her tears. The shopkeeper, sensing the moment, discreetly exited. Shen Yu found herself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to relinquish her hatred and cherish those who remained alive or to continue down this more arduous path. She pondered for a long while in her room, but could not find an answer. Before leaving, she entrusted the shopkeeper with letters for her grandmother and Hong Qiao, and also requested that he convey a message to Xin Yan. As Xie Tingzhou returned from his outing, he had not yet reached the entrance of Qingpu residence when he spotted someone standing straight at the doorway. He paused for a moment, then continued his stride, lowering his gaze upon her. "It is not your duty today. What brings you here?" Xin Yan nodded. "No, I have come to express my gratitude to your highness." As Xie Tingzhou stepped into the courtyard, Shen Yu instinctively followed, inquiring about the prince's whereabouts, having waited there for quite some time. The movements of her master were not matters a mere guard should be privy to, yet Xie Tingzhou did not admonish her, and naturally, Shi Feng behind her remained silent as well. From Shen Yu's tone, Xie Tingzhou discerned a hint of discontent. She had recently made a visit for the birthday celebration of the Grand Preceptor. Speaking of the Grand Preceptor, Shen Yu was reminded of Yu Wanqiu. The Yu family had produced 2 Grand Preceptors in succession. One was Yu Wanqiu's grandfather, the other her father. It was likely that Yu Wanqiu had already received news of her brother's demise. She wondered how she was faring now. With a thought, Shen Yu tentatively asked, "I have heard that the young lady of the Grand Preceptor's family possesses extraordinary beauty. Has the prince encountered her?" Suddenly, Xie Tingzhou halted and turned around. "What? Do you harbor feelings for Miss Yu?" "Of course not." Shen Yu chuckled awkwardly. "I merely wish to see what such extraordinary beauty looks like." Xie Tingzhou replied, "Mediocre." Upon entering the room, and with the maidservant bringing tea, Xie Tingzhou finally inquired, "What is it that warrants gratitude?" Shen Yu replied, "I thank His Highness for sparing my life." "Are you mocking me?" Xie Tingzhou lifted the teacup, after administering a beating that left one unable to rise from bed. "You thank me for sparing your life. Is that not mockery?" Shen Yu appeared puzzled and added, "I also appreciate your highness for finding a physician to treat my wounds and arranging a maid for me." Xie Tingzhou pressed her lips together slightly. "It was not me. You should thank Shi Feng." Shi Feng, standing at the doorway, raised a hand to indicate himself, a look of confusion on his face. Shen Yu cast a glance at Shi Feng, aware that he would not act without the prince's command. Xie Tingzhou chuckled lightly. He is not so powerless as to lack even that authority. Shi Feng, standing behind them, was exasperated, And when Shen Yu turned back for a second time, he solemnly stated, "Indeed, it was I." Regardless of whether Xie Yu believed it, he could not openly contradict the prince's wishes. When the time came to shoulder the blame, he, as the chief guard, must step forward. Xi Feng could not comprehend why, when it was a good deed, the prince would shift the responsibility onto him. Shen Yu's gaze flitted between the two, then she approached Xi Feng, asking, "When do you have a day off?" With a stiff resolve, Xi Feng answered, "Tomorrow." Shen Yu nodded. "Perfect. I shall treat you to a meal at the Shi Yu Pavilion in the city tomorrow." Xi Feng glanced at the prince, who was lazily reclining in his chair, observing him. "There is no need to treat us," he said, feeling a chill run down his spine. Who is being invited to dinner? At that moment, Chong Lu bounced in, exclaiming, "Why wasn't I called?" With a smile, Shen Yu replied, "You are also invited. Let us gather the brothers who are off duty tomorrow." Chong Lu, unaware of the previous conversation, cheerfully asked, "Will we be inviting the prince as well?" Shen Yu glanced at Xie Tingzhou, contemplating that if he were willing to grace them with his presence, Xie Yu would certainly welcome it. Xie Tingzhou merely nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying his attendance. As Shen Yu took a few steps toward the doorway, she suddenly halted. She yearned for someone to converse with. Once, it had been her father and elder brother, but now, they were no longer present. In the entirety of Xinjing, the person she had spent the most time with in her life was, surprisingly, Xie Tingzhou. Noticing her hesitation, Xie Tingzhou set down his teacup and inquired if there was something amiss. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yu summoned her courage to turn around. Casting a fleeting glance at Xi Feng and Chong Lu, Xie Tingzhou understood her unspoken intent. Gesturing for Xi Feng and Chong Lu to withdraw, while discreetly closing the door behind them. "Please, have a seat," Xie Tingzhou said. Shen Yu, feeling no need for formality, took her place opposite him. Their interactions invariably evoked memories of their shared journey. In the absence of guards and maids, he resembled the frail, dependent Xie Tingzhou who had relied on her for everything. Yet, whenever others were present, he transformed into the elevated, formidable, and unyielding crown prince of Balin. Xie Tingzhou was aware that she had something to express, and rather than pressuring her, he casually picked up a book to read. "You mentioned I could be more at ease when there are no outsiders. Is that truly the case?" he remarked, casting her a sidelong glance. "I am curious to see just how at ease you can be." Chapter 61. The Circle of Restrictions. After a considerable pause, Shen Yu finally spoke. "Today, I ventured outside." Aware that her actions could not escape Xie Tingzhou's scrutiny, she opted for candidness. "Indeed," Xie Tingzhou replied softly, refraining from inquiring further about her whereabouts or whom she had encountered. Shen Yu fixated on the table, her thoughts spiraling into self-doubt. Xie Tingzhou lifted his gaze from his book. "Why do you feel this way?" With a hint of melancholy, Shen Yu lowered her head, confessing, "There are numerous matters I still need to attend to. I'm afraid that by undertaking this task, I may neglect others, leaving me uncertain whether my decisions are right or wrong. I fear I may not have enough time to be with my grandmother, and, even more, dread failing at both." Xie Tingzhou regarded her, the shadows cast by her long lashes softly framing her eyes. "By your standards, what constitutes right and wrong?" Shen Yu shook her head. "I do not know." Her uncertainty stemmed from a fear of making mistakes. After a brief pause, Xie Tingzhou continued, "If you're unsure, how can you label your actions as erroneous after they are taken?" Caught off guard by his question, Shen Yu raised her gaze to meet his. Xie Tingzhou averted her expectant look and, with impartiality, remarked, "Do not dwell on the dichotomy of right and wrong in this life. Refrain from speaking of worldly judgments." He turned his attention to the window, adding, "Moreover, many matters lack a clear right or wrong. Instead, seek to act with a clear conscience." "A clear conscience?" Shen Yu echoed softly. Indeed, in her previous life, she had been consumed by guilt as her father and brother perished at the frontier, bearing the weight of infamy. Night after night, she had tormented herself over her helplessness. Now, the heavens had granted her a second chance. Though she could not resurrect them, she could ensure their departure was untainted and make those who wronged them pay dearly. "I understand now," Shen Yu suddenly beamed. "As long as I act with a clear conscience." The gloom that once clouded her brow dissipated, her smile radiant enough to momentarily dazzle Xie Tingzhou, who turned his face away. In a grand gesture, the following day, Shen Yu rented an entire floor of the Shi Pavilion. Xie Tingzhou's silence implied consent. Thus, many from the Wang residence attended, including Arya. Having returned from Yinyang Pass, the atmosphere was unusually relaxed, and several revelers drank to excess. Though Shen Yu had yet to fully recover, Xi Feng ensured that no one dared to press her to drink. Xi Feng herself refrained from overindulging. carrying the inebriated Chang Lu back while preparing to report to Xie Tingzhou. Xie Tingzhou sat alone beneath the eaves of the adjacent courtyard, tearing meat to feed the white feathered bird at his feet, where Da Huang lay sprawled. Da Huang refused to consume raw meat, ignoring the morsels offered, while the proud white bird paid it no mind. Ever since Da Huang's arrival, Song had been confined to a cage, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Hearing footsteps, Xie Tingzhou did not turn, simply asking, "Have they returned?" "They have," Shifeng replied. "A few brothers drank too much, and Chang Lu is also quite intoxicated. I restrained Yu, so he didn't drink excessively." Xie Tingzhou tossed a piece of meat into the air, the white bird soared, retrieving it before it touched the ground and swallowing it whole while perched on the railing. Shifeng continued. "The emperor summoned his highness to the palace for the morning court session, which may not bode well." Shifeng picked up the cloth from the tray beside him and offered it. Xie Tingzhou accepted it, leisurely wiping his fingers. What else could he do? At 15. If he did not take action now, there would be no reason to keep me in Shengjing. Tomorrow would merely bring another pretext for departure. The Fengtian Palace towered majestically, its eaves adorned with two golden dragons seemingly poised for flight, while the crimson pillars supporting the roof were intricately entwined with dragons. Xie Tingzhou was summoned to the palace. Standing for the first time among a throng of ministers in the Fengtian Palace during court assembly, Emperor Tangshu sat upon his throne, and the heir apparent, Lin, had rendered great service by defending Yanliang Pass and saving countless lives, thus deserving of ample reward. Xie Tingzhou bowed his head and humbly replied, "Your Majesty overpraises me. Driving away the Tartars is my duty, and I dare not claim credit for it." The emperor smiled, his eyes sharp. When it came to rewards, mere gold and silver trinkets seemed insufficient for the prosperous Lin. "After much deliberation with the cabinet, I have decided to bestow upon you a leisurely position. What do you think?" Silence enveloped the hall. A pin drop could be heard. Xie Tingzhou had no real choice. He could not be himself at this moment, but rather the harmless scion in the eyes of others. He raised his head and suddenly smiled. "Your Majesty, may I inquire, what rank does the position of commandant hold?" His words, perhaps a tad presumptuous, melted the icy glare in the emperor's eyes, who pointed at Xie Tingzhou and laughed heartily. "This lad is only concerned about rank. What? Will you be dissatisfied with a lowly title?" Xie Tingzhou's gaze shifted around the hall, landing on one individual. "How does his rank compare to mine?" Jiang Linzhi stepped forward. "I am the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Revenue, holding the third rank, and the commandant's position is equivalent to mine." Xie Tingzhou nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied. "Then I thank your Majesty for your kindness. Shengjing's splendor is captivating, yet my father has sent a letter urging my return to Lin. I was at a loss for a reason to decline. Your Majesty has alleviated my pressing dilemma." Emperor Tangshu laughed heartily. "Perfect. Issue the decree." After the court session concluded and they exited the Fengtian Palace, officials lined up to offer their congratulations. One remarked, "Henceforth, as we serve together, should we continue to call you the Crown Prince or Commandant Xie?" Xie Tingzhou smiled and engaged with the others. "It is merely a title. Feel free to refer to me as you wish." Lin was too powerful, and the emperor harbored fears of confining the prince of the vassal state as a hostage in the capital. It was merely a matter of issuing a decree. Without an official position, it would be unreasonable for the emperor to retain him in the capital. This circuitous route to appoint him to a nominal post was simply the emperor's way of maintaining appearances, wanting to establish himself as a wise ruler. As the Fengtian Palace receded behind Xie Tingzhou, he treaded upon the bluestone slabs, each step growing heavier. He was thoroughly vexed by this place. "Your Highness, please wait." Xie Tingzhou paused and turned to see someone hastily approaching, clad in a resplendent peacock-patterned official robe. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Lord Jiang?" Jiang Linzhi approached him. "There are matters I wish to consult your Highness about. Is it official or personal?" "Personal. What personal matters could I possibly have with Lord Jiang?" Xie Tingzhou replied. Lifting his foot to depart, Jiang Lian pursued him, inquiring whether the young master had encountered a woman on the battlefield upon his return from Yanliang Pass. It was Shun General's daughter, Shen Hao. Once again, it was Shen Hao. Xie Tingzhou momentarily slowed his pace, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian continued, "To be frank with you, young master, the daughter of General Shen is the one whom I hold in deep affection. I have heard that she ventured to the battlefield. Yet she remains elusive, neither seen alive nor found in death." "Lord Jiang," Xie Tingzhou interjected, coming to a halt, "do you understand why one might not find a corpse?" Jiang Lian's expression turned quizzical, eager for further elucidation. Xie Tingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, because there are too many bodies, as far as the eye can see. One is met with the fallen soldiers. Some are frozen together, while others have been trampled beyond recognition. So, I ask you, why would one be unable to find her? It is merely a matter of not being able to recognize her, as they are all heaped together and burned. In an instant, Jiang Linzhi's face turned ashen, and Xie Tingzhou had already swept away, his sleeves billowing behind him. Chapter 62. Persuasion. With a resounding thud, Chang Lu forcefully knocked on the courtyard door. Arya rushed over, and as soon as she opened it, Chang Lu squeezed inside and inquired, "Where's Shiryu?" Arya tilted her head to look at him and replied, "She's inside." Chang Lu dashed into the room, where he found Shunyu lounging on the couch. Engrossed in a book, he seized her arm and insisted, "Come with me." "Where to?" Shunyu asked as he pulled her to her feet. "To Qingpu residence." "But I am not on duty today," Shunyu protested. Chang Lu, in a flurry of urgency, stubbornly dragged her out, asserting, "You are on duty. Shifeng just called for you." "Then wait a moment," Shunyu retorted, breaking free from his grasp to retrieve a knife from the table before finally following him out. At the entrance of Qingpu residence stood Shifeng, flanked by a group of guards, each wearing a solemn expression, as if they were witnessing a beloved's betrayal. "What has transpired?" Shifeng inquired gravely. "His Highness has not eaten a morsel since he left the palace yesterday," one of the guards replied. Shunyu mused to herself that one could survive a day without food, but what next? Shifeng pursed his lips and added, "We were all driven out when we tried to enter. Then why summon me?" Shunyu instinctively questioned. Shifeng thrust a food box into her hands, stating curtly, "You deliver it. Why must it be me?" Shunyu raised her voice in protest. "No particular reason," Shifeng replied stiffly. Chang Lu had already opened the courtyard door, and the two worked in concert. Shifeng swiftly pushed Shiryu inside, and Chang Lu promptly closed the door behind them. Shunyu barely regained her footing as the door clicked shut. She stared at the door for a moment, realizing that the previous feast had not garnered her any allies. When faced with difficulty, they had unhesitatingly cast her aside. What a way to be treated. Sighing resignedly, Shunyu grasped the food box and made her way toward the study. Finding it empty, she proceeded to Xie Tingzhou's bedroom. The window was ajar, and the door slightly open. Peering through the crack, she caught sight of Xie Tingzhou reclining on his usual low couch, his hand resting on his brow, seemingly lost in slumber. Shunyu knocked on the door and waited a moment, but no sound came from within. She knocked again, this time with more insistence. "Who permitted you to enter?" "Leave," came a cold command from the room. Shunyu, somewhat disgruntled, replied, "Oh." Inside, Xie Tingzhou slowly opened his eyes. As Shunyu turned to leave, clutching the food box, she was in no rush. After all, it was not her hunger she was concerned about. Just as she took a few steps, the door behind her swung open. Turning back, she saw Xie Tingzhou, his dark hair cascading over his shoulders, propping himself against the doorframe. "Where are you going?" he asked. Shunyu returned, explaining, "Chang Lu sent me with food. Since you are awake now, do eat. Everyone outside is quite anxious." She was not particularly anxious herself. After all, a grown man could endure a few missed meals. During the time at Yinliang Pass, who among the soldiers had not gone days without food and still persevered? Entering the room, Shunyu set the dishes on the table while Xie Tingzhou remained rooted in place. "Come eat. It will get cold," she urged. Xie Tingzhou walked over and took a seat, but the northern cuisine laid before him held little appeal at that moment. Shunyu pondered that Xie Tingzhou must have been subjected to strict discipline in his youth, adhering to the principle of silence during meals, only putting down his chopsticks after consuming half a bowl. The stove in the bedroom had long since gone cold, and the atmosphere was frigid both inside and out, causing Xie Tingzhou's ivory-like fingers to turn red from the chill. He was accustomed to enduring discomfort, a fact Shunyu was well aware of. As he observed her busily tending to the stove, searching for coal, she exhibited an air of sophistication. The calluses on her hands were the result of martial training, and her method of kindling the fire was rather clumsy, suggesting she was not accustomed to such labor. Her background appeared to be quite distinguished, not from humble origins. Yet, who was she truly? Xie Tingzhou contemplated. "Come sit closer," Shunyu beckoned. Xie Tingzhou remained still. Today he resembled a hollow shell, devoid of joy or sorrow. In the years to follow, 1, 3, 5, or even 10, he might find himself ensnared within this imperial city. Shunyu leaned over the table to observe him and softly remarked, "I understand your feelings. It will get better in a few days." Xie Tingzhou was somewhat taken aback. "What do you understand?" "Of course I understand." Shunyu replied with a knowing nod, her expression one of profound enlightenment. It's akin to serving time in prison. The initial days are always uncomfortable, but eventually, one becomes accustomed to it. Indeed, it was much like imprisonment. It was merely a larger confinement, the entirety of Shengjing, accompanied by an illusory position of apparent grandeur that served as a true shackle. Xie Tingzhou gazed at her. You possess a remarkable talent for metaphor. Shen Yu took it as a compliment, responding nonchalantly, it's not so bad. Xie Tingzhou suddenly smiled. I have never been imprisoned. I imagine the food in the Zhao prison is not as lavish as this. Shen Yu replied with a hint of melancholy, I have never tasted it either. But once I have, I shall return and describe the flavor to you. Xie Tingzhou recalled that the case at Yanliang Pass was currently under investigation and would soon reach her. In a few days, the Ministry of Justice will summon you for questioning. Have you thought carefully about how to respond? Of course, I will speak the truth, Shen Yu said, rubbing her shoulder where the whip marks still throbbed. She jested, I shall certainly tell them exactly what I told you, striving to avoid any punishment. The lash is quite painful. Understanding her implication, Xie Tingzhou pressed his lips together. That beating was not in vain. He added, rest assured. No one from the Ministry of Justice will harm you. At this juncture, silence enveloped the room once more. Shen Yu contemplated, her gaze descending to the dagger at her waist. This was the very blade she had taken from Xie Tingzhou's carriage during a moment of peril. Being an aficionado of blades, she had been reluctant to part with it, even having procured a sheath for it. Xie Tingzhou did not urge her, she feigned ignorance. For the dagger was ultimately a means of protection for him, Xie Tingzhou. After a moment's hesitation, she removed the dagger from her waist. Xie Tingzhou watched as she placed the blade on the table and gently pushed it toward him. What are you doing? He inquired. Shen Yu remained silent, turning slightly to offer him only a profile view. Xie Tingzhou furrowed his brow, realizing she was clearly reluctant to part with it, having seen her caress the blade before pushing it away. What was she? Xie Tingzhou gazed at her slightly awkward profile, and in that instant, a vague thought suddenly emerged. Was she attempting to comfort him? She noticed his disheartened mood and endeavored to console him, having likely never comforted anyone before. She clumsily presented her most cherished possession to him, akin to a child offering their favorite candy. The knife she had previously hesitated to part with was now willingly given, for his unhappiness weighed heavily on her heart. A sudden wave of tenderness washed over Xie Tingzhou. His fingertips brushed against the scabbard as he softly declared, I shall accept it. Shen Yu cast a furtive glance in his direction, awkwardly responding, this has always been yours. Chapter 63. You cannot retrieve a complete her. A few days later, the officials from the Dali Temple came to summon a person. Upon arriving at the gate of the Wang residence, the Dali Temple officials displayed their credentials, and the guards welcomed them into the hall. The dignitaries were invited to sip tea while awaiting the prince's arrival. The leader of the Dali Temple delegation, Zuozong, had been promoted to the position of deputy minister of Dali Temple 2 years prior. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the tea, stating that they would take the person directly and asked for someone to guide them. Although the Dali Temple sought to take someone from the Wang residence, they had to maintain a faade of respect. Thus, they sent the deputy minister Zuozong to represent them. The guard replied, I'm afraid that's not feasible. The individual you wish to summon is currently a personal guard of the prince, and without his consent, no one can take him from the Wang residence. The Dali Temple officials exchanged knowing glances, understanding that they could not evade the established procedures. In terms of rank, he was the crown prince of Balan, destined to become the future king, while Xie Tingzhou currently held the position of deputy commander, a rank that inherently commanded respect. From any perspective, he was not someone to offend. Moreover, the prince's temperament was unpredictable, known only through hearsay, and it was clear that he was not an easy adversary. After considerable thought, Zuozong concluded that it would be inappropriate to trouble the prince to meet them. Instead, he would go to pay his respects to the prince himself. The guard led him to Qingpu residence, and after a brief consultation, they were permitted to enter. As Zuozong stepped into the courtyard, a shadow leaped down from a tree, agile and poised. Upon recognizing the creature, Zuozong instinctively took 2 steps back, his thumb pressing against the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Xie Tingzhou stood leisurely beneath the eaves and remarked, There's no need to be alarmed, gentlemen, it is merely a pet. Who keeps a leopard as a pet? Zuozong felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Song, the black leopard, prowled around the group, its light golden eyes surveying them with an air of menace. Your Highness, Zuozong stated firmly, I am Zuozong, here to summon. Suddenly, Song arched its back and let out a growl, a sound unique to leopards. Zuozong was interrupted, leaping back a step and swiftly drawing his sword. The other officials accompanying him followed suit, and the guards of the Wang residence unsheathed their swords in unison, creating an atmosphere that threatened to spiral out of control. Xie Tingzhou handed the plate of white feathers to another person, squinting slightly, and said, "Zuozong, are you intending to draw your sword in my Wang residence?" Zuozong felt wronged. With the black leopard watching intently, he dared not even sheath his sword. "Your Highness has misunderstood. The prince's pet is indeed formidable," Zuozong stammered, beads of sweat soaking his back, feeling the overwhelming pressure from the presence of both the man and the beast. Xie Tingzhou chuckled softly as Tsang scrutinized the group for a moment before returning to his side. Xie Tingzhou then asked, "Gentlemen, you have yet to explain the purpose of your visit." Zuozong, initially dispatched on imperial orders to handle official matters, found himself cowed and unable to present his case. The matter of the Sanxi trial concerning Yin Liangguan requires the prince's personal guard to visit the Dali temple for questioning. "Oh, an official matter," Xie Tingzhou nodded. "And where is the documentation?" Zuozong was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, and after a brief pause, he replied, "Shiryu is not a criminal, therefore no arrest warrant has been issued." Xie Tingzhou remarked, "With so many individuals accompanying you, I presumed you were here to apprehend a notorious figure of the court." Zuozong felt a surge of indignation, his expression darkening. "We are merely performing our duties. I hope the young master will not make things difficult for us. Do not attempt to label me unjustly." Xie Tingzhou's voice was icy. "If you are executing your duties, you ought to present the proper documentation. How dare you seek leniency from me without following the protocol?" Zuozong gritted his teeth. After all, he was a deputy minister of the Supreme Court, a third-rank official, and he had never been scolded so brazenly, especially in front of his subordinates. "If I return to fetch the warrant, will His Highness release the individual?" "That is only natural," Zuozong replied, clasping his fists and departing with a flourish. After a short while, he returned, this time bearing the necessary documentation. Upon reviewing the papers, Xie Tingzhou smiled and remarked, "If only you had done this sooner, Zuodarin." He then beckoned for Shiryu to approach. Zuozong, with a respectful gesture, insisted, "There is no need for trouble. Simply lead us there." Xie Tingzhou ignored him, and the guards continued without pausing in their stride, leaving Zuozong once again in a predicament. Shortly after, Xinyu arrived, accompanied by the guards. Xie Tingzhou observed her from beneath the eaves and said, "The officials from the Supreme Court have come to summon you for questioning. Please accompany them." Xinyu nodded in agreement. Xie Tingzhou added, "There is no cause for concern. I shall personally come to retrieve you before nightfall." Xinyu looked at him, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Zuozong interjected, "It is already noon, and the testimonies are incomplete." Xie Tingzhou stepped forward. "Is that not clear enough?" Zuozong's face turned ashen. He understood Xie Tingzhou's unspoken message. Questioning was permissible, but no torture was to occur. His personal retrieval of the individual indicated his intention to ensure that the person remained unharmed. The officials from the Supreme Court left in a huff, taking Shiryu with them. As the courtyard gate closed, Xie Tingzhou turned to enter the house. Shifeng followed closely, stating, "I can send someone to retrieve Shiryu. There is no need for you to make the trip." Xie Tingzhou replied coolly, "You cannot bring back Shiryu in one piece." The Supreme Court was a perilous place. Once a case was involved, one would either face death or severe punishment. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on personally retrieving her. Shifeng understood and nodded. Today's events have surely soured relations with Zuozong. "I intend to make him my dog," Xie Tingzhou remarked. Shifeng, puzzled, replied, "But he is a subordinate of Lu Cheng. If your Highness wishes to win him over, why then make things difficult for him today?" Xie Tingzhou settled into a chair, declaring, "Zuozong is a dog that cannot be tamed. Lu Cheng has failed to train him over the years. Such a person only values personal gain and will snap at anyone. It is better to let him know who he cannot provoke. He is a clever man, and today was merely a demonstration of authority." Despite Xie Tingzhou's explanation, Shifeng remained confused. "Forgive my ignorance, but if he remains unyielding, might he retaliate and vent his frustrations upon Shiryu?" Xie Tingzhou lifted his teacup. "Otherwise, why would I insist on personally retrieving her?" Xinyu visited the Dali temple, and though Zuozong refrained from shackling her, his expression remained exceedingly grim throughout their journey. The prison official, trailing behind him, was indignant on Zuozong's behalf, lamenting that as a fellow official of the same rank, he should not be subjected to such disdain by Zuozong. Zuozong's countenance grew even darker, and he paid no heed to the prison official. The latter, attempting to curry favor, remarked that the other individual merely relied on his lineage to secure a position, and could not be compared to one who had ascended through sheer effort. Suddenly, Zhuozong halted, pivoted, and delivered a swift kick to the prison official, exclaiming, "I have crawled my way up. He, as the Northern Prince, is destined to occupy a lofty perch. Are you fanning the flames before me in hopes of provoking a rift between us, or do you wish for me to eliminate him?" The prison official, clutching his chest, promptly knelt and implored, "My lord, you have wronged me. I merely sought to advocate for you." With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, Zhuozong departed. Chapter 64. The Dali Temple Prison. Those detained at the Dali Temple are typically confined within the darkest of cells, and as Xie Yu's identity remains undisclosed, she can only serve as a witness. The Dali Temple's prison is dimly lit, adorned with various blood-stained instruments of torture. Those with even a slight wavering of willpower often find their mental defenses shattered before the trial begins. You claim that Shen Zhongyan sent 3 urgent reports to Xinjiang. Where is the evidence? Shen Yu replied with composure, "There must be records of the couriers at the relay stations on the route to the capital. The source can be traced with a simple inquiry." The scribe swiftly recorded her words in the case files. Zhuozong remarked, "How could a mere soldier without an official post know about urgent reports?" Shen Yu explained, "Before the battle at Yanliang Pass, it was indeed unknown. However, when Liang Jianfang closed his doors intending to starve the army, by the time General Shun sent the 3rd report, he was already at his wit's end. Many within the ranks were aware that in the face of life and death, urgent reports were no longer secrets, but rather a glimmer of hope for the soldiers." Zhuozong regarded her with caution. The youth before him appeared to be merely 16 or 17, with eyes that held a mixture of aimlessness and sharpness. Yet throughout the exchange, her thoughts remained clear and her demeanor extraordinarily calm, revealing a formidable presence not to be underestimated. Given that Xie Yun valued her so highly as to come personally for her, she must possess exceptional qualities. The interrogation continued from the afternoon well into the night. The Dali Temple lacked dedicated quarters for witnesses, so Zhuozong could only assign her to the prison itself. The Dali Temple deals with major cases, and those brought here are either heinous criminals or high-ranking officials who have fallen from grace. The conditions of the cells vary. Those awaiting trial with prospects of redemption are afforded better accommodations. Considering the gravity of the Yanliang Pass case, and despite his irritation with Xie Tingzhou, Zhuozong could not allow personal grievances to dictate the placement of Shen Yu in the lowest of cells. As the night deepened and the drum sounded for the 4th round, the patrolling prison officer completed his final inspection of the cells before switching to a rotation of once every hour. The officer glanced into Xie Yu's cell and observed her lying on her side, back turned to the door, softly snoring as if lost in a deep slumber. As the officer's footsteps faded, after a while, Shen Yu suddenly opened her eyes. The cell to her left was empty, while the occupant of the right cell snored thunderously. With great care, she approached the cell door, observing for a moment before retrieving a slender iron wire from her boot to pick the lock. She crouched down, maneuvering the wire within the lock, and with a barely audible click, it yielded. The door was secured with an iron chain, which would clank if disturbed. She removed her outer garment to wrap the chain, slowly opening the door and glancing about the corridor before venturing deeper into the Dali Temple prison. Liang Jianfang was fast asleep. Since his return from Yanliang Pass, he had been imprisoned within the Dali Temple, yet he showed no signs of fear. Able to eat and drink as usual, Shen Yu stood before the wooden bed, gazing down at the slumbering Liang Jianfang. It was this man who had closed his doors, leading to the demise of 100,000 troops and the death of her father and brothers. With her adversary before her, her heart screamed to flay him alive, to shred him into pieces, yet she could only suppress the seething hatred that threatened to erupt. Reason whispered to her that this was not enough. How could the life of a single individual outweigh that of 100,000 soldiers, especially when the unseen puppeteer behind him has yet to emerge? Shen Yu raised her foot and kicked Liang Jianfang, who lay upon the wooden bed. Liang Jianfang had long grown accustomed to being awakened in the dead of night by the prison guards, who would interrogate him when his weariness rendered him most vulnerable. Assuming it was merely another guard, he slowly rose, only to be startled into silence upon realizing that the figure before him was not clad in the typical prison uniform. As he opened his mouth to scream, Shen Yu swiftly stuffed a rag into his mouth, whispering, "If you make a sound, you will lose your life. Tell me, who is quicker, the guard or I, in taking your life?" Liang Jianfang's eyes widened. Though his hands were unbound, he dared not remove the cloth from his mouth. Shen Yu regarded him with a cold stare. "I ask you, regarding the Yanliang Pass incident, who directed you?" The figure before him stood in shadow, and Liang Jianfang could not discern their features. Shen Yu produced a dagger, twirling it in her hand. I will count to 3. Should you fail to formulate a response, I have no qualms about reminding you. 1. Liang Jianfang, a man terrified of death, did not wait for the second count and hastily removed the cloth from his mouth. I will speak. I will speak. Shen Yu lifted her chin slightly, prompting him to continue. It is the Prime Minister, Lord Jiang. Shen Yu furrowed her brow. The Prime Minister? Jiang Yuanqing? Liang Jianfang nodded earnestly. Do not kill me. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their sources. I am merely a pawn, executing the directives of those above me. Shen Yu pondered for a moment. Did you not express the same during your prior confession? Indeed. Shen Yu smirked coldly. Then enlighten me. What was Jiang Yuanqing's motive in instructing you to act thus? Liang Jianfang stuttered. Lord Jiang and General Shen have a history. As for the specifics, I am unaware. Unaware. You say? Allow me to enlighten you, Shen Yu declared, pressing the dagger to Liang Jianfang's throat, leaning in closer. That is, there is no history. Drawing nearer. Liang Jianfang suddenly recognized the visage before him. This individual had been seen in the ranks of Shun Zhongmen's army, always shadowing Shen Hao. Shen Yu did not overlook the flicker of realization in Liang Jianfang's eyes, a subconscious search for escape when lies are unveiled. With a slight upward motion of her dagger, Liang Jianfang was compelled to lift his chin. You have one more chance to answer anew. I desire the truth. Liang Jianfang dared not move. I truly did not lie. Incorrect, Shen Yu replied with a smile. From her expression, Liang Jianfang discerned danger. His pupils dilated as he could not react in time before she struck a pressure point, forcing the cloth back into his mouth. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his leg. Liang Jianfang's eyes widened in shock, a muffled roar escaping his lips. Shen Yu spoke. Is it worth it? Your backers wish for your demise, yet you shield them, even attempting to implicate others on their behalf. Liang Jianfang immediately sought to defame Jiang Yuanqing. But had Shen Yu not married Jiang Linzhi in her previous life and possessed some understanding of Jiang Yuanqing, she might have been deceived. Jiang Yuanqing was one of the few virtuous souls in the Jiang family. In her past life, when her family faced wrongful accusations, Jiang Yuanqing had been the first to stand in defense of Shun Zhongmen, asserting that he was not the sort to seek glory through reckless ambition. It can be said that Emperor Tangshu ultimately refrained from issuing a decree to punish the Shen family, largely due to the influence of Jiang Yuanqing. Later, when she married into the Jiang family, Jiang Yuanqing had once spoken with her, assuring her that she could reside comfortably within the Jiang household, as they would not allow the descendants of loyal subjects to feel disheartened. Regrettably, she ultimately found her heart growing cold due to Jiang Lian's indifference. Shen Yu coldly remarked, Do you know why you are being escorted back to Shenjing via an indirect route, rather than taking the shortcut? Liang Jianfang, feeling a throbbing pain in his head, concentrated intently on her words. It is because the person you wish to protect is constantly contemplating ways to eliminate you. Chapter 65. Who holds the power? Liang Jianfang experienced a fleeting moment of hesitation, enduring the pain as he clenched his teeth in silence. Shen Yu inquired, Your substitute has been escorted back to the capital by the Qingyan Guard. Do you know his current fate? Liang Jianfang fixed his gaze upon him. He did not survive to reach Yian. At Longjing Peak in Huitang County, he was crushed into a pulp by falling stones, with the other party employing over 100 assassins. Shen Yu paused momentarily before asking, Tell me, how desperate is your master to see you dead? Liang Jianfang's eyes nearly bulged with rage as Shen Yu removed the cloth from his mouth. No, it cannot be. Liang Jianfang refused to believe it. You doubt it, Shen Yu retorted. Did no one inform you of this matter while you were confined in the Wang residence? From Liang Jianfang's expression, Shen Yu discerned that someone had indeed told him, but he must have dismissed it, thinking that Xie Tingzhou was merely attempting to deceive him. Yet now, the same words spoken by different individuals would yield varying effects. She could perceive Liang Jianfang's wavering resolve, yet she understood he would not be swayed at this moment. Shen Yu stated, Whether you believe it or not, within 3 days, someone will come to take your life. She took a couple of steps back and added softly, Of course, you do not believe me now. How about we make a wager? If you are still alive after 3 days, I shall grant you a chance to live, provided that I learn the truth. With that, Shen Yu exited, leaving Liang Jianfang to ponder for a moment before suddenly pounding on the door, shouting, Someone! Someone! The night watchman was roused from slumber by the commotion and approached with irritation, asking, What are you shouting about at this hour? Someone has infiltrated. Liang Jianfang replied anxiously, They just attacked me. The guard, having stood watch at the door and seen no one enter or exit, chuckled and asked, And where is this assailant? They fled. Liang Jianfang replied. What of your wounds? He began to inspect his robe and leg, which had previously throbbed with pain from a cut. Yet now, to his astonishment, there was no trace of injury. The guard dismissed him as merely speaking in his sleep, saying, You cannot escape your death by feigning madness. The very mention of death struck fear into Liang Jianfang's heart. His steadfast refusal to reveal his accomplice stemmed from a promise of survival. At worst, he would face exile. And the specifics of that exile were entirely contingent upon that individual. I am not feigning madness, Liang Jianfang insisted. I have seen that person in Shen Zhongmen's army. He seems to be one of Shen Zhao's guards. The guard's drowsiness evaporated instantly, and he hurriedly made his way to the cell where Shi Yu was held. Upon finding the prisoner still snoring, the guard checked the lock on the door, confirming it was secure and had not been tampered with. In the dead of night, a tall figure stealthily emerged from the Dali Temple prison, taking a convoluted route to the residence of a certain dignitary in the Eastern Market. The following evening, Shen Yu exited the Dali Temple. A carriage awaited her at the entrance, accompanied by several sedan chairs belonging to officials conducting business. As Shen Yu descended the steps, Chang Lu promptly leaped down from the carriage's shaft. Shi Yu, he greeted her. Shen Yu smiled and replied, You need not trouble yourself to fetch me. I can return on my own. Chang Lu chuckled. It is not I who is troubled. Shen Yu detected the underlying implication and climbed into the carriage, lifting the curtain to enter. The regulations within startled her. She hardly believed herself to be of such significance. The exterior of the carriage appeared fine, yet the interior was excessively opulent. Lifting the curtain once more, she beheld a layer of soft white fur lining the vehicle, and after spending a night in confinement, she feared to soil it. How did you manage to come out? Chang Lu inquired. Life is cheap, Shen Yu replied, seated beside Chang Lu on the carriage's yoke. I cannot dare to sit in such a fine carriage. It feels as though it is meant to escort me away. Chang Lu chuckled. Let us be off. There's no rush, Chang Lu remarked. The prince has yet to emerge. Shen Yu was taken aback. The prince is here too? She had assumed that Xie Tingzhou's mention was merely a warning to the officials of the Dali Temple, not anticipating that he had truly come to fetch her. Indeed. Chang Lu gestured. We encountered an official from the Daziyuan on our way here. I invited him in for a cup of tea. The Dali Temple was adjacent to the Daziyuan. As Xie Tingzhou had just arrived in the capital, he and Li Jifeng were of different standings to survive here comfortably. He could not merely play the fool. With an official extending goodwill towards him, it was essential not to dismiss the opportunity outright. Connections should be nurtured. After a brief stay at the Daziyuan, Xie Tingzhou rose to take his leave. Why such haste, Your Highness? Vice Minister Wan Ruixian inquired, rising to see him off. Wan Ruixian had previously been dispatched from Shengjing to serve as an inspector and had, at one point, offended a certain corrupt official. In a desperate act, the official had colluded with bandits to kidnap Wan Ruixian, but the Prince of Balin ultimately intervened to rescue him. Subsequently, Wan Ruixian had navigated his career successfully and now held the position of left vice minister, a testament to the influence of Balin. Xie Tingzhou glanced outside. The day was waning, and it was time to depart with his companion. Wan Ruixian accompanied him out, expressing curiosity. I am eager to see who warrants such a personal visit from the heir. Just a child from the manor, Xie Tingzhou replied with a smile. It is but a trifling matter, yet one must be diligent. Please, do stay. Upon stepping out of the Daziyuan, Wan Ruixian ceased to follow, standing at the entrance to observe from a distance. Just as Xie Tingzhou approached, a carriage rolled forth, and a youthful boy with a delicate visage leaped down to stand before him. That time in confinement was not in vain, Shen Yu remarked with a smile. The two exchanged glances. Xie Tingzhou comprehended her words and replied, We shall discuss this upon our return. Shen Yu nodded, saying, Though I already know the answer. The prison fare was dreadful. Unaware of what the youth had conversed with Xie Tingzhou, Wan Ruixian noticed Xie Tingzhou's demeanor remained unchanged. Yet the perennial frost in his eyes seemed to thaw slightly. The two then boarded the carriage and entered the interior, while the young boy on the yoke laughed and cracked the whip, directing the carriage towards Guanghua Gate. Shengjing was divided into the inner and outer cities. The palace and official buildings belonged to the inner city, while residences and streets were part of the outer city. At Guanghua Gate, a palace attendant halted the carriage's progress. May I inquire if the esteemed heir is within? Chang Lu reined in the reins. Indeed, is there something you require, dear sir? Chapter 66. My people the eunuch took a few steps towards the carriage and addressed the young lord. Your grace, I have come to convey a message. His Majesty has heard of your arrival and, given the late hour, has specifically sent me to invite you to dine at the palace. Xie Tingzhou lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw that the speaker was the godson of Defu, the head of the imperial household ministry. In such a public setting, the words could not be taken lightly. He turned to Shen Yu and said, "You and Chang Lu should return first." Shen Yu asked, "What about you?" "Chang Lu will escort you home and then come back for me. He knows how to arrange things." Feeling guilty about troubling Chang Lu with the back and forth, Shen Yu replied, "I would rather return on my own. Let Chang Lu stay with you." Xie Tingzhou cast her a glance and retorted, "In the Wang residence. Who holds the final say, you or I?" Shen Yu pouted and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Xie Tingzhou alighted from the carriage and stood by it, instructing Chang Lu. Just then, Jiang Linzhi emerged from the Ministry of Revenue and happened to see the eunuch blocking Xie Tingzhou's carriage at Guanghua Gate. Although he was not familiar with Xie Tingzhou, he merely greeted him with a nod as he passed by. The curtain was lifted slightly again, and Shen Yu whispered to Xie Tingzhou, "If you return late, should I wait for you?" "It won't be late," Xie Tingzhou assured her. "Wait for me at Qingpu residence." Shen Yu had discovered something last night and needed to discuss it with him today. Others could not discern the underlying significance of their exchange. This prompted the eunuch to contemplate something, lowering his head and not daring to meet their gaze. As the curtain fell, Chang Lu drove the carriage away. Jiang Linzhi furrowed his brow, staring at the carriage, and suddenly spoke, "Your Grace, may I inquire who is within the carriage?" Xie Tingzhou succinctly replied, "My people." And with that, he turned to leave. The eunuch stifled a laugh and whispered to Jiang Linzhi, "Do not inquire so directly, Sir Jiang. Some matters are best left unspoken." The eunuch followed Xie Tingzhou as they departed. Behind them, Gao Jin spoke in a low voice, "Recently, there have been rumors in the capital that Xie Tingzhou has an affinity for handsome youths, having sought companionship at Ziyun Tower. It is said he has a favored young man by his side, likely. Do not spread unfounded rumors," Jiang Linzhi reprimanded sternly. Gao Jin lowered his head in compliance, "Yes, sir." The carriage moved farther away, exiting Guanghua Gate and onto Yangning Street. Jiang Linzhi gazed in the direction the carriage had disappeared, somewhat lost in thought. He had caught a glimpse of a half-profile through the lifted curtain. Strikingly similar to Ayu, yet the voice he heard belonged to a youth. Xie Tingzhou indeed returned early, arriving before the hour of Su. Upon entering the courtyard and not seeing Shiryu, he inquired, "Where is he?" Shifeng, understanding whom he referred to, replied, "Still dining." "Why so late?" Shifeng looked exasperated. Shiryu found the atmosphere in the prison too grim, so he had Chang Lu fetch a brazier for him. Chang Lu, too, was caught up in the excitement, moving the brazier around and searching for mugwort to burn. They have been bustling in the courtyard for quite some time, causing Arya to tear up from the smoke and come here to complain. Upon hearing this, Xie Tingzhou showed no intent to reprimand. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Chang Lu was still under 15, while Shiryu was 17, an age meant for playfulness. "Let them be," Xie Tingzhou remarked. "Have Shiryu come over shortly." After finishing her meal, Shen Yu approached the study where Xie Tingzhou had already completed his grooming and awaited her. As Shen Yu entered the study, her mind wandered back to the night of the Black Panther. "Is Tsung the prince's pet?" she inquired. "No," Xie Tingzhou replied. "Then how did you tame it?" She pressed further. "It was not a matter of taming." He reflected for a moment and explained, "That autumn, I hunted a black panther, only to later discover it was a recently birthed female. Tsung is her cub. There was another that did not survive. It was not a taming process, but rather a matter of raising it from a young age. So, when you ask if Tsung is my pet, the truth is I am more of an adversary to it." Shen Yu fell silent for a moment before shifting the conversation to more pressing matters. "Has the prince tracked down that individual?" This was a plan they had previously discussed. Liang Jianfeng was detained in the Dali Temple prison, and the person behind him had two potential paths: either eliminate him before he reveals anything or, if he remains tight-lipped, continue to utilize him to entangle others. Clearly, both Liang Jianfeng and his accomplice had chosen the latter option. Xie Tingzhou replied, "No." "No?" Shen Yu raised her voice, "After the risks I took." "You mean to say you failed to catch him?" Xie Tingzhou looked up at her. "I haven't finished. While I did not catch him, I discovered he entered Lu Cheng's residence." Shen Yu shot him a glance. "Isn't that essentially the same?" "That is precisely the outcome they desired. This person can suppress the grain supply in Yanliangwen and create various obstacles on their journey back to the capital, undoubtedly a powerful figure with far-reaching influence. Thus, it is improbable that the Dali Temple lacks informants for him. Last night, Shen Yu had stealthily visited Liang Jianfeng, which surely caused him to waver. Even if he remained steadfast, the person behind him would not fully trust him. Moreover, since the Dali Temple had already questioned Shiyu, Those involved would likely begin to feel restless, as they had no idea how much Xie Yu actually knew or what Liang Jianfang had disclosed to him. Will Lu Cheng send someone to silence him? Shen Yu asked. Xie Tingzhou rested his head on his hand, a sense of unease washing over him. I have a feeling this matter will not be so simple. I concur, Shen Yu stated seriously, but first, we must draw someone out. Xie Tingzhou proposed. If Lu Qing does not execute Liang Jianfang within 3 days, what do you intend to do? Then I would trouble you for assistance, Shen Yu replied. Would you mind lending me 2 of your shadow guards? A little intimidation should suffice for Liang Jianfang. Xie Tingzhou responded lazily, what if I refuse to lend them? Then I shall go myself, she retorted. Xie Tingzhou pursed his lips, and after a moment, he said, I have already made arrangements within the Dali Temple prison. Feigning flattery. Shen Yu remarked, Your Highness truly is remarkable, even having your people within the Dali Temple. Xie Tingzhou replied, I have even greater plans. What? Shen Yu instinctively asked. Xie Tingzhou observed her face for a moment before turning away, uncomfortably stating, The Dali Temple has been taken care of. But the issue now is that you will need to visit the Dali Temple prison in 3 days, disguised as a jailer. Since that night when Shen Yu had spoken those words, Liang Jianfang had been unable to sleep, consumed by fear, and at the slightest sound in the night. He feared someone had come to kill him. Once, he would devour his meals the moment they arrived, yet now he harbored fears of poison lurking within his food. Each time the meals were delivered, he refrained from eating immediately, instead setting aside a morsel in the corner, waiting for a mouse to consume it. Only then would he dare to partake in his meal. After enduring this routine for 2 days, on the 3rd morning, Liang Jianfang awoke to find a dead mouse lying beside the bowl that the jailer had forgotten to collect the night before. While the remnants of his meal had mysteriously vanished, a wave of terror surged within him. It seemed that the youth's words had indeed rung true. The authorities were intent on his demise. It appeared that they had observed his cautious demeanor towards his meals and had cunningly placed the poison at the bottom of the dish. Fortunately, his lack of appetite the previous night had led him to consume less. Otherwise, he would now be lying lifeless on the floor. Liang Jianfang realized he could no longer afford to wait. He abstained from food throughout the entire 3rd day, not daring to drink even a drop of water. Eagerly anticipating the arrival of nightfall, the youth had promised him that if he spoke the truth, his life would be spared. Now abandoned by those who once held him in their esteem, he found himself with but one path left to tread. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that if they wished for his demise, he would not go quietly. He would take them down with him to the depths of despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the prison of the Dali Temple was gradually enveloped by the cloak of night. Liang Jianfang dared not sleep. Instead, he sat in the corner, leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the cell door. The sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer. Halting before his prison, the voice of the youth echoed, The 3 days have come to an end. Have you made your decision? Chapter 67. The confession. Liang Jianfang glanced over as the individual at the door fiddled with the lock before stepping into the cell. Shen Yu, clad in the attire of a jailer, was nearly unrecognizable to him. Upon realizing who it was, Liang hastily leapt from his bed. He had been waiting, anticipating this moment since he had encountered the dead rat that morning, unable to eat or sleep throughout the day. Shen Yu lowered his gaze, fixating on him. Speak. It's a long story, Liang replied, his eyes darting. Might I inquire if you possess any means to ensure my survival? The cunning Liang knew he must secure a safeguard before proceeding. Do you believe you still have a choice? Shen Yu scoffed. That path has already led to your demise. If you endure today, can you withstand tomorrow? Trust me, there remains a flicker of hope for you. Though Liang felt cornered by his words, he recognized their truth. After a moment's contemplation, he began. This matter traces back to the incursion of the Shijue people. Last September, when the Shijue invaded, Liang, as a civil official, was appointed as a military supervisor by Emperor Tongxiu, a temporary assignment within the army to oversee the generals on their expedition. He received a death order. Shen Zhong'an and Shen Zhao were to embark with no hope of return, regardless of his methods. Thus, you betrayed us by providing the military defense plans to the Shijue. You conspired with the enemy to ensure their destruction. Shen Yu clenched his teeth, barely restraining his urge to retaliate against the man before him. Liang, unnerved by the hatred in Shen's eyes, quickly defended himself. I did not steal the plans. Such a monumental affair could not hinge solely on me. The military must have arranged for others as well. Shen Yu, skeptical, retorted, if you did not steal them, how can you guarantee our defeat? How can you fulfill your mission? You are unaware. Liang stepped closer to the door, glancing around before whispering. It is because of the provisions. Provisions? Shen Yu echoed. Liang affirmed, the provisions will never arrive. Shen Yu was taken aback. Are you suggesting that you knew before leaving the capital that there would be no provisions for this battle? Liang nodded. Several events quickly connected in Shen Yu's mind. Shen Zhongyan had received word that provisions were en route, yet they never arrived, and subsequent messages claimed they were imminent. This was clearly a delay tactic, preventing them from seeking alternative sources for supplies. Had they known earlier, they could have urgently requisitioned from other provinces. But from the outset, there had been no provisions at all. Shen Yu steadied his thoughts and continued, the provisions are coordinated by the Ministry of Revenue and dispatched from granaries across the regions. How could he ensure they would not arrive? That I cannot say, Liang replied. I am not responsible for that aspect. Shen Yu pressed on, continue. Liang flinched, then said, later, as you are aware, I sought refuge within the city. Subsequently, Shen Zhongyan somehow procured a batch of provisions. If those supplies entered the city, the battle would be unwinnable. A death order had been issued before departure. Either Shen Zhongyan dies or I do. I had no choice but to command the city gates be shut. Shen Yu could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and placed it against Liang's throat. That is an army of over 100,000. That is my father, my brother. Her hands trembled, and Liang Jianfang could already feel the sting at his neck. In terror, he leaned back, stammering, I still have value. Please do not kill me. Shen Yu tightly gripped the knife, slowly retracting it, and pulled something from behind her waist, throwing it before Liang Jianfang. Right. Put down everything you just said. Liang Jianfang looked at the paper and pen on the ground, pushing himself back with his hands. He understood that once he wrote it down, with a confession in hand, he would no longer hold any significance. Rest assured, Shen Yu coldly stated, I still need you to personally identify him, but if you do not write, I could end your life right now. Liang Jianfang picked up the paper and pen, wetting the tip with his tongue. His hands trembled as he began to write. Once the words were inscribed, Shen Yu warned, tonight, the Guanghua Gate will be tightly shut. No one may enter or exit. The inner city will only open at the hour of Yin, and during the hour of Mao, it is the time for the various departments to change shifts. Shen Yu, holding her waist token, exited Guanghua Gate with another prison guard, passing by Yangning Street. They exchanged a glance and parted ways. She stood still, knowing some details, fully aware of who was behind the scenes, yet her heart felt heavier. For she suddenly realized that even if she uncovered the truth, even if she captured the murderer, her father and brother would never return. The scene from that day flickered in her mind. The air was frigid, the snow was thick, and she rummaged through the piles of bodies, praying silently before turning over each corpse that it would not be them. Yet ultimately, disappointment awaited her. A carriage halted before her, and Shifeng, observing the silent Xiu, chose not to speak, but lifted the curtain instead. Xie Tingzhou lowered his gaze and gently said, Get in. We are going home. Shen Yu stepped into the carriage, leaning her head against the window frame, lost in thought. Xie Tingzhou silently regarded her for a moment, but refrained from breaking the silence, allowing her the space to contemplate. After a while, Shen Yu retrieved 2 sheets of paper from her sleeve and handed them to him. Xie Tingzhou accepted them. Liang Jianfang's confession? Shen Yu nodded slightly. Xie Tingzhou read rapidly, his brow furrowing deeply, his hand trembling as it clutched the confession. Such an absurd matter was utterly unheard of. Folding the paper, Xie Tingzhou declared, Shifeng, go to the Duke Yuan. Xie Tingzhou held a third-rank position and was required to attend court daily. However, as the Prince of Balan, the title granted by Emperor Tongshu was merely for show, thus he was exempt from daily attendance. The gates of the Fengtian Hall swung wide open, with princes and ministers lined on either side. Upon entering the hall, Xie Tingzhou drew astonished gazes from the crowd. It was the first time in many days that he had come to court. Suddenly, uproar erupted within the hall. The left censor of the Duke Yuan, Wan Ruixian, clad in crimson robes, strode into the hall. The Duke Yuan governed laws and regulations with the authority to reprimand officials of any rank. Even a minor inspector could disregard hierarchy to impeach a first-rank official. The donning of the crimson robe signified the commencement of an impeachment. As the hour arrived, Emperor Tongshu entered the hall and immediately spotted the figure in crimson among the crowd. His expression turned solemn. Wan Qing, whom do you intend to impeach today? Wan Ruixian presented a memorial, solemnly stating, Your Majesty, the case of Yanliang Pass has been reviewed by the 3 judicial departments. I, Wan Ruixian, the left vice minister of the Imperial Court, hereby report on the Yanliang Pass incident, accusing the Minister of Revenue, Guliangji, of colluding with treacherous officials to frame loyal subjects, resulting in the disastrous defeat at Yanliang Pass. A wave of astonishment swept through the court. Emperor Xiuqiu swiftly read through the memorial, already aware of the situation in his heart. and solemnly declared, "Proceed." With that, Wanruixian took a step forward. Recalling the events of last September. Chapter 68. A quarrel. Xie Tingzhou stepped out of the grand hall. Feeling as though the court and the entire Dezhou had become utterly rotten, he remained rooted to the spot, uncertain how to explain the outcome of his efforts to her. Shen Yu had not slept a wink that night. Xie Feng had continuously urged her to return and wait, but she refused, choosing instead to wait outside Yangning Street. The officials gradually dispersed, and after a considerable time, Xie Tingzhou finally appeared at Guanghua Gate. Xie Tingzhou was typically inscrutable, yet Shen Yu discerned from his expression that the day's events had not gone well. As he approached, he inquired, "Why haven't you returned?" "I'm worried," Shen Yu replied. Nodding, Xie Tingzhou replied, "Let us talk in the carriage." I presented Liang Jianfang's confession to Wanruixian, who will impeach the Minister of Revenue, Go Liangji, for colluding with Liang Jianfang, resulting in the disastrous defeat at Yanliang Pass. Shen Yu scrutinized Xie Tingzhou's countenance. Has something gone awry? After a moment of silence, Xie Tingzhou finally stated, "Liang Jianfang is dead." "What?" Shen Yu exclaimed in shock. Xie Tingzhou's voice turned cold as he continued, "Upon hearing the impeachment, Emperor Su intended to summon Liang Jianfang on the spot. But the messenger reported that Liang Jianfang had taken his own life in prison out of fear of guilt. That is preposterous." Shen Yu retorted angrily. Liang Jianfang was so fearful of death. Who would believe he took his own life out of guilt? Some will believe it, Xie Tingzhou said, his brow furrowing. Most crucially, before his death, he left behind another confession, entirely different from the one you entrusted to me. Shen Yu's mind erupted in a flurry of thoughts. Someone forced him to write the confession and then killed him, staging it as a suicide out of guilt. Xie Tingzhou explained, two testimonies from the same individual. Yet they are diametrically opposed. Emperor Su is now in a quandary and can only detain both factions for further investigation. Accepting either confession is untenable. It seems the confession cannot serve as evidence, and we must seek another path. Having just left the Dali Temple prison, someone had already gone to kill Liang Jianfang. It appeared someone within the Dali Temple was keeping a close watch, perhaps even monitoring her movements. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yu suddenly declared, "I must visit the Liu family's tailor shop." Noticing Xie Tingzhou's gaze upon her, she asked, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." He averted his eyes. Yet Shen Yu tilted her head, observing him closely. This young lord seemed rather different lately. Unlike their previous encounters on the road where he would engage her in banter, he appeared much more composed now. The carriage halted before the tailor shop. Shen Yu dismounted and turned back to say, "You and Xie Feng should return first. I will make my own way back to the Wang residence." Xie Tingzhou remained in the carriage, watching as Shen Yu entered the shop. Leaning back, Xie Feng remarked, "He no longer avoids you, indicating he has begun to trust you." Xie Tingzhou lifted a corner of the curtain, peering through a gap to see the shopkeeper ushering Xie Yu into the inner chamber. Shen Yu inquired, "Is there news regarding the green medicine?" The shopkeeper shook his head gravely, moving to the table to open a drawer. "However, there is a letter from Luozhou that just arrived this morning." Shen Yu nodded, opening the letter as she asked, "Is there any word from the Shen residence?" The shopkeeper hesitated, wanting to say more. "Speak." "Indeed," the shopkeeper replied, "the letter was personally delivered by me, and I took the liberty to remind the second young lady," she mentioned. The shopkeeper cautiously continued. "She said that the eldest daughter of the Shen family has already perished at Yanliang Pass. What audacity for an impostor to masquerade as Miss Shen. Could it be that they seek to deceive for monetary gain?" After reading the letter, Shen Yu's hand holding it fell to her lap. "Should another letter be sent?" The shopkeeper inquired tentatively. "No need," Shen Yu replied. "I shall seek her out personally." Upon exiting the shop, she found Xie Tingzhou and Xie Feng had yet to depart, their carriage positioned to the side to avoid obstructing incoming patrons. Shen Yu boarded the carriage. Being a perceptive individual, she refrained from posing any awkward inquiries. It would be inappropriate to ask why he had not yet left, only to await his response of waiting for her. The carriage rolled along the bustling streets. Shen Yu recalled Hong Qiao's letter and thus posed a question to Xie Tingzhou. Regarding that batch of grain, it was said that the transport officer perished en route, leaving the grain missing. Xie Tingzhou responded with a slight acknowledgement, stating that the grain had reportedly been seized by mountain bandits within the borders of Qichang Prefecture. The situation in the Great Zhou had increasingly deteriorated over the years. Corrupt officials ran rampant, and the populace suffered in silence. Some farmers, toiling for an entire year, found that after paying their taxes, they could scarcely afford a meal. The number of disaster victims grew, many unable to find sustenance resorting to banditry, at least securing a meal in the process. This led to rampant banditry across the Great Zhou. Which bandit would dare to rob the grain meant for the front lines? Shen Yu snorted disdainfully. Thus, I say it is merely hearsay, Xie Tingzhou remarked leisurely. The court is short-staffed, and no clear plan to suppress banditry has yet emerged. Why not allow the local princes to quell the bandits? Xie Tingzhou shook his head. Emperor Tongshu's nature was one of suspicion, and he would not dare permit the princes to lead troops beyond the borders. That is indeed true. If one were to consider candidates, was there not one readily available? When Xie Tingzhou escorted the grain, he dared only to bring along 2,000 Qingyan guards, turning back 50 miles from the capital for fear of giving Emperor Tongshu leverage over him. As Shen Yu pondered, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. Qichong. What is it? Xie Tingzhou inquired. Suddenly, Shen Yu grasped his hand, exclaiming with fervor, the location of Qichong Prefecture. Why was the grain specifically lost in Qichong? Xie Tingzhou remained silent, staring blankly at the hand clasping his. It felt as if something had gently brushed against his heart. How could such a small hand wield a blade of such length? He gazed for too long, causing Shen Yu to sense the unusualness and hastily retract her hand, saying, Your Highness, forgive my presumption. Upon seeing her hand withdrawn, a subtle sense of loss washed over Xie Tingzhou. It is nothing. Shifeng, outside the carriage, suddenly caught the word offend, but was perplexed as to how the princess had been offended. What did you just say? Xie Tingzhou inquired intently. Shen Yu stated, If my memory serves me correctly, the location of Qichong Prefecture is quite unique. Xie Tingzhou pondered for a moment before nodding. Qichong Prefecture was bordered by 2 fiefdoms, with a thoroughfare leading directly to Shengjing on the opposite side. Yes, Shen Yu replied with growing excitement. In such a location, should something go amiss, it would be unwise for any side to mobilize their forces, which may explain the delay in formulating a plan. From which province was the grain dispatched? Why, of all places, did it have to be lost in Qichong Prefecture? Xie Tingzhou fell silent for a moment. That is a question for the Ministry of Revenue. Shen Yu thought of Jiang Linzhi, realizing that this case was undoubtedly intertwined with the ministry. She pondered whether Jiang Linzhi, the vice minister, had any involvement. Noticing her contemplative expression, Xie Tingzhou inquired, What occupies your thoughts? I was considering Jiang Linzhi, Shen Yu instinctively replied. Xie Tingzhou lifted his gaze to glance at her, pressed his lips together, and turned his head away. Shen Yu had begun to discern some nuances of Xie Tingzhou's temperament and sensed his displeasure. Yet she could not fathom the reason behind it. After some reflection, she surmised it was likely due to the mention of Jiang Linzhi. Could it be that they were political adversaries? What I mean is, Shen Yu carefully articulated, he is the vice minister of revenue, and I am contemplating whether he is implicated in this matter. There's no need for an explanation, Xie Tingzhou replied coolly, then leaned against the carriage wall and closed his eyes, feigning slumber. As Shen Yu observed his silent visage, she couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed to be sulking. Chapter 69. Playing chess with him after much contemplation, Shen Yu still could not fathom what exactly was troubling Xie Tingzhou. All in all, even upon entering the royal residence, he had not uttered another word to her, leaving an inexplicable chill in the air. By afternoon, Chong Lu sensed something amiss and playfully hooked his arm around Shifeng's neck. Chong Lu had yet to fully mature. In a few months, he would turn 15, and his height barely reached Shifeng's shoulders. Bent over by Chong Lu's playful grip, Shifeng lowered his voice and exclaimed, What are you doing? Leaning closer, Chong Lu whispered in his ear, What is wrong with His Highness? Earlier, when we returned, Shiryu was speaking to him, yet he paid no heed. I am not certain, Shifeng replied, feeling scrutinized by Chong Lu, who seemed convinced that something had indeed transpired. At this reminder, Shifeng suddenly recalled a fleeting remark he had overheard in the carriage. Chong Lu, noticing the shift in his expression, queried eagerly, What is it? Peering through the window, Shifeng spoke softly, It seems His Highness may have been offended by Shiryu, which has left him rather irate. Oh my goodness! Chong Lu exclaimed loudly, causing Shifeng to hastily cover his mouth. Inside, Xie Tingzhou was engrossed in a solitary game of chess. Already unable to concentrate, and now disturbed, he retorted, You are but a stray I found. Where is your mother? Chong Lu dashed over to the window, grinning broadly, Your Highness, you are my true father. When will you find me a mother? Without lifting his gaze, Xie Tingzhou flicked a chess piece out of the window with a deft motion. Chong Lu quickly raised his hand to catch it but winced in pain, complaining, Your Highness, your aim is too harsh. Shifeng chuckled. His Highness did not compel you to catch it, merely avoid it. With a huff, Chang Lu tossed the piece aside and ran off. He made his way toward Lu Mingxian, and upon reaching the courtyard entrance, he was greeted by a delightful aroma. "What is being roasted?" Chang Lu inquired as he stepped inside. Arya squatted by the fire. "We are roasting sweet potatoes." Being still a young girl, Arya's whims varied. And with Shen Yu being amiable and easy to please, Arya's courage had grown considerably. When Shen Yu returned earlier, she had carried several sweet potatoes. Calling out for her brother and asking him to join her in roasting them. "Share one with me," Chang Lu said as he crouched beside her. Arya produced one for him, to which Chang Lu complained it was too small. Arya explained she needed to save some for brother Shiryu. Shen Yu, amidst the chorus of brother, reluctantly accepted this little sister, as she pondered if her prolonged masquerade as a man had rendered her increasingly masculine. She stepped inside to gaze at her reflection in the mirror for a moment. Upon exiting, she spotted the two children squatting in the courtyard, gnawing on roasted sweet potatoes. Seeing Shiryu emerge, Chang Lu tossed something in her direction. Shen Yu caught it midair and opened her hand to reveal a chess piece, asking, "Does His Highness wish to play chess with me?" Indeed, it had been quite some time since Xie Tingzhou had invited her to a game. Chang Lu, with his mouth full of sweet potato, nodded in muffled agreement. Shen Yu, considering Xie Tingzhou's current foul mood, decided there was no time to lose and promptly made her way out of the courtyard. "Brother, you haven't finished your roasted sweet potato," Arya called after her. Someone is eating, and a scuffle ensues as a brother intervenes, declaring that he will finish all the food today. The two chase and playfully strike each other, creating a rare atmosphere of liveliness in the otherwise serene Lu Mingxian. Conversely, the Qingpu residence remains unusually quiet. Upon her arrival, Shen Yu does not see Shifeng. Two guards stand in the corridor, and a sea eagle perches on the windowsill. Shen Yu enters the study, where Xie Tingzhou is still engrossed in a game of chess with himself. When he notices her presence, he glances up momentarily before looking down again, asking, "What brings you here?" "I came to play chess with His Highness," Shen Yu replies, moving directly to sit opposite him and starting to collect the pieces from the board. Xie Tingzhou pauses, his fingers hovering over the pieces, then gently returns them to the container, lamenting the loss of what could have been a decisive endgame. Previously, he had invited Shiryu to play chess merely for the calm it brought. Initially, she was indeed quiet, but during their journey back to the capital, an unfortunate habit resurfaced, and she often murmured to herself. Over time, Xie Tingzhou grew accustomed to it. Now that Liang Jianfang has met his demise in the Dali Temple, it is certain that a thorough investigation will ensue. The arrangements made by His Highness while imprisoned. What are you worried about? Xie Tingzhou interrupts her, casting his gaze down at the chessboard. What arrangements have I made? Shen Yu meets his eyes for a moment. The Dali Temple is heavily fortified. Did you not bribe someone to poison him? Xie Tingzhou raises an eyebrow. Who said I had someone poison him? Shen Yu stares at him in astonishment. If Xie Tingzhou did not arrange for the poisoning, then who else would wish to see Liang Jianfang dead? Xie Tingzhou replies nonchalantly. Countless eyes are watching the Sanxi. The Dali Temple is on high alert, and meals are delivered by designated personnel. There was no poison in Liang Jianfang's food. It was merely a matter of intimidating him with a dead mouse. No poison? None, he responds, placing another piece on the board. Shen Yu ponders for a moment, nearly clapping her hands in realization. Such a clever scheme. In truth, she had only provided Liang Jianfang with a pretext that night. He had frightened himself, ultimately becoming so alarmed by a dead mouse that he let down his guard. Thus, no matter how this matter unfolds, it cannot be traced back to Xie Tingzhou. Her methods have always been straightforward and forceful, whereas Xie Tingzhou excels in manipulating the hearts of men, first with Zuizong, the Dali Temple's deputy minister, then with Liang Jianfang, all without the need for conflict. If she were to engage in a battle of wits with Xie Tingzhou, she would likely not know how she met her end. What devious thoughts are you entertaining? Xie Tingzhou inquires, pinching a chess piece. I was contemplating how I must never become your highness's enemy, Shen Yu replies. Xie Tingzhou looks at her. Then what do you wish to be? An ally. Shen Yu states matter-of-factly, an ally who supports one another. Xie Tingzhou chuckles lightly, leaning closer with his elbow resting on the table. I am not one who harbors grand ambitions for the world. This case has nothing to do with me. Ultimately, I am assisting you. What sincerity can you offer in return? Perhaps not so, Shen Yu counters, if not for your concern for the world. How could the Qingyun Guard have rescued Yinliang Pass? Whether in this life or the next, Shen Yu is convinced that Xie Tingzhou cares for the people. for he has always gone to Yanliang Pass to save others, only earlier in this life. To expose one's brilliance was inherently disadvantageous for him. With a piercing gaze, Xie Tingzhou, having played half of the game, remarked after sacrificing a piece. Today, you ponder whether Jiang Linzhi is involved. Allow me to enlighten you. He is indeed. Chapter 70. Deepening confusion, it seemed that the game could no longer proceed. Shen Yu's heart quaked with astonishment as she inquired, "Is there any evidence?" What was initially a mundane question struck Xie Tingzhou as unexpectedly jarring. Was she questioning him? Or did she place her trust more in Jiang Linzhi? Suppressing his displeasure, Xie Tingzhou replied calmly, "During my time in Bailan, I received a confidential letter mentioning issues surrounding the battle at Yanliang Pass, urging me to provide assistance." Furrowing her brow, Shen Yu responded, "But you previously stated that your reason for aiding Yanliang Pass was the discovery of the Liu family transporting grain. Initially, she believed someone was orchestrating a scheme to provoke Xie Tingzhou into military action, which would then become a lever for the Emperor Xu. Thus, she had merely sent someone to investigate. Indeed, Xie Tingzhou affirmed, "It was only upon discovering the grain transport by the Liu family that I began to believe the contents of that letter." Shen Yu pondered briefly, understanding that Xie Tingzhou implied the letter originated from Jiang Linzhi. Xie Tingzhou rose and approached his desk, retrieving a letter from a drawer. Shen Yu stepped forward, took the letter, and perused its contents, which mirrored Xie Tingzhou's earlier statements. But this was not Jiang Linzhi's handwriting. Having been married for several years, she could certainly recognize Jiang Linzhi's script. Xie Tingzhou's gaze shifted to Xie, his confusion deepening. However, he refrained from immediate questioning, stating, "Jiang Linzhi has ascended to his current position not by chance. He is a cautious individual who would not easily reveal a flaw. My agents investigated for 3 months before uncovering his involvement." At that moment, Shen Yu felt her mind entangled in a web of confusion. If Jiang Linzhi were connected to the Yanliang Pass incident, why would he take the trouble to send a letter alerting Xie Tingzhou? Conversely, if he were uninvolved, how could he possibly be aware of the complications surrounding Yanliang Pass? The deeper the investigation delved, the more elusive the truth became, shrouded in a dense fog of uncertainty. In Shengjing, the Renan Marquis' household hosted a banquet, sending invitations to numerous esteemed families in the capital. The Shen general's residence had already seen 3 members depart, with the remaining stepmother and second young lady ensnared by rumors, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Yet, they too received an invitation from the Renan Marquis' family. Shen Yan arrived late, finding the hall already filled with distinguished young ladies, leaving only a seat at the far end of the table. Upon her arrival, whispers began to circulate among the young ladies. Someone in the hall lightly hummed, "Why is she here? Who knows? Just look at her wearing mourning attire, displaying a face of utter grief for whom?" Another replied, "She must be secretly reveling in this. Indeed, her elder sister is an esteemed granddaughter of the Liu family in Luozhou, with untold riches. Now, all that fortune will benefit her and her mother." These remarks penetrated Shen Yan's ears, and she had anticipated such a scenario, calmly taking her seat near the entrance. The legitimate daughter of the Renan Marquis was particularly favored by the Empress, having been bestowed the title of Princess Rumin. Among the gathered young ladies, she stood out distinctly. Princess Rumin had been conversing with others, but upon spotting Shen Yan, she immediately exclaimed, "At last, the second Miss Shun has arrived. I was beginning to worry you would not come." Shen Yan bowed her head in greeting, feeling honored by the attention of the Princess Rui Min. Despite their lack of prior acquaintance, Shen Yan could not afford to disregard her invitation. Observing Shen Yan seated at the far end, Princess Rui Min beckoned to her maid to move Miss Shun's seat beside her. The sudden warmth from Rui Min, despite their unfamiliarity, instilled a sense of trepidation in Shen Yan. Once reseated, Princess Rui Min gently took Shen Yan's hand and reassured her, "Do not heed the idle gossip of others. With your father, brothers, and elder sister gone, you bear the heaviest burden." Tears welled in Shen Yan's eyes as she choked out, "Thank you, Your Highness." Princess Rui Min continued in a hushed tone, "I have gathered them here today to make it known that you are under my protection, and they shall think twice before showing you disdain." "Why, Your Highness?" Shen Yan began, but a nearby maid, pouring tea, interjected, "Miss Shen may not be aware, but our princess has long admired Miss Shen. She hoped for an opportunity to befriend her, but alas, Miss Shun has been away from the capital and seldom attends the gatherings of noble ladies." Indeed, Princess Rui Min mused, resting her chin on her hand. I have often pondered why women cannot traverse the world as men do. Miss Shen, being a woman herself, has proven she can lead troops into battle. Xin Yan's eyes grew redder, her fingers tightly clutching her skirt. My sister is no ordinary woman. It is unfortunate that I could not witness her brilliance. Princess Rui Min eagerly grasped Xin Yan's hand. Do share her stories with me. Xin Yan hesitated. She has been away from the capital for so long that our time together has been limited, yet she is a remarkably straightforward person. A look of regret crossed Rui Min's face. How delightful it would be to count her as a friend. Xin Yan pressed her lips together, managing a strained smile. I too lament the little time I've had with my elder sister. The scene of their conversation caught the eyes of other young ladies. Some appeared indifferent, while others found it particularly striking. I have heard that the Jiang family once sought a marriage with General Shen's household for Lord Jiang, but the proposal was declined. There are rumors in the capital. Some say it was for Miss Shen, while others claim it was for Miss Shen's younger sister. Since Miss Shen is present today, perhaps she can clear the air? Spoke a young lady from the Hanlin Academy, looking at Xin Yan with a hint of arrogance. Historically, the literary and martial classes have often viewed each other with disdain, and some civil officials have looked down upon military men. The room filled with curious glances directed towards Xin Yan. Even Princess Rui Min joined in. Xin Yan lowered her gaze, feeling unworthy of Lord Jiang's affections. Her words ignited a lively atmosphere in the hall. Though her statement was ambiguous, it implied that her rejection stemmed from a belief of inadequacy in comparison to Lord Jiang. The crowd's thoughts became a whirlwind of speculation. A lady clad in emerald attire queried, "Yet I have heard that Lord Jiang has boldly declared that if Miss Shen were to consent, he would come to propose at any moment. With such ardor from Lord Jiang, Miss Shen must possess extraordinary qualities." Xin Yan replied softly, "At present, I am still in mourning and have not entertained such notions." In truth, the mourning period for women in the Great Zhou differs from that of men. If a daughter were to observe the same 3-year mourning as a man, she would likely miss the opportunity for marriage proposals. Consequently, the duration of mourning varies across regions, ranging from a year to as short as 3 months. One person scoffed, suggesting that if there was no intention to clarify, it would be better to be direct, thus saving others time. Laughter erupted in the hall, with someone teasingly remarking that perhaps the individual wished to take on the responsibility themselves. After a series of exchanges with the other young ladies, Xin Yan felt utterly drained. Times have changed. Unlike the past when Shen Zhong'an and Shen Zhao were present, young ladies in the capital now demand a degree of respect, and her future standing among the noble women rests solely upon her own efforts. Upon returning to the general's residence, Shen Yan found little had altered. The masters remained her mother and herself, yet an unshakable feeling of change lingered. She stepped inside, only to find the courtyard devoid of servants. A maid called out, "Mrs. Back, where has everyone gone? They seem to be taking a break in your absence." The maid hurried ahead to open the door for Shen Yan. As they entered the room, they were taken aback upon seeing the figure seated in the chair. Eldest miss," the maid stammered in astonishment. Chapter 71. A rift. Shen Yu sat high in her seat, facing the entrance, her gaze locked with Shen Yan's. She regarded Shen Yan coldly, observing only shock and fear in her eyes, devoid of any joy. Shen Yan wished she would not return. Although this was the answer she had anticipated, it still sent a chill down her spine. They were both members of the Shen family, yet their hearts were estranged, or perhaps they had never truly been united. Under Shen Yu's scrutiny, Shen Yan instinctively clenched her fingers, striving to maintain a steady voice. "Zichui, you may leave." "No need." Shen Yu gestured towards the inner chamber. 2 maidservants knelt there, trembling in silence, while the maidservant Zichui moved to kneel beside them. Shen Yan inhaled deeply, lifted her skirt, and with a thud, knelt down. Her voice trembling, "Sister." Shen Yu fixed her gaze upon her, as if she were attempting to reevaluate this sister she had never fully understood. After a moment, she spoke, "I thought I would never again set foot in the Shen family." "Are you blaming me, sister?" Shen Yan inquired. "Why would I blame you?" Shen Yu replied. Shen Yan choked back her emotions. "Manager Lu sent me a letter, yet I did not go to see you." Shen Yu let out a cold laugh. "So you are aware that I am still alive?" "When Manager Lu first sent the letter, I suspected someone was impersonating you, hence I did not believe it." Shen Yan paused before continuing. "It was only on the second occasion that I reluctantly accepted it, yet I did not dare to visit my elder sister." "Nonsense." Shen Yu retorted sharply. "I clearly explained the reasons in the letter I sent with green medicine." Shen Yan looked up in shock. "What are you talking about, sister? Green medicine never delivered any letter to me. Ever since she left the capital with you, I have not seen her again." Shen Yu's heart jolted. Was it possible that green medicine went missing before delivering the letters? Or had Shen Yan's deceitful skills reached an unparalleled level? She scrutinized Shen Yan's face, finding no signs of falsehood in her expression. Shen Yan continued, I received news of our father and elder brother's demise at home, and despite my efforts to inquire about your whereabouts, I found no leads. Thus you took it upon yourself to declare my death, Shen Yu interrupted. From that moment forth, there would be no more Shen Yu in this world. Only you, Shen Yan. How could you think so of me, sister? Shen Yan pleaded, moving a few steps on her knees, tears streaming down her face. You have gone to the borders with no word, and with our father and elder brother gone. Surely you cannot survive alone. Are you suggesting I should die? Shen Yu's gaze was piercing. Shen Yan was taken aback, quickly clarifying, that is not what I mean. If I do not declare mourning, how can I explain to others why you did not attend our father and elder brother's funerals? What would they speculate? Moreover, I have heard of the tragedies at Yanliang Pass. So many have perished. I never imagined you would return alive. At that time, I merely wished to leave you with a good name, should you depart. Shen Yu internally scoffed. So, you did this for my benefit? Shen Yan responded earnestly. To be fair, if you truly did not return, would not my approach be the most appropriate? Shen Yu leaned down, casting a cold glance at Shen Yan on the ground. For you, this may indeed be the best outcome, but alas, I have returned. The pampered young lady raised in a boudoir could not possibly compare to one forged in the crucible of battle. An aura of ferocity enveloped her, and in that moment of descent, it seemed one could almost scent the bloodshed of the battlefield. For the first time, Shen Yan felt intimidated by such a presence. She discovered that the seemingly gentle Shen Yu harbored an imposing force. Shen Yan attempted to rise, but found her entire back tense, rendering her immobile. Sister, you have truly misjudged me, Shen Yan cried. I am not yet 16. Indeed, Shen Yu replied, disappointment lacing her voice. I too am curious as to where such profound scheming arises from a mere 16-year-old. In her previous life, confined within the Jiang residence, Shen Yan had not yet married, and every 10 days or so, she would visit Shen Yu to engage in conversation. For this, Shen Yu had felt gratitude, and when her stepmother later suggested that she aid Shen Yan in finding a suitable husband, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the task. Now, however, it appeared that Shen Yan's frequent visits to the Jiang residence were not without ulterior motives. At that time, the Shen family had already fallen, while the Jiang family was still in its prime. If Shen Yan did not seek to align herself with the Jiang family, whom else could she possibly turn to? It was laughable that Shen Yu, having endured life and death, had only just learned to observe others with discernment. Shen Yan took a breath, wanting to speak, but instead softened her tone, thinking it might be better for her elder sister to misunderstand her. If you wish to hold on to your misconceptions, then so be it. I am left with no words to defend myself. Shen Yu said, disappointment evident in her voice. Do not present yourself in such a manner before me. I am not swayed by your theatrics of sisterly affection. I have neither the time nor the inclination for such performances. Biting her lip tightly, Shen Yan felt there was no point in attempting to explain herself if Shen Yu would not believe her. Why should she kneel before Shen Yu? Perhaps it was better to lay bare their animosity. She was weary of feigning compliance. After a moment of silence, Shen Yan suddenly laughed, her body slumping softly as she knelt on the ground. She looked up at Shen Yu and said, how is it that you are so astute? Sometimes I wonder why. When others speak of you, they refer to you as Miss Shen, while I am merely addressed as Second Miss Shen. When I too am the legitimate daughter of the general's household. Is the title truly significant? Shen Yu inquired. It is. Shen Yan glared at her, without a proper name. One cannot speak with authority. You have received the love of your father and brothers since childhood. How could you possibly understand my plight? My father is a just man. But how much could his salary and rewards amount to? My mother holds the title of the general's wife. Yet she lives in the general's residence in a manner less dignified than a mere merchant's concubine. And you? That is due to my maternal grandmother's affection for me. Shen Yu replied. Indeed. Shen Yan laughed through her tears. Every time I receive your bounty, I console myself in this manner. How much better it would be if you had not such a grandmother. Then I would not have to witness our disparities time and again. Shen Yu shook her head in disappointment. You constantly blame others. Why not seek the root of the issue within yourself? I have sought it. Shen Yan exclaimed. I have discovered my opportunity. If I can ensure Shen Yu's demise at the frontier, then all that exists here shall belong to me. In this world, there will be no more Shen Yu, and when people speak of the young lady of the Shen family, they shall only know me, Shen Yan. Shen Yu rose to her feet, causing Shen Yan to instinctively brace herself and retreat in terror. What do you intend to do? The maidservant beside them could no longer contain herself, crawling forward on her knees in an attempt to shield Shen Yan, only to be kicked aside by Shen Yu. With her gaze lowered, Shen Yu inquired, I ask you, where is the green medicine? Shen Yan defiantly held her head high, asserting, I have already stated that I have never encountered her. If you do not believe me, you are familiar with the general's residence. Feel free to search at your leisure. Shen Yu had already conducted a thorough search, finding no trace of the girl, and her maid had vehemently denied ever having seen the green medicine. She stepped closer to Shen Yan, intending to breach her psychological defenses. Upon reaching the entrance, Shen Yu paused, her voice abruptly halting as her gaze fell upon a specific tile on the ground outside to the right. Chapter 72. Heartbeat. The tile on the ground was unremarkable, much like the others surrounding it. If one were to insist on identifying a distinction, it would be that this particular tile bore a slightly fresher hue than its counterparts. A dreadful thought crossed Shen Yu's mind as she cast her gaze downward at Shen Yan and inquired, Why has the tile at your entrance been replaced? Shen Yan's expression stiffened at once. Did a mere tile replacement warrant such scrutiny? Her reaction confirmed Shen Yu's suspicions. Crouching low, she struck swiftly like lightning, seizing Shen Yan by the throat. I shall ask you once more, where is Green Herb? Strangled and gasping for air, Shen Yan struggled to pry Shen Yu's hand away. Stammering, I don't know. A few maids rushed forward, but Shen Yu dispatched them to the ground with ease. Do not call for help. Shen Yan managed to utter, seeing one of the maids preparing to cry out. Shen Yu forcefully pushed her down. Have you been to my courtyard? The tile at the entrance is covered in drawings. Green Herb often sits there in her leisure time to sketch. Do not tell me your maids share such a hobby. Green Herb must have visited Shen Yan and delivered a message, yet Shen Yan obstinately chose to disregard it. Where is Green Herb now? Could it be? Shen Yu dared not pursue the thought further. Green Herb possessed skills. The maids around Shen Yan were surely no match for her, and it was likely that she had been drugged when her guard was down. You seek wealth and status. I am indifferent to such matters and can provide them to you. However, you should not scheme against me, nor harm those dear to me. I grant you a deadline. Within 3 days, I expect to see Green Herb. This is your final opportunity, for you are still a bloodline of my father. If I do not see her by then, you shall come to understand the true nature of my character. The sound of footsteps gradually receded. Suddenly, Shen Yan sprang to her feet and staggered after her. Are you not afraid I will expose you? Very well. Shen Yu halted and turned back to face her. Do not forget, you took it upon yourself to declare my mourning, and for that, you too share the blame. A mere punishment of extermination for your entire clan is nothing. Do you not belong to that clan, Shen Yan? We could descend together to seek forgiveness from our father. Shen Yan's countenance turned ashen. They were now entangled in a mutual grip of secrets. She ought not to fear Shen Yu, yet she understood that she could not contend with her. As Shen Yu exited the Shen residence, the moon had vanished from the sky, and a gentle drizzle fell. She glanced back. The desolate night breeze swayed the lanterns at the door, casting shadows that danced indistinctly behind the curtain of rain. This place could no longer be called home. With a sigh, she turned and began to walk back. In a fleeting moment, a shadow darted across the eaves, vanishing into the darkness. The looming pavilion was adjacent to the eastern gate of the Wang residence. A brief walk would lead her there. Suddenly, a dog barked at the end of the narrow path. Woof! Shen Yu lifted her gaze, and a dog came bounding toward her excitedly from the entrance of the looming pavilion. Big Yellow, she exclaimed, joyfully taking a couple of steps forward. Crouching down to welcome the exuberant dog, Big Yellow rubbed against her leg, its tail wagging furiously. What brings you here? Shen Yu gently massaged De Huang's head as she listened to his excited barks. At the entrance stood another figure. She lifted her gaze to meet Xie Tingzhou's eyes. In that shared glance, they both comprehended the unspoken meanings. Shen Yu lowered her head, clutching De Huang tightly, struggling to believe her grandfather. Come inside, Xie Tingzhou urged. The evening was drawing near, and Yu was dozing in the corridor. Upon seeing the two enter, she rubbed her eyes and rose to serve tea. Shen Yu kept her head bowed, feeling as though she had been bidding farewell to various people since her rebirth. First her father, then her brother, and now her grandfather. She pondered whether this was a form of punishment. Why must all the warmth she had known dissipate from her life? Sensing her despondency, De Huang lay close to her leg. Xie Tingzhou stood at the threshold, realizing she was far more resilient than he had anticipated. He had expected her to shed tears. Your father left you the few thatched cottages, so you would have a place to turn when there was nowhere else to go. Shen Yu raised her head and asked, "Did he leave in pain?" Under her hopeful gaze, Xie Tingzhou told a lie. "No, not in pain." Shen Yu nodded, even if it was merely a consolation. She desperately needed it at that moment. Xie Tingzhou pressed his lips together, his gaze falling upon the back of her hand resting on her leg, and frowned slightly. "What happened to your hand?" Only then did Shen Yu notice the several blood marks on the backs of her hands, likely from when she had grasped Shen Yan's neck. "A dog scratched me," she replied. De Huang perked up and barked. "Not you," she reassured him, stroking De Huang. "It was a rabid dog. I thought she would be as gentle as you." Xie Tingzhou discerned the implication in her words and inquired, "What about the medicine?" "What medicine?" Shen Yu asked, feigning ignorance. Xie Tingzhou gazed at her intently, the healing ointment. "Oh," Shen Yu replied, "I've run out. I'm not sure if the doctor has more." Xie Tingzhou was at a loss for words. Had she truly finished an entire bottle of medicine? Shen Yu nodded. "Indeed, I have many wounds on my back. You wouldn't know since you've never seen them." Xie Tingzhou turned his face away. How could he not have seen them? The image was etched vividly in his memory. Every time he closed his eyes, he could still recall that moment. Xie Tingzhou called to the outside, and a shadowy figure leapt down from the rooftop, landing soundlessly. The shadowy guard appeared and vanished without a trace, presenting a bottle of healing ointment before disappearing again. Xie Tingzhou raised his hand and tossed the medicine to her. Shen Yu caught it and glanced at the contents, realizing it was not the same as the last time. That ointment was worth a fortune. It wasn't that he was stingy with money, but it was crafted by the renowned healer Master Song Shi, and the ingredients were rare, with only a few bottles available in the world. "You're not that precious," Xie Tingzhou remarked. Shen Yu scoffed, calling for Arya to bring water to cleanse her hands before applying the ointment to the back of her hand. The application was haphazard, and Xie Tingzhou, unable to bear watching, stepped forward to seize the medicine from her. "Your hand." The two had been treating each other as wounds for some time now, having grown accustomed to the intimacy. Coincidentally, they had both injured their arms on the journey. Had it been elsewhere, they could have managed on their own. Xie Tingzhou's fingers were long and slender, with slightly prominent knuckles, making his hands pleasing to the eye, regardless of the task at hand. Shen Yu gazed at his hand for a moment, then her gaze ascended to rest upon Xie Tingzhou's face. This visage was exquisitely ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being, with mountains and rivers framing his brows, and the stars and moon gracing his eyes. When he smiled, he was utterly captivating. When his demeanor turned cool, it pierced the heart. Suddenly, Shen Yu felt an unusual flutter in her heart, her fingers instinctively curling, as she found herself lost in contemplation of his face for a brief while. Chapter 73. I am unashamed. I am invincible. The lanterns in Lu Mingxian were extinguished. Yet Xie Tingzhou did not depart. Moments later, he lightly ascended to the roof. Soft sobs echoed from within. What one presumed to be growing strength was merely the act of nursing wounds in solitude. Xie Tingzhou gently lifted his garment and settled on the rooftop, gazing into the boundless night, lost in thought. The following day, Shen Yu was on duty. Upon awakening, her eyes were swollen to the size of walnuts. Only after a prolonged session of rolling an egg did the swelling subside somewhat. The weather had begun to warm, and the recent snowfall was likely the last of the winter. Shen Yu stood beneath the eaves, meticulously re-examining the details of the case. It was inevitable that Minister of Revenue Guliangji would be entangled in this matter. Thus, Jiang Linzhi's clandestine contact with Xie Tingzhou could stem from two potential motives. Either he, having discovered an issue, sought to rescue Xie out of goodwill, or he was aware of something and aimed to leverage it to bring down Guliangji. However, a significant flaw remained. If he was indeed aware of the problem, why not report it directly to the emperor, instead of resorting to such a circuitous method? In the Jiang residence, within the study of Chief Minister Jiang Yuanqing, the grandfather and grandson bore solemn expressions. Jiang Yuanqing remarked, "Guliangji is inextricably linked to the Yanliang Pass incident. Now we await the emperor's judgment. With the Yanliang Pass's defeat, someone must bear the blame." Jiang Linzhi understood implicitly, just as in the previous life, when Emperor Tongshu, knowing full well it was not their fault, could not find a reasonable explanation for the populace, he allowed rumors to fester, ultimately placing the burden of guilt upon Shun Zhong'an and Shen Zhao. After a brief silence, Jiang Yuanqing continued, "Once Guliangji falls, the Ministry of Revenue will inevitably need to support a minister. As the deputy minister, you are the prime candidate. However," he paused to sip his tea, then added, "to ascend to the position of deputy minister at your age is unprecedented since the founding of the Great Zhou. Such an early promotion may not be advantageous. What are your thoughts?" Jiang Linzhi remained silent for a moment before replying. Linzhi has no intention of seeking promotion. Jiang Yuanqing nodded, stroking his long beard. In that case, I shall defer this matter for the time being, but you should be prepared to act in the capacity of minister in the interim. If Jiang Linzhi were wise, he would avoid the spotlight and refrain from assuming the ministerial role at this juncture. As Shen Yu played chess, she remarked, his qualifications are still somewhat lacking. He has only just become the deputy minister of revenue. With a sharp clatter, Xie Tingzhou tossed the piece he held back into the container. Shen Yu, interrupted, looked up and asked, we have just begun. Are you not continuing, Your Highness? Xie Tingzhou gestured toward the board. Is there anything left to play? Shen Yu stared at the board for a considerable time, frowning. How could it end so swiftly? This is not my usual standard. I can typically last at least half an hour. Xie Tingzhou glanced at her, questioning her mental acuity, for she dared to entertain other thoughts while engaged in the game. Chang Lu, perched on a tree branch, chuckled, only to receive a fierce glare from Shen Yu. Determined not to concede, Shen Yu repositioned the pieces and declared, let us play again. Another round yielded the same result. Chang Lu chuckled, Brother Feng, how about we make a wager? The address of Brother Feng sent a chill down Xi Feng's spine. He shot him a glance and retorted, are you not ashamed? Let us wager. Chang Lu proposed as he leapt from the tree, wrapping his arm around Xi Feng's neck. I bet the prince will win, while you bet on Xi Yu. What do you say? You certainly know how to pick, Xi Feng scoffed. Why don't you bet on Xi Yu winning? Shen Yu, observing from the side, interjected. Am I just here as a spectator while you insult someone? Chang Lu laughed awkwardly, apologies. Then how about this? Let us wager on how long Xi Yu can endure against the prince. I bet half an hour. Shen Yu rested her chin on her hand and asked, can I participate? No. I fear you might cheat. Chang Lu firmly declined, then turned to Xi Feng. The stakes will be 2 months' salary. If I win, I only gain a month's salary, while if you win, you gain 4 months. Is that fair? Chang Lu counted on his fingers, then exclaimed, Your Highness, why does Xi Feng have so much more than I do? Because you eat more. Shen Yu replied with a smile. Xie Tingzhou, leisurely selecting chess pieces, bore a slight smile at the corners of his lips. Chang Lu huffed and clasped his hands in prayer to Xie Tingzhou. Your Highness, victory rests upon you. After pondering for a moment, Xi Feng said, Then I'll wager 1 hour. Another game commenced, the two engaged in a back and forth. Within half an hour, Shen Yu's movements revealed her fatigue. Xie Tingzhou observed her, twirling a piece between his fingers, her brow furrowed in concentration, poised to place her piece but hesitating, feeling uncertain about her next move. Do not waste time, Chang Lu reminded. Shen Yu cast a glance at him and, after much effort, finally placed a piece. Xie Tingzhou reached out without a moment's thought. Wait, Shen Yu interrupted, blocking his hand. I made a mistake. That cannot count. During their days spent together, she had grown bolder. Realizing that neither the legendary battlefield deity nor the later gentle and refined gentleman were the true Xie Tingzhou. At least in her eyes, he possessed a remarkably good temperament, though he could be unpredictably moody at times. Naturally, she enjoyed testing boundaries, and, upon discovering how difficult it was to provoke him, she grew increasingly audacious. In the face of Xie Tingzhou's silent gaze, she adjusted her piece, then calmly looked at him. Your turn, Your Highness. As long as I shed all shame, I am invincible. This round is mine to win. No one had ever dared to take back a move in front of Xie Tingzhou. The guards beneath the eaves murmured, Just wait for death, Xi Yu. Everyone held their breath, anticipating how their prince would dispose of Xi Yu. Xi Feng stepped forward, contemplating whether to offer a word of caution. Xi Yu had escorted the prince to the capital last month and had returned bearing the marks of a beating. He looked significantly thinner, or rather, had he gained weight? Wait, how had he gained weight? As Xi Feng pondered, oblivious to the quarrel he was meant to mediate, he witnessed Xie Tingzhou calmly holding a black piece and inquiring, Will there be no changes this time? Xi Feng's jaw nearly dropped, and the guard perched upon the tree swayed precariously, almost toppling from his perch. Could it be that this was truly their highness? Surely, he had not been swapped en route to the capital. Was this not a tacit approval of his actions? Was he to be indulged in such a manner? Xie Tingzhou's inquiry left Shen Yu in a state of uncertainty. She scrutinized the chessboard for an extended period, yet could find no flaw. No changes, she finally declared. Xie Tingzhou's gaze remained fixed upon her face, as his hand gently pressed a piece down, satisfied to see her stretch her neck and furrow her brow. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, There will be no opportunity for alterations. Chapter 74. Indulgence. Shen Yu cast a fleeting glance at him. her grip on the chess piece so tight that it seemed ready to shatter. In frustration, she tossed it onto the board, resigning from the game. The smile on Xie Tingzhou's face finally faded, akin to the gentle warmth of spring. Patiently, he retrieved the last few pieces from the board, his long fingers tapping a specific spot. "Do you see?" Shen Hao nodded, acknowledging her blunder. Xie Tingzhou opened his hand, revealing several white pieces, an invitation for her to continue from her previous mistake. "How can it be like this?" Chang Lu exclaimed in outrage. But the latter part of his protest was muffled as Shifeng covered his mouth and pulled him towards the corridor, gesturing for him to observe. Upon closer inspection, Chang Lu noticed the rare softness in the prince's expression, a hint of indulgence in his demeanor. "It's over," Chang Lu lamented quietly, with the prince being so lenient. "I am destined to lose this match." "Indeed," Shifeng replied calmly, standing with his sword. "None of us can win." Struggling to suppress a smile, Shen Hao reached for the white pieces from Xie Tingzhou's palm. The sensation of his skin brushed against her fingertips sent a tingling sensation coursing through her arm. Xie Tingzhou's gaze flickered momentarily, his eyes sweeping across his palm before slowly forming a fist and resting it on the table. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Without lifting his head, Xie Tingzhou commanded, "Go see what it is." Shifeng promptly departed. Moments later, Li Jifeng's voice preceded his arrival. "I've been unwell these past few days, and you didn't even think to check on me. How chillingly disappointing." Shen Hao glanced back, and Xie Tingzhou rapped the table, urging her to focus. "Oh," she responded. Li Jifeng huffed, "For a prince to visit, not only are you remiss in welcoming me, but there isn't even a chair prepared." Realizing he was a prince, Shen Hao instinctively rose to pay her respects, but Xie Tingzhou interjected without looking up, "Remain seated." He added, "He is the 9th prince." Shen Hao nodded in acknowledgement. "I have met the 9th prince." "There's no need for formalities," Li Jifeng waved dismissively. "But who is this master?" His implication was clear. If Xie Tingzhou regarded him with such seriousness, the person must be noteworthy. Chang Lu stifled a laugh. "This is our master Xie Yu." Upon hearing this, Li Jifeng perked up, circling around to scrutinize Xie Yu. He had seen Xie Yu before, but the dim light in the prison had obscured his features. Now, under better lighting, he noted Xie Yu's rosy lips, white teeth, and striking features. If clad in women's attire, he would certainly possess an enchanting allure. Shaking off such errant thoughts, Li Jifeng took a seat on the chair brought by the maid. "Tingzhou, silence is golden." While observing the game, Xie Tingzhou reminded him. Li Jifeng, feeling stifled, closed his mouth. He had little interest in such refined pursuits and found them exceedingly dull. Instead, he propped his legs up and summoned a maid for tea and snacks, munching while watching the game unfold. To his astonishment, he found himself utterly captivated. In the past, observing individuals engage in chess merely entailed a back-and-forth exchange. However, witnessing Xie Tingzhou's gameplay has truly shattered the preconceived notions that once colored his understanding of the game. Who knew that chess could be played with such flirtation? Xie Yu, upon placing a piece, would suddenly feel it amiss and discreetly retrieve it, or with a gentle flick of his pinky, stealthily snatch back Xie Tingzhou's piece. Astonishingly, Xie Tingzhou, despite witnessing these antics, feigned blindness, allowing Xie Yu to carry on unabated. Li Jifeng, taken aback, turned to Chang Lu, silently inquiring about the peculiar situation. Chang Lu solemnly nodded in response, affirming that this had been the norm. Li Jifeng couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Xie Yu. To smoothen the sharp edges of a man like Xie Tingzhou was no simple feat. As he pondered this curious dynamic, a chilling object unexpectedly struck his eyelid. "Ah!" Li Jifeng exclaimed in pain, hastily covering his eyes, only to discover a black piece on the ground, Xie Tingzhou's hand still hovering in the air. "Xie Yun, what are you doing? Are you going to compensate me for my blindness?" Xie Tingzhou raised his chin and gestured towards Shen Yu, stating, "Let her pay. She has the means." Shen Yu, bewildered, retorted, "I didn't even strike it. Why should I be responsible?" Xie Tingzhou's gaze held a deeper significance. "Isn't it your penchant to rob the rich to help the poor?" Shen Yu recognized his sarcasm, recalling the incident on the road where she'd claimed to uphold such a principle, and she realized he had taken note of her words. "But you are not impoverished," she murmured. Li Jifeng increasingly perceived that the nature of their interaction was far from ordinary, one silently indulging, the other comfortably justified. He couldn't help but marvel at how Xie Tingzhou had evolved. In the afternoon, after Shen Yu exchanged shifts with the guards, she stepped outside. Coincidentally, it marked the 3rd day since her arrival at the Shen residence, and she was determined to seek out Shen Yin for assistance. At the base of the eastern gate, A figure stood anxiously rubbing his hands. It was a servant from the tailor shop, who approached Shen Yu upon seeing her. She exchanged a knowing glance with him, and together they veered around the street corner. The servant then conveyed, "I have been waiting for quite some time. The shopkeeper said he urgently needs to speak with you." "What is it?" Shen Yu inquired. "This morning, a servant from the Shin residence delivered a letter. It was likely concerning the whereabouts of the green herbs," she thought, prompting her to quicken her pace towards the tailor shop. As they reached the entrance of an inn, a young nobleman clad in fine garments galloped towards them from the far end of the street. His horse barreled forward, scattering pedestrians in its path, and it collided with several stalls and bystanders along the way. The rider bellowed, "Get out of my way." Shen Yu furrowed her brow, preparing to intervene. But the servant from the tailor shop seized her arm. In a hushed tone, he cautioned, "That is Dou Qing, the infamous tyrant of the Dou family. There are influential figures backing him. It would be wise for you not to involve yourself." As Dou Qing approached rapidly, a child in the middle of the street stood frozen, unable to evade the impending danger. Without hesitating, Shen Yu leapt forward, drawing her waist dagger and slashing horizontally as she sidestepped the horse. The horse stumbled, its front legs buckling and collapsing to the ground. Dou Qing was violently thrown off, rolling before scrambling to his feet, wiping the blood from the scratches on his face. Dou Qing bellowed, "Who the hell are you? Dare to obstruct my path?" Shen Yu, having lifted the frightened child, turned to Dou Qing and replied, "It is not an obstruction, merely an act of rescue." The child's mother hurriedly approached, taking her child from Shen Yu's arms, wary of provoking this tyrant, and quickly retreated into the crowd of onlookers. Dou Qing cast a glance at the horse that lay prostrate on the ground, cracking his whip as he declared, "I care not what you are up to. You blocked my way, injured my horse, and harmed me. You shall not see the light of tomorrow." Shen Yu let out a scornful laugh, as if she had heard the most absurd joke, and turned to leave. Enraged and humiliated, Dou Qing lashed out with his whip, only to have Shen Yu deftly seize the tail of the whip, wrapping it around her wrist twice before pulling with force. Dou Qing, taken aback by the unexpected strength of this seemingly frail youth, nearly lost his balance and was compelled to release his grip. Chapter 75. Enemies on narrow path. Shen Yu seized the horsewhip and cast it aside. At that moment, the previously lagging servants of Dou Qing caught up, and to Shen Yu's astonishment, there were over 10 of them, encircling him completely. Across the street stood a considerable tavern, bustling with life. The second floor of the establishment had windows facing the street, where a young gentleman leaned out, craning his neck to observe the commotion below. After a moment, he turned to his companions and remarked, "It's that Dou fool causing a ruckus again, leveraging his cousin's influence to act as he pleases." A man within the room took a sip of tea and replied, "Let him make a scene. The louder, the better. The Jiang family has had it too easy these past years. If they cannot be of use to me, then let them invite more trouble upon themselves." The young gentleman, still peering out the window, rubbed his eyes and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, that person being bullied by Dou seems rather familiar." Below, Dou Qing pointed at Shen Yu, gritting his teeth as he threatened, "Kneel before me and sever an arm, and I shall spare your life." Standing on the steps of the tavern, Shen Yu looked down at Dou Qing with an air of indifference and replied, "Unfortunately, I have quite the fondness for this arm of mine and intend to keep it. Perhaps you could suggest an alternative resolution?" Dou Qing was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing her closely. He noted her youthful beauty, her rosy lips, and bright, enchanting eyes. A visage he had never encountered before, aside from that of his cousin. The prideful glint in her eyes made Dou Qing's throat tighten with irritation. He smirked. "How about this? If you accompany me to the Dou residence, we can discuss a solution together. What do you say?" A servant gently tugged at Shen Yu's sleeve and whispered, "Beware, Dou Qing has no regard for gender." Shen Yu perceived the lascivious gaze Dou Qing cast upon her, and the mocking tone in his voice. Had it not been in a public setting, she would have swiftly dealt with him. She responded, "The injury to your horse was merely a light wound. I shall compensate you for it. As for your own injuries, I will cover the medical expenses. Let us consider this matter resolved." Had it not been for her desire to avoid escalating the situation, she would never have made such concessions. Yet, she could not stand by and do nothing. Dou Qing tilted his head, then suddenly turned and drew a knife from one of his servants, slashing it across the horse's neck. Blood gushed forth, and the horse collapsed, convulsing briefly before lying still. Dou Qing turned back, chin raised in defiance. "Now that your horse is dead, I have no shortage of silver. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I take you by force?" Faced with Dou Qing's provocation, Shen Yu clenched her teeth. Those who had been on the battlefield knew well that a horse was a soldier's companion. One would only resort to killing a horse in dire circumstances, yet Dou Qing brazenly did so. From the moment Dou Qing had struck down the horse, Shen Yu's expression darkened. She lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes flickering with murderous intent as they glanced over the knife in her hand. The servants swiftly surrounded her, drawing their weapons, while the onlookers stepped back in fear of being inadvertently harmed, clearing a space in the center of the street. Go summon reinforcements from the Shuntian prefecture. Dou Qing commanded one of his servants. Dou Qing brandished a knife, thrusting it into the ground, and raised his head defiantly. Do you know who I am? My cousin holds a prominent position in the court. When he stomps his foot, the entire Dezhou trembles. You don't appear to be an ordinary person, yet today fortune has not favored you, falling into my hands. I shall grant you another chance. Come along with me, and I shall let bygones be bygones. Shen Yu sneered. Xinjing is the capital, and a mere brick dropped could strike 3 court officials. To boldly declare that one's relative can shake the capital with a stomp. The only fool who would dare do so is undoubtedly Dou Qing. One wonders how his esteemed cousin would react upon hearing such words. Would he not wish to silence Dou Qing permanently? Shen Yu replied with a smile. But do you know who I am? Dou Qing surveyed her with caution. There were many young nobles in the capital, and this young woman exuded an air of authority. Who are you, then? He inquired. Shen Yu retorted, I am your father. At her declaration, the crowd fell silent for a moment before several onlookers erupted into laughter. Dou Qing, enraged, felt his vision narrow. You dare disrespect me. My cousin is a third-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue. I could have him seize your estate, annihilate your clan, and imprison you as a plaything. The mention of a third-rank official struck a chord in Shen Yu's mind. Could it be a coincidence? She furrowed her brow, recalling the deputy minister Jiang. Dou Qing boasted, Indeed. Are you frightened now? Seeing Shen Yu's expression shift, Dou Qing swelled with pride. If you are afraid, then come with me. Shen Yu pressed her lips together, realizing how unfortunate her situation was, her mind finally catching up. She scrutinized Dou Qing and then recognized him. She had seen him before and had connections to him, though they had never crossed paths in this lifetime. Dou Qing, also known as Dou Mingda, was the cousin of Jiang Linzhi, and she remembered hearing people call him Mingda. In their previous encounters, Dou Qing had been far more rotund, making his current visage somewhat unrecognizable. Yet, upon closer inspection, she could discern the remnants of that plump boy. Dou Qing was a debauched young man, idling his days away in frivolity, indulging in pleasures of the flesh, drink, and gambling. In her past life, he had caused considerable trouble, and Jiang Linzhi's mother, being soft-hearted, would weep and wail, compelling Jiang Linzhi to clean up Dou Qing's mess. Once, Dou Qing had even been caught in the garden with a servant girl, and when Shen Yu intervened, he had accused her of seducing him. The servant girl, no virtuous character herself, had likely feigned resistance, falsely claiming Shen Yu had stumbled upon their clandestine meeting. Fortunately, Jiang Linzhi was aware of Dou Qing's true nature and did not believe him. Nonetheless, Shen Yu's mother-in-law had remarked that a fly does not alight on an uncracked egg, punishing her with the tedious task of copying the lessons for women 10 times. What a tangled web they wove. A fire ignited within Shen Yu as she contemplated the situation. Engaging Dou Qing directly could escalate matters, and should Jiang Linzhi intervene, it would likely lead to an undesirable outcome. Recognizing Dou Qing's avarice, she resolved that perhaps relinquishing funds could avert disaster. I shall compensate you 500 taels of silver for your horse and injuries, Shen Yu offered. Dou Qing was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. Do you think I lack silver? 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Such a sum was indeed substantial, sufficient for an ordinary family to live a life free from want for a lifetime. However, Shen Yu, hailing from the illustrious Liu family of Hezhou, was well aware that no one in the vast Dezhou could claim greater wealth than the Liu clan. For her, these coins were but a drop in the ocean. Securing her silver would depend on whether Dou Qing had the fortune to spend it. Otherwise, he would be compelled to return the excess. 10,000, Shen Yu declared. Dou Qing was taken aback. Although born into a noble family and accustomed to a life of luxury, he had never encountered 10,000 taels of silver. Such a sum could easily procure 10 beautiful concubines. While this handsome youth may elude his grasp, seizing the silver first and then resorting to trickery seemed plausible. Yet, observing the youth's demeanor, it was evident that the price could escalate further. 50,000, Dou Qing proclaimed, puffing out his chest with audacity. Shen Yu let out a cold snort. Why don't you go rob someone? At this point, a gentleman from upstairs finally confirmed his suspicions, clapping his hands and exclaiming, Ah, I have indeed seen him before. Chapter 76. Aspiring to be uncle to Jiang Linzhi 50,000 seemed indeed excessive. After a moment's contemplation, Dou Qing remarked, I shan't prolong this. Let us settle on 20,000, and we shall consider the matter concluded. Suddenly, a voice, neither warm nor cold, drifted through the wind. What a grand gesture indeed. Upon hearing this voice, Shen Yu felt a jolt of surprise. Had he not gone to the palace today? How could he be here? The crowd parted to create a path as officials cleared the way, and a carriage approached slowly. The exterior of the carriage appeared quite ordinary, suggesting it belonged to someone of modest rank, perhaps a 5th or 6th grade official at most. Dou Qing dismissed it with disdain, casting a contemptuous glance and muttering, Who are you? The figure atop the carriage, Xie Feng, seemed oblivious to the scorn, alighting and lifting the curtain. Inside, Xie Tingzhou, clad in a simple green robe, leaned against the carriage wall, his complexion pale, gazing at Shen Yu with a hint of chilly indifference. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yu finally murmured, Your Highness. Dou Qing was taken aback, stammering, which prince? With numerous royal offspring in the capital, Dou Qing had encountered few, and could not ascertain which noble kin he had inadvertently encountered. Xie Tingzhou turned his gaze slightly and commanded, Bind him. Shen Yu gasped in shock. In the next instant, Dou Qing found his hands pinned behind him and bound. Hey, good sir, you've got the wrong person. Ouch, that hurts. Dou Qing cried out, his wails reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Xie Tingzhou raised a hand to press against his brow, silencing the ruckus. The constables swiftly subdued Dou Qing, leaving only his muffled whimpers. Xie Tingzhou had initially entered the palace, but, feeling unwell during the banquet, decided to return to the royal residence. On his way, he encountered officers from the Shuntian prefecture responding to reports of a disturbance. This route was essential for Xie Tingzhou's return home. Yet he was surprised to find the troublemaker was Shi Yu. The officers had already recognized this individual as an acquaintance of the heir to Balin. One of the officers approached Shen Yu, politely requesting, We asked this young gentleman to accompany us to the precinct to clarify this matter. Feeling the piercing gaze of Xie Tingzhou upon her, Shen Yu hesitantly extended her hand, preparing to be bound. I apologize for the trouble, officer. Xie Tingzhou's eyes turned icy as he pressed his lips together and ordered, Get in the carriage. Shen Yu hesitated. Must I use a request? His voice grew colder. And after his command, he turned his head and coughed lightly. Xie Tingzhou's pallor today appeared quite pronounced, and Shen Yu feared that her hesitation might aggravate him further. Thus, she hurriedly climbed into the carriage, seating herself at the entrance, avoiding Xie Tingzhou's gaze. As the curtain fell, the interior darkened slightly. The carriage was spacious, with a small table at its center and a diminutive heater exuding warmth. Xie Feng flicked the reins, causing the carriage to sway gently. The silence within was palpable, prompting Shen Yu to lift a corner of the curtain, feigning interest in the outside world. Where does one procure tens of thousands of taels so readily? To rob the rich and aid the poor? Xie Tingzhou inquired. Shen Yu lowered the curtain and straightened herself, responding awkwardly, You know full well how the money was acquired. A soft snort escaped Xie Tingzhou, suggesting his displeasure, though it remained unclear who had provoked him this time. Xie Tingzhou remained silent, merely gazing at her with a calm demeanor. After a brief pause, he inquired, I have heard you are to be Jiang Linzhi's uncle? Shen Yu looked at Xie Tingzhou, her expression one of confusion. What do you mean? Xie Tingzhou explained. Dou Qing's father is Jiang Linzhi's uncle. If you wish to be his father, does that not make you Jiang Linzhi's uncle? Shen Yu replied, If I were his father, I would eventually drive him to his wit's end. Xie Tingzhou's expression darkened, devoid of mirth. Why is it that upon hearing his cousin is Jiang Linzhi, your attitude shifts? Shen Yu had not anticipated his early arrival, nor that he would have overheard this part of the conversation. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, His cousin holds a third-rank official position as an ordinary citizen. I naturally do not wish to contend with those in power. Xie Tingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, his countenance grave, his lips pressed into a straight line. She was indeed audacious, daring to fabricate tales before him, presuming he would not expose her deceit. Meeting his weighty gaze, Shen Yu realized that Xie Tingzhou did not believe her pretense. Suddenly inspired, she smiled and remarked, Your Highness possesses the gift of discernment, perceiving all with clarity. Nothing escapes your keen eye. As she flattered him, Xie Tingzhou retorted, Speak plainly. Thus, Shen Yu straightened herself and stated, I wonder if your Highness recalls our encounter in the inn's firewood room. I was not merely pretending to be an effeminate man. I genuinely am one. A person of your remarkable beauty would not deign to acknowledge me. Thus I must seek an alternative. I have heard that Lord Jiang is quite commendable. and I wish to leave a favorable impression. Beyond her skill and flattery, her talent for spinning tales had reached a remarkable level. How audacious for a young woman to claim such a thing. Xie Tingzhou's expression darkened further, exasperated by her words, and he closed his eyes, pressing his fingers to his forehead, saying, "Leave." Understood. Shen Yu lifted the curtain, only to discover they had arrived at the capital's court. As matters had become entangled, they were required to enter the courtroom. Upon their arrival, Dou Qing had already been freed from his bindings and was seated, casually sipping tea on one side of the court. The presiding figure was a slender, elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a faded official robe, who appeared to embody the image of a righteous official. However, given his actions of releasing Dou Qing and serving him tea, his integrity seemed questionable. Upon noticing Xie Tingzhou, Lu Fu promptly approached, bowing to him respectfully. Greetings, young master, please take a seat." Xie Tingzhou politely declined, stating, "Lord Lu may proceed with the examination. I am merely here as an observer." He then turned his gaze toward Dou Qing, who hastily set down his tea and stood up. Having just heard Dou Qing refer to him as young master, it was evident that among the young nobles in the capital, none could rival Xie Tingzhou in such a manner. Today, it seemed, would not end well. He quickly signaled to his servant standing at the door, urging him to fetch assistance. Lu Fu returned to his seat and struck the gavel, declaring, "Who is present in the court?" Shen Yu glanced at Xie Tingzhou before clasping her hands and saying, "I greet you, my lord. I am sure you." Dou Qing, meeting Xie Tingzhou's cold gaze, quickly added, "My surname is Dou, and my given name is Qing." There was no drumbeat, nor any written complaint. One party was the cousin of a vice minister, while the other appeared to be acquainted with the young master. Both were formidable adversaries, thus Lu Fu did not adhere to the conventional procedure, but rather inquired directly, "What brings you two here?" Dou Qing immediately retorted with indignation, "I was peacefully walking down the street when he suddenly charged at me and killed my horse. Not only did he injure me, but he also drew his weapon against me. My lord, such audacity cannot be overlooked." Chapter 77, Settling Scores in Autumn. Shen Yu, unwavering in her gaze, replied, "My lord, the reality is quite different." He galloped recklessly through the streets, nearly injuring innocent bystanders. "I resorted to such desperate measures solely to save someone. Furthermore, I merely injured his horse's leg. It was he who subsequently dealt the fatal blow. Numerous witnesses can attest to this." Dou Qing smirked, aware that common folk would not dare oppose him. Even if he summoned witnesses, they would likely refrain from telling the truth. Just as he was about to argue, a sharp sound interrupted him as Xie Tingzhou tossed the lid of his teacup back onto the cup. This simple yet decisive action caused Dou Qing's legs to tremble involuntarily. Xie Tingzhou turned his gaze to Dou Qing, having previously surveyed the injured horse at the inn's entrance. Indeed, the horse bore a wound, and the angle and force of the injury suggested a level of skill that did not result in broken bones. In contrast, the gash on the horse's neck was uneven, deep on one side and shallow on the other, clearly indicating a lack of force applied toward the end. Had Shen Yu been the one to strike, the cut would have been clean and precise. Dou Qing dared not counter Xie Tingzhou's scrutiny, defiantly stating, "I was merely offering my beloved horse a merciful release from its suffering. How could I have harmed any innocent bystanders? Have you seen anyone injured?" "None," Shen Yu responded. Dou Qing pointed at her, exclaiming, "My lord, hear this. No one was harmed, yet my horse was injured. This is utterly outrageous." Shen Yu countered, "Had the horse not been harmed, it would have been a person instead." Dou Qing scoffed, "Did this incident even occur? Who would believe a tale of events that never transpired?" Shen Yu, having encountered Dou Qing's unscrupulous nature before, felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. "My lord can summon witnesses. Any passerby can confirm the truth," Shen Yu asserted through gritted teeth. She was exasperated by their back-and-forth bickering. What issue could not be resolved through a straightforward confrontation? Dou Qing retorted, "Then go ahead and summon them. Regardless of whether I harmed anyone, you have injured my horse, and I have suffered a loss that cannot be denied." The situation, though complex, had its roots in a simple misunderstanding. Lu Fu glanced at the impassive statue of the Bodhisattva. Xie Tingzhou waved away the tea leaves, stating, "There is no need to regard me, my lord. Let the law take its course." With Xie Tingzhou's endorsement, Lu Fu felt a surge of confidence. He cleared his throat and declared, "I have comprehended the sequence of events. It was merely a street altercation. In my view, the injury to a bystander remains unproven, but..." Shen Yu interjected. Lu Fu continued, "Though Xie acted to save another, the injury to Dou Qing's horse has indeed occurred, and you shall bear the cost of his medical expenses. Do both parties agree with my ruling? Shen Yu had no objections. The amount was significantly less than the 10,000 taels she had previously considered for a private settlement. Xie Yu concurred. Dou Qing, still seething with indignation, could not display his usual arrogant demeanor in front of Xie Tingzhou, muttering, agreed, in dissatisfaction. Lu Fu nodded. In that case, Dou Qing, you shall submit the veterinary expenses to him. Dou Qing thought, unable to punish Shen Yu, he would instead extract a hefty sum from her. He boldly asserted, 30,000 taels. Lu Fu was taken aback, nearly dropping his official tablet at Dou Qing's exorbitant demand. Shen Yu was nearly driven to laughter by Dou Qing's audacity. What a jest! 30,000 taels, enough to purchase Dou Qing's life. Dou Qing, secretly pleased, feigned pain, saying, as for my injuries, they matter little. However, the breed of that horse is quite extraordinary, and it has accompanied me for many years. If we consider that previously Shen Yu offered that price to avert disaster. Now that the matter has been brought to court, there is no reason to suffer losses alongside the lady while losing men. She possesses ample wealth. Yet she shall not grant any favors to this scoundrel. Shen Yu scoffed. You might as well resort to robbery. 30 taels, nothing more? You hail from a family of officials, yet you behave like a common thug, audaciously attempting extortion in broad daylight. What did you say? Dou Qing, infuriated, reached out and grasped Shen Yu by the collar. Taken aback by the sudden pull, a portion of her snow-white shoulder was exposed. Without hesitation, she struck him down to the ground. She intended to sever his hand, but remembered that her dagger had been removed before entering the court. Dou Qing lay on the ground, his eyes wide, momentarily stunned, still captivated by the fleeting glimpse of beauty. How could a man possess such delicate features? It stirred something within. As if sensing the tension, both Shen Yu and Dou Qing turned their gazes toward the speaker, Xie Tingzhou. A large water stain on Xie's robe instantly captured her attention. This young lord seemed to have spilled quite a bit while merely drinking tea, with drops still trickling from his fingertips. He first regarded her with a chilling glance before shifting his icy gaze to Dou Qing's face, coldly declaring, that horse of yours is merely an ordinary colt, not yet 2 years old, still a mere foal. Dou Qing's jaw dropped, struggling to articulate a response. The words trapped within him. With Jiang Linzhi's delayed arrival, he felt utterly powerless against the air of biling, left with no choice but to swallow his pride. After paying the 30 taels, Dou Qing, in a huff, prepared to leave. Hold on, Xie Tingzhou called out, prompting Dou Qing to turn back, perplexed. What further instructions does the young lord have? Xie Tingzhou set down his teacup and asked, May I inquire, Master Liu? What is the penalty for recklessly allowing a horse to injure someone in public? Lu Fu, upon hearing this, realized Xie Tingzhou intended to seek retribution later. Reckless horse riding could be deemed minor if ignored, yet if pursued, it could have legal consequences. Dou Qing, lacking any understanding of the law, dismissed it casually. So what if I rode? No one died. Lu Fu rubbed his forehead, realizing that matters were not so simple. Reckless riding could warrant 20 lashes. And if it resulted in injury or death, the punishment could escalate to detention or even exile. Initially, he thought Xie Tingzhou sought to spare the Jiang family, but it became evident that this was merely the beginning, having calculated to make Dou Qing's experience unpleasant. Lu Fu couldn't help but glance at Shi Yu below, contemplating how protective Xie Tingzhou was. With a firm resolve, Lu Fu stated, according to the law, the penalty is 20 lashes. Today, the governor was absent, and as merely a deputy, he found himself in a precarious position, displeasing both Xie Tingzhou and the Jiang family. Truly a no-win situation. Upon hearing the sentence of 20 lashes, Dou Qing was utterly aghast. In the Dou family, spanning to his generation, he stands as the sole son, cherished as if he were the very apple of their eye. Not only has he never faced punishment, but he has scarcely endured even harsh words. The case was on the verge of conclusion, yet Xie Tingzhou showed no intention of departing, seemingly intent on witnessing the punishment. The constables promptly brought forth a stool, with 2 of them each gripping Dou Qing's shoulders, forcing him onto the seat. Wait, Dou Qing protested, struggling and shouting hoarsely, my cousin has not yet arrived. Let us wait for him. Lu Fu glanced at Xie Tingzhou, who then turned to Shi Yu and instructed, step forward and witness the consequences of galloping horses in the streets. Shen Yu bit her lip to suppress laughter as she stood beside him. Xie Tingzhou was indeed cunning. Exchanging 30 taels for Dou Qing to receive a beating was hardly a loss. Thus, the grievances of a past life found their resolution in this one. Chapter 78. Unveiling Dou Qing's cries echoed painfully as he was struck. Xie Tingzhou, usually a person of quiet demeanor, found himself unbothered by the noise, leisurely observing the execution carried out by the constables. Occasionally, he would turn to Xie and commend the constables for their adeptness. The constables, upon hearing his praise, redoubled their efforts. In this rebirth, Shen for the first time felt a sense of empowerment. It was exhilarating to realize that having authority allowed one to stride boldly. Once the matter was resolved, Lu Fugong respectfully escorted Xie Tingzhou to the door. As they exited the court, a carriage came to a halt right outside. Seated at the reins was Gao Jane, while inside the carriage was undoubtedly Jiang Linzhi. Shen halted abruptly, instinctively turning her back. With only one path to navigate, how could she possibly evade Jiang Linzhi? Xie Tingzhou glanced at her, his gaze shifting upward as Jiang Linzhi lifted the curtain and disembarked from the carriage. Xie Tingzhou's expression turned serious as he inquired, "Why do you not proceed? Did you not intend to reconsider your choice of Lord Jiang?" Shen understood his intent to provoke. She raised her eyes to meet his, a silent plea evident within. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, causing her heart to race. "Your Highness," Jiang Linzhi greeted with a bow. Xie Tingzhou replied slowly, "The verdict has been rendered, and the punishment has been executed. I fear, Lord Jiang, that you have arrived too late." Jiang Linzhi had deliberately delayed his arrival, wishing to ensure Dou Qing faced some hardship. "It is not too late. I trust the Shuntian prefecture will adjudicate fairly," he asserted, pausing momentarily before directing his attention to the figure standing behind Xie Tingzhou. Shen felt a prickling sensation along her spine, lowering her voice to say, "Your Highness, I just remembered I left my ceremonial dagger in the hall." "The dagger?" Xie Tingzhou seemed unwilling to let her off easily. "Shifeng has already retrieved it for you." Shen felt a wave of despair. Hearing Jiang Linzhi's footsteps approach once more. "This is the one who saved the child on the road?" Jiang Linzhi inquired. Lu Fu, having received a report from the constables at the entrance, had come out to respond, "Indeed, it is the young lord's personal guard." The implication was clear. "This was your quarrel, do not involve me." Jiang Linzhi felt a strange familiarity from the figure before him. He stepped forward, each stride pressing upon Shen Yu's throat. "You, turn around," he commanded, his gaze fixed intently on the person beside Xie Tingzhou. Shen Yu felt a chill envelop her. Jiang Linzhi furrowed his brow and extended his hand towards him. Just as their hands were about to meet, Shen Yu was suddenly pulled back by someone. Xie Tingzhou swept his cloak around her, enveloping her within its folds. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, "I await your explanation upon your return, Shen Yu." Shen Yu froze momentarily. When did he discover her secret? Xie Tingzhou gently pressed her head against his chest, smiling as he reassured her, "It is merely a scrape. What is there to be ashamed of? You remain as lovely as ever." Uncertain whether Xie Tingzhou was jesting or attempting to allay Jiang Linzhi's suspicions, Shen Yu clutched tightly to his garment, fearful that a moment of displeasure might see her thrust back into view. Observing her silence, Xie Tingzhou turned his gaze back to Jiang Linzhi, his expression icy. "Forgive her, Lord Jiang. She is merely shy." At this moment, a taut string in Jiang Lian's mind threatened to snap. He felt as though he had missed something, but the clarity eluded him. Jiang Lian endeavored to search his thoughts for what it was he had overlooked, while Xie Tingzhou had already taken Shen Yu by the arm and was making his way outside. Wait, Dou Qing was being assisted by 2 attendants, limping out of the yamen. "Cousin, don't let him escape." Jiang Lian's mental string finally snapped at Dou Qing's desperate cry, and he found himself grasping at straws for any lead. Frustrated, he cast a cold glance at Dou Qing. "Are you not embarrassed enough?" he remarked, then instructed the attendants, "Take him back, confine him for a month, and inform my uncle that it is my decree." Dou Qing was led away, crying and wailing. When Jiang Lian turned again, he saw that Xie Tingzhou's carriage had already vanished into the distance. Gao Jin withdrew his gaze, recognizing the youth as one of Xie Tingzhou's favored guards, confirming the rumors. Lu Fu shook his head in dismay. The world is indeed declining. 2 men brazenly embracing in public, what a sight. Sir Jiang, would you care to step inside?" "No need. I shall take my leave," Jiang Lian replied with a slight nod as he departed. Gao Jin followed closely beside him, murmuring, "Confining Dou Qing for a month will likely prompt your aunt to come crying to you." Jiang Lian retorted coldly, "Does he think this punishment is the end of it?" Xie Tingzhou would not let him off so easily. If he wishes to avoid confinement, he may as well venture out and face the consequences, whether it be a broken arm or a broken leg. The carriage swayed gently, and Shen Yu kept her head lowered, her delicate, fair neck exposed behind her collar. She had yet to comprehend where she had begun to reveal herself, nor had she figured out what to do next. Have you made up your mind? Xie Tingzhou inquired. Shen Yu, still looking down, replied, not yet. Xie Tingzhou, unfazed, said, no rush, take your time to think. See what lies you can conjure up, make them convincing. With that, he calmly retrieved a book from the drawer of the low table, seemingly prepared for a prolonged engagement. Shen Yu bit her lip into silence. She indeed wished to fabricate something. The moisture on Xie Tingzhou's robe had yet to dry. Infused with a faint aroma of tea from the warm stove in the carriage. Noticing her gaze, he raised his hand, allowing the wide sleeves to cover the dampened area. The carriage entered the Wang residence through a side entrance and came to a halt at Qingpu courtyard. Shen Yu disembarked first, instinctively extending her hand. Xie Tingzhou, standing at the yoke, glanced at her before dismounting from the other side. Shen Yu followed closely in his footsteps. Chang Lu observed that Xie Yu's demeanor mirrored his own when he had erred, and he tugged at Xifeng's sleeve, asking, what happened to him? Xifeng, with a grave expression, replied, he got into a brawl in the street and knocked down Jiang Shilong's cousin. So fierce, Chang Lu exclaimed, hastening to catch up. After walking a short distance, Xie Tingzhou suddenly staggered. Xifeng, alarmed, called out, Your Highness. Xie Tingzhou waved his hand dismissively, it's nothing. Upon entering his chamber, Xie Tingzhou turned to Shen Yu, who was about to follow, and said calmly, you may return now. Xifeng and Chang Lu then entered the room, closing the door behind them. As Shen Yu prepared to depart, she was suddenly startled by a series of suppressed coughs emanating from within the house. She stepped back into the courtyard but hesitated to leave immediately. After a brief interval, the physician of the estate hurriedly arrived, carrying a medicine box. It seemed she had long overlooked the fact that Xie Tingzhou was not in robust health, for he was remarkably resilient. Just prior to her entrance to the palace, he had appeared well, yet upon his return, his complexion was ashen. What could have transpired during his time in the palace? Chapter 79. A soothing presence upon the entrance of the physician. The door to Qingpu residence was firmly shut. The palace guards and secret sentinels secured the residence with unwavering diligence, ensuring that not even a sparrow could flit inside. Though the sounds of bustling activity within could be faintly heard from the courtyard, Shen Yu walked a short distance before turning back, clutching a dagger and leaning against the eaves alongside the guards. Though she was off duty today, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered when she was distanced from the vicinity. Standing here offered her a semblance of reassurance. As the sky gradually darkened, Arya emerged with De Huang in search of her. Tonight, De Huang seems restless, incessantly barking. She remarked. Shen Yu knelt to caress the dog's head, murmuring, you two have sensed his troubles, haven't you? Dogs possess a certain intuition, often more astute than that of humans. The duo sat in quiet anticipation beneath the eaves, hoping for favorable news from within. As midnight approached, the door to Qingpu residence finally creaked open, and a guard hastily exited. Shen Yu leaned forward, catching sight of the brightly lit courtyard teeming with maids and servants, akin to ants scurrying on a hot pan. The door was swiftly closed again, and half an hour later, 2 imperial physicians arrived at the palace. Xie Tingzhou's condition was perilous, only stabilizing by morning. Before succumbing to slumber, he closed his eyes and inquired, where is she? Xifeng and Chang Lu exchanged knowing glances, understanding precisely who he referred to. She has long since departed, Chang Lu replied, his tone tinged with discontent. His Highness treats Xi with such kindness. Yet she leaves without so much as a word, behaving like an ungrateful wolf. Xie Tingzhou's breathing gradually slowed, and he drifted into a deep sleep that lasted until afternoon. Upon hearing of Xie Tingzhou's illness, Li Jifeng hurriedly made his way from the palace. He was indeed, as the rumors suggested, a man of little ambition. Looked down upon by ministers, and even those noble scions preferred to curry favor with his more esteemed companions. For any individual, the prospects of advancement were far greater than his own. Even if Li Jifeng were to attain a title, it would be that of a nominal prince devoid of real power. However, Xie Tingzhou was different for him. As the crown prince of Balin, his ascension to the throne was a certainty, drawing many noble youths seeking his favor. Yet, he genuinely regarded Li Jifeng as a brother. As Li Jifeng stepped into Qingpu residence, he paused briefly, casting a glance towards Shen Yu at the entrance before continuing on. His presence was announced before he even arrived. As he bellowed, brother, Xie Tingzhou had just awakened, his spirit dulled, seated at the table with a bowl of congee. His appetite had already waned, and the raucous call extinguished any remaining desire to eat. Observing him lay down his chopsticks, Li Jifeng inquired, are you all right? I would fare better if you hadn't come. Xie Tingzhou retorted. Li Jifeng was well accustomed to his sharp tongue and took a seat without hesitation. Having indulged in rich delicacies, He craved something lighter and noticed the decent spread on the table, requesting a pair of chopsticks to join in. I only learned this afternoon that you summoned a physician last night. What transpired? Just an old ailment, Xie Tingzhou replied nonchalantly. Li Jifeng, filled with concern, asked, Is the residual poison still present? Xie Tingzhou remained silent, lifting his teacup for a sip, only to grimace immediately. He required medication, and the servants promptly removed the tea, leaving only plain water in the cup. Li Jifeng took a few sips, recalling the figure standing at the door, and could not help but shake his head, saying, A night spent together as husband and wife is worth 100 days of affection. It has only been a few days. And already you have cast someone out to the courtyard? Xie Tingzhou, perplexed, inquired. What? Your delicate beloved? Li Jifeng pointed his chin, indicating the one standing guard at the entrance. Isn't that your punishment? Xie Tingzhou fell silent for a moment, then called Chang Lu, who had been waiting at the door, hurried inside. Master, what are your orders? With both of them present, it was difficult to distinguish who the prince had summoned. So Chang Lu simply addressed him as master. Xie Tingzhou glanced at him and asked, How many steps are there from here to the courtyard gate? Chang Lu was taken aback. I have never counted. Xie Tingzhou instructed, Then go and count. With a puzzled expression, Chang Lu scratched his head and began to walk from the door, counting as he went. 135, 130. Hey, when did you arrive? Chang Lu looked towards Shiyu at the courtyard entrance. Shen Yu replied, I've been here all along. What is the matter? Chang Lu turned quickly and jogged back. Kneeling at the entrance. Master, Xie Tingzhou asked, How many steps? Chang Lu hesitantly replied, 136. I was mistaken. Upon seeing Shiyu at the door, he understood Xie Tingzhou's intention behind counting the steps. However, he had answered without confirming the distance, a mistake unbecoming of a royal guard. Send her back, Xie Tingzhou commanded. Yes, Chang Lu promptly exited to inform Shiyu. After a short while, he returned, saying, Master, she refuses to leave. Look at that, Li Jifeng remarked, such loyalty. In this biting cold, her lover cannot even see her, yet she remains steadfast outside. You are the unfeeling one. Xie Tingzhou lifted his eyelids to glance at him. Have you eaten? Not yet. Why do you? A piece of pastry was shoved into his mouth, causing Li Jifeng to gag momentarily before managing to dislodge the delicacy, pointing at Xie Tingzhou and exclaiming, You are attempting to poison the royal air. Feigning ignorance. Xie Tingzhou told Chang Lu, Let her in. Today's wind is fierce, and it is quite cold outside. If it were not for Shen Yu's years of martial training, her constitution would likely have faltered by now. Xie Tingzhou observed her briskly entering, accompanied by the large yellow dog. Inside the room, he was alone, as Li Jifeng had been sent to the side hall. Shen Yu remembered Xie Tingzhou's aversion to the cold and promptly closed the door behind her, her gaze sweeping over him before settling on his face. His complexion appeared slightly paler than usual, though his lips were a striking red. Why haven't you returned? Xie Tingzhou inquired. After the large yellow dog entered, it began to sniff around the room. Shen Yu glanced at it and replied, Didn't you instruct me to carefully consider how to explain? I have thought it through. Xie Tingzhou's eyes darkened. In truth, the answer could be inferred with a little contemplation. Shen Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. This was her first time confiding her difficulties to another. You need not speak. Xie Tingzhou interrupted her before she could finish. Shen Yu was momentarily taken aback. Xie Tingzhou raised his gaze and gently said, Do not dwell on the things that cause you sorrow. Shen Yu looked at him in astonishment. It seemed that this statement had softly comforted her, and for the first time, she realized how deeply aggrieved she truly felt. Chapter 80. Lady Sister. At times, individuals exhibit such a paradox. When unnoticed, they perceive themselves as capable of enduring anything, yet upon being asked if they are weary, they are suddenly acutely aware of an overwhelming exhaustion that threatens to unravel their very bones. Shen Yu hung her head in silence. She could not bear the thought of succumbing to weakness, yet in the face of Xie Tingzhou's seemingly casual remarks, she undeniably felt her resolve wane. Xie Tingzhou cast a glance in her direction and remarked, This case has lingered for far too long. If it continues to drag on, public outrage will ensue. The 3 judicial offices will expedite their conclusion. Regardless of the outcome, prepare yourself. Shen Yu lifted her gaze to him, questioning, What do you mean, Your Highness? Xie Tingzhou turned his head to gaze out the window. The case will be adjudicated, though it may not align entirely with your desires. Shen Yu furrowed her brow in contemplation. All she sought was for those involved in the case to receive their just punishment. Could that not be granted? But this is merely speculation. Do not dwell on it just yet. Xie Tingzhou softened his tone. Shen Yu nodded and inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Xie Tingzhou's eyes lingered on her face for a brief moment before he replied, "It's nothing of concern." Shen Yu understood the steadfastness of Xie Tingzhou's spirit. As long as he drew breath, he would consider it inconsequential. "Return now," Xie Tingzhou instructed once more. As Shen Yu approached the door, she paused, turned back, and said, "I wish to step out for a moment to visit the Liu family shop. I have some matters to confirm." She was unsure why she felt compelled to inform him. Yet it seemed appropriate to voice it. Xie Tingzhou nodded. "Go ahead." Shen Yu exited and closed the door behind her. Glancing around before spotting Xie Feng conversing with the guards at the corner, she faintly overheard Xie Feng discussing rare medicinal herbs, presumably in search of something for Xie Tingzhou. Shen Yu approached, and Xie Feng, aware that she had questions, gestured for the guards to leave, asking, "What is it? Are you searching for herbs for His Highness?" Xie Feng cautiously regarded her, nodding. "His Highness still harbors residual poison and is lacking several medicinal ingredients." Shen Yu replied, "I am unaware of what is missing. However, I have some connections with the Liu family. I will see if they can procure them." Xie Feng produced a piece of paper from her sleeve, on which the names of the missing ingredients were circled in red ink, 3 or 4 items absent. Shen Yu committed them to memory and glanced towards the nearby door, whispering. He seemed fine upon entering the palace. What transpired to leave him in this state? Xie Feng spoke gravely. "This is not a matter for you to inquire about. If you wish to know, you may directly ask His Highness." Disappointed, Shen Yu made her way outside. Not far along her path, she heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. "Hey, you there!" Li Jifeng called out. "You, with the rain, stop." Shen Yu halted and turned, offering a respectful greeting, "Ninth Prince." Li Jifeng pulled Shen Yu behind a rockery. Speaking in a conspiratorial tone, "You were just asking Xie Yun what happened. You asked the wrong person. Why not inquire of me?" Shen Yu replied, "Please, Your Highness, enlighten me." Li Jifeng settled onto a stone bench, fanning himself with a folding fan. "Well, this is quite a lengthy tale." Shen Yu pursed her lips. She had heard whispers about Li Jifeng, summing him up in 3 words: unreliable. Li Jifeng spoke eloquently, tracing back the tale to 23 years prior. In that year, the Princess of Bailing was diagnosed with pregnancy, which brought immense joy to the prince. After 10 months, she gave birth to a son, whom they named Xie Yun. Shen Yu, listening with a sense of drowsiness, thought to herself that the rumors were indeed true. It was a rather unreliable narrative. Why not start from the creation of the world by Pangu? The day was growing late, and Shen Yu had intended to visit the shop yesterday, but was unfortunately delayed by that insufferable Do Qing. If she did not go today, she feared that lingering would lead to further complications. Xie Yun, exceptionally intelligent from a young age, continued. "Your Highness," Shen Yu interjected, unable to contain herself. "At this pace, you might still be recounting this at dawn tomorrow before Xie stops." She performed a bow and added, "Sure you has other matters to attend to. Perhaps it would be better to hear the rest of your tale another day, or rather, seek your insights." Li Jifeng, straightforward in nature, dismissed her concern. "Very well, go on. But know that I do not always possess the inclination to provide clarifications. You shall have to rely on fortune henceforth." "Fortune, I can do without. Let those who desire it pursue it," Shen Yu replied with a smile. "Indeed, Your Highness, you are burdened with affairs of great importance. Sure you would not dare to waste your time." Li Jifeng raised his chin and, fanning himself, departed. As Shen Yu arrived at the Liu family shop, night had fallen, and the shopkeeper was closing the doors. "Miss, you did not come yesterday. I heard that you were delayed by that lad from the Dou family. Are you quite well?" "I am fine," Shen Yu responded. "Has there been any news from the Shen residence?" The shopkeeper replied, "Miss Shen visited the shop yesterday, leaving only a message that you might find what you seek at a nunnery in Shangqiu." Shen Yu frowned, realizing that Shun Yan had hidden the green herbs in such a distant place. "Lu Bo," she called. The shopkeeper quickly bowed. "Miss, you flatter an old man." Shen Yu continued, "I must trouble you to visit the Wantong escort agency tomorrow. Seek out Miss He Shuehui and request that she take a group to Shangqiu. The more, the better. The price is negotiable. Just inform them it is a substantial order." After pondering for a moment, the shopkeeper nodded. "Your method is indeed prudent. In the capital, there are 4 major escort agencies, and Wantong is one of them. The Liu family business spans across the Great Zhou, frequently transporting goods north and south, and they had cooperated with Wantong on several significant shipments. For an escort agency to succeed, it must navigate both the legitimate and illicit spheres. Securing connections within the court while possessing formidable strength. Xin Yan, sheltered in her boudoir, would likely not stir much trouble, and the Wantong escort agency would suffice. Retrieve the green herbs, regardless of the outcome. Bring her back, Xin Yu added. Understood, I shall make note of it, Lu Bo replied. Miss, please continue. Xin Yu hesitated momentarily before expressing, I wish to procure some medicinal herbs. What specific herbs do you seek? Xin Yu stated, Qianling ginseng, blood python branch, Tianshan snow lotus, and a type of black knot grass. Lu Bo stroked his beard. The Qianling ginseng is indeed available. Is that so? Xin Yu inquired, her eyes alight with surprise. Manager Lu remarked, a couple of years ago, our Lu family's herbal shop did come across a particular variety. However, due to its rarity, we did not put it up for sale. It should now be stored in the warehouse of Luozhou Prefecture. Yet, I fear that the other varieties may prove elusive, especially the blood python branch, of which I have truly never heard. Xin Yu understood the difficulty in procuring these herbs. Otherwise, with Xie Tingzhou's influence, they would not have remained unfound until now. She was pleasantly surprised that they had managed to locate even one. I shall return to the Shun residence tomorrow to open the warehouse, Xin Yu stated. Regardless of the price, I would appreciate it if you could keep a close watch on the matter of the herbs for me, Uncle Lu. Manager Lu replied. The Lu family is at your service, Mississippi. You need not say such things. If there is anything you require, simply instruct this old man. Xin Yu sent a letter to inquire about the Qianling ginseng in Luozhou and then retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve. Upon seeing it, Manager Lu immediately smiled, recognizing that the young lady had indeed crafted a sachet for the old matriarch. This had occurred last year when Xin Yu had asked the matriarch what she desired for this year's gift. Knowing that Xin Yu was not skilled in needlework, the old lady had playfully suggested a sachet, not expecting Xin Yu to actually embroider one. Gently caressing the unevenly stitched sachet, Xin Yu murmured, I made several, but this one is the best. Manager Lu reassured her, regardless of its quality, the old matriarch will undoubtedly be delighted upon receiving it. By the time they left the shop and returned to the residence, it was already dark. The front courtyard was bustling with noise, prompting Xin Yu to ask her maid. Arya, what is happening over there? Arya replied, I'm not quite sure, but there are many people from the Wang family, including beautiful maidens and elegant ladies. Xin Yu inquired, what do you mean by lady? With innocent exuberance, Arya explained, a lady is someone who dresses not like a maid, but more like a young matron. Very beautiful indeed. It seems they are arranged in the courtyard next to ours. The following day, Xin Yu finally understood what Arya meant by lady. Chapter 81. The concubine within the chambers of Qingpu. An atmosphere of silence enveloped the attendants, save for an elderly man who stood resolutely in the hall, articulating his thoughts with unwavering conviction. Although the eventual outcome was favorable, the heir apparent ought not to have recklessly endangered himself. His singular existence bore the weight of all of Biling. In times of uncertainty, one must exercise due caution. Chang Lu stealthily approached the doorway and quietly inquired of Xi Feng what was being discussed. Xi Feng, with unwavering focus, replied, the substitute has been slain. Ah! Chang Lu sighed deeply. There is still much to recount. At this rate, how long will he take to finish? The elderly man's voice continued to resonate within the room, elaborating on the prince's profound longing for the heir and the directives he had imparted upon the old servant upon his arrival. At that moment, Xin Yu entered with measured steps. Upon noticing Chang Lu and Xi Feng standing like steadfast pines at the door, she asked, what are you two doing standing there? In synchrony, Xi Feng and Chang Lu exchanged a glance, conveying the message, you are in trouble. The elderly man's discourse was abruptly interrupted, and he furrowed his brow, demanding, who is causing a disturbance outside? Xin Yu paused momentarily, inquiring, who is it? Chang Lu quietly reminded her, the steward of the prince. Zhongbo realizing, Xin Yu approached. Your Highness, I am on duty today. She then bowed slightly to Zhongbo, greeting him. Good day. Zhongbo scrutinized the young girl, assessing her appearance, and asked, are you the child that His Highness found on the battlefield? What did he mean by found? One might mistakenly believe that Xie Tingzhou was her adoptive father. Xin Yu glanced at Xie Tingzhou, uncertainly responding, it should be me. With that, she prepared to take a seat on a nearby chair. Yet, before she could settle, she was met with Zhongbo's sharp reprimand. His Highness is yet to speak. How dare you act so presumptuously? Startled by the outburst, Xin Yu found herself at a loss, bending slightly before finally straightening her posture. This was her usual demeanor in front of Xie Tingzhou. where no one ever challenged her actions, and she had grown accustomed to it. Zhong Bo, with a stern expression, declared, "The prince's residence requires proper management. The duty of the guards rightfully falls to Xie Feng, and it should not be for an old servant like myself to overstep. However, it appears that Xie Feng has not fulfilled his responsibilities." Xie Feng acknowledged this with a nod, though internally he reflected that the prince had warned him from the outset that he could not manage this individual, especially with the prince's protection in place. Xie Tingzhou cleared his throat softly, saying, "Zhong Bo, you have traveled a long way. It would be prudent to postpone the affairs of the estate for a few days." Zhong Bo immediately acquiesced. "Given the prince's current state of health, I shall not impose further and will attend to other matters." Xie Tingzhou nodded slightly. "You all may withdraw now," Zhong Bo instructed. Shen Yu pondered whether she was included in that dismissal. Noticing everyone else exiting the room, she followed suit. "Shi Yu, stay behind," Xie Tingzhou suddenly interjected. Zhong Bo glanced at Shi Yu but refrained from voicing an opinion. The chamber was left with only Xie Tingzhou and Shen Yu. Today, Xie Tingzhou appeared somewhat more invigorated than the previous day, hinting at a gradual recovery. Zhong Bo, a veteran of the Biling royal household, had journeyed from afar and would henceforth remain to oversee matters within the prince's residence. Though somewhat rigid in demeanor, he possessed a kind heart. Having raised Xie Feng and Chang Lu, both of whom were orphans. What Xie Tingzhou did not mention was that, upon reflection, he too was raised by Zhong Bo. Such matters of the royal household are not to be divulged to outsiders. Shen Yu nodded, asserting that she had mentioned her charm. Within 3 days, he would surely come to like her. Xie Tingzhou smiled faintly, yet he refrained from revealing what Zhong Bo had said further. No matter how endearing she might be, it seemed that this time, Zhong Bo would find it difficult to warm to her. Suddenly, Shen Yu recalled something and inquired, "Are those Madam's sisters also brought by Zhong Bo?" "Madam's sisters?" Xie Tingzhou was momentarily puzzled. "Oh," Shen Yu explained, "it is the name given by area. Those ladies reside in the courtyard adjacent to mine, and their attire does not appear to be that of maids." Xie Tingzhou's expression stiffened slightly. "Zhong Bo has placed them next to you?" "Indeed," Shen Yu continued. "But who are they?" Xie Tingzhou paused, responding, "They are inconsequential individuals, not worthy of your concern." Shen Yu felt a twinge of doubt regarding the sincerity in Xie Tingzhou's gaze, suspecting he had withheld the truth. After their conversation, she exited the room and questioned Chang Lu once more. Chang Lu, in a torrent of words, revealed, "Those are concubines sent to the prince by the lord." "Concubines?" Shen Yu echoed, taken aback. "Yes, concubines," Chang Lu replied matter-of-factly. "The prince is already 22. It is only natural for a noble of the northern Lin royal family to have concubines." Shen Yu felt as though she had been struck by a heavy blow. Momentarily dazed. Indeed, for a 22-year-old nobleman, it was customary to have a multitude of wives and concubines. It was hardly surprising to have a few concubines. Chang Lu scrutinized her, asking, "You do know what a concubine is for, don't you? You're not much older than I am. I assume you haven't experienced it yet." An unfamiliar sensation surged within Shen Yu, tinged with bitterness and sorrow. She reflected for a moment, recalling the faint echoes of similar feelings when Jiang Linzhi had mentioned taking a concubine in her previous life, though not as intensely as she felt now. A warning bell rang in her mind regarding Xie Tingzhou. Could it be? Chang Lu leaned closer, somewhat aggrieved. "Actually, I haven't experienced it either. The prince once gifted me one, but upon seeing her, I was terrified. She approached and tried to strip me of my clothing, so I sent her away." I heard. Well, when a man and woman are at their most intimate, they would sleep together at night. I certainly did not appreciate her undressing me. It was too much. While Shen Yu was on duty at Qingpuju, guests arrived at the front of the royal residence. Although they did not specify a name, the servants inferred they were looking for Xie Yu. Upon reaching the front hall, Shen Yu overheard Zhong Bo speaking respectfully within. Was it possible that Xie Yu had offended the young marquis? Pei Chunli responded, "Not at all. I merely share an acquaintance with her." Shen Yu pondered when she had become acquainted with the young marquis, unaware of it herself. Peering into the hall, she spotted Pei Chunli lifting his gaze from his teacup, their eyes locking in an instant. Pei Chunli's eyes brightened with recognition. "Brother." Shen Yu was genuinely oblivious to the existence of such a brother, hurriedly entering to bow. "Young marquis." Pei Chunli placed the teacup down and rose to circle around Shen Yu, suddenly exclaiming, "It has been a year. Why have you not grown at all?" Uncle Zhong stood nearby, observing the two. Noticing the look of confusion on her face, Pei Chunli gestured to explain, "Have you forgotten? Last spring, we met in a certain room, where I was reclining on the couch, and you were above me. Oh dear. Shen Yu hurriedly covered Pei Chunli's mouth, fearful that he might utter something utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhong's expression revealed a hint of disdain. Chapter 82. I miss you. Shen Yu covered Pei Chunli's mouth and dragged him outside, faintly hearing Uncle Zhong reprimanding them from behind for their impropriety. She recalled the events that had transpired last spring. At the tender age of 16, an age brimming with curiosity, she had heard of the courtesan auction taking place in the city and, intrigued, ventured to the brothel with Lu Yao. On that day, the courtesan was won by a young gentleman, and feeling unsatisfied with her view, Shen Yu stealthily slipped into the gentleman's chamber, perching herself on a beam to eavesdrop. To her surprise, as soon as the gentleman entered, he collapsed onto the small couch, locking eyes with Shen Yu above. Both were playful spirits, and as they conversed, they lost track of time. The courtesan serenaded them with songs until her voice grew hoarse. That gentleman was none other than Pei Chunli, who now stood before her. Shen Yu had introduced herself as the young master of General Shen's household, but when Pei Chunli had sought her out later, she dismissed him as merely boasting, given how different he was from her brother Shen Zhao, who knew the real gentleman. Little did she expect that nearly a year later, she would encounter him in a tavern, witnessing him embroiled in a dispute with Dou Qing, with the intention of intervening, only to be preempted by Xie Tingzhou. For Pei Chunli, it had been merely a year since that spring, yet for Shen Yu, having spent 3 years married to Jiang Linzhi, it felt as if 4 springs had passed, and her memories were not as vivid as his. Lowering her voice, she inquired, "How did you find your way here?" "I miss you," Pei Chunli replied earnestly. "I long for your company. No one else has been as enjoyable since that night." Shen Yu pursed her lips. "Your feelings are of no consequence. I do not miss you. Young lord, you should leave swiftly." "You are utterly heartless," Pei Chunli retorted, pointing at her. "We promised to indulge in merriment together. How can you go back on your word?" Shen Yu found his childish demeanor amusing. After such a long time, Pei Chunli still behaved like a child, while Li Jifeng, despite lacking talent, was astute, unlike the genuinely foolish Pei Chunli. Shen Yu spoke earnestly. "It is not that I do not wish to. The reality is that I now have responsibilities that confine my freedom. In the past, I was carefree, sheltered by my father and brother, supported by the Shen and Lu families. My life was solely about enjoying pleasures, and whether I married or not was of little importance. But now, circumstances have changed. I cannot afford to squander time, as there are many tasks awaiting my attention." "Isn't it simple? You've thought about it too," Pei Chunli exclaimed, clapping his hands. "I can ask the heir to bring you to me. From now on, you shall accompany me in my revelries." Xie Tingzhou stood in the corridor, raising his hand to silence the approaching Shifeng, who was prepared to speak. Upon hearing the young lord had come looking for someone, he assumed, given her nature, that Shen Yu had landed in some trouble, and he was ready to intervene. Pei Chunli, with his impulsive disposition, grasped Shen Yu's hand and led her away, only to encounter Xie Tingzhou as they rounded the rockery. "Ah, young master, I was just looking for you," Xie Tingzhou said, his gaze sweeping over Shen Yu's wrist, his voice cool. "What business do you have with me?" Upon observing Xie Tingzhou's demeanor, Shen Yu immediately sensed something amiss and hastily tugged at Pei Chunli, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. However, she had underestimated Pei Chunli's lack of perception. He misinterpreted her gesture as an encouragement. "No need to hurry," Pei Chunli reassured her. "I shall procure you from him at once. This lad is quite decent, though regrettably verbose." Shen Yu felt as though she could not clear her name even if she plunged into the Yellow River. Xie Tingzhou took a deep breath and strode towards the main hall. Pei Chunli promptly urged Shen Yu to follow, but she withdrew her hand from his grasp. Upon entering the hall, Xie Tingzhou and Pei Chunli took their seats in succession, while Shen Yu stood at the center. Pei Chunli, in his obliviousness, patted the chair beside him, beckoning, "Come, sit here with me." Xie Tingzhou's gaze turned frosty as he inquired of Shen Yu, "Why do you not take a seat?" From his tone, she discerned an underlying challenge, implying, "Dare you to sit?" Feeling trapped, she experienced an inexplicable sense of unease. As a maidservant presented tea, Xie Tingzhou lifted the cup's lid, only to find it filled with plain water, which he promptly replaced. Pei Chunli sipped his tea and posed a question. "Has the heir apparent made his decision?" Xie Tingzhou countered, "What is there to consider?" Pei Chunli, with an air of certainty, replied, "Considering giving her to me, of course." Xie Tingzhou tightened his jaw, asserting, "She has always been free with me. Better you ask her directly if she desires to accompany you." Pei Chunli beamed with delight, naturally. she would be willing. However, I cannot allow the heir to suffer. I shall have a few beauties sent to your residence. At the mention of beauties, Shen Yu was suddenly reminded of Chang Lu's words. The neighboring Lu Ming Xian was bustling with lively figures, each more enchanting than the last, having visited that morning. How fortunate you are, Xie Tingzhou, she mused. Turning to Xie Tingzhou, she declared, currently, I am a close guard to your highness, thus your highness holds the authority. Xie Tingzhou detected the provocation in her eyes, their gazes almost igniting sparks. Oblivious to the tension, Pei Chuanli continued to smile, proclaiming, then this is simple. The heir has already consented, so you shall accompany me. He rose, preparing to pull her along. Shen Yu remained immobile, her demeanor suggesting that should Pei Chuanli attempt to drag her away, she might indeed follow. As Pei Chuanli approached, Xie Tingzhou clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Pei Chuanli's hand was about to grasp Shen Yu when the table emitted a noise. Turning to look, he saw Xie Tingzhou striding over, seizing Shen Yu's hand and departing. Pei Chuanli stood in shock, wondering why Xie Tingzhou had seemingly reneged on his promise in front of him. By the time he regained his composure, he could only catch a glimpse of their figures disappearing through the doorway. Pei Chuanli was left bewildered, while Zhong Bo observed with a pained expression. Xie Tingzhou hastened away with Shen Yu, and as they passed, the servants instinctively knelt aside. His tall frame and long strides made it so that Shen Yu had to nearly jog to keep pace with him. Unbeknownst to Xie Tingzhou, he was embarking on a path that would lead him to realize his feelings for her were far deeper than he had previously acknowledged. He realized that, at present, he was merely a means to her end. Ultimately, everything would come to a conclusion. She would depart, whether to revert to Shen Yu or to pursue her aspirations of becoming a billionaire. However, one thing was unequivocally impossible, to remain as her loyal guardian. He had believed that when that day arrived, he could release his hold, but it turned out that this was merely an illusion. Just moments ago, he had been testing her, probing Pei Chuanli, yet the only thing he truly uncovered was himself. Chapter 83. Why are you so weak? The pent-up frustration within Xie Tingzhou ignited into a fierce blaze at that moment, surging up to his throat. Your Highness, Your Highness. Xie Tingzhou. Shen Yu could not help but call his name directly. Xie Tingzhou suddenly turned, his gaze sharp and piercing like that of a hawk. With each step he took forward, she retreated, until there was no space left to withdraw, her back pressing against a pillar. At times, he truly wished, fervently wished, to tear her apart to discover what made her so special. Yet, he hesitated. For the sight of her smiling face and the sound of her chattering lips stirred the long-dormant heart within him, making it feel as if it were awakening. Xie Tingzhou found himself in a perplexing predicament. He lowered his brows and murmured, I recall you once said that your life belongs to me. A faint scent of pine lingered around him, wafting between them. Previously, Shen Yu had not perceived any issue with it. However, now she found the aroma rather disheartening. A temptation to relinquish her willpower. She turned her head and said, Once my matters are settled, Your Highness may take what you wish. Xie Tingzhou let out a soft snort, remarking, Guarantee you just calling me by my name with such audacity? Shen Yu furrowed her brow, her tone laced with complaint. If you had agreed when I first called you, there would have been no need to use your name. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Xie Tingzhou glanced towards the end of the passage, where Zhong Bo was hurrying over, his frail form accompanied by two young attendants, who were anxious to prevent him from stumbling. Xie Tingzhou stepped back slightly, and said, I do not interfere with your friendships, but it would be wise to keep your distance from Pei Chuanli. Shen Yu lifted her gaze, puzzled. Why? His father is the Duke of Xianping, Xie Tingzhou explained slowly. The Duke is aligned with the Crown Prince's faction, and with the current emperor nearing his end, you ought to understand the intricacies involved. Shen Yu pondered for a moment, nodding in partial comprehension. Xie Tingzhou continued, the emperor's condition is deteriorating, and the court is rife with both open and covert struggles, with the many princes vying for power. Is it not plausible that one or two harbor ambitions to usurp? Zhang Bo and his companions rushed closer, and upon overhearing such sensitive matters concerning the court, his legs nearly buckled in fear. Could such words be uttered? That was treasonous talk. He quickly turned to leave, urging his subordinates to keep silent. Fortunately, they were all trustworthy individuals brought from Balin. Xie Tingzhou's gaze drifted above Shen Yu's head, observing Zhong Bo as he departed. He remarked casually, currently, various factions are merely spectators. Aligning too early entails considerable risk. Whose side do you stand on, Your Highness? Shen Yu suddenly inquired. Behind you lies Balin and the esteemed Qingyun Guard. Surely many would wish to court your favor. Xie Tingzhou narrowed his eyes, retracting his gaze. What if I declare that I stand solely with myself? Shen Yu was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she stared at him. Xie Tingzhou suddenly turned and smiled. I'm merely jesting. The court is already in tatters. Who would wish to clean up such a mess? Shen Yu swiftly placed a hand over his mouth, cautiously glancing around before whispering, Have you lost your mind? How can you speak so recklessly? Her palm radiated a gentle warmth, the calluses formed from years of wielding a knife contrasting with the softness of the rest of her hand. Xie Tingzhou parted his lips. Speaking softly, this is a secret only you shall hear. As he spoke, his delicate lips brushed against her palm, his warm breath caressing her skin. Shen Yu abruptly withdrew her hand, clasping it behind her back, feeling an inexplicable itch that seemed to burrow deep into her heart. Could it be that Xie Tingzhou's lips were somehow poisonous? Observing her reaction, Xie Tingzhou lowered his head and said, I do not concern myself with your association with Pei Chunli, but do not drag the Balin Wangfu into your troubles. Such a heavy accusation, placed squarely upon her brow. How could she dare to move? It was more effective than even the tightening spell of Sun Wukong. Shen Yu huffed, I cannot bear such a charge. A sudden gust of wind swept through, prompting Xie Tingzhou to cover his mouth and cough lightly. Shen Yu stood against the wind, unable to suppress her complaint. Why are you so fragile? Her instinctive gesture softened Xie Tingzhou's heart unexpectedly. A light laugh escaped his throat. If you were to grow a bit taller, perhaps you could shield me from the wind. Was he not indirectly calling her short? You, Shen Yu began. But he interjected gently, return now. He had noticed Zhang Bo standing at a distance for quite some time, seemingly with something to say. Following his gaze, Shen Yu caught Zhang Bo's reproachful glare from afar. With a mournful expression, she remarked, Zhang Bo seems to like me even less now. This time, the once invincible Shen Yu had finally encountered an immovable obstacle in Zhang Bo. As she passed by him, he shot her a fierce glare, as if he wished to skewer her. She had no idea how she had offended him. It seemed he had harbored discontent since her arrival at the residence. As Zhang Bo approached, he advised, the wind is strong in the courtyard, and your highness has yet to recover from your illness. It would be wise to rest indoors. Xie Tingzhou nodded, and Zhang Bo followed him back to Qingpuju. After much contemplation, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Your highness, Zhang Bo said respectfully, that Rain is not to be trusted. Her relationship with the young marquis is ambiguous. Xie Tingzhou raised his gaze slightly, questioning, ambiguous in what way? Zhang Bo, a man of propriety and dedication, knew he should not speak ill of others behind their backs. Yet, the old prince's admonitions echoed in his mind. The late prince had declared, only Tingzhou can shoulder great responsibilities. If he strays from the path, I would feel unworthy to our ancestors, and it would be better to perish. At that moment, the prince had even pretended to wipe away tears. Though Zhang Bo had noticed his eyes were quite dry and chose not to expose the pretense, the old prince had further instructed, convey this sentiment to him. He must keep those concubines, whether he desires them or not. If he dares to send them back, I shall personally travel to the capital to confront him. Additionally, before departing, the prince had urged Zhang Bo, find a way to remove that close guard from his side. You must say that he was fine in Balin. Though indifferent to women, he should not have turned to men in such a short span of months. Having spent his youth in the Wangfu, Zhang Bo had ascended from a humble servant to the position of steward. Now entrusted with such a significant responsibility, he vowed to exert every effort to honor the prince's trust. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Bo was instantly invigorated, declaring with righteous indignation, he has been secretly colluding with that young marquis. I have heard it myself. The young marquis spoke of their shared moments in solitude years ago. But alas, I find it exceedingly difficult to articulate further. You must convey every word precisely. Zhang Bo gestured towards a particular individual, who was none other than the maidservant present in the hall moments ago. The young maid trembled as she knelt, lamenting her unwelcome entanglement in this turmoil. The entire household was acutely aware of the prince's indulgence towards Xiu, allowing him unrestricted comings and goings, even allocating him a courtyard in attendance. Furthermore, it was rumored that the prince, in a bid to prevent any romantic feelings from blossoming between Xiu and the maidservants, had assigned him a young girl of merely 10 years. This was a preemptive strike to quash any budding affections in their infancy, illustrating the prince's meticulous vigilance. Now, with the sudden emergence of a young marquis, one could only dread that the prince might be consumed by fury and turn against those who bore witness to this revelation. In hindsight, it would have been better to have remained deaf to it all. Chapter 84. Reclaiming what is one's own, the young maid trembled as she spoke. I overheard the young lord saying that they are in a room, with the little lord lying on the couch, and she is above him. Uncle Zhang glanced at Xie Tingzhou's expression, concerned that anger might overwhelm him, and hurriedly poured a glass of water. Your Highness, please do not be overly agitated. It is better to understand the nature of Xie now, for it may lead to an early realization and a swift resolution. Although Xie Tingzhou was unsure of what the two could be doing in such a position, knowing Shen Yu's character, he was relieved that she was not atop Pei Chunli. Pummeling him, it was unlikely that any romantic sentiments could arise. Nevertheless, the thought left an unpleasant taste, for that fool had recognized Shen Yu before he did. Uncle Zhong awaited the command from His Highness to expel that young man from the residence, considering it a mission accomplished. Xie Tingzhou accepted the teacup and, with an air of indifference, said, "You may rise." The maid glanced at him and slowly stood up, recalling Uncle Zheng's instructions word for word. She whispered, There's one more thing I forgot to mention." Xie Tingzhou gestured for her to continue. The maid continued, before coming to the hall. The young lord mentioned that they had already made a lifelong commitment to each other. The teacup clattered onto the table, and Xie Tingzhou's expression darkened. The maid, frightened, felt her legs weaken and knelt again. Xie Tingzhou narrowed his eyes. Did he truly say such a thing? Absolutely, the maid replied, bowing her head as several people in the hall overheard. Uncle Zhong seized the moment to interject. Your Highness, as the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. Since they have already pledged themselves, why not bless their union with a modest gift and wish them a harmonious life together? Xie Tingzhou retorted coldly. Wish them a harmonious life? Does Pei Chunli deserve it? Uncle Zhong felt a flush of embarrassment. Heavens! It seems the young lord not only refuses to relent, but also wishes to engage in a ruthless act of tearing apart their bond. The issue was, Uncle Zhong struggled to voice his thoughts, pondering the implications. From Pei Chunli's description, it appeared that Xie Yu was indeed the one above. However, His Highness did not seem to be inclined to take the lower position. Did they not realize the absurdity of the situation? The mere thought of it was enough to make Uncle Zhong feel flustered. He intended to say more, but Xie Tingzhou had already raised a hand to his forehead. Enough. You may all leave. Uncle Zhong promptly fell silent, deciding not to disturb His Highness's rest. Upon exiting the room, Uncle Zhong let out a long sigh. He had thought the task assigned by the old prince would be simple, yet it proved to be quite the challenge, a heavy burden indeed. If approaching from His Highness's side was not feasible, perhaps it would be necessary to tackle it from Xie Yu's end. As night fell, Shen Yu led her companions to the general's residence. Shen Yin and Madame Shen had already retired for the evening. Upon hearing that someone was heading straight for the storeroom, they hurriedly donned their garments and rushed over. The storeroom door stood wide open, and about 10 individuals were in the midst of moving items outside. Upon seeing this, Madame Shen gasped in shock and rushed forward to block their path. What on earth are you doing? She turned to Shen Yu, her voice laced with fury. What exactly do you intend to do? At the entrance of the storeroom, a chair was set out, and Shen Yu remained as steadfast as a mountain, calmly stating, I am here to reclaim my possessions. She slightly raised her chin and continued to move items. Manager Lu stood nearby, tallying with a ledger, and urged, The young master has instructed to keep moving. Be swift in your actions. These items belong to the general's residence, and Madame Shen trembled with rage, exclaiming, Shen Yu, do not overstep your bounds. Who is truly overstepping? Shen Yu rose from her chair. Who took advantage of my family's demise to hastily conduct my mourning and attempt to usurp our estate? Shen Yin arrived slightly later, and upon hearing this, she paused in the corridor, her expression blank as she observed the comings and goings of those moving items, seemingly at a loss for words. Shen Yu caught sight of her and cast a sidelong glance. Do you think this will go as you wish? Madame Shen, trembling with fury, pointed at Shen Yu and stammered, I will report this to the authorities. You've trespassed and are stealing. Go ahead, Shen Yu replied from the steps. Lowering her gaze, send someone now. Are you afraid? Shall I report it for you? Madame Shen found herself in a quandary. She dared not report it, for doing so would expose the fact that Shen Yu was still alive, revealing their private mourning and transforming the matter from a mere inheritance dispute to a grave act of treason. They believed they had Shen Yu at a disadvantage, yet it was she who held the upper hand. Though there were servants in the residence, she could not call for them. Knowing that the fewer who were aware of the truth, the lesser the risk, she could only watch helplessly as valuables were carried away. In her panic, Madame Shen finally spotted Shen Yin and rushed over to grasp her arm, pleading, You must think of a way. Shen Yin pursed her lips and replied, Let her take them. What? Madame Shen gasped in disbelief. These are our possessions. How can we allow her to take them? Shen Yu let out a cold laugh. Your possessions? What is being moved are my mother's dowry. How dare you utter such words? Madame Shen's chest heaved with indignation, but suddenly, emboldened by her fury, she lunged at Shen Yu with a hairpin drawn from her hair. Shen Yu effortlessly overpowered Madame Shen, pushing her aside, causing her to fall to the ground. Her hair disheveled and her dignity shattered. Mother! Shen Yin rushed to her side. Shen Yu looked down at them both. You may still hold the title of Madame Shen, but I only desire my father's armor. Everything else shall remain with you. As for my mother's belongings, I shall take them as they are. Madame Shen pushed her hair aside. If Shen Zhongyan were to see you now, perhaps you should consider if he would regret marrying you upon witnessing your current state, Shen Yu interrupted, her voice ringing with conviction. Madame Shen felt as though she had been struck by a heavy blow, momentarily stunned into silence, before suddenly bursting into laughter. She was not the woman she once was. In her youth, upon hearing she was to marry Shen Zhongyan as his second wife, she had vehemently refused, believing a man who had spent his life in battle would be nothing but a coarse brute, devoid of any romantic sensibilities. However, when Shen Zhongyan returned to the capital, she had secretly observed him, discovering that he was not as she had imagined. The handsome general, seated upon his majestic steed, graciously received the adulation of the populace, exuding an air of elegance and splendor. In that moment, her heart was stirred, and upon learning of Shen Zhongyan's tender care for his late wife, she yearned to be wed into the Shen family at the earliest opportunity. However, the subsequent events shattered her dreams into pieces. She vividly recalled his words on their wedding night. Marrying you was not my intention, yet since I have taken you as my wife, you shall henceforth be a member of the Shen family. To him, she was merely a member of the family, devoid of any genuine concern or affection. He treated her with mere courtesy. Under the same roof, they remained as distant as strangers, his heart forever tethered to his deceased spouse. Only later did she discover that it was the Earl of Chengyan who had coerced him into this marriage. This had occurred over a decade ago, when Shen Zhongyan's foundations were far less secure, making him susceptible to such pressures. His two children were never entrusted to another's care, always remaining by his side, while she bore the title of mother yet was devoid of the responsibilities of nurturing. When she eventually became pregnant, her joy was inevitably tainted by resentment. Each time she voiced her grievances, Shen Zhongyan remained silent. The more she spoke, the fewer his visits home became, until he returned only once every year or two. He gallantly fought at the borders while she languished in the capital, burdened with unexpressed grievances, ultimately transforming her into a woman consumed by bitterness. And the general's residence gradually morphed into its later, sorrowful state. Chapter 85. Madness. As Mrs. Shen gazed vacantly, alternating between laughter and tears, seemingly lost in memories, Shen Yin held her tightly and gently called out, "Mother, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me." At last, Mrs. Shen was pulled back to reality by Shen Yan's voice. She lifted her head to look at Shen Yu and murmured, "Do you not long for your deceased wife? Wishing to be buried together? I shall not grant you that wish." Shen Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Mrs. Shen then chuckled, "I shall bury you in Shengjing, ensuring that you and your beloved departed shall never meet again." "Ha ha, you do not wish to see me? When I die, I shall be buried alongside you, forcing you to gaze upon my face every single day." Ha ha ha. She regarded Shen Yu as if she were gazing at Shen Zhongyan. Shen Yan's face paled as she shook Mrs. Shen, exclaiming, "Mother, what is wrong?" Mrs. Shen turned, her gaze towards Shen Yin peculiar. "Qiu Rui, how long until my wedding with General Shen?" Qiu Rui had been her maid long before her marriage, having long since wed and departed. It appeared that Mrs. Shen had indeed lost her sanity. Shen Yin stood there in shock, sinking to the ground as she cried, "Mother, I am Yenner." Shen Yu turned her face away. Mrs. Shen's descent into madness was unforeseen. It was clear she harbored feelings for Shen Zhongyan, for where there is no love, there can be no hatred. Otherwise, how could such resentment arise? It was likely that upon receiving the dreadful tidings from the border, she had bottled up her anger, and now, as painful memories resurfaced, her mind had become unhinged. After weeping for a time, Shen Yin suddenly turned to Shen Yu, saying, "I told you to move out. What more do you want?" Shen Yu, filled with disappointment, shook her head. "I merely wished to reclaim my belongings." Who is truly pressuring whom? Shen Yin opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only weep while embracing Mrs. Shen. Shen Yu sighed, saying, Father once told me he spent too little time with you. He did not want your mother to raise you, knowing she could not nurture a good girl. He initially intended to take you with him to the border, but your mother threatened him with her life to prevent him from taking you. You yourself claimed you could not endure the harshness of the border. Father mentioned to me that you are his younger sister. Being girls, you would be closer. He urged me to take more care of you, which is why I always chose the best of what my grandmother sent to give to you, not because I deemed it unworthy. At this point, Shen Yu turned her face away, choking back tears as she continued, I have never cared for gold and silver trinkets. What I cherish are family ties. Should you ask, I would gladly offer these to you. I regard you as my sister and trusted you enough to write to you. Yet what of you? It is you who has continuously pressured me. Shen Yin hung her head, tears streaming down her face. Shen Yu lifted her chin, stifling the tears welling in her eyes. I am a person who repays kindness threefold, yet I also remember grievances. Thus, we can no longer be sisters. From this day forth, if you do not provoke me, I shall not provoke you. She clenched her teeth and asked, Is everything moved out? Yes, it is done, replied Manager Liu, approaching with a ledger. But there are still some discrepancies. Certain items are missing from the storeroom. How could it all be there? It seems some of it has long been squandered. How much is missing? Manager Liu replied, approximately 10 to 20%. Shen Yu glanced at Shun Yin and sighed. Forget the rest. You cannot afford to compensate for it. What your father left is sufficient for you and your mother to live comfortably. Just do not trouble me again in the future. A line of heavily laden carriages was parked at the back door. Manager Liu counted the carts but did not see Shen Yu, so he asked a worker, Where's the young master? The worker replied, The young master mentioned she would visit her courtyard briefly and would return shortly. The courtyard appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. The flowers and plants had succumbed to the winter snow, leaving only a desolate sight now that the snow had melted. Shen Yu pushed open the door to her bedroom, where a thick layer of dust had settled on the furniture. As she made her way through, she paused in front of her vanity. Beneath the vanity was a drawer containing some cherished items. Shen Yu opened the drawer and rummaged through it. Each object evoked a memory. She found a small box to carefully place the items inside, only to discover one was missing. The small wooden sword her brother had crafted for her in childhood, whereabouts unknown. Manager Liu waited at the back door for a moment until he saw Shen Yu approaching with a box in her arms. Young master, he called. Let us go. Manager Liu hesitated, saying, Young master, there is a matter. There are only a few workers at the ready-made clothing shop, and with these treasures. Shen Yu understood the unspoken concern in Manager Liu's eyes. With only a handful of workers, should someone take notice, such a vast fortune could hardly be safeguarded. I recall there is a money shop in the capital, Shen Yu inquired. Yes, there is, Manager Liu replied, albeit hesitantly, but the storeroom cannot accommodate so many items. Shen Yu pondered for a moment, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck her. Let us send them to the Wang residence. My courtyard is spacious enough. Having already laid her cards on the table with Xie Tingzhou, there was no longer any concern about exposure. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu immediately clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, What a splendid idea. Surely no one would dare to steal from the Wang residence. Without delay, a long line of carriages did not head directly to the Wang residence, but first made a detour to the Liu family's shop, disguised as delivering goods to the manor before finally proceeding to the North Lin Wang residence. Shen Yu instructed the carriages to wait outside the estate, while she went to Qingpu residence to consult Xie Tingzhou, as it was his residence. And she could not act too casually. Upon arriving at Qingpu residence, she found guards stationed both inside and out. The imperial guards were well aware of the arrival of the rain, rendering announcements unnecessary. Thus, Shen Yu entered without hindrance, and they even opened the door for her. As Shen Yu approached, she noticed that the lights in both the study and bedroom had been extinguished. She pulled one of the guards aside and quietly asked, Has His Highness retired? The guard replied, He has already rested. Xie Tingzhou needed to recuperate, as the physician had administered a sedative in his medicine, and he had retired early. Shen Yu nodded, I shall return tomorrow. A white feathered bird perched on the eaves had not yet fallen asleep. Upon hearing the noise, it paused for a moment before suddenly taking flight. Its wings brushed against the iron horse hanging from the eaves, producing a clattering sound. In the bedroom, Xie Tingzhou opened his eyes. Chapter 86. Not particularly fond of the situation, Xie Tingzhou had not fully succumbed to sleep when he heard the sound of iron hoofs. Rising from his bed, he pushed open the window and caught a glimpse of Shun Yu's departing figure. What brought her here? The guard stationed under the eaves responded. I did not inquire in detail. but upon hearing that your highness was asleep, she left, promising to return tomorrow. Xie Tingzhou reflected on his acquaintance with Shen Hao, concluding that she would not visit unless it were of considerable importance. After a moment's contemplation, he donned his outer robe and opened the door. Observing his intention to venture out, the guard promptly fetched a cloak, saying, "Your Highness, the night air is quite chilly." Xie Tingzhou did not decline, wrapping himself in the cloak before stepping into the courtyard. Having taken his medicine, he felt slightly fatigued and perceived the distance from Qingpu residence to Looming Pavilion as somewhat far, despite having originally arranged it himself. At that time, he had already begun to harbor feelings for her and thus deliberately placed her farther away. Lost in thought, he arrived at the entrance of Looming Pavilion. "Where is she?" he inquired. An unseen shadow guard replied, "Outside the eastern gate." The voice was audible, yet the speaker remained concealed, likely to startle anyone who might come across them in the dead of night. Why was she not returning at such an hour? What could she possibly be doing at the eastern gate? Outside the eastern gate, Shen Hao was in a quandary, pondering where to place the considerable number of items she had brought. Sometimes, an abundance of wealth could indeed be a burden. "There are only a few hours until dawn," suggested Manager Liu. "Perhaps we should rest here and wait for the young master to awaken before proceeding." His words abruptly halted. Manager Liu, facing the door, spotted Xie Tingzhou stepping out. Although he had never seen Xie Tingzhou in person, the young man's remarkable presence led him to infer it must be him. "Your Highness," Manager Liu said, lifting his garment and kneeling. Following suit, others at the entrance knelt as well. Shen Hao turned around, surprise evident in her tone. "Your Highness." Xie Tingzhou lowered his gaze upon her and asked, "Did you seek me out at this late hour for a matter of importance?" Shen Hao hurried over, whispering, "I have some daily necessities I wish to bring into the palace, and I need to obtain your permission first." "Daily necessities?" Xie Tingzhou glanced at the seemingly endless line of carriages in the alleyway. Were these truly daily necessities? Even a princess would not require such an abundance for her daily outings. "Is that acceptable?" Shen Hao inquired cautiously. The lantern at the entrance cast a dim glow, illuminating her eyes with a glimmer of hope. Xie Tingzhou instructed, "Send for someone to assist with the items." The doorman promptly ran off to summon help. Once the carriage was opened, various items were unloaded: vases, jade artifacts, and corals, treasures worthy of being kept in a vault. Xie Tingzhou was rendered speechless, turning to Shen Hao. "Are these truly what you consider daily use?" Shen Hao blinked and, mustering her courage, replied, "For daily enjoyment." Given such a display, it seemed she had endured quite the hardship during her journey to the capital. "Not too much of a hardship," Shen Hao replied shamelessly. Xie Tingzhou chuckled softly, asking, "Did you return home for a visit?" Shen Hao responded with a subdued, Noticing her slight discontent, he inquired, "The storeroom is emptied?" "No," Shen Hao clarified. "The items moved were all part of my mother's dowry. They do not belong to my siblings, so they should not be given away to others." As the two individuals stepped forward, they arrived at the entrance of Looming Pavilion, where the courtyard was strewn with items, and the servants awaited instructions on where to place them. If all were to be laid out, the resplendence might dazzle the eyes. Xie Tingzhou pondered momentarily before instructing Zhong Bo to prepare a storage room for your belongings the following day. "Will that suffice?" Shen Hao inquired. "It seems Zhong Bo does not hold me in high regard." Xie Tingzhou lowered his gaze, clarifying, "It is not merely a matter of disfavor. He harbors a profound aversion towards you." Initially, he had confidently claimed to be universally adored, but now faced with harsh realities, he had come to understand his own limitations. Indeed, at just 17, he remained akin to a child, much like Chong Lu. The next day, when Zhong Bo arrived, Xie Tingzhou was engrossed in reviewing official documents in his study. Zhong Bo remarked, "I have heard that His Highness has instructed me to prepare a storage room for Shiryu." Without lifting his head, Xie Tingzhou simply replied with a non-committal "For her to store her belongings?" Zhong Bo thought to himself, casting a disapproving glance at Shiryu, already attributing the sin of incompetence to her. With a scoff, he muttered, "What could a mere guard possibly possess that warrants a dedicated storage room?" Setting down his pen, Xie Tingzhou responded with a sly smile, "Why not take a look for yourself?" As Zhong Bo instructed the servants to prepare the storage room, he made his way to Looming Pavilion, with Chong Lu insisting on accompanying him. Before entering, Zhong Bo dismissively remarked, "Even if he has possessions, they are likely not of any significant value. What would it say if we were to store a cart or donkey cart in the storage room?" As he pushed open the door, he began to speak. "I told you, oh dear." Upon witnessing the scene within the courtyard, Zhong Bo was nearly taken aback, almost losing his balance, but was swiftly caught by the quick-witted Chang Lu. The two stood transfixed at the entrance, akin to wooden stakes. As the steward of the northern Lin Wangfu, Zhong Bo had encountered many grand spectacles, yet this display left him momentarily speechless. The sight rivaled half of the storage room of the northern Lin Wangfu. Several rows of antique shelves filled the courtyard like a labyrinth, adorned with an array of exquisite treasures, each clearly worth a fortune. Chang Lu's jaw nearly dropped as he took a few steps forward, reaching out to touch the items, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Zhong Bo. What if you break something? Can you afford to compensate for it? Chang Lu rubbed his hands together in awe, exclaiming, "Are these all genuine? They are simply magnificent." Just then, Shen Yu emerged from the inner room and generously offered, "Choose one that you like, and I shall gift it to you." Really? Chang Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he was about to rush over to select something, Zhong Bo yanked him back. "One must not accept rewards without merit. Can you truly take that with peace of mind?" "Of course," Chang Lu replied innocently. "Sure, you gifted it to me, not that I stole it. Why would I not feel at ease?" Zhong Bo was left flabbergasted by his naivety. Shen Yu had already traversed the antique shelves and approached Zhong Bo, bowing respectfully. "Zhong Bo, I appreciate your assistance." Zhong Bo grunted in acknowledgement, yet did not forget the task assigned by His Highness. Turning, he flicked his sleeve and instructed, "Have someone assist you in inventorying the items, ensuring both sides tally correctly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain any losses during transport." Shen Yu nodded in agreement, respectfully escorting Zhong Bo out. Once outside looming pavilion, Zhong Bo was left in a state of perplexity, unable to comprehend the situation. In the realm of Xiyu, where the esteemed guards reside, one cannot help but ponder the source of their abundant treasures. Whispers suggest that His Highness acquired them amidst the chaos of battle, raising the unsettling possibility that Xiyu may have once belonged to a band of marauders, plundering and pillaging for wealth. In recent years, with the rise of disasters, many have turned to a life of banditry, making this theory rather plausible. The opportunity for prosperity, once within reach, was abruptly stifled by Lord Zhong, casting a shadow of melancholy. Just then, Lord Zhong tugged at him unexpectedly. "What is it?" Long Lu inquired, his spirits low. The deep creases on Lord Zhong's brow could easily crush a mosquito, and he posed the question, "What exactly is the background of this Xiyu? Could he be a mere brigand?" Long Lu, feeling a fondness for Xiyu's amiable nature, found it disheartening that Lord Zhong would speak ill of him behind his back. Thus, he replied with displeasure, "Xiyu was the esteemed guard of the late General Shen, a figure of great valor on the battlefield, having reportedly slain over 300 foes in a single encounter." Lord Zhong stroked his beard in disbelief. With his physique, is it truly possible for him to have vanquished so many? Long Lu nodded vigorously, asserting, "Indeed, even General Chang has taken notice of him, competing for his allegiance." Chapter 87. The engagement. Zhong Bo paused for a moment, pondering that if he could indeed slay over 300 individuals, he would truly be on par with His Highness. Yet, why did this lead back to the question of superiority? The two continued their stroll, engaged in conversation. Zhong Bo shook his head and mused. But where did he acquire all these things? And what purpose do they serve at the royal residence? Chang Lu, with a sudden spark of excitement, exclaimed, "I have figured it out." "What do you know?" Zhong Bo inquired. Chang Lu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "When it comes to marriage, one must present gifts and dowries, correct? I suspect that's the essence of the matter. Furthermore, it is said that the betrothal gifts must be given first. Thus, sure, you must be here to propose to our family." Before he could finish, Zhong Bo smacked him, exclaiming, "Nonsense! How could His Highness be the one to marry? It must be the other way around." Chang Lu, somewhat confused, pondered aloud. "So, sure you is to be his son-in-law?" "Indeed, that is the notion," Zhong Bo affirmed. However, he quickly backtracked, No, absolutely not. Our Highness and sure you have no connection whatsoever. They will each pursue their own marriages." As they exchanged idle chatter, the two arrived at Qingpu residence. Xie Tingzhou, noticing their return, inquired, "Is everything arranged?" Both Zhong Bo and Chang Lu bore expressions of discontent. Zhong Bo respectfully responded, "Everything has been arranged. Sure you is coordinating with the storeroom staff to ensure there are no discrepancies later." "Very well," Xie Tingzhou replied, closing one document and opening another. Upon noticing the two still standing there, he asked, "Is there anything else?" Zhong Bo contemplated, realizing that Xie Tingzhou would not be receptive to more words at this moment. So he replied, "Nothing at all. What is wrong with him?" Xie Tingzhou pointed to the despondent Changlu. Changlu leaned against the door, looking as if he had lost a fortune. He lamented, I have my eye on a jar from Sure U.S. antique shelf. He promised to give it to me. But Zhongbo won tea, let me take it. Xie Tingzhou set down his pen, asserting, not taking it is the right decision. What do you need a jar for? With a twinkle in his eye, Changlu replied, I wish to catch a couple of turtles from the pond to keep. Zhongbo, exuding disappointment, retorted, Our Highness raises eagles and leopards, and you wish to raise turtles? Changlu shrank his neck in embarrassment. Xie Tingzhou suggested, let Zhongbo accompany you to find a suitable jar. Changlu, fidgeting with his sleeve, murmured, but it won't be as beautiful as Sure Yu's. I prefer pink. Xie Tingzhou found himself at a loss for words. As the belongings were moved away, the courtyard became empty once more, allowing De Huang to finally escape the confines of the house and run freely. Spring had been officially declared before the new year. Yet only yesterday did the spring rain begin to fall. De Huang frolicked joyfully in the courtyard all afternoon, digging a pit in the corner and rolling in the mud. Shen Yu and Arya boiled water and set up a wooden tub in the yard to bathe De Huang when they heard a gentle knock at the courtyard door. Shen Yu rose to open the door, turning back to admonish De Huang, no running. Upon opening the door, a few lively young maidens stood at the threshold. The very attendants from the neighboring courtyard who had recently arrived from Balin. Since their arrival, there had been no disturbances, so it was unclear what prompted their unexpected visit. The young lady in the pink shirt smiled and remarked, having been in the residence for several days, I regret not having paid my respects to you, young master, though we reside next door. Shen Yu hurriedly replied, You flatter me, miss. I am merely a guard. The girl in pink merely smiled in silence. Nearby, a girl with an oval face handed over a bamboo basket, saying, These are pastries I made myself, meant for you to sample. They are unique delicacies from Biling, learned from the old cook during my time in the Wang residence. I have heard that His Highness enjoyed them in his childhood. Shen Yu initially intended to decline, but hesitated upon hearing the latter part. The prospect of tasting the childhood favorites of Xie Tingzhou intrigued her. Seeing that Shen Yu did not refuse, the oval-faced girl insisted, Allow me to take them inside for you. With that, she gently pushed open another door, revealing a courtyard with a small maid and an unsightly, scruffy dog. Shen Yu graciously stepped aside, saying, Please, do come in. She then approached the little maid and advised, You mustn't play for too long. You should return inside after a brief interval. Do you understand? The little maid obediently nodded, cradling the damp dog. We will only play for half the time of a tea break. Shen Yu affectionately patted the girl's head, praising her, Good girl. The dog barked twice, seemingly displeased with the compliment directed solely at the girl, prompting Shen Yu to stroke the dog as well. You too are a good boy. This courtyard seems even larger than ours, one of the girls mused. Indeed, it appears there is a pavilion at the back. His Highness is quite generous. The group had already entered the small hall, looking around curiously. The girl in pink glanced back and whispered, Is it safe? The oval-faced girl replied, Of course. I specifically used a colorless and tasteless powder. He won't notice a thing. Nevertheless, the girl in pink remained somewhat apprehensive. What if he seeks out His Highness after consuming it? We could simply lock the door, another girl with almond-shaped eyes suggested. As footsteps approached, the group hurriedly fell silent. Apologies for my tardiness, Shen Yu announced as she entered, carrying a pot of tea. The girls exchanged glances, and the girl in pink jested. If the young master does not hurry, the pastries may cool down. Shen Yu took a seat, observing as the oval-faced girl arranged the pastries from the box onto the table. The treats were indeed exquisite, shaped like lotus flowers, with the tips of the petals tinted a delicate pink, appearing almost lifelike. Please, do try a piece, the oval-faced girl urged, placing a piece into a small dish. Shen Yu cast a glance at her, causing the oval-faced girl to feel suddenly apprehensive, fearing she might reveal her secret. She averted her gaze and gave a timid smile. It may not be proper for you to look at me so, young master. After all, I am merely a maidservant of His Highness. I beg your pardon, Shen Yu said as she picked up the dish. The girls watched anxiously, holding their breath. As she took a gentle bite, they all exhaled in relief. Shen Yu nodded slightly, indicating that it was quite delightful. The oval-faced girl smiled, saying, If you find it to your liking, please indulge further. While they encouraged her, Shen Yu continued to savor the pastries. After finishing one, she waved her hand and slowly leaned towards the table, closing her eyes. Young master? Young master? Seeing Xie Yu's lack of response, the woman in the pink shirt questioned, What precisely have you administered to him? The woman with the oval face replied. What else could it be? Naturally, it is a potion designed to stir his romantic feelings. However, she pondered, how could he possibly fall asleep after consuming it? You haven't mistakenly given him a soporific, have you? Upon hearing this, the woman in pink began to waver in her certainty. I distinctly recall that the two vials were different. I couldn't have made an error. What shall we do now? One of them inquired. Chapter 88. Inappropriateness. After a moment of deliberation, the group realized that they had no choice but to proceed with their plan. Otherwise, should he become wary, it would be exceedingly difficult to act again. The woman in the pink blouse exchanged a glance with the almond-eyed girl and addressed the oval-faced one, saying, Qiuyun, since you have misadministered the drug, it is now upon you to handle the ensuing matters. The oval-faced girl, flustered, retorted, why should it fall upon me? The woman in pink replied, if you refuse, then everything falls apart. When the heir investigates, it will be clear that you were the one who administered the potion and prepared the pastries. We, on the other hand, are merely innocent bystanders. The almond-eyed girl chimed in. Indeed, Chuanfu and I have done nothing wrong. The oval-faced girl, exasperated, exclaimed, how can you be so treacherous? Realizing her voice had risen too high, she quickly lowered it, adding, how can you act in such a duplicitous manner? One must look out for oneself. Will you do it or not? Chuanfu replied with disdain, that is a given. The drug he used is not potent for long. He should awaken shortly. We will distract that girl outside, and the rest will be left to you. First, help me lift him onto the bed, said the oval-faced girl. The three of them worked together to lift the slump Shen from the table and lay him upon the bed. The almond-eyed girl gazed down at Shen and remarked, do you not think he feels rather light? Chuanfu, having never lifted a man before, rubbed her arms and said, I've never carried a man. How would I know? Besides, it must be that you lack strength. My arms feel as though they might break. The almond-eyed girl fell silent at once. The oval-faced girl, anxious, instructed, when I shout, you must rush in. Understood, understood. Chuanfu and the almond-eyed girl replied as they exited and closed the door behind them. Arya had just finished bathing De Huang, mindful of Shiyu's admonition not to play for too long, and was preparing to return indoors with the dog. Upon seeing the two girls emerge, she inquired, where is my brother Shiyu? Chuanfu smiled and replied, he has asked Qiuyun to stay behind to learn how to make pastries, saying he wishes to prepare some for the heir. Arya, somewhat bewildered, nodded and took De Huang back to her room to dry off. The two girls waited in the courtyard while inside. Qiuyun fixed her gaze on the figure on the bed. After about a quarter of an hour, Shen began to stir. He slightly furrowed his brow before turning over, displaying signs of awakening. Qiuyun suddenly rose from her chair, hesitant to approach, observing from a distance. She had never used the soporific before and was uncertain of its efficacy or the duration it would take for him to awaken. She softly called out, young master Shi? Shen rubbed his temples and opened his eyes, Miss Qiuyun. Qiuyun hardly registered how he knew her name, nor did she recall if she had introduced herself. However, the fact that he could utter her name indicated that he was indeed awake. Steeling herself, Qiuyun raised her voice, shouting, help. Inappropriateness. No, help. As she cried out, she tore at her garments and dashed to the bedside, attempting to pull Shen clothes off. Shen hurriedly stepped aside, allowing Qiuyun to collapse onto the bed in disarray. The door swung open with a loud bang, and Chunfu and Chunxing rushed in, fully prepared for the chaos. Chunfu gasped dramatically, exclaiming, heavens, what has happened? Quickly, summon help. Chunxing dashed outside, shouting that the young master had behaved inappropriately towards the princess's maid. Servants from the outer courtyard rushed over, drawn by the commotion, while some hurried to spread the news. The door to Lu Mingxian stood wide open. By the time Xie Tingzhou arrived, the courtyard was filled with people who knelt in unison upon his arrival. Before he could approach, he heard the sound of a woman weeping, accompanied by others attempting to console her. Shen sat calmly in the hall, facing the door, while Arya stood with hands on her hips, fiercely blocking her path. De Huang, uncertain of the situation, instinctively growled at the sobbing woman on the floor. As Xie Tingzhou entered, Shen promptly rose to offer him her seat. The messenger was unclear about the specifics of the incident and refrained from speculating, merely stating that something had transpired at Lu Mingxian, leaving Xie Tingzhou equally puzzled. Taking his seat, he looked at the group of women huddled together in tears and inquired, what has occurred? Shen interjected, Arya, take De Huang outside to play. She is still young, and I fear these sordid matters may corrupt her. Once Arya and De Huang had left, Chunfu immediately cried out, Your Highness, you must take our side. Sure, you has attempted to harm Qiu Yun. Had it not been for Qiu Yun's desperate cries for help, we might have. She clutched her handkerchief, her sobs echoing through the hall. Shen Yu remained composed, grateful that Xie Tingzhou recognized her as a woman. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more complicated. Xie Tingzhou nearly chuckled. Harmful intentions? What could she possibly mean by that? Who is Qiu Yun? Qiu Yun wept. Her face streaked with tears. Your Highness, it is I, your servant. Leaning back in his chair, Xie Tingzhou urged, please, elaborate on how he acted inappropriately towards you. Qiu Yun glanced around, covering her face with her handkerchief as she lamented, Your Highness, how can I even express it? If you cannot articulate it, then how can there be any evidence? Xie Tingzhou pressed, his voice sharp. Startled, Qiu Yun trembled, leaning weakly against Chun Fu. We live next to the young master. And recently I prepared some pastries for him to taste. He enjoyed my creations and expressed a desire to learn, so I stayed to teach him. However, before long, he began to touch me inappropriately. I am a servant of your Highness. How could I submit to him? Thus, I fought back, but alas. She stifled a sob before continuing, alas, he was too strong. As a frail woman, I was overpowered and... Xie Tingzhou nodded thoughtfully, piecing together the situation. So, the deed is done? If that is the case, I might as well send you to him. Shen Yu shot him an indignant glance, and Xie Tingzhou feigned ignorance. Absolutely not. Qiu Yun crawled forward on her knees, attempting to grasp Xie Tingzhou's robe, but a guard swiftly intervened, halting her movements. In truth, no consummation has taken place. The maid, Qiu Yun, blushed slightly, still maintaining her unblemished virtue. Shen Yu rolled her eyes, while Xie Tingzhou distinctly heard her derisive laughter. Suppressing his amusement, Xie Tingzhou inquired, Is there any witness? Certainly, Chun Fu interjected eagerly. Both Chun Xing and I are witnesses. We heard Qiu Yun's cries for help and also witnessed her, disheveled, lying on the couch. Would you not agree, Chun Xing? Chapter 89. What a favoritism. Chun Xing raised her gaze to glance at Xie Tingzhou. She had ceased her sobs the moment he spoke, and now cautiously replied, I heard Qiu Yun's cries for help. But I did not witness the two of them lying together on the couch. Chun Fu, taken aback, forcefully pushed Chun Xing, exclaiming, You are speaking nonsense. You clearly entered with me. Chun Xing knelt aside, whispering, I truly did not see anything. I only heard the cries. Sister, I am sorry, but I cannot lie to His Highness. Qiu Yun lamented. Whether Chun Xing saw it or not, she heard my cries. It is a fact that Xiu has ulterior motives towards me. Is it a fact? Xie Tingzhou raised his eyes toward Shen Yu. Shen Yu replied, No. Xie Tingzhou absently rubbed the ring on his finger, saying, You heard it? If she says it is not true, then it is not. He is lying. Qiu Yun suddenly became agitated. Your Highness cannot show favoritism simply because he is your guard. Xie Tingzhou halted his movements and slowly asked, What if I were to favor her? Just as Shen Yu intended to speak, Xie Tingzhou raised a hand to silence her. His gaze pierced through Qiu Yun as he inquired, What of it if I favor her? Qiu Yun felt her heart constrict under his scrutiny and stammered, Your Highness. How can you discern right from wrong? How will you command respect in the future? If word gets out that a mere guard can brazenly harass your concubine, where will your dignity reside? She deliberately shifted the focus onto Xie Tingzhou, aiming to escalate the matter. Xie Tingzhou sneered, Just a few maidservants. And they dare to call themselves concubines. Both Qiu Yun and Chun Fu's expressions shifted dramatically. They bore the title of concubines in the northern Lin prince's estate, yet had never served Xie Tingzhou. Qiu Yun cried, Even if I am not a concubine, as a mere maidservant, I cannot allow myself to be humiliated. I would rather die. As she spoke, she attempted to dash herself against a pillar. The guards gently halted her with the hilt of their swords, pushing her back to the ground. Chun Xing glanced up at the young prince and his companion Xiu, stealing her resolve. Her choice was indeed correct, since entering alongside the young prince. Xiu had shown no sign of fear, which was illogical, indicating he was entirely confident in this matter. Moreover, the prince's words clearly indicated his desire to protect Xiu. It was laughable that these two fools continued to perform their farce. Chun Xing inwardly rejoiced that she had turned her back early, avoiding collusion with those two imbeciles, thus allowing her to extricate herself. Xie Tingzhou turned to Shen Yu. It appears they are unwilling to yield. What do you suggest? Shen Yu, unconcerned, replied, How would I know? Xie Tingzhou smiled wryly. You do not wish to argue? Shen Yu pressed her lips together and said, They came to deliver pastries. Lace them with poison, unaware that martial artists possess keener hearing than ordinary folk. I overheard their conversation and decided to play along to see what they truly intended. You lie? Xie glared. I made those pastries myself. There is no poison in them. If you doubt it, have a doctor verify. Xie felt assured. For the pastries had long been swapped, with the poisoned ones secretly buried in the courtyard. Shen chuckled softly, producing a crumpled handkerchief from her sleeve and tossing it before the group. The handkerchief lay scattered on the ground, its contents strewn about. Upon discerning the items on the floor, Xuanfu and Qiuyan, along with the nearby Chuanxing, were taken aback. The handkerchief contained crumbs of pastries, which had never reached his stomach. Shen remained composed, suggesting, perhaps we should summon a physician to inspect this. Xie Tingzhou had previously warned against consuming unidentified substances. A certain chicken incident in the village had taught her a lesson. Thus, while others were strategizing, she discreetly spat the pastries into the handkerchief. Qiuyan collapsed onto the ground, while Chuanfu's heart raced with the realization that the situation had spiraled beyond control, leaving her with only the means to protect herself. She grasped Qiuyan's arm, exclaiming, "Sister, did you truly poison the pastries? How could you be so foolish?" Qiuyan, with wide eyes, pointed at her and retorted, "It was indeed a strategy we devised together. Now you wish to save yourself, while I bear the blame alone? How naive you are." Shen Yu, disinterested in their squabbling, remarked, "I have remained conscious throughout. Naturally. I heard all your discussions. What performance are you putting on now?" Suddenly, Qiuyan moved forward on her knees, saying, "Your Highness, I was left with no choice." Just then, a voice filled with concern rang out from the courtyard. "De Huang, what is wrong with you?" Shen Yu disregarded the commotion behind her and stepped outside. Finding De Huang agitatedly pacing the yard, she called for it, but it paid her no heed. "What has happened to it?" Arya, with teary eyes, replied, "I do not know." "Weren't you playing with De Huang?" Shen Yu inquired. Arya timidly confessed, "I was eavesdropping at the door, and for a moment, I lost focus. And then it became like this." Xie Tingzhou also emerged, glancing at the frantic De Huang, and instructed the guards to restrain it. As several guards subdued De Huang, one observed quietly, "Your Highness, it appears to be in heat." Under normal circumstances, a dog in heat would not exhibit such erratic behavior. Another guard rushed over, holding a half-eaten pastry. "Your Highness, there are signs of digging in the flower bed over there, and we found this." It was indeed the pastry they had buried. Shen Yu turned to Xie Tingzhou, tentatively asking, "Have you brought its mate back with you?" Xie Tingzhou, at a loss for words, replied, "Do you think I am someone who considers such matters thoroughly? Are there no other dogs in the palace?" "None," she responded. Shen Yu frowned. "What shall we do now? Shall we find another mate for De Huang in the capital?" "Leave it to Chang Lu," Xie Tingzhou suggested. "He will know how to manage it." Shen Yu immediately protested. "But he is still so young. How could he possibly understand?" Xie Tingzhou, half smiling, replied, "He has already arranged a mate for the turtle he is raising." This farce ultimately unfolded into a comedy. Previously, it was a roast chicken, and now pastries. Once again, De Huang bore the brunt of it all alone. Once the chaos subsided, Zhong Bo hurried over, inquiring how Xie Tingzhou and the others intended to resolve the matter. Xie Tingzhou responded nonchalantly, "Since it was a gift from father, we cannot dispose of it too harshly, simply sell it off." Zhang Bo wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, pondering whether. Xie Tingzhou interrupted his thoughts, suggesting that if he deemed the punishment too lenient, he could simply order a death by the staff. Zhang Bo immediately refrained from further comment. Chun Fu and the other two were taken away by the servant, bound. Seizing a moment when the servant was distracted, Chun Xing managed to break free and rushed to kneel before Xie Tingzhou, weeping, "Your Highness, I had no part in this. I previously stated that I did not witness them on the bed. I only heard Xiao Yun's cries. I beseech your Highness to spare my life." With her hands bound behind her, she pressed her forehead to the ground in supplication. She could never have anticipated that Shi Yu would act so decisively, completely disrupting her plans. Xie Tingzhou leaned slightly closer to her, a smile escaping his lips, a sound so low and gentle that it sent chills down her spine. He said, "Do you truly believe I would concern myself with whether or not you were involved?" Chapter 90. I do not like you either at once. A chill swept through Chuanqing's heart. In a moment of panic, she turned to Uncle Zhang beside her, pleading, "Uncle Zhang, it was you who instructed us to act this way." The courtyard erupted in commotion. Uncle Zhang's face turned pale, and after a brief contemplation, he knelt down, saying, "Your Highness." Shifeng earnestly gazed at Xie Tingzhou. Both he and Chang Lu had been raised by Uncle Zhang. Though not of blood relation, they were akin to family. Xie Tingzhou replied coolly, Rise and respond. Do you have something to say? With Shifeng's assistance, Uncle Zhong stood up, his voice trembling as he confessed. I did express a desire to dismiss Xiyu, but this scheme was not of my own design. Xie Tingzhou cast a glance at Chuanxing, who hurriedly interjected. We merely wished to alleviate Uncle Zhong's burdens. As the steward of the royal residence, alleviating his worries meant aligning themselves with him, perhaps even gaining favor in Xie Tingzhou's eyes. The three of them had acted improperly. They would face whatever consequences arose. After stating this, Xie Tingzhou turned and departed. If their transgressions were merely improper conduct, they could be sold off. However, if their words were deemed inappropriate, it suggested they might not be able to restrain their tongues even if they left the estate. Wealthy families typically resorted to various measures, either silencing them permanently through sale or, in severe cases, administering capital punishment. As Xie Tingzhou fell ill and was unable to accompany Zhang on a hunting expedition, the task fell to Changlu. Upon his return to report to Xie Tingzhou, he was startled to see Uncle Zhong kneeling in the courtyard. Grandfather. Changlu rushed over. Why are you kneeling? Uncle Zhong shook his head in embarrassment. At his advanced age, kneeling for so long had made him dizzy. Changlu, in his urgency, attempted to assist him, but to no avail. He hurried off to find Xie Tingzhou, but before he could enter the room, Shifeng's voice rang out. Come back. Changlu, anxious and stamping his feet, exclaimed. Grandfather is still kneeling. What has happened? Shifeng pulled Changlu aside and briefly explained the day's events. As the steward of the royal residence, Xie Tingzhou had refrained from publicly reprimanding Uncle Zhong, showing him some measure of respect and preventing him from losing face. The name Zhong was bestowed upon him by the late Duke, for whom he had once bravely taken a blade, nearly losing a hand in the process. The Duke had honored him with the surname Xie, naming him Zhong. Uncle Zhong believed himself unworthy of the family name and thus referred to himself as Zhang, a title that eventually led everyone to call him Uncle Zhong. This name was aptly chosen. He was indeed a loyal servant, steadfastly devoted to his master over the years, always diligent and never taking matters into his own hands. Xie Tingzhou could easily surmise that he was acting on the late Duke's behalf. Uncle Zhong chose to kneel out of his own volition. While he was not the instigator, the situation had arisen because of him. As the steward, he was expected to be cautious and discreet, and such words should not have escaped his lips. The more lenient Xie Tingzhou was, the more troubled Uncle Zhong felt. Changlu, flustered, wrinkled his nose. It was early spring, and the ground was still cold. Uncle Zhong, at his age, could hardly endure such discomfort. What can we do? He lamented. Shifeng felt anxious as well, but was at a loss for solutions. You usually possess such cleverness. What do you suggest? After a moment of contemplation, Changlu declared, I shall seek the prince. Xie Tingzhou had just finished his medicine when he noticed Changlu suddenly kneel upon entering. He inquired languidly, is kneeling contagious? Changlu pouted, looking as if he were on the verge of tears. Your Highness, may I take the punishment on behalf of Uncle Zhong? Xie Tingzhou took a handkerchief to wipe his hands, stating, I have not punished him. Yet, Changlu felt more miserable than if he had been punished. He stammered, I didn't mean that. At the doorway, Shifeng overheard this and, expecting Changlu to devise a clever solution, was taken aback by his utterance. Striding in, he pulled Changlu up from the ground and admonished, Are you attempting to coerce His Highness with your own suffering? What can His Highness do? He has not punished Uncle Zhong. Are you suggesting that His Highness should bow to him? Changlu suddenly realized this and quickly clarified, I did not mean it that way. I was just anxious. After a moment of silence, Xie Tingzhou spoke, Tell Uncle Zhong that he owes me nothing. Changlu was bewildered, but Shifeng, being older, quickly comprehended and dragged Changlu out. Shifeng relayed His Highness's words to Uncle Zhong, who pondered for a moment before laboriously rising with the support of Changlu. Take me to the Lu Ming Pavilion, Uncle Zhong requested weakly. He understood that His Highness's leniency stemmed from the fact that he bore no debt to him. Although Uncle Zhong did not harbor fondness for Shiyu, he prided himself on living an upright life and would never resort to scheming against others. As night approached, the once quiet door of the Lu Ming Pavilion was knocked upon again. Arya opened the door and, upon seeing Uncle Zhong, hurried to call for Shiyu. Uncle Zhong released Changlu's support and stood upright in the courtyard. The moment Shunyu stepped over the threshold, she beheld Uncle Zhong bowing deeply in her direction. Startled, she sidestepped and caught the elderly man's arm as he prepared to bow again. What is the meaning of this? She inquired. Uncle Zhong replied, I owe you a debt, and this gesture is my way of repaying it. He attempted to bow once more. Shunyu, holding him steady, responded, I must respectfully disagree. As the saying goes, calamity does not extend to wives and children, and guilt does not fall upon parents. Even close kin are not punished collectively, let alone you, who have no connection to them. Thus, this matter is naturally irrelevant to you. Uncle Zhong retorted, but, did you conspire with them? He appeared stern. Did you deliberately suggest anything to them? Never. Have you ever considered employing schemes or tactics to expel me from the residence? Uncle Zhong defiantly replied, I am not that sort of person. I intended to discuss matters with you in good faith, hoping to persuade you to leave of your own accord. Precisely. Shen Yu smiled. I have heard Xi Feng suggest that you might as well die of overexertion. However, if Chang Lu were to truly perish, it would have no bearing on Xi Feng. Chang Lu, feeling wronged, interjected, How could you think of my death? Could you not find a better analogy? Shen Yu, laughing, released Uncle Zhong's hand and stepped back, saying, It was merely a jest. One must keep matters distinct. I will not hold a jest against you. Yet I am not one to repay kindness with enmity. You do not favor me, and I naturally harbor no affection for you. However, Shen Yu paused. As for your bow of respect, I must express my utmost gratitude. Sure Yu returns the gesture. With that, Shen Yu bowed deeply in return. Zhongbo, esteemed and respected within the royal residence, often received reverence from the younger generation. Yet, it was the first time he felt a sense of dignity restored by such a gesture. The sincere bow from the youth rekindled his self-respect, causing his eyes to glisten momentarily before he resumed his usual demeanor. Although he acknowledged the courtesy extended to him today, he remained resolute in his decision to prevent the youth from staying in the royal palace, vowing to discuss the matter further at a later time. As the three departed from Looming Pavilion, Zhongbo was filled with myriad reflections. The young man had exhibited an admirable composure throughout, demonstrating a dignified presence that suggested a commendable family upbringing. It perplexed him how someone so young had found himself in such unfortunate circumstances. Zhongbo pondered that had Sure Yu not been entangled in matters with the prince, he would not feel compelled to expel him from the palace. Where could such a young child possibly go if cast out? In that moment, he entirely overlooked the fact that Sure Yu possessed an entire storehouse of treasures. Chang Lu inquired, Grandfather, have you suddenly realized that Sure Yu is quite commendable? He is rather likable, isn't he? No sooner had the words left his lips than the gate of Looming Pavilion creaked open once more. It was then that Shen Yu's head popped out, declaring, I must say, there's no need for a discussion. I am quite stubborn. You want to be able to drive me away. So it would be futile for you to exert yourself? Zhongbo, exasperated, pointed with a shake of his sleeve, and the figure swiftly retreated, the door slamming shut behind. He fumed, puffing his cheeks in indignation. Such a character, not likable in the slightest. Yet, Chang Lu and Xi Feng could not help but chuckle at the scene. Chapter 91. An unexpected encounter. Shen Yu was a restless soul, unable to remain idle. Whenever she was off duty, she would meander through the streets, gathering tidbits of information. The gambling houses in the capital were a mingling of various social strata, serving as a melting pot for news. To avoid drawing attention, Shen Yu only engaged in small bets, steering clear of substantial sums. Pei Chunli was preparing to return home, nestled in his carriage and feeling drowsy. Yet, for reasons unknown, an epiphany struck him. He lifted the curtain and beheld Sure Yu, who had just emerged from a gambling den. Elated, Pei Chunli hastily disembarked from the carriage and pursued her. Brother, brother, he called out repeatedly, finally catching up after a considerable distance, panting as he confronted her. Why are you avoiding me? I am not avoiding you. I simply did not hear you, Shen Yu replied, indeed having heard someone shouting brother in the street. Who would have thought that the hoarse voice belonged to Pei Chunli, accompanied by two of his attendants? Pei Chunli, catching his breath, exclaimed, At last, I've found you. Do you need something from me? Pei Chunli, regaining his composure, quipped, Is it not permissible to seek you out without a specific reason? Shen Yu replied with a feigned nonchalance, If there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave. Wait, Pei Chunli insisted, grabbing her arm. I have yet to dine. And just ahead is the Sherway Pavilion. How about a meal at the behest of your young lord? Regrettably, I am not hungry, she retorted. Recalling Xie Tingzhou's words about Pei Chunli's father being a member of the Crown Prince's faction. I care not. Pei Chunli stubbornly pressed on. The Northern Prince's residence is closed to visitors, preventing me from seeking you out. Furthermore, why is it that Li Jifeng is allowed in? Am I the only guest rejected by Xie Tingzhou? Mentioning Xie Tingzhou triggered a memory for Shen Yu. Just days prior, Chang Lu had inquired if she had secretly pledged her life to Pei Chunli, with Xie Tingzhou present at the time. Shen Yu halted, crossing her arms and demanding, "Kindly explain when it was that I pledged my life to you." Pei Chunli, with unwavering confidence, declared, "Last year, in the Flower Tower. We privately agreed to a lifetime of feasting and revelry, essentially a secret engagement." Shen Yu nearly stumbled in disbelief. Just as she was about to dismiss Pei Chunli, her peripheral vision caught sight of a carriage approaching, driven by none other than the Shen family's coachman. With a composed demeanor, Shen Yu subtly shifted to the side, allowing Pei Chunli to shield most of her body from view. Ever since the day they opened the granary at the Shun residence, she had expected Shun Yin to lay low for a while. Yet today, she had heard some rumors at the gambling house. It was said that the second daughter of the Shun family had been frequenting General Shun's gravesite daily and was actively purchasing medicinal herbs and grains throughout the city, purportedly to send aid to the snow-stricken Dan prefecture this year, thus enhancing her reputation in the capital. In the past, Shen Yu might have believed Shen Yan's actions stemmed from genuine kindness. Now, she could only ponder what ulterior motives might be at play. Once trust between individuals is shattered, it is a formidable challenge to rebuild it. The Shen carriage came to a halt before a medicinal shop, confirming the rumors. After a brief contemplation, Shen Yu decided to ascend to a tea house diagonally across the street. Her maid disembarked first, turning back to assist Shen Yin down from the carriage. Shen Zhongyan was remarkably handsome, and his children bore a striking resemblance to him, each possessing outstanding looks. Among them, Shen Yu not only mirrored her father's features but also possessed a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars, infused with a hint of spiritedness. In contrast, Shen Yin appeared more delicate, her gentle countenance suggesting a slight frailty that rendered her even more fragile. Shen Yu lingered by the window for a moment, until she observed the two entering the herbal shop. Turning around, she nearly collided with Pei Chunli's chin. "What are you following me for?" Shen Yu inquired tersely. Pei Chunli, contemplating as he rubbed his chin, mused, "You cannot possibly have a fondness for such girls, can you?" Shen Yu felt an urge to roll her eyes. The fool's thought process had always diverged from that of others. "I detest such girls," she retorted, mimicking her posture. Pei Chunli found it rather dashing and resolved to adopt it more often. "Since you do not like them, then neither shall I," he proclaimed. Shen Yu shot him an exasperated glance. "Can't you form an opinion of your own?" "I cannot," Pei Chunli declared with conviction. As his gaze shifted, he suddenly changed the subject. "They're coming out." Indeed, Shen Yin and her companion emerged from the herbal shop, the shopkeeper cheerfully bidding them farewell. "Miss Shen, take care. The herbs you ordered will be delivered to your residence tomorrow." The shopkeeper likely remained unaware that addressing her as Miss Shen was a taboo. However, Shen Yin's expression remained unchanged, exhibiting a calmness far superior to before. She offered a slight smile, responding, "Thank you for your trouble, shopkeeper." Shen Yu furrowed her brow in contemplation. It appeared that the procurement of medicinal herbs was genuine. Previously, Shun Yin and Madame Shun had suffered from poor reputations, yet now, due to their charitable efforts and disaster relief, they had garnered significant improvement. Nevertheless, the Shen household was not overflowing with wealth, and the timing of Shen Yin's charity raised questions. Lost in thought, she observed Shen Yin, assisted by her maid, approaching the carriage. The two whispered to one another for a moment, and Shun Yin stepped onto the carriage's yoke. In the next instant, she collapsed as though bereft of strength, falling into her maid's arms, unconscious. "Miss," the maid exclaimed, "what has happened to you?" Shaking Shen Yin vigorously yielded no response. Panic-stricken, the maid cried out, "Help! Someone, please." The shopkeeper and his assistants rushed out, as a crowd began to gather. Pei Chunli, arms crossed, remarked, "She is truly delicate and feeble." Shen Yu shot him a glare. "Why don't you descend and perform a gallant rescue?" The scene at the herbal shop descended into chaos. Unlike a medical clinic, not every herbal shop had a resident physician, and this one happened to lack one. A woman stepped forward to assist, pinching Shen Yan's nose and applying pressure to her acupressure point. The maid, weeping freely, clutched Shen Yan tightly. The shopkeeper suggested, "Perhaps we should carry Miss Shen into the carriage. There is a medical clinic nearby that we can take her to." The onlookers multiplied, effectively blocking the street. Jiang Linzhi's carriage became ensnared in the congestion. "Let us ascertain what has transpired ahead," he instructed. A young servant quickly navigated through the crowd and returned with the report. "Miss Shen has fainted at the entrance of the herbal shop." Jiang Linzhi frowned. In her previous life, Shen Yu had treated this girl with utmost kindness, yet he found himself unable to harbor any genuine affection for her. Perhaps it was due to the stark contrast in their eyes. Hers were clear and luminous, while his bore a depth uncommon for one of their age. Given that Yu had showered this girl with such love in her past existence, it was likely she would hold him accountable if he were to remain indifferent this time around. Let us go and see, Jiang Linzhi suggested. Chapter 92. Unwilling to let her have her way among the crowd, some recognized Jiang Linzhi and recalled the rumors circulating in the capital. It was said that this esteemed official had once sought to marry, presenting a perfect opportunity for a gallant rescue. Thus, they parted to clear a path. Positioned advantageously on the upper floor, Shen Yu observed the scene below with keen interest. It was quite a coincidence that although this apothecary was not the largest in Xinjiang, it lay on the essential route Jiang Linzhi took when returning from court. The location was fortuitous, and the timing of the fainting spell was equally uncanny, leading Shen Yu to question Shen Yan's true intentions. This foolish sister had spent her entire life clinging to the Jiang family as her lifeline, incessantly visiting the Jiang residence. It seemed she had not changed much in this regard. Yet, Shen Yu could not fully dismiss the possibility that such coincidences could indeed exist. She reached for a few peanuts from a small dish on the table, tossing one into her mouth. Downstairs, Jiang Linzhi had already crouched beside Shen Yan. Refraining from physical contact due to gender propriety, merely inspecting her condition, the maid was sobbing uncontrollably, exclaiming, "What shall we do, sir? The madam is bedridden." And now the young lady is left all alone. The crowd murmured among themselves, expressing their sorrow. Jiang Linzhi pondered for a moment before instructing. First, take her back to the Shun residence. Gao Jin, send someone to fetch a doctor and go directly to the Shun residence. Help the young lady to her feet. He addressed the maid. She attempted to lift Shen Yan but failed, weeping and blaming herself, lamenting, "If only I had persuaded the young lady not to visit the general's grave every day." Jiang Linzhi inquired, "What does she do at General Shen's grave?" The maid replied, "Previously, many would come to pay their respects, and thus the young lady seldom visited. But now, with fewer visitors, who still remembers? She said she feared they were lonely, so she went daily to keep them company." Her tearful explanation was deeply moving, causing some in the crowd to wipe their eyes. The maid added, "The young lady said the eldest miss loves lively gatherings." This remark stirred Jiang Linzhi's thoughts. He recalled how, in a past life, Shen Yu had been more vivacious upon entering the Jiang household, occasionally engaging in playful banter with the servants. However, under the constant reprimands of his mother, she gradually became quiet, leading him to believe she preferred solitude. In retrospect, it was apparent that she had once cherished the company of others. As Jiang Linzhi's heart ached more with each reflection, he felt a lump in his throat. He could not believe she had perished so easily. Yet he wondered where she truly was. Shen Yu, indeed fond of lively company, was currently perched on the windowsill, observing. Had it not been for Shen Yan's entanglement with her, she would have admired Shen Yan's clever maneuvering in publicly clearing her name and garnering goodwill from Jiang Linzhi. Shen Yan had achieved a dual purpose. It seemed she had meticulously plotted to integrate herself into the Jiang family, unaware that it was hardly a welcoming abode. Aside from a malicious mother-in-law, there was also Lin Qingli, who had shared a childhood bond with Jiang Linzhi. With Shen Yan still lying on the ground, Jiang Linzhi contemplated for a moment before commanding Gao Jin, "Assist Miss Shen onto the carriage." Gao Jin complied, rolling up his sleeves, preparing to lift Shen Yan. The maid hastily intervened, "My lord, this is rather inappropriate. After all, he is but a servant and a man. In the Great Zhou, there are no stringent barriers between the genders. Women can stroll the streets without veils, and dining together is commonplace. However, allowing a servant to approach so closely in public and embrace is still rather improper." Shen Yu chuckled. "Is it inappropriate for a servant to embrace, yet acceptable for Jiang Linzhi to do so?" This clever girl was up to something, embracing in public while simultaneously attempting to extort Jiang Linzhi. Shen Yu tossed the peanuts in her hand, contemplating whether to facilitate their union. Yet, it seemed Shen Yan still dared to use her as a pawn, indicating her memory had not yet improved. As the saying goes, "Knowing you live well, I shall not." She was determined not to let Shen Yan have her way. Shen Yu popped another peanut into her mouth, leaving one in her hand. Without further hesitation, she flicked her finger, sending a peanut flying directly into Shen Yan's abdomen. Shen Yan let out a muffled groan, springing up in pain. The crowd erupted in commotion. "Ah, she is awake. It's good to see her back." Shen Yan, suppressing her pain, was unsure if Jiang Linzhi had noticed her. Her gaze flitted off him, unwilling to meet his eyes. Jiang Linzhi rose, stating, "Since Miss Shen has awakened, you may return home." The maid assisted Shen Yan, who coughed discreetly into her sleeve, unsure of what had caused her sudden dizziness. The maid quickly covered for her. Miss has hardly eaten these past few days and has grown quite thin. It's no wonder she fainted. You must take care to eat properly moving forward. I understand, Shen Yin replied softly, then expressed her gratitude to Jiang Linzhi. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Jiang Linzhi replied coolly. Miss Shen should return home, considering her condition. He glanced down at the inconspicuous peanut on the floor before looking up at the tea house diagonally across the street, where the window on the second floor was half open. Jiang Linzhi strode toward the tea house, followed by Gao Jin, and ascended the stairs directly. The waiter hurried after him. What tea would you like, esteemed guest? We also have private rooms available. Jiang Linzhi feigned ignorance, walking down the corridor until he stopped at a door, pointing, I want this one. The waiter replied, unfortunately. This room is already occupied. Might you choose another? I want this one. With that, Jiang Linzhi pushed open the door. The waiter could not intervene in time and had to retreat to the side. Jiang Linzhi surveyed the room. It was not one of the finest tea houses in Shenyang, and the private room was simply adorned, with only a man standing by the window. The man turned, holding a cup of tea, and said irritably, What do you want? Can't you see your little marquis is enjoying tea here? The waiter apologized profusely. I'm terribly sorry. I shall escort this guest out immediately. No need. Pei Chunli raised a hand to stop him, glancing at Jiang Linzhi. This gentleman is our esteemed minister, Jiang. Would you care to join us for tea? Jiang Linzhi smiled. Ah, it is the little marquis. What brings you to enjoy tea alone? Pei Chunli, with a carefree demeanor, remarked, I had no intention of indulging in tea, but upon witnessing someone faint in the street, I decided to join the commotion. The way Lord Jiang gallantly rescued the damsel truly fills me with envy. Jiang Lian gazed intently and replied, I shall not intrude upon the young lord's enjoyment of the spectacle. I take my leave. The attendant closed the door behind him and followed Jiang Lian downstairs. Upon reaching the staircase, Jiang Lian suddenly halted and inquired, Was there only that individual in the private room just now? The attendant responded, Indeed, my lord. It was solely the young lord. He hurriedly mentioned seeking the best position, so I guided him to that chamber. Jiang Lian nodded slightly and departed. Do you suspect it was Pei Xiaohou? Gao Jin asked. Jiang Lian replied, If there was only him in that room, it must indeed be him. Gao Jin, puzzled, said, But there were no peanuts in that room. Jiang Lian turned his head and said, Look back at the establishment. Gao Jin glanced behind him. The tea house's first floor was filled with tables, each laden with a dish of peanuts for the patrons. Suddenly, he comprehended. Many tea houses serve such complimentary snacks, and the absence of them would appear conspicuous, regardless of who it was. It indicated that the individual harbored no ill intent towards us and may have even been offering a kind warning. Jiang Lian lifted his gaze once more. However, if Pei Chunli was indeed alone, it suggested that he concealed his true nature quite adeptly. Chapter 93. Signs of Change Within the Elegant Chamber. Pei Chunli gently patted his chest and murmured, Drinking tea alone is quite tedious. Receiving no response, he raised his voice. Drinking tea alone is rather dull. Still, silence enveloped him. Pei Chunli paced around the room, and suddenly he bellowed. Drinking tea alone is exceedingly boring. A server outside knocked on the door and replied, Young lord, if you find it dull, shall I find you a singer? No sooner had he spoken than a figure leaped through the window. Pei Chunli addressed the doorway, Step aside. I am lamenting on my own, and your presence is unnecessary. Turning back, he whispered, Why did you arrive only now? I have called the secret signal 3 times. Had you delayed any longer, they might think I am unwell. Shen Yu was at a loss for words regarding Pei Chunli's absurd signal. Initially, he had devised a far more foolish one that proclaimed, Young lord, I am beloved by all, adored by flowers, which she found utterly repugnant and insisted he change. Shen Yu ignored him and gazed out the window, noticing that the crowd below had dispersed and Jiang Linzhi's carriage had already departed. Turning back, her eyes inadvertently swept across the table, and she suddenly inquired, Where are the peanuts? Do you still want to eat? Pei Chunli replied proudly, I hid them for fear Jiang Ji might discover them, so you should thank me. You have been rather careless, forgetting to secure such an essential item. Shen Yu responded. Thank you. There's no need for gratitude, Pei Chunli stated. Shall we leave? Let us go to the tavern. Shen Yu replied, You go ahead. Jiang Linzhi is cautious. I fear he may have left someone to watch. I shall come find you shortly. It was evident that Jiang Linzhi had harbored suspicions, prompting him to investigate. Pei Chunli departed first, but after a brief moment, A man slipped into an alley across from the tea house to report to a figure lurking in the shadows. Only the young lord has left. No one accompanied him. Should we continue to follow? Gao Jin pondered for a moment before replying, no need. After Pei Chunli's departure, Shen Yu summoned the server inside and tossed him a silver ingot. You performed well. The server accepted the silver with a beaming smile, exclaiming, it is my fortune to serve the young master. This establishment was indeed the same one Shen Yu had visited on New Year's Eve. The very place where she had sought information from the informant known as Xi. I have heard something curious, the server said. Shen Yu inquired, what is it? The server leaned in closer, lowering his voice cautiously. This information came from elsewhere. My brother works at the Tongfu Inn. A few days ago, several guests arrived speaking with an accent from Xichang Prefecture. My brother inadvertently overheard them. They mentioned coming to the capital to lodge a complaint. Shen Yu was puzzled. A complaint? The server continued. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Every year, people come to the capital to lodge complaints. It is hardly uncommon. The issue lies in the fact that the following day, those individuals vanished after leaving the inn. Have they departed? The young attendant shook his head, although the bundles remained. The individuals had vanished without a trace. Several days passed without their return. Eventually, the inn reported to the authorities, who deemed the loss of such inconsequential items as normal and showed no inclination to intervene. Shen Yu pondered this matter. The world was increasingly unstable, with each passing year worse than the last. As long as it wasn't a significant issue, the officials preferred to overlook it, showing little interest in seeking trouble. The young attendant remarked, my elder brother dared not speak of what he overheard to the constables, only confiding in me. He had also seen those individuals' bundles, which still contained their travel permits. How could they have simply left? Strangely, the very night after the report was made, thieves appeared at the inn. What was stolen? Shen Yu inquired. Nothing at all, the young attendant replied. Yet those bundles were rummaged through haphazardly, which is indeed peculiar. This was certainly an unusual occurrence. However, what occupied Shen Yu's thoughts were the origins of those individuals. Can you confirm they came from Xichang Prefecture? She asked. The attendant affirmed, absolutely. My brother has worked at the inn since he was 9, serving travelers from north to south. He can discern accents with ease. Xichang Prefecture had occupied Shen Yu's mind countless times recently. It was where the grain supplies had been lost. Whether these two matters were connected or not, Xichang had become a forbidden topic for her. News from those dispatched to Xichang had yet to arrive, hindered by the slow pace of communication and the time required for inquiries. I understand, Shen Yu nodded, placing a silver note on the table. The young attendant's eyes widened in astonishment, rubbing his hands together as he asked, does the gentleman have any further instructions? Shen Yu replied calmly. Where are the belongings of those guests now? They are likely of little value, either left at the inn or discarded. The clever attendant inquired. Do you wish to take a look? Shen Yu nodded in affirmation. After some thought, the attendant suggested, how about this? I will inquire and inform you as soon as I have news. Shen Yu glanced at the sky, instructing, if you confirm anything, come find me at Sherwood Pavilion in an hour. Pei Chunli was still waiting for Shen Yu at Sherwood Pavilion, his hunger causing his stomach to cling to his back by the time she finally arrived. He had contemplated various scenarios in her absence and immediately bombarded her with questions upon her arrival. Did you not assist Jiang Linzhi? Why are you avoiding him? Shen Yu nonchalantly replied, is it wrong for me to hold a grudge against him? Of course not, Pei Chunli exclaimed. In that case, Jiang Linzhi shall also be my enemy henceforth. He nudged Shen Yu with his shoulder, adding, how's that? Quite gallant, wouldn't you say? Are you not utterly moved? Meanwhile, on the other side of Shengjing, the Shen family's carriage halted before the general's residence. A maid disembarked first, turning to assist Shen Yan. Shen Yan cast a glance at her from the carriage shaft before resting her hand on Zikui's arm to descend. Upon entering the general's residence, Shen Yan strode briskly, her earlier frailty seemingly forgotten. Yet, as she entered her chamber, she suddenly halted. Zikui stood anxiously behind her. Throughout the journey, Shen Yan had not uttered a word, but her expression was dark with intensity. After a long-awaited opportunity was finally within reach, unforeseen circumstances disrupted the impending success. Zikui pondered for a moment and stepped forward to offer comfort. Miss, if this time does not succeed, we still have. A resounding slap echoed as Shen Yan bellowed. Who allowed you to mention Shen Yu? Zikui covered her face and fell to her knees, exclaiming, Miss, I merely observed that Lord Jiang was still hesitant and thought to stoke the flames. With a swift motion, Shen Yan swept everything off the table, shattering it upon the ground. It must be Shan Yu. Shen Yin declared vehemently, she cannot bear to see me prosper and seeks to thwart my endeavors. Zikui crawled a few steps, grasping Shen Yan's skirt, and wept. Miss, do not let your anger harm your health. It is not worth it. I still have a way. What method do you propose? Zikui whispered a few words, causing hesitation to flicker in Shen Yan's eyes. Could this truly work? Zikui replied. I believe it is worth a try. Shen Yin gazed down at Zikui, reaching to caress her hair. Zikui, do not hold it against me for striking you. You know I have always detested those who act presumptuously. I understand, Zikui promptly nodded. Shen Yin then removed a bracelet from her wrist, pressing it into Zikui's hands. Take this. I have always vowed that what is mine shall also belong to you. Chapter 94. The case after finishing their meal. Shen Yu calculated the time and parted ways with Pei Chunli. Upon exiting the Shirihua pavilion, a young waiter emerged from a nearby alley, suggesting that the items were still there. The sky had darkened significantly and the streets were less crowded. Fortunately, there was no curfew, allowing for unencumbered movement. The waiter's brother, Sanfu, worked at an inconspicuous inn in the capital, a place favored by travelers for its reasonable rates and convenient location. Upon arriving at the inn, Sanfu led the two to a room in the back courtyard. Inside were various belongings left behind by guests, which Sanfu explained were sometimes reclaimed by their owners, but often remained unclaimed and were eventually discarded. Navigating around the shelves, Sanfu pointed to a row and said, Look, these are their things, all right here. Shen Yu carefully opened a bundle with a dagger, followed by a second and third. Soon, she discerned something amiss. Turning to Sanfu, she inquired, what were those individuals like? Sanfu recalled, there were 4 in total. 3 appeared to be in their 30s, while 1 was older. All were quite tall. He gestured to indicate their height, which exceeded his own by a considerable margin. They were robust, like. Shen Yu interjected, like fighters? Indeed, Sanfu affirmed emphatically. Each seemed quite fierce and intimidating, speaking coarsely and barking orders at the staff. Shen Yu frowned. This was peculiar. These individuals did not seem easily intimidated, yet had come to the capital to lodge a complaint. Logically, it would be expected that others would be the ones to accuse them. Shen Yu's thoughts shifted as she recalled hearing about a recent theft. Sanfu had heard from his younger brother, Xie, about a lavishly dressed young master, and he thought to himself that fortune had finally smiled upon him. He quickly replied, yes. They were indeed robbed. Only these bundles were rummaged through? She asked. Yes, just these. Were items lost? Xie attempted to interject, but was silenced by a glance from Shen Yu. No, Sanfu responded. Shen Yu pressed. How can you be so certain? Young master. If I may enlighten you, Sanfu said, slightly bending forward, I checked all these items before they were placed here. I can assure you, nothing is missing. Are you sure? Absolutely. Shen Yu scrutinized Sanfu's eyes, yet it was evident that an item was indeed missing. Sanfu's brow twitched as he asked, Young master, what do you mean by this? Shen Yu used her dagger to lift an object from one of the bundles and tossed it towards Sanfu. He caught it in a flurry, bewildered. What is this? An arm restraint, Shen Yu explained. While it may not be crafted from fine iron, it is certainly not an ordinary item. It would be quite typical for an untrained eye to overlook its significance. Sanfu, holding the restraint, questioned, but how does this relate to whether items are missing? Shen Yu's gaze was piercing. If you examine that arm binding closely, you will notice the varying depths of the knife marks, along with the degree of wear on the leather cord, indicating that this arm binding has been in use for a considerable time. You suggested they appeared to be seasoned practitioners, which is indeed fitting. Sanfu, scrutinizing the arm binding, confirmed its authenticity. The leather was nearly frayed. Xie, enveloped in confusion, pondered how this related to the loss of items. Shen Yu twirled the dagger in her hand, reasoning that someone skilled in martial arts would likely carry weapons. Sanfu's complexion turned pale. Shen Yu glanced at his face. Was she not correct? Sanfu, anxious, admitted, they indeed arrived with knives, but they took them when they left the next day. Is that so? Shen Yu smiled, questioning who would venture to report to the authorities while armed. Perhaps they were not even going to file a complaint that day. Sanfu broke into a cold sweat. Shen Yu acknowledged this possibility. Sanfu's heart momentarily eased, only to hear Shen Yu inquire further. Yet, if they brought knives, why would they forget the arm binding? Xie suddenly grasped the situation. His brother had a penchant for petty theft, likely seizing items from a guest's belongings simply because they had not returned. A practice he had evidently engaged in before. Xie slapped Sanfu, growing impatient, demanding to know why he was fabricating lies in front of Shen Yu. Sanfu nervously glanced at Shen Yu and stammered, You need not worry. Shen Yu calmly replied, If you speak the truth, I will not take you to the authorities. However, should I discover even a single falsehood, beware of your tongue. I have little tolerance for deceit. Sanfu swallowed hard, approached the door to ensure no one was present, and in a hushed tone confessed, they indeed left without their knives. I stole them. Shen Yu surmised that Sanfu likely did not recognize their value, failing to see that the arm binding could fetch a decent sum. What are the knives? She inquired. I sold them, Sanfu stuttered. Shen Yu pressed coldly. You claim they are fearsome and not to be trifled with. Yet you dared to pilfer their belongings without fear of retribution? Sanfu, overwhelmed with anxiety, struggled to respond. Shen Yu advanced with an intensity that demanded the truth. You believe they will not return, emboldened by that conviction. Did you harm them? Sanfu shouted, I did not. Cixi quickly covered his mouth, urging him to lower his voice and explain. Shen Yu's decisive actions had enabled Cixi to earn in a brief span what would take him years to accumulate. Cixi had already mentally pledged his loyalty to her, assured that following her would ensure his financial security. Recalling the events he had witnessed, Sanfu's legs turned to jelly, and he slumped against the corner, muttering, It was not me. It was too terrifying. My lord. I will keep watch at the door, Cixi declared, moving to the entrance and peering through the crack to observe the outside. Shen Yu crouched before Sanfu, commanding, Speak, from beginning to end, without omission. Sanfu lifted his head to gaze at the beam above, his throat constricting as he uttered a few indistinct words. That night, part of Sanfu's statement was not a fabrication. Indeed, those individuals had come to the capital to petition the emperor. However, he did not complete his thought. Sanfu was a man inclined towards petty thievery, yet he was not avaricious. Even when he pilfered from a guest's purse, he only took a small amount of silver, making it less likely to be detected. That evening, while Sanfu was idling in the adjacent room, he overheard the group discussing their intention to petition the emperor and mentioned seeking out a certain official, rumored to have connections. Early the following day, the four men departed. In truth, they had returned, Sanfu recounted. Shen Yu inquired when. As Sanfu recalled the events, his entire body began to tremble. They returned, at midnight, knocking on the door. I procrastinated for quite a while before finally going to open it. Instead of opening the door immediately, Sanfu peered through the crack and witnessed a truly horrifying scene. Chapter 95. Human life. A group of individuals clad in black encircled several people. Yet a confrontation did not ensue immediately. The group appeared somewhat relieved upon seeing the black-clad figures, as they were acquaintances. Shen Yu, her voice low, acknowledged this familiarity. Sanfu, trembling with fear, recounted, I was so frightened that I did not open the door, and then I witnessed the black-clad men approach. Taking advantage of their momentary lapse in vigilance, they swiftly severed their necks. The individuals were unarmed and posed no threat, especially since they were known to one another and thus caught off guard. Why did you not report this to the authorities? Shen Yu inquired. I was terrified, Sanfu stammered. Afterward, they cleaned up the blood and changed their clothes, pretending to be guests seeking lodgings. Fortunately, I acted quickly, feigning to have just awakened and stated that I was not accepting guests that night, which prompted them to leave. Thus, it became evident that only Sanfu had witnessed the events of that night, explaining why subsequent reports claimed that the individuals had left in the morning and never returned. Fearing retribution, Sanfu hesitated to divulge the truth. Later, I visited the mass grave outside the city and discovered the corpses of those individuals. Shen Yu furrowed her brow. What prompted you to visit the mass grave? Out of curiosity, Sanfu replied, and to ascertain whether they were truly dead. Their knives appeared quite valuable. Shen Yu was uncertain why this case held such significance for her. Perhaps it was linked to the Qi Changfu, or perhaps an unseen force was guiding her to investigate. Her intuition informed her that this incident was not merely a case of a few individuals meeting an inexplicable demise. Shen Yu sheathed her dagger at her waist, brushed off her hands, and declared, Let us go. Take me to the mass grave. Sanfu, alarmed, waved his hands in protest. No, we cannot go to the mass grave at this hour. Is it not possible to wait until morning? Cixi interjected. Are we heading to the mass grave? Leaving the city now means we will not return before the gates close, and we would have to spend the night outside. Shen Yu had camped in the wild before, so this did not pose much of a problem. However, she had not informed Xie Tingzhou in advance, and she worried he might think she had gone missing or encountered some misfortune. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yu asked, Which gate is closest to the mass grave? That would be the Chong'an gate, Cixi replied. You all wait for me outside the Chong'an gate. I have a few matters to attend to. Let us reconvene at the gate at the third watch. As Shen Yu approached the gate, she turned back, pointing at Sanfu. Do not even think about sneaking away. I am well aware of where you work and reside. You cannot escape. As spring arrived, the days grew warmer, yet the night winds remained thin and chilly. Sanfu and Xie exited through the Chong'an gate, seeking refuge from the wind as they awaited her arrival. You would think that if one is generous, there would be rewards for diligence, Sanfu grumbled. Yet after a night of toil, not a single cent for our efforts? Xie produced an object from his chest and waved it in the wind. Sanfu's keen eyes recognized it. Is that a silver note? Let me see it. He had lived so long without ever encountering a silver note. He was accustomed to handling only small coins. Xie let out a soft sigh, carefully tucking the banknote away, casting a glance around before whispering, "When have I ever deceived you? Yet, why does he not offer it to me?" "It's because you're not being honest," replied Xie. "Look at that young master. He can discern your lies with just one piece of evidence. We, on the other hand, are not the sort who can fool him. If you truly wish to accompany the young master in his endeavors, you must keep your ears perked and your mouth shut. Such underhanded tricks are strictly forbidden." Sanfu thought to himself that if he could indeed work alongside the young master, he would have no need to covet petty gains. Was it not a matter of lacking opportunities before? As Sanfu nudged Xie's shoulder, he inquired, "Who exactly is that young master? His generosity is astonishing." Xie shot him a look of exasperation, having just advised him to be discreet, and now he was prying. "If the young master wished to keep something from you, even knowledge of it must be feigned ignorance." "And what do you know?" Xie replied, "I know nothing." At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed at the city gate. The two peered out to see a dozen riders encircling a large cart. The heavy city gate slowly closed behind the procession. Xie felt a pang of anxiety. With the gate shutting, might the young master not emerge after all? I suspected he was unreliable. Who would venture to a mass grave in the dead of night? Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the wind. Both men looked up to see a colossal eagle soaring overhead, its wings casting a shadow over half the moon. "Good heavens!" Sanfu exclaimed. "What a magnificent bird!" Shen Hao, riding alone, galloped towards them, reining in her horse with its hooves raised high before descending again, while her guards swiftly followed suit. From her elevated position, Shen Hao regarded the two, commanding, "Lead the way to the mass grave." The mass grave lay several miles from Chong'an Gate, nestled within a hollow surrounded by mountains. The night wind whistled through the valley, creating an eerie atmosphere. Despite the incense burning within the cart, it could not mask the stench of decay. Earlier, Shen Hao had returned to inform Xie Tingzhou, only to discover that he too intended to join. Under Xie Tingzhou's command were many capable individuals, among them Feng Yang, a skilled coroner. Feng Yang handed Shen Hao a vial, saying, "Let your master take a whiff of this. It will mask the odor." Before Shen Hao could question why he did not apply it himself, Feng Yang had already turned to distribute the concoction to the other guards. The mixture of crushed garlic and ginger soaked in vinegar, though unpleasant, served to ward off the stench of corpses and disease. Shen Hao reluctantly climbed into the cart, her face veiled with a perfumed cloth, leaving only her clear, bright eyes exposed. After sniffing the vial, Xie Tingzhou found that he could detect no odor at all. "The wind is strong tonight, and you're still recovering. You should not dismount," Shen Hao cautioned. "Nor should you," Xie Tingzhou replied, sealing the vial. "A pile of corpses is hardly a sight worth seeing. I still wish to take a look. Perhaps I might uncover something of value." Knowing he could not dissuade her, Xie Tingzhou pondered briefly before conceding, "Let Feng Yang go. You mustn't intervene." Shen Hao nodded slightly, pushing open the carriage door in preparation to disembark. Xie Tingzhou called out, "Come back." Shen Hao turned her head, effortlessly catching the item thrown by Xie Tingzhou. She took a whiff of it, and he remarked, "It will provide some relief." The guards, each wielding a torch, illuminated the mass grave as if it were midday. The bodies discarded before spring lay frozen in the snow. As the weather warmed and the snow melted, they began to decompose, releasing a putrid stench, compounded by the recent additions to the grave, which was nearly filled to capacity. The sight was enough to unsettle the heart. Shen Hao gazed at the grave, and her mind conjured the horrific images of the blood-soaked mountains at Yinliang Pass. Sanfu clutched a tree, retching violently. Xie, with cloth stuffed in his nostrils, questioned him, "Haven't you been here before?" He responded, amidst his heaving, "Yes. And I was sick then too, ugh." Seizing a moment between bouts of nausea, Sanfu replied, "Soon, I'll be fine once I finish." That medicine was precious. Derived from herbs worth 1,000 taels of silver to concoct just this one vial, Feng Yang was reluctant to let them use it. "Come and identify who you see." Shen Hao spoke with a solemn tone. Sanfu wiped his mouth and stepped forward to examine the scene. Chapter 96, Autopsy. The corpses lay piled upon one another. The lowest had already turned to bone, while the uppermost still retained a semblance of human shape. Sanfu glanced casually at the remains before pointing, stating, "It's those few next to the blue cloth." "Are you certain?" Shen Yu inquired, tilting her head, concerned that his gesture might be too casual. "Certain," Sanfu affirmed. "The clothing still bears the same appearance." Fortunately, only a few days had passed, and Shengjing was not a city rife with ceaseless deaths. Aside from the single new corpse atop the pile, beneath lay the individuals Sanfu had indicated. Feng Yang signaled to the guards, instructing them to carefully lift the bodies. "Be gentle, don't knock them about. We must avoid any explosions." "Will they actually explode?" Sanfu stammered. "Would you like to see?" Feng Yang teased, deliberately trying to frighten him. "If they do explode, organs and eyeballs might scatter like petals in the wind." Sanfu recoiled, shaking his head. No, I'd rather not see." The guards, well-trained and composed, proceeded to extract the corpses with utmost care, arranging them in a neat line. Shen Yu furrowed her brow as she examined the bodies on the ground. "Why are there only 3? Where's the 4th? Sanfu was taken aback, glancing around the makeshift grave once more. "I don't see the old man." Shen Yu warned, "Look closely. If you miss anything, I shall kick you in and force you to search through them one by one." Sanfu, frightened by the threat, hastily hid behind Cixi, stretching his neck to proclaim, "I'm looking closely, absolutely." Feng Yang nodded at Shen Yu, confirming that the state of decay and timing did not align. Nor were there any signs of scavenging by wild dogs. Shen Yu queried, "Didn't you say they were all dead?" "You personally came to verify." Sanfu was nearly in tears. "I saw those men in black take action. I assumed they were all dead. How could one be missing?" Shen Yu's brow knitted tighter. There was, in fact, another possibility. Sanfu had not looked closely enough. Upon witnessing the act of murder, he assumed all were slain, and upon seeing corpses, he assumed all were present. But what if that individual had not perished at all? Or if that person were, in truth, allied with those men in black? Feng Yang had already opened his toolbox.